Armed Struggle and the Search for State. The Palestinian National Movement 1949–1993. Yazīd Ṣāyigh. To my parents, Yusuf and Rosemary Ṣāyigh, with love, gratitude, and admiration. Preface. An entire era ended when Palestine Liberation Organization Chairman Yasser Arafat and Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin presided over the signing of the Declaration of Principles on September 13, 1993. Their exchange of letters of recognition ended decades of mutual denial between the national communities they represented, even if the accord did not fundamentally resolve all aspects of the conflict. Many thousands had died, both combatants and civilians, since the war that led to the establishment of the Jewish state in Palestine and to the mass exodus of its Arab population in 1947–9. The Palestinian national movement was to raise the twin banners of total liberation and armed struggle in following years, but ultimately proved unable to liberate any part of its claimed homeland by force. The civilian uprising that erupted in 1987 initially appeared more effective in shaking Israeli control, but still the PLO finally accepted a negotiated compromise, the terms of which ran counter to virtually all the principles and aims it had espoused for so long. How did the Palestinian national movement arrive at this outcome, and what factors determined its course over the decades? Could it have achieved more, given the severe external constraints and daunting challenges, both military and political, that it faced? How were its principal leaders and organizations able to maintain their internal control for so long, despite the glaring discrepancy between declared goals and actual achievements at each and every stage? Last but not least, what role did the armed struggle play, given the enduring emphasis it received in Palestinian discourse and strategy on the one hand, and on the other its effective abandonment in the course of the Intifada and the diplomatic process that led ultimately to the 1993 Accord? This book tells the story of the Palestinian national movement between 1949 and 1993, taking the armed struggle as its main focus. The central thesis is that the armed struggle provided the political impulse and organizational dynamic in the evolution of Palestinian national identity and in the formation of parastatal institutions and a bureaucratic elite, the nucleus of government. It did so by driving mass politics and the establishment of a national political field, in the process enabling a new political class to form, gain recognition and legitimacy, and assert its leadership. By the same token, the armed struggle played a pivotal role in demarcating the Palestinians as a distinct actor in regional politics with a not insignificant degree of autonomy. A subsidiary thesis is that the key to the survival of the Palestinian national movement and to the attainment of at least a modicum of its objectives, was the ability to effect fundamental shifts in goals and strategy at critical stages in its evolution. These shifts took place in response to external circumstances and challenges, but they also required parallel changes in ideology, structure, and internal politics. Here, again, it is by tracing the course of the armed struggle, both as discourse and practice, that the transformation can be highlighted most effectively. The following account is divided into 4 periods demarcated by the Arab-Israeli Wars of 1948, 1967, 1973, and 1982 and is brought to its natural conclusion in the PLO-Israel Accord of September 1993. An introductory section precedes each part to summarize the main international and regional trends that set the context for Palestinian politics of the period, and to touch briefly on the most salient developments in the Palestinian arena. Although it is informed by both disciplines, this pretends to be neither a political sociology nor a study of international relations, and the account does not trace systematically or in consistent detail the attitudes and fortunes of distinct Palestinian social forces, nor those of the principal regional and global powers. Rather, it offers a historical reconstruction of the evolution of Palestinian political programs, ideological discourse, and organizational structures, as revealed by the connecting theme of armed struggle. This book will have achieved its purpose if it deserves to be described as a history between states and state building. The voluminous literature on the Palestine conflict attests to the persistent interest and intense emotions it has generated. The reconstruction presented in this book is therefore of obvious relevance and intrinsic value, but it is also set apart from comparable studies by its distinctive framework. Essentially, this views the Palestinians as engaged almost continuously since 1948 in a historical process of state building, with the PLO gradually emerging after 1964 as the non-territorial equivalent of a state. National liberation has been the goal of many movements in the colonial and post-colonial eras of the 20th century, but the Palestinian case shows that the state-building dynamic does not come into operation only after independence. Rather, the search for state shapes the articulation of goals, formulation of strategies, choice of organizational structures, and conduct of internal politics through much of the preceding struggle. These assertions require elucidation, but a disclaimer is first in order. To assert that the Palestinians have been engaged in state building is to make neither a polemical point nor a juridical one about their status as a national entity or distinct people and their right, accordingly, to exercise self-determination, specifically in the form of an independent state. Nor is it to make a historical or empirical claim about the degree to which at any stage in the 3 decades prior to the inauguration of the Palestinian Authority in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank autonomy areas in May 1994, and even then only arguably, the PLO actually exercised sovereignty and fulfilled the major functions attributed to the modem territorial state. Rather, at issue are the Emer. 9. Gens and maintenance of a particular set of political practices and institutional arrangements centered on the PLO, the processes through which it redefined its political relations with, and sought to co-opt, Palestinian society, and the manna of its interaction with sovereign members of the regional and international state systems. It is in this sense that the PLO can be seen as a statist actor, and that the underlying logic of Palestinian national politics and organizational evolution within which framework the armed struggle proved to be situated since 1948 has been one of state building. A crucial distinction is being made here between the stateness of the PLO, its actual possession of the key attributes of the state, which was severely qualified, and its statist character, which is being asserted. The distinction draws on definitions of the state in social science literature to explain what the PLO was not, and what it was. Charles Tilly summarizes the common view that an organization which controls the population occupying a definite territory is a state insofar as, 1. It is differentiated from other organizations operating in the same territory, 2. It is autonomous, 3. It is centralized, and 4. Its divisions are formally coordinated with one another. 1 Drawing on Max Weber, Joel Migdal adds that an especially important defining function of the state is the ability or authority to make and implement the binding rules for all the people as well as the parameters of rule-making for other social organizations in a given territory, using force if necessary to have its way. 2 That the PLO lacks sovereign authority over a distinct territory and population is obvious. At no point was it able to exercise exclusive jurisdiction, that is, to monopolize rule-making and the means of coercion, over the inhabitants of a defined geographical area, even when it formed the rudiments of parallel government in the state within the state. It ran in Jordan in 1968-71 and Lebanon in 1972-82. The physical dispersal of the Palestinians and their subordination to the political, administrative, and economic systems of various host governments qualified the stateness of the PLO even further. Not only were its attempts to achieve social control continuously contested by rival state centers, especially Israel and Jordan, but its own development as a statist actor was ultimately contingent on the existence of a counterpart, a society with a common sociological space. Palestinian society was itself in need of demarcation and articulation. The recursive element within the state society dyad only became realizable when the 1993 Oslo Accord wedded the PLO's political framework to an identifiable social, economic, and territorial base in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. The fact that the PLO's own bureaucratic elite was already drawn heavily from these areas, and that it inherited a ready governmental apparatus in the form of the Israeli-run civil administration, facilitated the transition and emphasized it as a new stage in an established process of state building. That said, it was precisely in terms of its political framework that the PLO was most identifiable as a statist actor, and not simply because it explicitly sought national independence and statehood as its central goal. Above all, it conformed to a key distinguishing feature of states described by Theda Skocpol, summarizing Alexis de Tocqueville's approach, namely that their organizational configurations, along with their overall patterns of activity, affect political culture, encourage some kinds of group formation and collective political actions, but not others, and make possible the raising of certain political issues, but not others. Point 3. The PLO's centralizing tendencies moreover revealed, to borrow from the general discussion of the state by Gianfranco Paggi, how keenly, and how successfully, the protagonists of state-building sought to entrust the conduct of political business to a single organization, and to distinguish that from all other entities harboring and ordering social existence. Point 4. Much like a state, the PLO was the receptacle for political legitimacy. And as a consequence it maneuvered continually in relation to its mass constituency between the politics of control and the politics of mobilization, while adhering strictly to neither. Point 5. The fact that the PLO, unlike most states, did not seek to extract financial resources from society or effect social transformations does not detract from its statist character. It was, after all, engaged in a violent nationalist struggle, and so the key internal variable was the ability of leaders, in crisis circumstances, to create and use political arrangements that could eventually solidify into stable, durable structures. Point 6. Furthermore, to apply a notion borrowed from political economy, the initiators of political change in the Palestinian arena were statists precisely because they were not rooted in any existing set of social or economic interests. The state was their chosen instrument of change, and in their vision it was to be self-perpetuating. Point 7. Like the state, the PLO was thus more than a mere arena for socio-economic struggles. The insulation of its career officials from current socio-economic interests imbued its political leadership with the relative autonomy that state managers seek in order to act upon their own preferences, making decisions that reshape, ignore, or circumvent the preferences of even the strongest social actors. Point 8. The emergence of a distinct political class and durable bureaucratic elite within the PLO framework was in itself additional evidence of state building, despite the lack of a firm territorial base. Point 9. The institutionalization of political power, was reflected in the rapid increase in the number of people on the PLO payroll and its extension of social welfare and some collective services to its mass constituency. Through the latter means it also reinforced the inclusivist political function of the mass-based corporatist associations it formed or co-opted, in the case of pre-existing ones, such as labor and professional unions, all the while maintaining the exclusivist functions of the core bureaucratic elite. The prevalence of factionalism was another indication of statist corporatism, as it indicated the lack of ability, or interest, of different strata of the PLO elite and mass constituency to organize and act as autonomous social forces in pursuit of specific demands. 10. It was also typical of the post-colonial state, which was significant both as a major employer and as an arena for the articulation of factional conflict and power competition. Point 11. The preceding suggests strong similarities between the path of political development taken by the PLO and that of a variety of Arab, and Third World, states. Building on this parallel, the recourse to a combination of traditional and modern techniques of political mobilization and institutionalization, different forms and roles of ideology, bureaucracy, mass organization, and so on, can also be seen as indicative of state building in the Palestinian case. As in various Arab states, moreover, the availability of rent, the dispensation of financial and other material resources obtained from external sources, or non-extractive ones, such as overseas commercial investments, often in the form of outright patronage, encouraged an authoritarian and populist style of political leadership in the PLO. This, too, was a function of a specific stage of state building, and of societal modernization, that was especially likely to grow out of a revolutionary or nationalist movement. 12. Lack of territoriality remained an important impediment, but the experience of the Kuwaiti government in exile during the Iraqi occupation in 1990-1 demonstrates that although the existence of a concrete territorial base is symbolically necessary to sustain the notion of statehood, international political, strategic, and financial networks can be all. 13. Why important? As the Kuwaiti analogy suggests, finally, the statist character of the PLO cannot be understood without reference to its interaction with the system of states. The latter not only offers the model of the modem territorial state and the Westphalian concept of sovereignty, both of which the PLO strove to appropriate for itself, but also provides a crucial context to help explain the structures and orientations of new state actors. As Skocpol observes in a discussion of regimes emerging from Third World social revolutions that also applies broadly to the PLO, these revolutions have happened in settings so penetrated by foreign influences, economic, military, and cultural, that social revolutionary transformations have been as much about the definition of autonomous identities on the international scene as they have been about forging new political ties between indigenous revolutionaries and their mass constituents. 14. At the same time, involvement in the system of states can increase regime autonomy from domestic actors, an advantage not lost on the PLO leadership. 1. That the PLO should have sought international recognition with almost obsessive determination is therefore neither incongruous nor whimsical. A majority in the international community came to recognize its status as the representative national organization of the Palestinians. It enjoyed full membership in the League of Arab States, Non-Aligned Movement, and other multinational groupings of Third World states, as well as observer status at the United Nations, and around 100 states extended varying levels of recognition to the State of Palestine that it declared in November 1988. That they should have done so is partly due to Cold War politics and the peculiar historical and international legal circumstances of the Palestine conflict. But it is also reminiscent of the general position of quasi-states, as Robert Jackson describes them. 12. Namely those members of the international system who enjoy juridical statehood by virtue of obtaining formal recognition from the other, more powerful members, even when they lack the full physical and functional attributes of statehood. 16. The importance of international recognition explains the constant PLO concern to combat any challenge, whether internal or external, to its status as sole legitimate representative of the Palestinians. Ironically, it also explains PLO determination to secure the loyalty of its mass constituency and the continued acceptance by opposition groups of its formal framework, even when this required it to adopt political stances or military tactics that damaged its diplomatic standing. This seeming paradox was in fact a logical consequence of the premium placed by the international community on sovereignty, since it prompted the PLO to work ceaselessly to demonstrate its effective political control, at least, over its own population. Nor, in any case, was the use of violence consistently counterproductive. After all, war-making was in itself a crucial element in state-building, whether in relation to internal actors or external ones, and instrumental in the assertion of a particular form of Palestinian nationalism. Between nations and nationalism. Nationalism is a term commonly associated with anti-colonial struggles, but its meaning in the Palestinian context bears examination. Of the various definitions, that of Ernest Gellner is the most apt in this context. Nationalism is primarily a political principle, which holds that the political and the national unit should be congruent. 1c. The national unit, or nation, has also been conceived in various ways. Birjan Penrose offers the most useful explanation for the present purpose. It is the product of three elements: a distinctive group of people, the territory which they occupy, and the bonding over time, of historical experience, which melds people and land into a natural whole. It is through the idea that distinctive groups of people exist that the concept of the nation builds directly on the assumption that culture as a particular way of life is essential. 18. The assumption of distinctiveness is implicit in much of the Israeli and Palestinian historiography that analyses Palestinian nationalism. The one tends to refute its existence in certain periods and to suggest that it is primarily a reaction to the emergence of Zionism and the State of Israel. It therefore does not stem from a real, that is pre-existing, nation or from intrinsic historical processes, but rather is historically artificial. The other affirms the existence of Palestinian nationalism as an autonomous phenomenon and traces its roots to earlier periods. The biblical roots of Jewish nationalism are moreover now confronted with the Canaanite myth of Palestinian origin. 19 However, both views contain an underlying polemical purpose, which is based on twin as 13 assumptions. First, that the division of humankind into national entities is natural, and second, that claims to the right of self-determination are validated only by the ability to demonstrate early self-awareness and identification as a nation. Neither the purpose nor the assumptions are shared here. Nationalism is not seen to be unilinear, inevitable, or irreversible, even though it is most likely to appear as a political force or ideological trend in situations of conflict involving distinct communities. Rather, it remains a fragmented and contingent phenomenon. It draws on historical and cultural specificities, but these are not undying, essential characteristics, and their significance can be properly understood only in terms of specific conjunctions of social, economic, political, and institutional factors. 20 Seen this way, to speak of Palestinian nationalism is problematic on a number of counts. Strictly speaking, the collective political reaction of the Arab inhabitants of Palestine to the succession of major events that have affected them since the turn of the century might be termed patriotism, the attachment to Putna and resistance to the imposition of alien political control, that is, by people who are culturally distinct, and commonly translated in present-day, Mashriki, Arabic as Wataniyya, from watan, homeland, rather than nationalism. The fact that Palestine had not previously existed as a sovereign or autonomous political entity weakened the tendency to express such resistance in terms of social or cultural commonality among local inhabitants, and led to a greater emphasis on the common territorial component, suggesting that their movement was akin to what Ernest Donn has described as regional patriotism. 21 Palestinians have moreover stressed their commonality, rather than distinctiveness, of culture with neighboring Arab societies, with which they share language, religion, social custom, and family ties. At the same time, Palestinian patriotism has acquired additional dimensions as a result of its striving for separate statehood. Collective memories, perceptions of common injustice, and the sense of belonging to a particular territory provided a basis for turning a latent collectivity into a community, and set Palestinians apart from other Arabs, with whom language, religion, and culture were shared. 22 As such, their patriotism evolved into a form of ethnicity as they strove to redefine themselves after 1948 in particular, and revealed some of the features of proto-nationalism following the rise of the PLO after 1967, to use Eric Hobsbawm's term for the feelings of collective belonging which already existed and which could operate, as it were, potentially on the macro-political scale, which could fit in with modem states and nations. 23 This involved some mixture of elements and types, however, as different regions of pre-1948 Arab Palestine and different resident and refugee communities of Palestinian Arabs afterwards experienced significant variations in the material conditions of their existence. Palestinian responses to the direct encounter, first with Zionism and the Yishuv up to 1948 and then with Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip after 1967, came closer to a recognizable form of ethno-nationalism, whereas the political evolution of the PLO in Arab exile should more properly 14. Be seen as state nationalism. The former can also be termed experiential nationalism, the reaction to a lived experience of British and Israeli rule in contrast to the cognitive nationalism actively propounded and nurtured by the statist PL. 0.24 This course of evolution is commensurate with the pattern in other Arab societies, where fundamental tensions still persist between the ways in which belonging to the imagined wider Arab nation or to the more narrowly bound territorial states are conceived. Qawmi, from qawm, people, has come customarily to denote the former, being used to describe pan-Arab nationalist ideology or other phenomena of relevance to all Arab countries, while Qatri, from Qadr, single territory or country, denotes the territorial state. 25 There is another polemical debate here, as the selection of terminology may be regarded as an attempt to deny the existence of an all-embracing Arab nation or to assert territorial states more distinctively as nation-states. What has emerged in individual countries, particularly of the Mashriq, Arab East, is something of a halfway house, the national state, rather than the nation-state. 26 Other potentile bases for ethnicity, such as language and religion, may continue to operate and compete within its framework and may indeed contest it, but the broad pattern since World War II, if not earlier, has been the attempt to construct national states and inculcate what may be termed state patriotism or country nationalism, which is both particularistic and territorially bound. However, what matters ultimately is not the particular typology of nationalism but the structures, discourse, and politics through which the inclusion and mobilization of a substantial majority of the target population, or at least of significant sectors within it, may be attained. 27 This book argues that much the same processes have been underway among the Palestinians, the key determinant being the degree to which statist political structures have asserted their symbolic legitimacy and consolidated their social control. This is not to argue that the Palestinians have in fact formed either a fully distinct national community or a sovereign territorial state. Nor is it to suggest that their movement towards a distinctive national character is either inevitable or irreversible. To the contrary, it is contingent on the consolidation of their statist enterprise and on the terms of their interaction with neighboring populations and political systems. Rather, the purpose of the comparison with other Arab cases is to underline the feasibility of understanding and explaining Palestinian history in terms of wider human experience. It also confirms that the different typologies of nationalism are neither mutually exclusive nor relate to each other necessarily in a fixed order of hierarchy or historic sequence. Far from it, as the Palestinian case reveals the degree to which ethnic and territorial forms of nationalism may in fact overlap in space and time within the same group, coexist simultaneously but in separate social or geographic spheres, especially for a fragmented or diaspora community, or alternate from one to the other in different historic phases involving fundamentally different material and cultural circumstances. 28 That 15 said, the text will refer generally to Palestinian nationalism, as well as proto-nationalism where specifically appropriate, while keeping these various qualifications firmly in mind. A note on sources. The historical reconstruction presented in this book is based predominantly on 5 categories of primary sources. First are the publications issued by the PLO and the various Palestinian guerrilla groups in exile, and by the communists and Islamists in the Israeli-occupied territories, articulating their political programs, military strategies, and, in some cases, social ideologies to their membership and mass constituency alike. Given the intense competition for adherents, and external backing, no guerrilla group was without at least one political weekly, and several also published their own soldiers' magazines, besides a variety of reports, yearbooks, and non-periodical statements or pamphlets containing texts of speeches and other public messages. I was able to acquire a significant amount of non-periodical publications, and to view others, along with largely complete series of most of the principal periodicals, and random samplings of many lesser ones, held by various libraries and individuals. The second category consists of publications produced by the various guerrilla groups for internal consumption. These include party conference reports, circulars to the membership commenting on current events and defining general tasks, educational material, political and ideological indoctrination, rules of membership and organizational statutes, and security, training, and other military manuals. The latter are not cited in the bibliography. Originally intended for members only, and therefore meant to be confidential, a substantial quantity of this literature was effectively in the public domain. As with the first category, I was able to acquire a substantial number of such publications, and to view an additional number in various libraries and private collections. This applies mainly to material published by the guerrilla groups in exile, but also includes a sizable representative sample of publications by the Palestinian communists and Islamists. Third are archival documents relating to military and organizational affairs, and statistical data on martyrs and prisoners. Viewing these was not straightforward. An inevitable consequence of conflict and repeated exile was the physical destruction of many official, and private, collections, whether by enemy fire or as a precaution to prevent confidential material from falling into enemy hands. In some cases, forced exile meant that valuable documents, from an academic point of view, were in another country, beyond the reach even of the persons in whose care or possession they had originally been. Nonetheless, I was fortunate to gain access to the military archive of PLO Chairman Yasser Arafat, the logbook of the PLO Central Operations Room, parts of the archive. 16. Of the Palestine Liberation Army and its intelligence branch, and the computerized records of the PLO's Social Affairs Institution in Amman, Jordan. The first two sources provided detailed information on battles waged by PLO forces in 1976–86, the third offered revealing insight both to internal PLO relations and to PLO relations with Arab host states in 1964–73, while the last gave further depth with basic social data for a sample of some 4,500 martyrs and over 8,000 prisoners in Israeli jails. The fourth category comprises books and articles written by active or former members of Palestinian organizations in their individual capacity. These vary from memoirs and other personal accounts, through ideological treatises, polemical debates, and operational analyses, to reports in public periodicals on party conferences, battles, and other events by observer participants. Besides revealing the opinions, assumptions, and advocacy of their authors, or reporting those of interlocutors, and occasionally providing factual information, these texts present a valuable record of the key issues and debates of their period. Much of the material was published in Shu'un Filastiniya, Palestinian Affairs, the monthly journal published by the PLO Research Center in 1971–93, while the independent Dirasat Arabiya, Arab Studies, was a useful source of articles by Arab nationalist and leftist authors, especially in the 1960s and 1970s. In some cases, however, the personal accounts and diaries cited in this book remain unpublished, and were viewed by kind permission of their authors. Last of the primary sources, but by no means least, are interviews with active and former participants in the Palestinian national movement. They include the interviews I conducted over a period of 15 years starting in October 1981, with members of the PLO military and civilian rank and file and a smaller selection of Arab government officials and army or intelligence officers, totaling some 400 in all. To these are added the large number of interviews with PLO and Arab leaders and officials published in the Arabic language and foreign press. The bibliography contains a list of the interviews that I conducted, but for the most part citations for press interviews appear only in the endnotes. The main exceptions in the latter case are the extensive interviews with leading PLO figures, and the transcripts of seminars and panel discussions also involving senior officials, published in Shu'un Filastiniya, the Journal of Palestine Studies, and other journals. These are cited in the bibliography. The use of oral history sources has potential limitations, some serious, and so requires a brief comment. These include the effects of weak or selective memory, lack or imprecision of concrete historical detail, ideologically driven portrayal of past events, personal self-promotion and adaptation or outright distortion of responses in accordance either with the perceived aims and prejudices of the interviewer or with the current political agenda of the interviewee. To avoid or minimize these risks, I repeated a number of interviews and restructured others, cross-checked accounts given by different interviewees, requested explanation of conflicting narratives, and at times directly challenged accounts I knew to be inaccurate. I also strove whenever possible not to use interviews. 16I. As the sole source of any item of fact or interpretation. I have cited specific interviews in those cases where I could not provide corroboration from other sources, and indicated any reservations I might have in the text or endnotes. That said, although oral history generally lacks the contemporaneity of official documents, and therefore some of their narrative veracity. It allowed me to study the anthropology of the PLO, its internal relations and informal practices, and to compensate partially for the lack or inaccessibility of crucial documents, predictably in a guerrilla movement that either failed to commit key decisions and debates to paper, or else kept its most important documents secret in order to reconstruct a credible inside story. The Arabic press was an important adjunct to the primary sources mentioned above. Not only did it carry statements by a variety of PLO and Arab officials and provide inside information and analysis on current events at a level of detail unavailable in most foreign media, but it also helped me both to situate events and debates in the Palestinian arena in their local and regional context, and to place narratives relayed in interviews or official documents, when undated, in correct chronological order. To view more than a few Arabic newspapers firsthand would have been excessively laborious and repetitive, but the PLO Research Center and the Independent Institute for Palestine Studies published immensely useful yearbooks, documentary compilations, and chronologies based on press sources in 1964-81. They also issued daily and monthly compilations of translations from the Israeli Hebrew language media in 1975-82. A task taken on by the Cyprus-based Al-Mana Press in 1983-90. The Arab Report and Record and the Middle East Contemporary Survey, previously the Middle East Record, provided valuable additional coverage of both the Arabic and non-Arabic press, while the chronological sections in Shu'un Filastiniya, the Journal of Palestine Studies, and the Middle East Journal offered an instant reference source for daily events and spared me much tedious labor. Finally, I should note that I have adopted the system of Arabic transliteration used by the International Journal of Middle East Studies. However, I have omitted diacritical marks except for the ain and hamza, which I have transliterated wherever they occur in a word. Given the large number of Arabic sources cited in this book, and for the sake of consistency, I have applied the same system to the original Arabic names of most persons and places, with the inevitable exceptions. So although I have transliterated Hussein to Hussein, Jemaiyel to Jemaiyel, and Shamoun to Shamoun, for example, I have kept common Western spellings of North African names, such as Houari Bumdin, Al-Habib Bourguiba, Shazli Benjadid, and Christian names, such as George, Camille, and Charles. The most important exceptions, however, are my use of Arafat, instead of Arafat, and Fatha, instead of Fath. I have also retained the anglicized names of countries, capitals, and better-known cities, for example, Beirut and Sidon rather than Beirut and Seta. I have also defined Arabic terms where they first appear in the text, and provide a glossary of them at the beginning of the book. Acknowledgements. To produce a work of such magnitude would have been impossible without the cooperation and support along the way of many individuals and a number of institutions. My greatest debt is to the hundreds of persons who gave up their time to be interviewed, often more than once. They were invariably courteous and hospitable, and tolerated my persistent questioning with good grace. Similarly forbearing were their colleagues and families, who cheerfully put up with my intrusion into their offices and living rooms and supplied seemingly endless rounds of Arabic coffee, sweet tea, and soft drinks, or pressed me to join their meals. It came as a pleasant surprise to discover how willing nearly all my interlocutors were, not only to speak about past events, but for the most part to do so with greater candor than I had reason to expect and, in many cases, to commit their memories to tape rather than notebook alone. My thanks go, too, to the persons who introduced me to interviewees, hunted for telephone numbers, located publications, and shared their detailed knowledge of the inner workings of the PLO. They are many, but I am especially grateful to Abdel Fattah al-Jayusi, formerly aide to Fatah co-founder and PLO deputy military commander Khalil al-Wazir, and Majabi Umar, formerly deputy director of the PLO Planning Center. Fatah Central Committee member Yahya Şāyigh Habash also gave me useful introductions and the repeated use of his offices in Tunis to hold interviews, while his assistants Marwan and Trat increased the debt I owed by acting as my PLO telephone directory and by helping with the copying of tapes, notes, and documents. Muhammad Hamza, aide to Khalil al-Wazir until the latter's assassination in April 1988, helped with introductions and gave me privileged insight into the internal relations of the Fatah leadership and its organization in the Israeli-occupied territories, and deepened my understanding of Wazir's unique character and special role. Nizari Amr did the same in relation to the Fatah and PLO security agencies, and Salah Khalaf, PLO security chief until his assassination in January 1991, introduced me to additional interviewees, and gave me use of his office to meet them. Sami Shbib arranged meetings with senior PLF cadres, and, as a historian, reciprocated my enthusiasm for the research and shared detailed knowledge of the PLF with me. A book of this nature would have been lacking without archival documents. In 1988, PLO chairman Arafat gave me free access to his military archive at Hammam al-Shad, Tunis, and to records of the PLO Central Operations Room. I wish to note especially the efficient and friendly assistance of the head of his office, Sami Musalam, and archivists Abu Nasir, Jihad, Iyazmi, Abu Hassan, and Ghassan. I am also indebted to the chairman for invitations to attend several 19 PLO and Fatah conferences in 1987–91. These provided a rare opportunity to meet, assembled in one place, large numbers of ranking officials and officers of all political affiliations, and I became a familiar part of the conference landscape as I conducted my interviews with delegates. In Cairo, Brig. Abd al-Wahid opened a veritable treasure trove by allowing me to view military and intelligence archives of the Palestine Liberation Army. I also enjoyed valuable access to the computerized records of the PLO's Social Affairs Institution thanks to the director of its Amman office, Wahid Mtayer, and his senior assistant Abu Rami. I was also privileged to have extensive access to a number of PLO leaders who were willing to act repeatedly as sounding boards for my evolving thoughts, even when these led me to question the political, organizational, and military practices and structures that they had done much to put into place. My special appreciation goes to the late Khalil al-Wazir, whom I offended deeply with an article, published in Shu'un Filastiniya in autumn 1985, that aimed particularly harsh criticism at Palestinian military activity, for much of which he was directly responsible. Yet his home and office remained open to me at all times, and he gave my book project, when I told him of it, sight unseen, his enthusiastic and unconditional endorsement in the remaining 8 months of his life. Former DFLP military commander Mamdouh Nawfal similarly devoted many hours over the years to interviews and discussions, and both he and Fatah Central Committee member Mahmoud Abbas allowed me to view their unpublished narrative accounts of various historical episodes. My stint in the Palestinian delegation to the peace talks with Israel in 1991–4, during which I helped negotiate the Gaza-Jericho Implementation Agreement and its Security Protocol, gave me additional access to PLO political and military leaders and valuable insight to their ways of thinking and operation. Thanks are also due to Sabri Jirias, editor of Shu'un Filastiniya, for the opportunity to air my often critical views of Palestinian politics and military action, and so to elicit responses from a wider audience. I owe a lasting debt to all the above. Some will no doubt take exception to my representation and interpretation of the struggle to which they gave so much, or object to specific aspects of the factual reconstruction in this book, but I hope they will also identify with much in it and be encouraged, or if necessary provoked, into producing their own historical accounts. In any case, I am confident that they see the validity, indeed the necessity, of recording and analyzing the past in all its dimensions. Only one potential interviewee, a former military commander of the PFLP, refused completely to speak to me on the grounds that my research would serve the enemy. The majority of interviewees, conversely, saw this as a spurious argument that condemned the Palestinians, alone of all the protagonists, to ignorance about their own struggle and about the causes of their failures and successes. They accepted the need for a critical reappraisal, even when their conviction in the justice of their cause and the legitimacy of their means remained unshaken. For their part, general readers XX will, I hope, see that, rather than prevent dispassionate analysis. Empathy with the subject allows greater insight and explanatory power if combined with a critical approach. That said, I admit to two failings that cause me particular concern. Most serious is that the history contained in this book is dominated entirely by males. This is not surprising, as coercion, especially possession of the instruments of war, remains a masculine domain, no less so among the Palestinians. The corollary is male domination of political processes and organizational structures, and of the nationalist narrative. Yet feminine narratives exist, and I am at fault for not doing enough to elicit them, although much pioneering work has been done by others. The second failing is the weak representation of the smaller guerrilla groups in my sources, especially the interviews and archival documents. This is largely because the combination of PLO-Syrian tensions and Palestinian Shia clashes in the 1980s, followed by my involvement in the Palestinian-Israeli peace talks in 1991-4, made it impractical for me, and at times unsafe, to visit Lebanon and Syria, where these groups were based. However, I should add that their senior members were unresponsive to my attempts to make up for this shortcoming with the help of written questionnaires and research assistance, and eluded my requests for interviews when I met them in other countries. The resulting emphasis in the narrative on Fatah, and to a lesser degree on the PFLP and DFLP, is not unfair to historical reality, but the partial absence of certain voices is no less regrettable for that. My acknowledgement of debts owed would not be complete without added mention of the generous help of chief librarians in several institutions, who made it possible for me to peruse such complete collections of PLO publications, especially periodicals. My thanks go above all to Muna Ensalai of the Institute for Palestine Studies, Beirut, who supplied me with missing texts and references over the years and went beyond the calls of duty and friendship to add sources of which I had not thought or been aware, and who kept me up to date on the library's latest acquisitions. I am also grateful to Majid Al-Zubaydi and Diane Ring, librarians respectively of the PLO Research Center, Nicosia, and the Middle East Center at St. Antony's College, Oxford, for their assistance, especially in locating PLO pamphlets. I owe no less a debt to Haim Gal, librarian at the Moshe Dayan Center at Tel Aviv University, which houses an impressive collection of Palestinian and Arab periodicals whose knowledge of the material and interest in the topic greatly facilitated my work. Palestinians joke wryly that God created them a dispersed people, and so it was natural for my research to take me to many cities, in many countries across 4 continents, in pursuit of archives, libraries, and interviewees. I could not have managed without the help of the numerous friends who gave me a bed, house key, and the run of their kitchens whenever I needed, and kept me up to date with the latest political gossip. Their warm hospitality and companionship made me feel at home wherever I was and for however long, and made my task far more pleasant and enjoyable than it might have been. To all I give my love, XXI, and gratitude, but my debt is greatest to my cousin Haifa and her husband Hassan Soleh, who made doing my research rounds even easier thanks to the frequent loan of their car, and to Khalid Al-Jayusi, who, only a day after we first met in 1984, became my host for the next 2 months and my friend ever since. The hospitality of friends was all the more valuable since my book project was, for the most part, self-financed. Thanks are nonetheless due to the Diana Tamari Savak Foundation for awarding the initial grant of $10,000 that enabled me to start active research and writing in 1985. It is in accordance with the terms of the grant that copyright belongs to the Institute of Palestine Studies, which kindly awarded me the additional grant of $3,000. Besides acknowledging their material support, I wish to thank both bodies for their scrupulous respect for my complete intellectual independence as the author of this work. A small personal research grant from the British Academy, though for a different project, was also instrumental in allowing me to conduct research relevant to the book in Cairo, and, as an unexpected bonus, to consult the archives of the Palestine Liberation Army. Finally, I should note that some of the material in the book has also appeared in articles in the Middle East Journal, Volume 45, Number 4, Autumn 1991, and Volume 46, Number 2, Spring 1992, International Journal of Middle East Studies, Volume 30, Number 1, February 1998, and Majalat al-Dirasat al-Filastiniya, Number 11, Summer 1992. I owe another debt, this one scholarly, to the friends and colleagues who commented on various parts of the book while in draft form. Special appreciation must go to the publisher's anonymous readers, whose comments on successive drafts were both useful and encouraging, if justifiably demanding. Hussein Agha and Ahmed Khalidi read the entire manuscript, and in a much earlier draft of it, Rex Brynan Parts 3 and 4, Paul Laller an earlier version of the account up to 1970, Salim Tamari and Khalil Hindi the various chapters dealing with my analytical framework, the occupied territories, and PLO state building in exile, and Fawaz Trabulsi the penultimate draft chapters on the Lebanese conflict of 1975-6. Boris Abu Mana, Kays Piro, Israel Gershoni, Ahmed Khalifa, Yossi Nevo, Roger Owen, Rosemary Ṣāyigh, and A6 Shlaim all read the final version of the Chapter 1 and conclusion. Moshe Shemesh commented on a combined draft of chapters 4 and 5, and provided me with documents and references relating to PLO-Egyptian relations in the mid-1960s, while Yossi Nevo and Laimi Aradi shared their draft chapters on the Palestinian Old Elite with me. I also benefited from, and enjoyed, discussing the politics of patronage in the PLO with Rex Brynan and Palestinian political sociology with both him and Rosemary Ṣāyigh, the Palestinian left with Ahmed Khalifa and Khalil Hindi, the PLO experience in Lebanon with Fawaz Trabulsi, Egyptian PLO relations in 1964-7 with Moshe Shemesh, the origins of Palestinian nationalism with Elon Papp, and the definition of terrorism with Anat Kurz. It is my failing that I did not seek such scholarly assistance more extensively, and at an earlier stage, but I am deeply grateful for the detailed comments and constructive criticism that I did receive. XXII. I owe one further scholarly debt, if unrelated to this book. This is to 3 teachers. Hannah Batatu, whose critical guidance at the American University of Beirut in 1979-81 prompted me to become a disciplined reader and encouraged my natural passion for social history, although the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 1982 then set me on a different course altogether for many years. He honored me way beyond my due or ability at that time by inviting me to collaborate with him on his major new research project on Syria, a task I would approach with great trepidation even now, but which I am proud to have been offered. Lawrence Friedman, my doctoral supervisor at King's College London in 1983-7, has always given me his unstinting endorsement. His genuine support, along with that, especially, of Robert O'Neill of All Souls College, Oxford, and my colleagues at the University of Cambridge, has done more than they know to remind me that there is yet an academic community which does not stop at ethnic boundaries. Last in chronological order, but by no means least otherwise, Roger Owen was not my teacher in the formal sense yet willingly commented on the doctoral thesis of someone to whom he had no personal tie or professional obligation, and has gone on doing so as a friend, host, and colleague ever since. For a publisher to produce a book, especially one this size, takes conviction, if not courage. I am especially grateful to OUP editor Tim Barton, whose faith in the book remained unshaken over the years as my other commitments, requests from readers for changes, and my own sweeping revisions of narrative focus and conceptual framework imposed repeated delays. His task was ably completed by his successor, Dominic Beat, assistant editor Sophie Ahmed and copy editor Lynn Childress, and for their capable and friendly handling of the manuscript I am truly grateful. My professional and scholarly acknowledgements are done, but 2 personal statements remain. In its own way, first, this book is a tribute to those relatives and friends who contributed in various ways to the making of the history it contains. To my Father Yusuf, Johns Hopkins graduate and professor of economics who was head of the Syrian National Party branch in Mandate Palestine and a key official of the Arab Higher Committee's National Fund, Beit al-Mal, until being taken prisoner of war by Israeli forces in 1948 and sent into permanent exile from his country of birth a year later, who has been a member of the Palestine National Council since the mid-1960s and of the PLO Executive Committee in 1968-74, established the PLO Planning Center in 1968, and headed the Palestine National Fund in 1971-4, and who overcame his emotional and political misgivings to follow where intellectual reason led and do what he saw as his professional and national obligation, by leading the Palestinian delegation to the Working Group on Economic Development in the multilateral peace talks with Israel in 1992-3 and by negotiating the overall international assistance program to the nascent Palestinian Authority following the signing of the Oslo Accord. To my mother Rosemary, Somerville College, Oxford, graduate and sociologist who XXIII made the Arab countries her home nearly 5 decades ago and accepted all that came with bearing children who saw themselves as Palestinian, but who was also much more, as a founding member of the Fifth of Un Society in 1967, as a pioneering researcher and author on Palestinian women and on gender and nationalism in the refugee camps, and always as a stubborn YMS on behalf of the victims. From my parents I have learned 5 things that, perhaps more than anything else, make me who I am: to be honest with myself, to regard all human beings as equal, to give my all in love and work, to be self-confident and self-reliant, and to be willing always to learn. To my late uncle Fayez, Georgetown University graduate and professor of political science who, as a member of the PLO Executive Committee and founder of its Academic Research Center in the mid-1960s, was the target of an abortive abduction scheme by the Israeli Mossad, before moving to New York and playing a critical role in the Arab diplomatic group at the United Nations until his death in 1980, and whose intricate memory for text I could never emulate. To my late uncle Munir, the American University of Beirut graduate and physician who rose at 5 a.m. to make the long journey from Beirut to the UNRWA clinics in the Ain al-Hilwa and Mayawya refugee camps near Sidon, every working day for the last 21 years of his life, and who helped pass on to me the Sadie love for teasing. To my uncle Anis, Pembroke College, Cambridge, graduate and historian, who directed the PLO Research Center in 1966-74 and in the process survived a Mossad rocket attack and a bombing before losing 3 fingers and part of his sight and hearing to a letter bomb in 1972, but remains as defiant as ever, and who introduced me to the world of publishing and academic journalism and contributed hugely to my stamp COL lection. To my late grandfather, the Reverend Abdullah, who helped reknit Palestinian social relations in exile through his church, who bore with fortitude the loss of my grandmother Afifa so soon after the FORCED exodus from Tiberias in 1948 and the loss of 2 sons in the next 2 decades, and who thoughtfully kept sweets in his jacket pocket for inquisitive grandchildren to discover. To my late uncle Tawfiq, American University of Beirut graduate and one-time Harvard student, teacher of Arabic literature at Cambridge and Berkeley, translator of T.S. Eliot, and most importantly poet, by whose intensity, romanticism, willingness to court controversy, and mischievous sense of humor I hope to have been influenced. To the late uncle I hardly knew, Fuad, another graduate of the American University of Beirut and an engineer, and to my uncle Michel, the mechanical supervisor, who helped separately to build another Arab country, Iraq. To Aunt Mary, the unsung hero, and great cook, who abandoned hopes of a university education to be mother to her brothers after Afifa died. To my Aunt Clemence, who carries on Abdullah's work through her church, and who has my admiration for her indomitable cheerfulness in the face of adversity and also my thanks for taking us to see Tarzan films on Sunday. To Hilda, university lecturer in Arabic, and Arlene, Utah graduate, for believing and being willing to bear the price. I admire them all for keeping the XXIV idea of Palestine alive, even though I regard myself firmly as a post-nationalist. It is in that spirit that I also offer this book to the second generation, my sister Jumana, brother Faris, and our cousins, all of whom took part in the struggle in one way or another, or tried to. The book is a tribute, to two more families. To the Jabras, who took me into their home in Baghdad in 1974-5 as son and brother, but especially to Jabra Ibrahim Jabra, who flattered me immensely by incorporating some of my own brushes with life and death in one of his novels about Palestine, and who taught me how to make pickles. And to Aziz Halim, his parents, 7 siblings, and grandmother who, like many other families in Shatila refugee camp and elsewhere, spent the first 9 years after 1948 in a single tent and the next 8 in the tin shack that replaced it, but who have never let the violence of others or the lack of means destroy their spirit. There have been many victims in the conflict over Palestine, and all are equally deserving of sympathy and respect, as are those who have had to live most intimately with their loss. But it detracts nothing from this if, lastly, I pay a special tribute to those of my own friends who lived through the struggle, and to those who died in it. The living know who they are, but among the dead my special affection goes to Ahmed, Tony, Said, George, Atif, Samir, and Garam and their 2 children, Ali, Basim, and, in a parallel struggle, that of the Kurds, Anwar. I have journeyed far since we first met, politically and intellectually, and some disagree with me, or would if they were still alive, but I am proud never to have lost their trust or friendship. They are as close to me now as then, and I love and miss them all. To return to the beginning, finally, my thanks go to Liz, whose love and support accompanied the making of this book at every stage from inception to completion. I thank her for enduring my frequent absences with such good cheer, for giving me early critical input that did so much to improve my writing style, and for acting as a sounding board and helping me to see what I was trying to say on so many occasions. She may find it hard to believe, but it was her patience that helped me most. She will more certainly know what I mean when I say that it is through her that I have bridged my 2 cultural worlds, and that I have balanced my collective and individual persona. To her, and to our children Serene and Yusuf, I additionally dedicate this book. Cambridge YS. May 1, 997. Contents. Abbreviations. Glossary of Arabic terms. Maps. Genealogical diagram, a historical framework. 1. Why Palestinian nationalism? The social, economic, and political context after 1948. 2. Palestinians in Arab uniform. 3. Rebirth of the Palestinian national movement. 4. The watershed. 5. Challenges of the armed struggle. 2. 6. 7. Carving out the guerrilla sanctuary. 8. 9. The making of the Palestinian political system. 10. Dual power 1-1. End of a myth 1-2. Interregnum. 13. At the crossroads. 14. 15. The struggle for Lebanon. 16. Ambition frustrated, sanctuary preserved. 17. 18. 19. The Fakhani Republic. 20. Extending the state in exile or capturing it. 2-1. 22. The Lebanon War. 4. Squaring the circle. 23. From within. 24. Struggle within, struggle without. 25. Intifada to the rescue. 26. The road to Oslo. Roots of conflict. The 1947-8 war marked the end of a lengthy chapter in the conflict between Arab and Jew for possession of Palestine. Its roots lay in the emergence in the late 19th century of the European-based Zionist movement, which was dedicated to the establishment of a Jewish national homeland. Small numbers of Jews had already emigrated to Palestine from Russia and Yemen in previous decades for religious reasons, but the start of a second, politically motivated wave of immigration from Eastern Europe in 1903 aroused rumblings of discontent and resistance by Palestinian Arab peasants opposed to the loss of land and jobs to the Jewish settlers. The Young Turks Revolt of 1908 also ushered in a more prominent role for educated, urban-based Arabs, whose opposition to Zionism and to land sales to Jewish settlers was now expressed with increasing frequency and vigor in the local press, through new political associations, and at the Ottoman Parliament in Istanbul. 2. The Ottoman authorities evinced little interest in passing or implementing stringent anti-immigration and anti-land sales laws by the outbreak of World War I, but Palestinian FERs rose most dramatically following the formal commitment made in November 1, 1917 by British Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour to the establishment of a Jewish national home in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was issued shortly after British forces had wrested control over southern Palestine from the Ottoman Empire in World War I, and a month before British forces marched into Jerusalem. This came against the backdrop of the Arab revolt against Ottoman rule and the first stirrings of modern Arab nationalism. Instead of supporting Arab independence or federation at the end of the war, however, France and Britain won a formal endorsement from the Allied Powers Conference at San Remo in April 1920 to establish their mandate over the Levant, and obtained ratification from the League of Nations in July 1, 1922. The Palestinian Arabs were now governed by Britain and confronted with a Jewish state in the making. The Yishuv and steadily intensified their resistance to both. Their opposition expressed itself graphically in 1920-1 and 1929, during which violent anti-Jewish riots occurred. Continued Jewish immigration, coupled with the emergence of a clear trend within the Zionist movement calling for the voluntary or compulsory transfer of the 2. Arab population to make way for a Jewish state, led to a further escalation of violence from the mid-1930s. 3. The first major challenge to British rule over Palestine and to the Zionist movement was mounted in late 1935 by a Syrian-born Muslim preacher, Sheikh Izz al-Din al-Qassam, who had commenced the organization of clandestine military cells among peasants and rural migrants in the Haifa area possibly as early as 1925. An internal split shook the organization in 1929, while successful police action brought an initial series of attacks on Jewish and British targets in 1931-2 to an end, but Qassam resumed recruiting in 1934 until November 1935, when he resolved to relocate to the Jenin area and build a rural base for military operations. His death in the very first encounter with the police preempted the attempt, but his example and surviving members of the organization provided both a model and a catalyst for the widespread rebellion that unfolded after renewed incidents in April 1936. 4. The Great Revolt, as the Palestinians dubbed it, started with a 6-month general strike in the urban population centers for which the stage was additionally set by the earlier struggle of Arab workers against Hebrew labor and later spread into rural areas. At their peak, Palestinian Mujahideen held control over much of the countryside and exerted considerable influence in the towns. However, organizational problems and political disunity afflicted the nationalist camp, as a broad alliance of peasants, workers, and radical elements of the middle class began to implement social and political programs that challenged a notable leadership of the nationalist movement and began to threaten the bases of mercantile landlord dominance. 6. Assessments of the military effectiveness of the Mujahideen also vary widely, but in any case British might finally prevailed in 1939, following a counterinsurgency campaign in which 5,032 Palestinians died, 14,760 were wounded, and 50,000 were detained, of whom 2,000 received life sentences and 146 were hanged, and 5,000 homes were demolished in reprisals. 7. The flight to neighboring Arab countries of families with the means to do so, numbering some 40,000 persons, extensive internecine killings, and the factionalism that extended from the Landowning notables who formed the old elite to all levels of society also contributed heavily to the Palestinian defeat. 8. The collapse of the revolt in 1939 was overshadowed by the outbreak of World War II, during which Nazi Germany perpetrated its massive slaughter of the Jews and other peoples in Europe. In Palestine, meanwhile, the British Army divided its attention between guarding against the threat of invasion by German or Vichy French forces and suppressing the Zionist military underground. The Palestinian leadership was decimated, its main figures in hiding outside the country or exiled to detention camps in remote parts of the British Empire. Its demoralized followers effectively ceased to be a factor in the ongoing contest. The discovery of the full scale of the Holocaust led to a surge in Jewish immigration to Palestine after 1945, as public and government support for the Zionist cause increased among the Allies. British attempts to contain the 3. influx earned the opprobrium of its U.S. officials and Jewish organizations, and provoked a terrorist campaign against British targets in Palestine by the militant Irgun Zevei Leumi and Lehi, STEM, organizations. The British government faced an impossible situation by 1947. It could no longer control the Jewish community, nor prevent civil strife with the Palestinians. Responding to the impasse, the United Nations General Assembly passed Resolution 181 in November, in which it ended the British mandate and supported the partition of Palestine into 2 independent states, one Jewish and one Arab. Each state was to occupy a little under half the territory, leaving Jerusalem in an enclave under UN supervision. The Zionist movement WEL the partition plan, although its leader, David Ben-Gurion, confided to his followers that the arrangement could not be final, not with regard to the regime, not with regard to borders, and not with regard to international agreements. 9 For their part, the Palestinian leaders rejected the UN partition plan outright, refusing to sign away the right to sovereignty over any part of the country. The principal figures were in exile, however, and their military and political preparations were bedeviled by unceasing factionalism and personal rivalries. 10 Arab-Jewish confrontation was now inevitable. The British moved largely to the sidelines following the UN vote, and reduced their military contingent in anticipation of the end of the mandate on 1 May 5, 1948. Zionist forces and Palestinian Mujahideen meanwhile waged a bitter contest for control over the main communications routes. The Palestinian blockade against Jewish settlements tightened in February and March, but Zionist preponderance in trained manpower, armament, and organization now told. The shortage of combat material, disorganization, and factional rivalries took the Mujahideen to the point of collapse in April, during which several cities and towns fell to the Zionists, causing the flight of 200,000 to 300,000 inhabitants in all. With their national leadership still in exile in Damascus, the Palestinians were in such disarray that they were no longer capable of exerting any real influence on Arab policy, let alone setting up the state called for in the UN resolution. The Arab governments had largely withheld from the conflict so far, limiting their contribution to the formation of a small irregular force under the command of the League of Arab States. They planned to intervene militarily after the end of the British mandate, in order to secure the areas designated by the UN partition plan for the Palestinian state. Egyptian, Jordanian, Iraqi, Syrian, and Lebanese contingents commenced their entry to Palestine on 1 May 5. Shortly after the leadership of the Yishuv had declared the unilateral independence of the State of Israel. The Arab military effort was hamstrung by the conflicting agendas of the governments concerned, however, and the Arab forces were pushed back in most sectors. By the end of October, Israel had expanded its territory to include 78% of Mandate Palestine, in the process of which around 500,000 more Palestinians became refugees. Although Israeli clearing operations against Palestinian villages in border 4 areas were to continue for another 8 months, the majority of the refugees had lost their homes by the end of October 1, 1948. Of the original 950,000 Palestinian inhabitants of the areas that were incorporated into the State of Israel, only 150,000 remained. The rest had been expelled or fled to what came to be known as the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip, or crossed the borders to what was to become a permanent refuge in Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. Another 100,000 Palestinians in the West Bank and 60,000 in the Gaza Strip had not lost their homes, but were separated from their fields on the other side of the armistice line and were subsequently described as economic refugees. 11 Responsibility for the refugees had become a matter of increasing contention between Israel and its Arab neighbors during the summer, and on 1 December 1 the United Nations General Assembly passed Resolution 194, that effectively confirmed their right to return without undue delay or, if they preferred, to receive compensation. The armistice negotiations between Israel and each of its Arab neighbors dominated the scene after January 1, 1949, but the fate of the refugees remained high on the list of priorities for the representatives of the UN and the great powers, especially the US. The final collapse of the unsponsored conciliation talks at Lausanne in August left the issue unresolved, but removed it from the immediate political agenda. On December 8, the UN General Assembly authorized the transformation of the committee that had been providing emergency relief for over a year into the Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees in the Near East, UNRWA. On May 1, 1950, UNRWA assumed responsibility for channeling international assistance to the 726,000 refugees on its registers. 12 Arguments have raged ever since over the responsibility of the various protagonists, both for engineering the mass flight and for dealing with its human consequences. Whatever the rights and wrongs, uprooting and dispersal on such a scale constituted a collective trauma of immense, devastating proportions. To the Palestinians, the outcome of the 1947-8 war was known simply as the catastrophe, al-Nakh/a. The salvation of the Jews had come at the expense of another people, and in that tragic encounter were laid the seeds for another 45 years of bitter and unremitting conflict. The revival of the Palestinian national movement was now to take place within the framework of three circles of political interaction: Palestinian, Arab, and international. The Palestinian circle: patriotism in search of state. The fate of the Palestinians ran directly counter to the general trend towards the emergence of new national states among Arab and other peoples, as former colonial empires dissolved. This divergence was rooted in developments that had taken place since the Ottoman defeat in World War I. Previous administrative boundaries were largely superseded as Britain and France redrew the political map of the region. Their design was endorsed by the newly founded 5. League of Nations, which decreed that the former Ottoman provinces were to gain independence after their inhabitants had been prepared for self-government by the victorious powers. Out of the wider administrative units of which Palestine had also been a part, Syria, Lebanon, and Transjordan came into being as separate constitutional entities in 1922 and all had attained formal independence by 1946, when Transjordan was renamed Jordan. Until the entry of British forces to Palestine in 1917, the northern areas of Acre and Nablus had belonged to the Ottoman province, Vilayet, of Beirut, while the center and most of the south formed the separate district, Sanjak, of Jerusalem under the direct authority of Istanbul. 13 Palestine was known by then as a distinct geographic region, but did not exist as a single administrative unit, let alone a political one, yet neither did post-war Syria, Lebanon, or Transjordan. The crucial difference in the case of Palestine was that Britain was committed to the establishment of a Jewish national home, a commitment reiterated in the mandate granted to it by the League of Nations in 1922. The mandate echoed the Balfour Declaration's pledge that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities, but made no provision for self-government by the Palestinian Arabs, whose claims to have such a right in accordance with the Covenant of the League of Nations were consistently rejected by the British government and by the other members of the Permanent Mandates Commission. British attitudes were reflected in the relatively low level of Arab participation allowed in the public administration. Arabs formed 88% of the population of Mandate Palestine but accounted for only 60% of all civil service posts in 1925, for example. The Muslims, who accounted for 78% of the population and provided the main social and political leadership of the Arab community, moreover accounted for only 29% of posts, while all top positions were held exclusively by British officials. 15 The proportion rose by the mid-1930s, but even then Arabs accounted for 70% of classified Fuller employees, and Jews for 30%. 16. British policy and Zionist ambition meant that the context for the political development of Palestinian society after World War I differed fundamentally from that provided by the emerging national states in neighboring Arab territories. In the latter, the boundaries of the colonial state and its administrative structures defined the arena in which most of the political life now took place. 17 Resistance to the newly formed central governments was often strong among social forces seeking to preserve established political and economic privileges, but the superior military capability of the mandate authorities and their ability to manipulate the allocation of resources and office, as means of reward or punishment, invariably decided the outcome. Similarly, while loyalties to the clan, sect, or other local solidarity and to wider Islamic and Arab identity survived, they operated increasingly within the framework of the territorial state. The state was moreover cast as the repository of a new national identity, a process actively encouraged by the established elites that 6. Strove, with European support, to consolidate their social control within their new boundaries. 18 In this process lay the makings of country nationalism or state patriotism. The Arab and Palestinian experiences of state-building diverged almost completely. Any commitment by Britain to establish constitutional government or a colonial state in Palestine was to the Jewish community, not the Arab. In 1922, the Mandate authorities proposed the election of a mixed Jewish-Arab legislative council as a means of devolving responsibility for communal affairs, but remained opposed to Palestinian statehood. This contrasted with their support for the formation of an appropriate Jewish agency to assist in the establishment of the Jewish national home, and with their recognition in 1926 of Knesset Israel, the parliament of the Yishuv that had been founded 6 years earlier. 19 The World Zionist Organization had already been explicitly recognized in the League of Nations mandate and proceeded to set up the Jewish Agency in 1929, which was henceforth treated by the British as effectively the government of the Yishuv. 2 For their part, the Palestinians rejected the British proposal of 1922 completely, arguing that the council would be powerless to prevent the establishment of a Jewish national home. 21 The stand was taken by the Palestinian Arab Congress, an assembly that convened 7 times between 1919 and 1928, and that elected an Arab executive. The latter body enjoyed the de facto recognition of the mandate authorities, which it studiously avoided challenging directly, for instance by setting up a parallel administration. The British were primarily interested in maintaining law and order, and so they tolerated the nationalist camp so long as it was seen to observe this requirement. 22 At the same time they nurtured alternative bodies as potential rival claimants for leadership and the power to dispense political patronage within the Arab community, such as the Supreme Muslim Council, established in 1922 and headed by the British-appointed Mufti, Muhammad Amin al-Husseini. Seeking to restore its position, the Congress resolved in June 1, 1928 to attain a representative council and authorized its main leaders, Musa Kazim al-Husseini and his long-standing rival Raghib al-Nashashivi, to open negotiations with the British High Commissioner towards this end, but the outbreak of riots in August 1929, in which the ambitious young Amin played an important part, conclusively derailed the tentative agreement they had reached. This signaled the start of the parallel radicalization of Palestinian nationalist politics, and the decline of the older politicians and matching rise of the younger politicians of the old elite, a transition reflected in the rejection in 1935 of a new British proposal to elect a legislative council. 23 The most significant shift in British policy came in July 1, 1937, when the Peel Commission, which was set up to investigate the Palestine problem in the wake of the 1936 revolt, recommended partitioning the country into 2 states. The Arab state would occupy some 80% of the land, but the exclusion of Jerusalem, which would remain under permanent British mandate, and the suggested merger. 7. With Transjordan under the rule of Amir Abdullah prompted categorical Palestinian rejection. 24. Britain had come close to accepting Palestinian statehood, but was met with the unyielding demand for an Arab government over the whole of the country. The renewal of the Palestinian revolt prompted the British government to go much further in its official white paper of May 1, 1939, in which it proposed a unitary state and full independence after 10 years, subject to such relations between the Arabs and the Jews as would make good government possible, coupled with severe limitations on Jewish immigration and land ownership. The Palestinian leadership represented by the Arab Higher Committee again rejected this offer, at the urging of Amin al-Husseini, although the rival Nashashivi camp came out in favor and opinion among the general public and even within the committee itself was distinctly positive. 25. Husseini's stance was the result of a mixture of factors, including the desire for unconditional independence at the end of the transitional period, divergence among the Arab states that had taken part in the negotiations with Britain, and the militancy of both the Mujahideen R1 Manders, who demanded complete independence, and the younger generation of educated activists, who tended to a more radical pan-Arab nationalism. Husseini attempted to retract his opposition after the failure of attempts to revive the revolt, but to little avail. The initiative now passed to the Zionist movement, which devoted its main effort for the next 8 years to recruiting and absorbing new settlers and to defeating British rule over Palestine. Zionist opposition may have doomed the white paper from the very start, but the Palestinians had, through their own reactions, lost the opportunity to enter the mandatory administration at higher levels and prepare for their own post-colonial state. The price they paid was increased social dislocation and political disorganization. The detention or exile of the main Palestinian leadership in the course of the revolt magnified the disarray of their society. The local economy had undergone profound change since the Ottoman reforms of the mid-19th century, that had led to the formation of an elite of landowning and office-holding notables, many of whom increased their economic wealth and social status by engaging in commerce or by deriving rent from religious endowments. From their ranks came older politician Musa Kazim al-Husseini, who was appointed by the British military government as mayor of Jerusalem in 1918 and presided over the Arab Congress until his death in 1934, younger politician Muhammad Amin al-Husseini, who was appointed Mufti by the British High Commissioner in 1921 and led the nationalist camp from 1936 until 1948, and the other senior figures in Palestinian politics of the period. Yet the absence of a colonial state and their limited integration into the centralized, territorially based system of British administration deprived them of a framework within which to compete and assert their social control. The structural basis to overcome the continued fragmentation of Palestinian society into competing patronage networks did not exist. 26. 8. Factionalism was a natural result, as politics divided broadly between Musa Kazim al-Husseini and his main rival, wealthy landowner Raghib al-Nashashivi, preventing the Congress from reconvening after 1928. The search for alternatives produced a proliferation of political parties, trade and labor unions, and other associations, but many simply transferred old politics to new vehicles and continued to embody elite rivalries. 17 The British decision in 1937 to outlaw the Arab Higher Committee, which had been formed by Amin al-Husseini, Nashashivi, and the leaders of the 5 Arab parties in April 1, 1936 to fill the vacuum left by the demise of the Arab Congress and its Arab executive, and by the death of Musa Kazim al-Husseini, and to banish its members ended the role of the parties. 18 attempts by local activists to revive the Arab Higher Committee in 1942 and 1947 were fiercely resisted by the exiled Husseini, who affirmed both that they would accept the British White Paper and that in doing so they would replace him in national leadership. 19 Partly for these reasons, the modem middle class that grew rapidly in the interwar years tended to coalesce internally on the basis of religion and place of origin. 30 The economic pressures resulting from the worldwide depression, coupled with the resort of the old elite to nationalist appeals to shore up its authority, weakened any tendency to organize on the basis of occupational or corporate group. 31 Besides, mandate legislation passed in 1929-30 deprived local entrepreneurs of any protection from British businessmen, who were granted completely equal commercial status in the country. The Arab middle class, and the nascent working class, for that matter, was further weakened by Jewish competitors, who had better access to European capital and skills and generally won a disproportionate share of jobs with foreign companies operating the international concessions granted by the Mandate authorities. 32 The middle class FA said additional competition from members of the old elite, who held what high-ranking civil service posts were open to Arabs, and many lower posts too, and utilized their advantages to engage actively in the economic enterprises that burgeoned during the war years. In contrast to their behavior in other colonial states, the British did not direct key resources or official posts to the middle class in order to co-opt it and help establish its social control. Elsewhere in the former Ottoman provinces, these social forces were actively groomed to assume government after independence, but not so in Arab Palestine. The political, if not numerical, weakness of the middle class was also evident in the late appearance and limited political impact of the modern, ideologically based parties, which had only a modest following at best. Besides leaving the Palestinians unable to protect their economic interests, the lack of state deprived them of the opportunity to develop traditions and institutions of self-rule. It had equally significant implications for the development of national identity, which could not be embodied in a single, recognized body. The Palestinian leadership was impeded in its attempt to cultivate a country nationalism or state patriotism, in contrast to its counterparts in the 9 boring Arab countries or, for that matter, to the Jewish Agency, which enjoyed parastatal authority within the Yishuv. 33 This is not to deny that opposition to British rule and the Zionist threat formed a powerful common bond. Rather it is to stress that, in the continuing absence of an overarching political structure, Palestinianism remained only one of several strands of identity that Palestinians operated varyingly as the situation required. 34 It was subsumed within a broader anti-colonial patriotism, along with clan, place of origin, religion, and Arab, or Pan-Syrian, ethnicity. The absence of a consciousness of belonging or having belonged to a lasting political entity thus removed an important component of Palestinian proto-nationalism. 35 The Congress used the terms Palestine and Palestinian to describe the land and its Arab inhabitants, for example, but equally regarded the country as the southern extension of Bilad al-Sham, or natural Syria. 36 Leading members of the old elite, most prominent of whom was older politician Musa Kazim al-Husseini, also welcomed union with other Arab provinces of the former Ottoman Empire under the leadership of King Hussein of Hijaz, while younger politician Amin al-Husseini similarly portrayed the Palestine problem as part of the wider Islamic cause. Other leading notables just as readily favored union with Transjordan, as Raghib al-Nashashivi did privately in 1937, and West Bank Congresses did publicly in 1948. 37. This is not to deny that the older politicians and subsequently, and in varying degrees, a growing number of the younger politicians too consciously sought a particularistic, Palestinian territorial framework after 1918-20. Rather, it is to suggest that their political preferences were shaped more by the actual or prospective impact on their economic wealth, social status, and political power of the specific manner in which Britain and France disposed of the former Ottoman territories, than by any attempt to preserve the notional integrity of the idea of Palestine. 38 Even the rising ideologically based parties, to which members of the modem middle class tended, oscillated between identities working class, Pan-Arab, Pan-Syrian, and Islamic within which they subsumed or explained their Palestinian patriotism. These political conceptions were, of course, neither uniform nor static. The Congress and older politicians of the old elite called frankly for Arab government in June 1, 1928, but by this they meant the exercise of autonomy by the Arab community within the political framework and territory of British Mandate Palestine. Amin al-Husseini, conversely, remained ambivalent towards particularistic, territorial Palestinian nationalism and continued to appeal to wider, pan-Arab and Islamic affiliations even after Britain offered tangible gains in the FORM of the Peel Recommendations of 1937 and the White Paper of 1939. Hardly lacking in pragmatism, he nonetheless adopted a hard-line stance in order, largely, to secure his personal leadership of the nationalist camp in the face of challenges from the middle-class radicals of the main urban-based political parties, the Mujahideen commanders in the countryside, and the ever-present Nashashivi wing. Indeed, the tendency to approach the national 10. question in terms of communal interests, and, implicitly, those of elite or class, was not to give way to a territorial definition until 1946-7, when the British announcement of the imminent end of the Mandate and the publication of the UN Partition Plan prompted both Jews and Arabs to think practically in terms of areas of control and thus to territorialize their claims. By then the power and durability of the state were therefore all to see, whether individual Palestinians preferred a localized version of it or a much broader one. It provided the conceptual and practical framework within which the neighboring Arab societies had been reconstituted since 1920-1, with considerable success. The Congress had not once demanded separate Palestinian statehood between 1919 and 1928, preferring a unitary Arab state, but the unanimity of the activists who rebuilt the national movement after 1948, concerning the need for an entity, Kiyan, and the presumed role it could play in preserving Palestinian identity, confirms the extent to which the territorial state had become a fundamental political construct. That said, since the Palestinians did not see themselves as essentially different from other Arabs in terms of culture, language, and religion, their nationalism after 1948 might indeed be defined as patriotism in search of state. 39 The problem was that the 1947-8 war had all but destroyed the social, economic, and territorial basis for potential Palestinian statehood. A new elite could not replace an old one and assert its own imprint on state building, unlike other societies in which external forces had also induced rapid and universal dislocation. 40 Not only were these social forces among the majority of Palestinians who became refugees, but they could no longer seek to establish their social control within a common political and economic framework. By the same token, the absence of a common political economy, fragmentation within disparate host contexts, and, equally importantly, the lack of a state structure, impeded the emergence of the associations of civil society, other than those based on kinship. It was this collective uprooting that set the Palestinian experience apart from virtually any other in the post-colonial era. A close comparison was arguably with Algeria, where from 1840 the French sought wholesale colonization, depriving the Muslim inhabitants of much of their land and prompting many into outward migration. 41 France was willing to allow local landowning notables some political and administrative function in order to help rule the native population, but had no intention of constructing an Algerian version of the colonial state. 42 Yet in sharp contrast to the Palestinian Arabs, the vast majority of Algerians remained within a single social, economic, and political space throughout their struggle for independence, French settler colonialism notwithstanding. The Arab Circle, Palestine in Arab politics. The development of Palestinian society, economy, and politics, and therefore of Palestinian nationalism in the Mandate period, can only be fully understood. 11. If attention is also paid to their interaction with the British authorities and the Jewish community, at all levels and not always in unidimensional conflict. However, by placing all but the small minority of Palestinians who remained in Israel under Arab rule, whether in neighboring countries or in the West Bank and Gaza, the uprooting and dispersal of 1947-9 ruptured this relational context and reordered it for the large majority. Consequently, it was the Arab environment that provided the primary context for the evolution of Palestinian politics after 1948, rather than direct confrontation with the army, administration, and population of the foreign colonial power. Israel was indisputably important as a defining focus of Palestinian nationalism, but it performed this function as a remote, impersonal target, at least until 1967, when it seized the West Bank and Gaza. Until then, its inner social workings and political processes remained unknown to most Palestinians, and to all but the intelligence services of neighboring Arab states. Besides, in Palestinian thinking after 1948 to know Israeli society and politics was not only to acknowledge the Zionist enterprise in Palestine, but also to legitimize it. 43 Much the same could be said of the attitude of most Israeli parties towards the Palestinians, but the point is that it was the encounter with Arab states and societies that exerted the most powerful influence on the world outlook of Palestinian activists. They ultimately made their own choices regarding ideological and organizational models, but the means of struggle, timing, and opportunities available to them were largely determined by developments in the wider Arab context. By the same token, the Palestinian exodus and the establishment of Israel introduced a new factor to Arab politics. This was especially true for the four confrontation states Egypt, Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon, which were still in their immediate post-independence phase of government. 44 The 1947-8 war coincided with the start of a period of severe domestic instability. 9 changes of government in Egypt followed, starting with the assassination of Prime Minister Mahmoud Nukrashi in December 1948 and ending with the Free Afak Ers coup that overthrew the monarchy in July 1952. Elected government in Syria gave way to military rule in March 1, 1949, after which the post of president changed hands 5 times by 1954. In Jordan, a plot by Colonel Abdullah al-Tal in 1948-9 was foiled, but King Abdullah was assassinated in July 1951. His grandson Hussein, who ascended to the throne in 1952 after a brief regency, preempted another purported plot in April 1957. Lebanon also suffered an attempted coup in 1949, the assassination of Prime Minister Riyad al-Sulh in July 195-1, and the forced resignation of President Bishara al-Khoury in September 1, 1952. However, these challenges arose from the struggle to define the nature of the post-independence states, rather than from events in Palestine or the desire to confront Israel. It was struggles over power, leadership, ideology, identity, and economy policy, within and among Arab states, that determined the framework for coping with the conflict. 45 Arabs felt genuine sympathy for the Palestinian refugees and deep hostility to the Zionist interlopers, reflected in riots and mob violence against Jewish communities and property in several Arab 12 capitals. Yet their governments understood that conflict with Israel involved vital state interests and could entail severe consequences. They faced daunting problems as they sought to overcome social divisions, mobilize capital, both local and foreign, for economic investment, and expand the bureaucratic and military institutions required to attain development and security. Their view, if anything, was that Israel was an aggressive state against which they needed to defend themselves. To launch or invite war with it could only increase the already heavy burden on their societies and economies. Arab policy towards the Palestine problem could not be activist, therefore, and in all cases required careful management. Crucially, this was the outlook not only of the ruling coalitions of old land-owning elites and liberal nationalists who had emerged from the colonial phase to lead the post-independence states, but also of the officers who seized power in several Arab countries in the decade after 1948. Most of the leading putschists had taken part in the Arab military effort in Palestine, yet, except in the Jordanian case, the perception that their political leaders had been largely to blame for the defeat at Israeli hands was only a contributory factor, not a principal one, in the decision to mount a coup d'état. For most officers the primary quest was for social justice and redistribution of wealth, economic and administrative reform, and the dismantling of the liberal parliamentary politics inherited from the colonial era, which they considered to be controlled by corrupt and self-serving elites. The loss of Palestine, to the extent that it shaped their political outlook, reinforced the conviction that their enormous task was to remove the allies of colonialism within their own societies. Indeed, conflict with Israel would not only distract them from that task, but might even allow the colonial powers to restore their former clients. Jamal Abd al-Nasir put this aptly by explaining that the free officers who overthrew the monarchy in 1952 did so in response to events in Egypt, not Palestine, and that Egypt would suffer a similar fate unless it resisted domination by outside forces and their local allies. 46 The military regimes of Egypt and Syria proved to be as anxious as the post-independence governments of Jordan and Lebanon to avoid war with Israel. Syrian strongman Husni al-Zaim secretly offered a peace agreement and the resettlement in his country of 300,000 Palestinian refugees during his brief tenure in 1949. For his overthrow and execution in August closed this chapter, but Adib al-Shishakli, who seized power in yet another coup in December, proved to be far less nationalist than his rhetoric suggested. His flirtation with former colonial power France and suspected ties with the US made him the target of an assassination attempt in October 1, 1950, and he later established contact with Israeli representatives following his final fall from power in 1954. 48. King Farouk of Egypt was more restrained, but his delegation to the armistice talks in Rhodes in 1949 also expressed the desire for peaceful relations with the Jewish state. 49 The free officers who overthrew him 3 years later at first curtailed the propaganda war against Israel and undertook tension reducing. 13. Measures along the armistice lines. Nasir, who assumed leadership in March 1, 1954, responded positively, if cautiously, to a secret overture from Israeli Prime Minister Moshe Sharett and authorized a continuing exchange of messages and signals into 1956.50 The president of Mandate Lebanon, Emil Ed, met Zionist leader Chaim Weizmann in 1937, and the Maronite Christian Patriarch signed a secret agreement with the Zionist leadership in 1946, although the first president of post-independence Lebanon, Bishra al-Khoury, failed to follow their lead. 51 Jordan's King Abdullah had also maintained contact with the Zionist leadership from an early stage, starting in 1922, as had his brother Faisal before him, and pursued private negotiations with Israel until his assassination in July 1, 1951. State building was the central process and core objective of Arab politics. The emergence of the Middle East as a distinct international relations subsystem in the post-independence period added new dimensions and arenas of interaction, but state building remained a primary determinant of the manner in which Arab governments interacted with each other and conducted foreign policy in general. Arab unity or federation had been moved by various parties since the onset of World War I, but when the League of Arab States was established in May 1, 1945, its founders made respect for the territorial integrity and political sovereignty of the former colonial states they had inherited a sine qua non for membership. 7 Arab countries had gained independence by the mid-1940s: the for confrontation states, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen, but their basic disinclination towards unity and concern for self-preservation were broadly shared by the other newly independent member states that joined the League in subsequent years. Jealous attachment to sovereignty stemmed from the fragile foundations of certain Arab states, and from genuine anxiety about the intentions of neighbors. Syrian refusal to recognize the complete separation of Lebanon following independence in 1943 was a case in point, reflected in a fraternal agreement that an exchange of diplomatic missions was unnecessary. King Abdullah arguably aroused the greatest contention. He had hoped to extend his dominion over Greater Syria, to include Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine, since becoming Emir of Transjordan in 1920, and considered incorporating Iraq as well following the death in 1933 of its monarch, his brother Faisal, and again in 1951. 52. Some Syrian politicians similarly supported a union between their country and Hashemite-led Iraq, among them Colonel Sami al-Hina'i, who held power in August-December 1949. 53. King Farouk saw Abdullah's ambition as a direct challenge to Egyptian regional leadership, however. He aligned himself with the dynasty of Abd al-Aziz ibn Saud, who had driven the Hashemites out of Hijaz in 1925 in the process of unifying Modem Saudi Arabia. Having taken control of Mecca, the Saudis regarded themselves as the natural spiritual leaders of the Islamic world, and opposed subsequent attempts by Abdullah and Faisal to revive and lay claim to the caliphate, which Turkish leader Kemal Ataturk had. 14. Abolished in 1924. The challenge to the borders drawn by the colonial powers was dramatically revealed upon Abdullah's assassination. Iraqi Prime Minister Nouri al-Said made a bid to bring Jordan under the Hashemite throne of Iraq. Egypt agitated for Palestinian independence, calling in effect for a League of Arab States mandate over the West Bank, while the Saudi legation in Amman advocated annexation of northern Jordan to Syria and the south to Saudi Arabia. 54 The Arab regional order that emerged in the mid-1940s was therefore characterized not by harmony and the striving for unity, but by rivalry and shifting alliances. Contrary to the argument presented in many academic analyses, however, the tendency towards balancing and bandwagoning politics and the striving of some Arab states for regional leadership were not primarily driven by ideology, self-image, and the accompanying search for legitimacy, nor driven by perceptions of power and external threats. Rather, domestic variables including political and social factors and the struggle to define and master the new states, but also the structure of their national economies and the constant quest for financial solvency have been equally important in shaping the foreign policy of many Arab states since 1945. This was reflected in the construction of alliances or adoption of stances that might be rewarded by the global powers or other Arab states with budgetary assistance, development aid, and other forms of credit. 55 On the eve of the end of the British Mandate in Palestine, such considerations tangibly affected the calculations of leaders and governments in the handful of Arab states that had already gained full, formal independence and which remained highly dependent on the political goodwill and military support of the former colonial powers, if not also on their financial subventions. That such considerations, rather than genuine commitment to the cause of Palestine or pan-Arab unity, determined Arab policy was demonstrated most effectively by the 1947-8 war, which was the first major test of the League of Arab States. Reluctance to commit major resources to the conflict and mutual distrust provoked constant disputes over diplomacy and strategy, leading to incessant behind-the-scenes maneuvering, half-hearted and poorly conceived military intervention, and, ultimately, defeat on the battlefield. Only Abdullah came away with territorial gains, partly thanks to the secret understanding he had reached with the Zionist leadership for the partition of Palestine prior to May 1, 1948. Whatever their divisions, the Arab states were equally at pains to contain the Palestinian leadership and prevent it from exercising an independent political or military option. The League set up a special military committee to oversee the war effort in Palestine, which not only formed the irregular Arab Salvation Army, Jaysh al-Inqadh al-Arabi, as a counter to the Arab Higher Committee's Army of Holy War, Jaysh al-Jihad al-Muqaddas, but, in conjunction with the Arab governments, also prevented thousands of volunteers from joining either FORCE. 56 For similar reasons, the League ignored strong pleas from Husseini in February 1948 against intervention by the regular Arab armies and 15. The appointment of Palestinian military governors for the country, and declined his request for a loan to cover the administrative expenses of the Arab Higher Committee, AHC. 57 Conflicting agendas and the desire not to relinquish the political reins to the Palestinians also led the Arab leaders to disregard proposals to set up a Palestinian state in any part of the country under their control. Husseini and the AHC had first considered setting up a shadow government in Palestine in early 1947, and made direct appeals to the League of Arab States in October and December for the establishment of a local administration, Idara Mahalliyya. Egypt, Syria, and Saudi Arabia were supportive, but unwilling to override the opposition of Jordan and Iraq. 58 Undeterred, the AHC proposed to the League of Arab States in February 1, 1948 that Palestine be declared an independent state on May 15, the day the British Mandate was scheduled to end. The AHC also envisaged the establishment of a National Assembly, and put Palestinian civil servants in the British-run administration on notice to be ready to resume their duties under a new, Arab government. 59 These proposals were unequivocally rejected by the Arab states, however. British pressure was after, as was Arab, including Egyptian, ambivalence towards Husseini. 60 Only after Arab forces had suffered severe military setbacks did the League's Council of Ministers approve the formation of a 10-man civilian administration in Palestine in July. This body was to be headed by the only AHC member still in the country, Ahmed Hilmi Abd al-Baiki, military governor of Jerusalem. The implicit Arab intention was to prevent Abdullah from annexing the territories that his forces held in central Palestine. 61 The council relented under continuing pressure from the AHC, and on September 23 the civilian administration was allowed to reconstitute itself as the All-Palestine Government, APG, based in Gaza and again headed by Abd al-Baiki. The APG convened a National Assembly of appointed delegates a week later, at which the establishment of a democratic, sovereign state over the whole of Palestine was declared. 62 This went well beyond Arab, and Egyptian, intentions, but the APG was now nominally entitled to appoint representatives to the League's Council and other bodies. During the 3 weeks of its existence in Gaza, the APG also decided to revive the Army of Holy War, the irregular forces formed by the AHC a year earlier, issued 14,000 Palestinian passports to local inhabitants, and designated an official delegation to the UN, although it had been recognized by only 5 Arab states, and not by the world body. 63 The Arab decision to approve the formation of the APG was taken in the face of Jordanian opposition, and stemmed substantially from the desire to confront Abdullah. 64 As importantly, it reflected the desire to abdicate responsibility for Palestine, and to provide some means of justifying the withdrawal of Arab armies without provoking a public outcry. 65 However, the Israeli offensive launched in the south on October 15 drove the Egyptian forces into a small pocket around Gaza, and effectively sealed the fate of the APG. Husseini, who had defied an Egyptian ban to enter Gaza on September 27, was returned less. 16. Then 2 weeks later under armed escort to Cairo, where his activities were kept under strict control. 66 Abd al-Baiki and the APG ministers soon followed him into enforced exile, and were banned from visiting Gaza subsequently. Abdullah, for his part, responded to the establishment of the APG by convening 2 carefully stage-managed congresses of West Bank notables and civil servants in October and December 1, 948, that called for unity with Jordan under his leadership. The Jordanian military administration in the West Bank was replaced by civilian rule from Amman in March 1949. Palestinians were brought into the cabinet in May, and took part in general elections for a new parliament in April 1950. On April 24 the lower and upper houses approved an act of union bringing the West Bank under Hashemite rule. 67 Abdullah's Arab rivals protested vehemently, but maintained their studious boycott of the APG, which was consistently excluded from meetings of the League Council in following years despite its repeated complaints. The International Circle, the GRE powers and the Middle East. Arab decisions had sealed the fate of Palestinian statehood in the immediate sense, but the policies of the great powers contributed to the outcome as well. Post-war Britain was economically drained, and sought to reduce its financial burden by reducing its overseas commitments. Palestine posed a special problem. British forces faced a campaign of sabotage and terror by Zionist underground groups in 1945-7, while attempts to limit the immigration of Jewish refugees from Europe were challenged by the U.S. Yet the Labour government that came to power in 1947 was determined to strengthen the transatlantic alliance in order to counter the growing Soviet threat. It was also committed to building a social welfare state at home, and so it strongly opposed proposals, such as international trusteeship, that would oblige it to maintain a costly long-term presence in Palestine. Faced with the spread of intercommunal fighting and keen to prevent a fii for all among the Arab states for possession, the British came to the firm conclusion by February 1948 that a clean partition of the country between Abdullah and the Zionist movement was the most desirable option. 8. Britain was no longer the only external party with an interest in resolving the conflict. The US had become increasingly involved in its diplomatic efforts since 1945, often to divergent purpose. In April 1, 1946, President Harry Truman publicly called for the abrogation of the British White Paper of 1939 and the lifting of existing restrictions on immigration and land acquisition to permit the further development of the Jewish national home. 69 The U.S. was dubious about the wisdom of establishing either an independent Palestinian state or independent Palestinian states, given the risk of widespread civil strife, and was particularly vague on the future of the Arab community, but eventually supported the UN Partition Plan of November 1947. 70 The escalation of violence in 17. Palestine prompted the administration to reconsider this position once more and, as the military situation of the Yishuv reached a nadir in March 1948, to revive an earlier proposal for UN trusteeship over the country. 71 The moment of US doubt was at least partly connected to the sharp rise of Cold War tensions in Europe. The USSR supported the communist seizure of power in Czechoslovakia in February, and in April took the first steps towards imposing the blockade of West Berlin. Administration officials feared that partition of Palestine would lead to widespread bloodshed, in which case the US would be compelled either to commit its scarce forces to peacekeeping or else allow the Soviets to establish a presence in the eastern Mediterranean and outflank American positions in the northern tier formed by Greece, Turkey, and Iran. 72 Britain was unwilling to enforce UN trusteeship, however, and both the Arab states and the Yishuv leadership opposed the proposal. Zionist battlefield successes decided the issue in any case, and the U.S. was the first country to offer de facto recognition of the State of Israel in mid-May. It quickly followed this up with an emergency loan of $100 million. The USSR, for its part, generally sought a balance between its commitment to the Jewish right to self-determination and its desire for friendly relations with the Arab states. Aware of the mutual hostility of the two communities in Palestine, and given its own desire to hasten British withdrawal from the region, it initially favored international trusteeship or, failing that, submission of the problem to the UN. During the UN General Assembly debate in November 1947, Special Soviet Representative Andrei Gromyko professed a preference for a binational or federated state of Jews and Arabs in Palestine, but also indicated that partition might be acceptable in the circumstance. In fact, the USSR privately feared that an Arab-dominated unitary state would be pro-British, and regarded partition as the more feasible option. It responded to the delivery of British arms to Arab client states by authorizing the shipment of nearly 10,500 infantry weapons from Czechoslovakia to the Yishuv in early 1948, and permitted the emigration of 200,000 Jews from Eastern Europe to Israel by the end of the year. 74 The USSR also opposed the entry of Arab armies into Palestine after the declaration of Israeli independence on May 15. It extended de facto recognition of the new state immediately after the US, and was the first to offer de jure recognition, on May 18. Palestinian statehood as such had not been an issue of contention among the great powers, and in any case was no longer a practical proposition by the end of 1948. The fate of the Arab refugees was treated as a humanitarian rather than political problem from that point onwards, as the international community sought ways to repatriate or resettle them. Global rivalries exerted a substantial influence on the world outlook of the Palestinians, but the fact that they were not a sovereign party deprived them of any discernible impact on great power policies in the region. It also meant that after 1948 they experienced the workings of international politics at a remove, since the primary framework within which they operated was that of the Arab states. The Cold War affected the 18 Palestinians, but only indirectly, to the extent that it constrained Arab ability to make war or peace with Israel. The start of the Cold War did not bear much at first on the perceptions and alliances of the Arab states. Egypt and Jordan were tied by treaty to Britain, which retained control of the Suez Canal and asserted various military basing and transit rights. It was also their main arms supplier, and paid the vital subvention that kept the Jordanian budget afloat. British policy therefore had considerable influence on Arab decision-making in 1948. Egypt and Jordan both sought to renegotiate their treaties in this period, but their failure to secure substantive changes on key issues provided a for strong domestic opposition. Anti-colonialism remained a potent driving force as a result, especially for the officers who seized power in Egypt in July 1952 and for their counterparts in Jordan, whose agitation led King Hussein to dismiss the British commander of the Arab Legion in March 1, 956 and to Arabize the army. Anti-colonialism meant an anti-British stance, not an anti-American one. The new military rulers of Egypt and Syria revealed an early interest in good working relations with the U.S., which initially regarded them as potential agents of modernization in their societies. Priorities clashed, however. Following the acceptance of Turkish membership in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization in 1952, the U.S. strove to build an additional regional security alliance in the wider Middle East as part of its global strategy of containment against the USSR. The failure of an attempt by Britain to form a Middle East defense organization after the start of the Korean War in 1950 did not deter the U.S. from supporting a second effort in 1954-5. This was the ill-fated Baghdad Pact, intended to include Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, Iraq, and Jordan in the first instance. Nasir, who had emerged as the central figure in Cairo and found new allies in Damascus after the final exile of Shishakli in 1954, viewed the emerging axis in both anti-colonial and inter-Arab terms, as an attempted British comeback and a bid by his Hashemite rivals for regional leadership. His role in defeating the pact put him at odds with the U.S., as did his support for the birth of Third World neutrality at the Afro-Asian Summit in Bandung in 1955. Despite these tensions, it was the conflict with Israel that played the decisive part in introducing Cold War politics to the Middle East. In May 1950, the US, Britain, and France declared their resolve to regulate the flow of arms to the region in order to stabilize the military balance and prevent the outbreak of war between the Jewish state and its Arab neighbors. Border tensions persisted, however, partly because of disputes over the status of demilitarized zones on the Egyptian-Israeli and Syrian-Israeli armistice lines, and partly because of infiltration by Palestinians, mainly unarmed civilians, which was met with Israeli reprisals of escalating force. Ironically, Israeli FEAR that the Arab states intended to launch a second round was mirrored by the Arab conviction that Israel harbored aggressive intentions. This was coupled with the knowledge that its standing army of 50,000 could be expanded by mobilization of reserves to 200,000 within 48 hours. This prompted the Arab states generally to 19. Avoid deliberate provocation, whereas Israel strove to enhance the credibility of its deterrence through an activist border policy. The problem was that the distinctions between deterrence, preemption, and territorial expansion were easily blurred, as shown by secret Israeli proposals for the preemptive occupation of the West Bank and Sinai following the assassination of King Abdullah in 1951. 75. The mutual sense of insecurity between Israel and its Arab neighbors led each side to seek to redress what it saw as an unfavorable military imbalance. In 1954, France contracted secretly to supply Israel with modern combat aircraft, tanks, and artillery, which started to arrive in early 1955. 76. News of this coincided with a particularly severe Israeli raid on Egyptian troops in Gaza in February, and prompted Nasir to negotiate a major deal for Soviet arms, via Czechoslovakia, that was announced in September. The U.S. decision to retract an offer of major economic aid in July 1956 was followed in quick order by Nasir's nationalization of the Suez Canal and, at the end of October, by the invasion of Egypt by Britain, France, and Israel. The U.S. condemned their action and forced a withdrawal through diplomatic and economic means, but it was the USSR that appeared as the foremost champion of the Arab cause by threatening the invaders with retaliatory missile strikes. The arms deals of 1954-5 ended the supplier restraints imposed by the tripartite declaration several years earlier. France emerged after 1956 as the main source of weapons for Israel, which also received second-hand U.S. equipment from West Germany and British surpluses, while Egypt and Syria were the recipients of a growing volume of Soviet military assistance. War, or at least the preparation for it, was the dynamic through which superpower rivalry extended conclusively into the Middle East. The turning point was marked by the enunciation in January 1957 of the Eisenhower Doctrine that pledged U.S. assistance to friendly states in the region threatened by communist subversion. This was implicitly directed at Nasser and his own era allies, and reinforced the tendency among Arab states to engage in balancing politics, this time in tandem with superpower allies. The superimposition of Cold War bipolarity on regional politics led naturally to the start of the parallel Arab-Cold War. The escalatory effect of the conflict with Israel and superpower rivalry was undeniable, but the extent and persistence of the Arab military build-up throughout this period also reflected the driving force of state building. The post-colonial governments had inherited small armies at independence, and expansion was a logical step, especially after the experience of 1948, but it was also part and parcel of a wider process of social mobility. The rapid spread of modern education was propelling previously marginalized sectors of the population, especially from rural areas, into national armies and, more to the point, into military academies from which a new generation of socially minded and highly politicized officers emerged. In Syria and Egypt, the legacy of the wartime economic policies of the colonial powers and the subsequent struggle of 20. The new military-based regimes after 1949 and 1952 to establish their social control accelerated the massive growth of the state sector in general, not only the armed forces. Much the same occurred in Lebanon, especially during the presidency of former Army Commander Fuad Shihab in 1958-64, and also in Jordan, where army strength more than doubled between 1948 and 1956, and then more than doubled again in the next decade, in an effort both to contain Palestinian nationalist identification and to incorporate the monarchy's Transjordanian constituency. That this was a secular trend among the confrontation states, related to the conflict with Israel but largely independent of it too, was confirmed by the nationalization of heavy industry, finance, and trade in Egypt and Syria in the 1960s. The promulgation of Nasser's socialist decrees in 1961, followed by the sharp leftward turn of the Syrian neo-Ba'ath government in 1966, were linked to the rise of the authoritarian state. Jordan shared many similar features, including extensive state involvement in economic management, tight political control, and the construction of ubiquitous internal security services. Only Lebanon differed significantly, adopting a strikingly liberal laissez-faire system and trying to balance the pro-Western leanings of the dominant Maronite Christians with the pro-Nasser or Arabist sympathies of the Muslims, although it also witnessed rapid growth of public services and government monopolies, utilities, ports, tobacco, and the like. With that exception, the centralization of political and economic control was often justified in terms of the requirements of the conflict with Israel, but was essentially driven from within. The pattern was nonetheless reinforced by the Cold War, as the superpowers were willing to offer substantial material assistance to their clients in the region. At the same time, their involvement placed effective constraints on the ability of local states to wage war, while the assurance of external support tended to act as a strategic disincentive to make peace. Charting a course. The question facing the activists who rebuilt the Palestinian national movement after 1948 was how to chart a course amidst the three circles in which they operated. At the broadest level, historical opportunities were determined by the current state of US-Soviet relations. It was hardly accidental that both the start of the post-mandate phase of the Palestine conflict and its end were coterminous with the Cold War. Yet the fact that all power relations were enacted or mediated through the Arab Circle made it the central one, and made Palestinian-Arab interaction the most important of all relationships. The Arab context in particular revealed the extent to which external factors influenced Palestinian political, ideological, and organizational choices and channeled the national struggle. At the same time, it was the complexity of Arab domestic and regional politics, resulting in multiple actor interventions and shifting alliances. 21. That provided Palestinian nationalist patriotism with the critical openings it needed to acquire its distinct character. Palestinianism, as it might usefully be dubbed, was perhaps a natural political response to the circumstances of British rule and the outcome of the 1947-8 war, but even then it was not a pure, pre-existing phenomenon only waiting to be awakened. 77 Rather, it was the product of dynamic interaction with a changing environment. Interaction and influence are two-way processes, however. Internalization of the Palestinian factor after 1948 added to the complexity of Arab domestic and regional politics, and bound Arab and Palestinian affairs together in an inextricable, often violent, manner. Yet its impact needs to be qualified. It was weaker in Arab countries further away from the front line with Israel, whatever the emotional, ideological, or religious appeal of Palestine. Even among the confrontation states, the impact on government and society varied according to the strength of state capabilities, proportion of Palestinian communities to host populations, and degree of integration or marginality of Palestinians in local political and economic life. 78 The impact of the Palestine problem also declined as Arab state-building progressed, remaining strongest where it could be harnessed to existing social fissures but weakest where construction of authoritarian rule had developed. Farthest. By these indicators Egypt was the most immune, followed, in descending order, by Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon. The crucial lesson is that the modem Arab states demonstrated remarkable resilience, proving able to deviate from standard policy on the conflict with Israel, confront Palestinian nationalism when it threatened their vital interests, and, ultimately, survive the domestic and regional repercussions of such stands. The special Palestinian-Arab relationship had three, interrelated consequences. One was that Arab state-building and the parallel construction of separate country nationalisms, as opposed to Pan-Arabism, benefited from the demarcation of a distinct Palestinian national character and autonomous corporate identity. This was least true of Jordan, which sought actively to subsume Palestinianism and to recast its Palestinian subjects as Jordanian citizens, but even then the appearance of a body representing Palestinians elsewhere was not wholly inimical to the kingdom's interests. The result was a curious paradox. The absence of a credible institutional actor after 1948 meant that it was the Arab states that set the Palestinian agenda, invariably according to their own interests, perceptions, and priorities. Yet Arab support for the establishment of the PLO in 1964 and recognition of its status as sole legitimate representative of the Palestinians in 1997 effectively implied abdication of practical responsibility for the attainment of its national objectives. The irony was that the further the Palestinians ventured on the same path of political development as the Arab colonial and post-independence states before them, the lesser were Arab reasons to make war on Israel. A second consequence of the relationship was to demolish the myth that the Arab states could not make peace with Israel, and certainly not without the 22 Palestinians. Arab state-building and superpower intervention in Middle East politics required management, if not resolution, of the conflict with Israel. This meant that an all-out Arab effort for the destruction of Israel was unlikely, to say the least, and raised basic questions about the viability of Palestinian calls for the total liberation of Palestine. It imposed severe constraints on the conduct of the Palestinian national struggle, therefore, and limited the range of options for political development. More generally, it was Arab decisions on war and peace that determined the timing and scope of opportunities for the Palestinians to put their strategies into practice. In this sense their definition of national goals also followed suit, as ambition had to be tailored to external constraints and intrinsic limitations. This was especially true if the Palestinians were to develop a statist option, since it required a territorial base of sorts and recognition of juridical status by the Arab states, global powers, and, in varying degrees, other members of the international community. Indeed, the third consequence of the special relationship with the Arabs was that the search for state for met the inescapable framework for Palestinian political development after 1948. This is not to suggest that the PLO ever met a state as such, but to stress that it came to occupy a broadly similar position in relation to its constituents, albeit with a number of serious qualifications and limitations. States are not single things, but, rather, a bundle of structures, institutions, arenas, practices, and claims, and in that sense, at least, the PLO came to provide the main locus for Palestinian political processes. 79 This may only be evident with hindsight, but it can be argued that the main historic fault line within the Palestinian national movement ran along the division between the state builders, personified by Arafat, who seized upon every opportunity to transform PLO politics and organization into parastatal FORM, and those, best represented by George Habash and his comrades, who understood this transformation to mean abandonment of immutable historic rights. A natural parallel was for Palestinian nationalism to follow two main political paths, one of openness or compromise, characterized by eclecticism but nonetheless legitimizing its pragmatism by referring to tradition, and one of denial, turned towards the past and inwards, yet combining a purist utopianism with conscious assimilation of modern Western models. 80 The duality was reflected in ideology, organization, and tactics, yet ultimately the statist option was the only one operable in the Arab environment. Like virtually all political groups and ideological currents in Arab societies since 1920, Palestinian opponents of the statist ambition, or of its implicit readiness for historic compromise, also came, albeit reluctantly, to conduct their politics primarily within the common political arena and institutional framework provided by the PLO. Its statist structures thereby influenced the politics of all Palestinian social forces, as well as the organization and tactics through which various groups sought to influence national policy processes. 81 Adoption of the statist model was not a simple or clear-cut choice between 23 alternatives, however, nor necessarily a conscious one. At one level it built on established patterns and obvious models, but at another it evolved incrementally from the encounter with a complex and often hostile environment. Success in the construction of parastatal institutions and the assertion of a specifically Palestinian national agenda was hardly inevitable, and could only come about through a conflictual process. This was especially so because the ultimate goal was to wrest all or part of Palestine from Israeli control, putting the Palestinians additionally at odds first with the Arab states over issues of war and peace, and second with the superpowers and most of the international community over their commitment to the survival of the Jewish state. The Palestinians had the motive, and seized what opportunities arose out of external events, but still needed to mobilize the human, material, and other political resources required in order both to exercise significant autonomy in the face of other centers of state power and to liberate territory. 82 Armed struggle provided the necessary mobilizing theme for the Palestinians, and their instrument of liberation. Because it affected the functioning, and at times existence, of the Arab confrontation states, it provided a litmus test of the degree to which their governments had consolidated social control. By the same token, the armed struggle revealed the interplay of domestic, regional, and Cold War politics in the Arab-Israeli arena. In all cases, it was the defining dynamic that drove the reconstruction and reorganization of Palestinian and national politics, and that allowed the search for state to proceed. The process unfolded in distinct phases, marked in each case by wars that either closed opportunities or opened them, but always setting the context, contours, and ceiling of the Palestinian national struggle. PARTI The Palestine War of 1948 coincided with the initial phases of three historic processes affecting the entire Middle East in the aftermath of World War II, the formation or consolidation of independent national states, the emergence of a distinct Arab state system, and the replacement of colonial domination with US-Soviet rivalry. As these processes evolved, they increasingly interacted with one another, and it was this multidimensional dynamic that determined the decisions taken by the parties to the Arab-Israeli conflict regarding war and peace. It also set a changing context for Palestinian politics, in which primary identifications, ideological attachments, and organizational structures underwent a parallel transition as Arab host states strove for their own national definition, conducted their regional rivalries, and restructured relations with external powers. Israel was meanwhile intent on absorbing up to 1 million new Jewish immigrants, many of them from Arab countries, and on preparing to confront the second round of war that it expected the Arab states eventually to launch. Diplomatic efforts by outside parties to help resolution of the Arab-Israeli conflict, return of Palestinian refugees to their former homes, and sharing of common water resources in the early 1950s had little chance of success in this fluid situation. The failure of the mission by U.S. Special Presidential Envoy Robert Anderson in 1955-6 marked the end of such efforts for the next decade. On the Arab side, the pace was set by Egypt, where the Free Officers seized power in July 1952. Wishing to destroy the political power of the old landowning elite and to defuse peasant unrest, lest Britain take instability as a pretext to intervene anew, the new government launched a major agrarian reform program. The new Revolutionary Command Council, RCC, contained an eclectic mix of Marxists and Muslim fundamentalists, partisans of existing civilian parties and advocates of military rule, socialists and free traders, admirers of the West and violent anti-imperialists, and had no common denominator in economic policy. 1 An enthusiasm for major public works and Egyptianization of personnel in foreign-owned enterprises was matched by support for private capital and industry and liberalization of domestic and foreign investment laws. The RCC's main concern was political, and in 1953 it abolished the monarchy, banned all parties, disbanded parliament, and suspended the constitution in order to prevent organized opposition. Instead, it created the Liberation Rally as its own political vehicle. This process was driven by Nasser, who replaced 26. Muhammad Najib as head of the RCC in 1954 and, in 1956, oversaw the promulgation of a new constitution, dissolution of the RCC, and his own election as president. In its early years, the RCC backed away from nationalist stances in foreign policy, largely at Nasser's urging. It toned down anti-Israeli rhetoric in official media, initially, at least, relinquished sovereignty over Sudan, and negotiated an agreement with Britain in October 1, 1954 for the evacuation of its military bases in the Suez Canal zone. The Muslim Brotherhood, which had previously preferred Najib, objected to the terms of the agreement and made itself an enemy of the state by attempting to assassinate Nasser. Yet his foreign policy remained both defensive and pragmatic. He attended the Bandung Conference in April 1, 1955 in support of Third World neutrality in the global East-West rivalry, but also laid the basis for military ties with the USSR, through China's Zhou Enlai, while seeking U.S. economic and military assistance, successfully in the FOR instance. Egyptian forces in Gaza were already the target of severe Israeli reprisal raids, and in January it had transpired that France had commenced delivery of Modem tanks, artillery, and combat aircraft to Israel. U.S. unwillingness to provide arms prompted Egypt to start secret talks with Czechoslovakia in May for the supply of Soviet-built weapons. The agreement reached in September provided for 530 armored vehicles, 500 artillery weapons, 200 aircraft, and a range of combat vessels. In the following months, Nasser campaigned against the British-sponsored Baghdad Pact, which he saw as a bid both by Britain to regain its colonial empire and by Iraqi Prime Minister Nouri al-Said to assert Hashemite regional leadership. In February 1, 956, Nasir reached an agreement with the World Bank that gave it considerable say in Egyptian economic management, but this did not sway U.S. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, who was notably insensitive to Egyptian concerns. Nasir's opposition to the Baghdad Pact and his recognition of the People's Republic of China in May turned Dulles firmly against him. 3 In mid-July, the U.S. abruptly withdrew an offer of aid to finance the construction of the Aswan Dam, to which Nasir responded a week later by nationalizing the Suez Canal. This was a direct affront to Britain, as the 99-year lease on the canal was not due to end until 1968. In the next period it planned secretly with France, angered by Egyptian backing for the Algerian Mujahideen, to topple Nasir. The two former colonial powers were later joined by Israel, which wished to destroy Egyptian military capability, in a tripartite invasion of the Canal Zone and Sinai at the end of October. The military campaign was successful, but the Allies were compelled to cease operations by November 7, especially after the U.S. brought severe financial pressure to bear on Britain, at which time the USSR increased the pressure with its own ultimatum to the aggressors. The British and French withdrawal was complete by December 22, and that of Israel on March 7, 1957, a UNFORCE now deployed along the armistice lines to keep the peace. The Suez War marked the end of British and French Empire in the Middle 27 East, and made US-Soviet rivalry a central part of regional politics. The Soviet invasion of Hungary had taken place in parallel to the invasion of Egypt, and contributed to the formulation of the Eisenhower Doctrine that was issued on January 5, 1957. Written into law by Congress on March 9, it committed the U.S. to combat Soviet influence in the region and provide military and financial assistance to local states threatened by communism. When the U.S. reneged on a recent offer to provide arms and emergency food, fuel, and medicine to Egypt, the USSR promptly airlifted the most urgently needed items and shipped 600,000 tons of wheat. The attitude of external powers had a direct impact on economic policy in Egypt, where the state was left holding considerable assets following the settlement of the Suez Canal dispute and other compensations with Britain and France. The failure of earlier attempts to attract foreign capital for industrial investment led in January 1957 to the Egyptianization of the capital of foreign-owned banks, insurance companies, and commercial agencies, followed by the creation of an economic organization to supervise the growing number of public and mixed enterprises and of a national planning apparatus. In 1958 the state took active steps to promote industry, and at the end of the year borrowed its first major economic loan from the USSR, worth $1.26 million. Development targets were overambitious, however, and in July 1, 1961 Nasir ordered sweeping nationalization of finance, industry, and commerce in an effort to concentrate capital and consolidate his political control. The connection between Cold War, regional, and domestic politics was equally evident in Jordan and Syria. This was demonstrated in the former case when King Hussein, who had ascended to the throne in 1953, was persuaded to join the Baghdad Pact in December 1, 1955. The opposition parties, backed by Egyptian agents and Cairo radio, instigated mass protests in Amman and other towns and forced withdrawal from the pact. The continued presence of British troops in the kingdom and of British commanders in the Arab Legion now became intolerable. In March 1956 the king dismissed Legion commander John Glubb and ordered the Arabization over the next few months of what was now renamed the Jordanian Arab Army. Elections on October 21 brought a left-leaning government to power headed by Nationalist Socialist Party leader Suleiman al-Nabulsi, and 4 days later the king joined Syria in placing his armed forces under Egyptian command. Jordan saw no action during the tripartite invasion of Egypt, but in the aftermath the Nabulsi government negotiated an end to the Anglo-Jordanian Treaty of 1946, and with it the annual British subsidy that had kept the state solvent since the creation of the emirate in 1921. It also initiated an effort to secure Arab financial assistance with the aim of permanently ending Jordanian dependence on Western subventions and taking the kingdom decisively out of the Western orbit. However, the publication of the Eisenhower Doctrine of Fe read King Hussein an opportunity to reassert his authority and also to replace the annual British subsidy, which was about to cease. The pro-Nasir Army. 28. Commander, Ali Abu Nawar, sought to preempt the alliance with the US by mounting a coup in April, but the king foiled this and in the following weeks purged the army, forced the resignation of hostile members of government and parliament, and banned all political parties and labor unions. The US emphasized the Cold War dimension by ordering the Sixth Fleet to the Eastern Mediterranean, and in Jordan the new government issued a new law to combat communism. Egyptian and Syrian intelligence, conversely, sponsored sporadic sabotage attacks by opposition parties over the next 2 years, culminating in the assassination of Prime Minister Hazza al-Majali in 1959. The same set of factors had affected Syria, but with different results. There, the fall of the Shishakli dictatorship in 1954 was followed by multi-party elections that brought a number of pan-Arabist and leftist candidates into parliament. In February 1, 1955 a new, neutralist government declared against the Baghdad Pact, and later moved closer still to Nasir by placing its forces under Egyptian command in October 1, 1956. Senior army officers such as military intelligence chief Abd al-Hamid al-Sarraj had already initiated cooperation with their Egyptian counterparts 2 years earlier, but the alliance deepened in the wake of the Suez War following the discovery of a U.S. attempt, backed by Britain and Iraq, to organize a coup d'état. This was prompted in part by the belief that Syria was moving into the Soviet orbit, but Western pressure was in fact largely responsible for the Syrian tum to the USSR for assistance in July 1, 1957. The purchase of second-hand tanks from Czechoslovakia in 1954 had not led to wider relations. Offers of US and World Bank assistance came with political conditions. The US moreover prepared new coup schemes in collusion with Britain and Turkey during the summer, whereas the USSR agreed to help in industrial development, oil exploration, construction of agricultural dams, and extension of a modem transport system. From this point onwards international, regional, and domestic politics came together to an unprecedented degree for Syria, as indeed for other Arab states. The central actor was the Ba'ath Party, founded by Damascene school teachers Michel Aflaq and Salah al-Din Ibidar in September 1, 1940, that had only gained considerable strength and a clear social program by joining forces with Akram Hurani's larger Arab Socialist Party in November 1952. However, by 1957 the Ba'ath faced growing competition from the Communists, who benefited from the favorable impact of Soviet assistance on public opinion to expand their ranks and, crucially, to win the sympathy of Defense Minister Khalid al-Azam and the powerful group of neutralist officers in the army who included Deputy Chief of Staff Amin al-Nafuri and Operations Chief Ahmed Abd al-Karim, besides confirmed Communist supporter Chief of Staff Afif al-Bizri. 6 In the emotionally charged and strongly pro-Nasir atmosphere of late 1956 and 1957, the Ba'ath perceived deliverance to lie in closer relations with Egypt. It commenced negotiations for a union with Egypt, striving for a loose federation that would leave it in control in Syria. Seeking to outflank the Ba'ath, the pro-communist officers instead proposed an immediate merger. This Nasir 29 accepted on February 1, 1958, and a majority of Syrians approved the union in a plebiscite 20 days later. Under the new constitution the two armies were combined under Egyptian command, all political parties were dissolved, and parliament was replaced by the Egyptian-sponsored National Union, which was conceived as a grassroots organization in which the entire adult population were automatic members. The formation of the United Arab Republic, UAR, had an electrifying effect throughout the region. It polarized politics in Lebanon, where opposition parties took up arms in May to defeat an attempt by President Camille Chamoun to overturn the constitutional ban on standing for a second consecutive term in office. Egyptian and Syrian military intelligence actively assisted the rebels with training and arms, and later dispatched Palestinian reconnaissance units to their aid. Chamoun and his foreign minister Charles Malik, who had both immediately supported the Eisenhower Doctrine in early 1957, now tried to portray theirs as a struggle between pro-Western Lebanon and radical Arab nationalism allied with international communism. 7 Jordan and Iraq had announced a rival Hashemite union AFEW days after the declaration of the UAR, but the overthrow of the monarchy in Baghdad on July 14 altered the regional landscape once more. Seeing a communist threat, the U.S. landed Marines in Beirut and flew fuel and other emergency supplies through Israeli airspace to Jordan, which was subjected to a land blockade by Syria, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia, the latter pursuing its own long-standing FEUD with the Hashemite throne. British paratroops also arrived in Amman. Regional and superpower rivalries had coincided, and the Arab Cold War had well and truly started. However, the next stage pitted Egypt against Iraq and, for divergent if connected reasons, against the USSR and its Syrian partners. Much had to do with the uneasy relationship between Nasser and the Syrian-based Ba'ath. Seeking a counterweight to his power, it urged the party's Iraqi branch to press the new government to join the UAR. They had the support of Deputy Prime Minister and Assistant Commander-in-Chief Abd al-Salam Arif, who admired Nasser and may have seen a chance to advance his own position, but his dismissal in September heralded systematic repression of the Ba'ath and other Arab nationalists in Iraq in the following months. One reason for Iraqi opposition to joining the UAR was the FEAR-FELT by many of the country's Shiite Muslims, Kurds, and members of smaller ethnic groups of Sunni domination. This was reflected in the unease of the Iraqi Communist Party, in which Shiites and Kurds were heavily represented, and that viewed the pro-Nasser camp with suspicion. It aligned itself with President and Commander-in-Chief Abd al-Karim al-Qasim, the principal figure among the free officers who had carried out the original coup, and who now opted not to join the UAR. This prompted a ruthless purge of communist and leftist officers in the Syrian armed forces at Egyptian behest, as well as the incarceration in Egypt of the handful of local communists. The rift became absolute in March 1959, when Egyptian and Syrian military intelligence supported an abortive mutiny. 30. By nationalist officers in the northern Iraqi city of Mosul. In 1961 Egypt also upheld Kuwaiti independence against Iraqi threats to annex the emirate. The anti-communist and anti-Qasim campaigns severely strained Egyptian relations with the USSR, yet this did not strengthen the partnership between Nasser and the Ba'ath leadership. The latter was dismayed by the rise of Ṣāyigh, the pro-Nasser Minister of Interior in the Syrian Provincial Council, and by its inability to dominate the Syrian branch of the National Union. Partly because of its own indecision, only 250 Ba'athists were returned in the elections for the local committees of the Union in July 1, 1959, out of a total of 9,445 seats. 8 The rift resulted in the expulsion of pro-Nasser representatives from the party's Jordanian branch by a conference that was secretly held in Lebanon in August, and senior Ba'athist government officials resigned when Nasser dismissed one of their cabinet ministers a month later. Ṣāyigh, who replaced the Ba'athist Hurani as chairman of the Provincial Council under the overall supervision of Egyptian Viceroy Abd al-Muhsin Abu al-Nur, aggravated tensions with heavy-handed police tactics. The appointment of Egyptian Deputy Commander-in-Chief Abd al-Hakim Amir as Nasser's special deputy in Syria only deepened local discontent. The imposition of currency controls and sweeping nationalizations unilaterally decreed by Nasser in 1961 further alienated the Syrian bourgeoisie, which had already been affected by the extension of Egypt's land reform laws in 1958. On September 28, 1961 a group of officers led by Abd al-Karim al-Nala'i took power in Damascus and took Syria out of the UAR. Parliament was restored and quickly repealed most of the recent nationalization laws. Nasser blamed the Syrian secession on a conspiracy by businessmen and corrupt officers, backed by Western powers and their reactionary Arab allies. To prevent a similar alliance in Egypt, he sequestered the property of potential class enemies and tightened the land reforms once more, having already lowered the ceiling on municipal ownership in July 1961. In the following year Nasir also replaced the National Union with the Arab Socialist Union, ASU, the purpose of which was to incorporate the National Alliance of Working Forces consisting of workers, peasants, intellectuals, national capitalists, and soldiers. 9 His parallel attempt to contain the power of his colleague and close friend Commander-in-Chief Amir failed, and so the ASU provided a civilian constituency to balance Amir's extensive clientele in the armed forces. It was also at this moment that Nasir greatly expanded the ubiquitous internal security agencies he had rapidly set up after 1952, increasing their powers and allowing them to develop into new bureaucratic fiefdoms. Externally, the Syrian secession made it impossible for Egypt to proceed with the creation of the Unified Arab Command decreed at its urging by the Ministerial Council of the League of Arab States in June 1961, and so impeded its attempts to counter the Israeli ballistic missile and nuclear programs that had been revealed in late 1960.10. It also led Nasir to break off diplomatic ties with Jordan and Turkey, which had recognized the new Syrian government. 31. With suspicious haste. Yet he had also come to the conclusion that the Arab world was Egypt's natural sphere of influence and principal foreign policy arena, and that regional leadership was its destiny. Pursuing this logic, he dispatched Egyptian troops to support the Republican officers who overthrew the archaic imamate in Yemen in September 1, 962, embroiling his country in a debilitating war by proxy with Saudi Arabia and Jordan. The hard-pressed Egyptian economy could not take the strain, and Nasir made a bid for inter-Arab reconciliation by inviting the other heads of state to meet in Cairo in mid-January 1964, ostensibly to discuss ways of countering Israeli plans to divert the Jordan River headwaters. In doing so he launched summit conferences as a new instrument of inter-Arab diplomacy, and the first such meeting resolved to divert the Syrian, Jordanian, and Lebanese tributaries from Israel and to establish a joint defense command headed by Egyptian generals Ali Amir and Abd al-Mun'im Riyad. The summit conference also provided an opportunity for the reassertion of Palestinian nationalism in a public, institutionalized forum. Palestinian political activism in the first decade after 1948 had either been channeled through existing political parties in Arab host states and their extensions in the West Bank and Gaza, or else took the form of localized and short-lived groups of infiltrators and students. The Arab Nationalists Movement, ANM, one of the two main currents that were to dominate the later Palestinian national movement, was founded in 1951 but upheld pan-Arab unity and considered setting up a separate Palestine committee only in 1959. Its main rival to be Fatah and lesser groups such as the Palestinian Liberation Front also came into being around this time. A reason for the timing was the admission by the immensely popular Nasir in March that he did not possess a plan to liberate Palestine. Iraqi President Qasim was quick to deride his rival, and strove to embarrass him further in June by proposing the formation of a Palestinian Republic and a liberation army in the West Bank and Gaza. Both sides used the Palestinian card to outbid each other for the next 2 years, during which Nasir authorized the expansion of Palestinian border guard units in Gaza and the formation of a Palestinian National Union, which also conducted elections for a legislative assembly. Qasim responded by forming a Palestinian Liberation Regiment, while in Syria the Ba'ath Party set up a Palestinian wing to contain similar nationalist pressure. The breakup of the UAR in 1961 marked a turning point. The defeat of Hope's for Arab unity, which was seen by Palestinians as a necessary precursor to the destruction of Israel and liberation of Palestine, and frequently stipulated by Nasir as such, drove a renewed search for autonomous nationalist organizations in the next 2 years. It was against this background that the First Arab Summit Conference convened in January 1, 1964, and that the Palestine Liberation Organization was established in May. At the beginning of 1965 Fatah commenced military operations against Israel, but the ANM did not follow its lead until late in 1966. The difference in timing was significant. Fatah was keen to 32. Take the lead and assert its own brand of Palestinian nationalism, and FOUND an ally in the Syrian government, which still sought to discomfit Nasir by threatening to trigger an unwanted and premature war with Israel. The ANM, conversely, was staunchly loyal to Nasir, and subscribed to his view that war with Israel should be delayed until Egyptian and Arab military capabilities were sufficiently developed. Palestinian raids against Israel barely reached the level of nuisance value militarily, but they appeared to signal hostile Arab intent and contributed appreciably to the rise of regional tensions in the next 2 years. The issue was decided by the revival of the Arab Cold War in 1966. As in 1958, Egypt moved into alliance with Syria, ending the rift that had deepened in July 1963, when Ba'athist officers roundly defeated a coup attempt by pro-Nasir officers and political parties, among them the local branch of the ANM. The ouster of Syrian President Amin al-Hafiz amidst battles that left hundreds dead in February 1, 1966 was followed by a radicalization of policy on all levels, as the new government nationalized much of the economy, espoused Maoist doctrine of people's war against Israel, and advocated an alliance with the USSR and other socialist countries. 11 A civilian president and government were installed, but real power was held tightly by a cabal of officers. However, the latter were deeply divided along sectarian and factional lines. Over the next year the powerful Ala'i Muslim Corps headed by Defense Minister Hafiz al-Assad and Assistant Secretary General and former Chief of Staff Salah Jadid, themselves silent rivals, purged followers of the Ala'i Muhammad Umran and Sunni officers from the southern Syrian region of Hiran, and then launched a campaign against Druze officers loyal to Salim Haytham, who planned a coup in September. It was also in this period that the roots of the enduring feud with Iraq were laid, the dispute between the Syrian-based National Command of the Ba'ath Party and the regional command of its Iraqi branch over accession to the UAR in 1963 rankled, and in 1966 the Syrian Regional Command retaliated for the shelter offered in Baghdad to party leader Hafiz, Aflaq, and other members of the deposed National Command by briefly blocking the export of Iraqi oil through Syria to the Mediterranean. The power struggle in Syria was reflected in heightened tensions with Israel, which was subjected to further guerrilla raids in the latter part of 1966. It was at this point that Nasir authorized action by the Palestinian branch of the ANM, although he also concluded a mutual defense pact with Syria partly in order to restrain it. His conversion was the result of a conjunction of factors earlier in the year. One was the sharp deterioration of relations with Saudi Arabia and Jordan, after 2 years of relative relaxation. Nasir perceived the call by Saudi King Faisal in January 1, 1966 for an Islamic conference, backed by King Hussein, and the Jordanian decision to purchase U.S. weapons were perceived as inimical to Egyptian regional leadership. The overthrow of Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana and Ahmed Sukarno in Indonesia in 1965-6 also suggested to Nasir that the alliance of pro-Western Arab states indicated a US-backed campaign to 33. Depose him. He retaliated with a renewed campaign against the outlawed Muslim Brotherhood in which 18000-27,000 were incarcerated for varying lengths of time. Acrimonious propaganda exchanges with Saudi Arabia and Jordan resumed, and in July Nasir announced the end of summit diplomacy. The conversion of Soviet President Khrushchev to an activist third-world policy in the early 1960s offered an alternative, especially as Soviet interest in building up a naval presence in the Mediterranean encouraged even closer relations with Egypt. The U.S. had ceased wheat deliveries since 1965 and stepped up CIA activity in Egypt in 1966, at a time when the Yemen conflict continued to drain an economy facing a total debt estimated at $4 billion and fueled social discontent. 12 Beset by economic contraction, Inkamash, Nasir abandoned positive neutralism and aligned Egypt with the USSR, now headed by Brezhnev, offering naval facilities and severing relations with West Germany, thereby losing $290 million in credits in the process. Israel, conversely, had enjoyed a period of social and economic consolidation since 1956, during which time it established diplomatic ties not only with the US, Western Europe, and Latin America, but also with many Asian and African states. By 1966 Nasir was convinced that Israel had attained a nuclear weapons capability, but apparently hoped that the return of troops from Yemen would provide the means to take preemptive military action before it was too late to shift the strategic balance. These conflicting pressures and pulls moreover unfolded amidst the intensification of the rivalry with Commander-in-Chief Amir, and set Nasir on the escalatory course that was ultimately to lead to war with Israel in June 1967. 1. Why pales nationalism? The social, economic, and political context after 1948. The 1947-8 war left Palestinian society leaderless and disorganized. Its principal political institutions during the British Mandate had been closely identified with key members of the old elite, and suffered their fate. Few of the political parties that had come into being after World War I survived the revolt of 1936-9, and those that attempted a revival in the mid-1940s were paralyzed by the persistent personal and factional rivalries of their leaders, most of whom were still in exile. The same was true of the Al-Nayada and Al-Futuwa paramilitary youth organizations, founded in 1945, the National Committees, Al-Lajan al-Qawmiyya, originally established in 1936 and revived in 1947, and the Army of Holy War, secretly founded in 1933 and relaunched at the end of 1947. All had disappeared by 1949, along with the economic basis of the social status and political power of the land-owning notables of the old elite, except in the West Bank. The banishment of Haj Amin al-Husseini and the members of the Arab Higher Committee and of Ahmed Hilmi Abd al-Baiki and the other ministers of the All-Palestine government from the remaining territories of Palestine confirmed the eclipse of the old elite and effectively eliminated the last national bodies of any consequence. Yet a new elite could not emerge to assume political leadership following the destruction of its predecessor. Besides the loss of territory, dispersal of population, the fracture of the modern middle class during the British Mandate and the absence of dynamically autonomous bureaucrats and officers nurtured within the agencies of the colonial state meant that there was no obvious candidate for the role. 1 Al-Nakba had fragmented all social strata even further, breaking each down into geographically separate components and introducing an additional distinction between the incoming refugees and the established residents of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. The precipitate flight of the middle class had moreover discredited it, weakening any claim to leadership. As importantly, the ambivalence, if not outright opposition, of the Arab governments towards Palestinian statehood deprived any potential elite of the territorial and institutional basis for the exercise of social control. The failure of the attempt by Muhammad Nimr al-Hawari and other middle-class colleagues such as lawyers 36. Yahya Hamouda and Yazīd Ṣāyigh to win a role for an independent Palestinian refugee delegation at the Rhodes Armistice talks in February 1, 1949 was an early demonstration of this inherent weakness. They persevered in the effort to obtain formal recognition of the General Refugee Congress, and affiliated area committees, as a negotiating interlocutor and political representative, but made little headway with any of the concerned parties and were gradually marginalized by Jordan, where those bodies were based. 2. The impact that war is seen in political and historical sociology writings to have on state and social formation operated differently in the Palestinian case, therefore. Specifically, neither did a native colonial state exist up to 1948 nor did an autonomous Palestinian state emerge afterwards that could exert a direct influence, through its policy decisions and institutional mechanisms, on the shaping of local society. Nor, for that matter, was there a state to be counter-penetrated and contested by Palestinian society. Instead, the fragmented segments of Palestinian society after 1948 tended to preserve their pre-existing patterns of social solidarity and cultural expression, while at the same time evolving in response to the dominant political, legal, and administrative framework in which each found itself. The difference between Palestinian society and neighboring Arab societies was not the degree to which any of them were fractured, therefore, but whether or not fragmentation and its various consequences were contained within the framework of the state. The Palestinians evolved varying strategies of survival in adaptation to their disparate circumstances. The determining factors were, in addition to the political and administrative controls imposed by the governments under whose authority the Palestinians came after 1948, their sources of economic livelihood and the nature of social interaction with surrounding populations, whether fellow Palestinian or Arab. In making these adaptations, moreover, Palestinians stressed the most appropriate strands of their identity: kinship, locality, religion, or Arab ethnicity. These were ultimately political choices too, as the persons who made them were also likely to posit the struggle for Palestine as the duty of the wider Arab nation or Islamic community. The experience of collective dislocation and uncertain exile and the desire to return to a specific territory made patriotism, wataniyat, the sentimental attachment to homeland or even more localized birthplace, a common denominator among Palestinians. But the rise of a distinctly Palestinian nationalism, or its precursors, nationalist patriotism or proto-nationalism, was not inevitable, given the absence of the common political and institutional framework of the state. Palestinian nationalist patriotism did, however, ultimately emerge as a dominant force. Its extent, form, and timing were related to three principal factors. First, and in many ways most important, was the degree to which government policies led to the marginalization, or integration, of the stateless Palestinians, especially in the Arab confrontation states. Political entitlement was the paramount issue in each case, measured in terms of the right to bear the national passport, citizenship, to vote, represent, or otherwise take part in national. Why Palestinian nationalism? 37. Politics, enfranchisement, and to share in the determination of government policy and allocation of national resources, state office. Second, different social strata were not similarly exposed to economic or political opportunities, nor equally well placed to benefit from them. It followed that patriotic feeling was most likely to acquire a Palestinian nationalist character, rather than pan-Syrian, pan-Arab, or pan-Islamic variants, when social mobility and economic access were blocked or, more pertinently, could not be translated into political resources, although the same predicament could also, and did, prompt greater emphasis on removing barriers between fellow Arabs. This prompted the search for an alternative political framework, most obviously the one provided by the state. Because the assertion of nationalism was intimately connected to the state-building drive, thirdly, it could only proceed when external conjunctures permitted the establishment of parastatal Palestinian institutions. The Palestinians under government controls. Just over 150,000 Palestinians remained in Israel in autumn 1948. Between 20,000 and 30,000 were expelled over the next 8 months, while around 40,000 others were allowed to return from exile under a family reunification scheme during the 1950s. Those formally registered under the Registration of Residence Ordinance of 1949 were granted citizenship in 1952, leaving a number without legal status and vulnerable to deportation. All movable and immovable property belonging to refugees was considered abandoned, and was effectively expropriated by the state, which acted as custodian with sole discretionary power over its use and release. The absentees property law of 1950 also applied to Palestinians who had left their ordinary place of residence in Palestine during the war, even if only to take temporary refuge in the next village or nearby hills. 418 villages had been demolished during or after the hostilities, while over 40 that were reclaimed by their former inhabitants, present absentees, were permanently denied legal status and, consequently, all basic services and government funds. The state meanwhile inherited all land previously administered by the British Mandate authorities, and acted as custodian for the property of Muslim endowments whose administrators had become absentees. With the State Development Authority and Jewish National Fund holding more than 90% of all land in the country, the various covenants and memoranda of association between them ensured that Jewish lessees would not allow long-term use by Arabs, let alone transfer of ownership to them. 5 registered Palestinian residents, including anything from 25,000 to 75,000 internal refugees, were granted the vote even before the nationality law of 1952, although all were placed under military administration for the first FEW years after 1948. Those living in mixed Arab-Jewish towns were exempted from martial law from 1951, but the majority of the community remained subjected to it until 1966. Despite enjoying nominal equality under the law, in 38 reality Palestinian citizens had less than equal status with their Jewish counterparts in terms of government practice in legal, civil, and political matters. There were no formal barriers on employment, except in the army and security-sensitive posts, other than for the Druze minority, or entrepreneurial activity, but access to social benefits and posts in various state agencies or public bodies was formally, if at times indirectly, limited by laws, statutory instruments, and institutional practice. 6 Geographical categorization affected definition of the municipal status of Palestinian population centers and of economic development zones, with major implications for central funding and public investment. Yet the duality of the legal system and of the nature of the state's relations with its citizens did not prompt a unified political response among the Palestinians. Rather, the Israeli Jewish monopoly over assets and policy promoted localistic interests and encouraged social fragmentation and relative political quiescence. The authorities were moreover in a position to curb political activity by withholding travel permits from known nationalists, or by denying permission to establish political publications and associations. Adoption of the British Defence, Emergency, Regulations of 1945 and the special power granted to the government in 1948 to promulgate emergency regulations that could change any law were also the basis for the exercise of extensive control over all aspects of Palestinian life, including education, culture, and social association. 7 In any case, Palestinian activism was also impeded by the flight in 1947-8 of much of the political class, the educated, professional, urban-based social strata, and by the geographical dispersal and isolation of the Palestinians around Israel. Some 70% lived in the Galilee, including the all-Arab towns of Nazareth and Shaifa Amr, while smaller communities remained in the urban centers of Acre, Haifa, Lydda, Rami, and Jaffa, and in the Negev. 8 In rural areas the clan, Hamala, remained a powerful social institution, if only because the authorities channeled resources through it as a means of enhancing the status of traditional leaders and in this way ensuring co-optation of the wider community. MAP AM, on the left of the governing Israeli labor movement, solicited Palestinian votes during elections, but it was MAQI, the Communist Party, that attracted a solid following, especially among urban inhabitants and Christians. The nationalists, whose leaders derived from the same social groups, increasingly challenged these parties after the mid-1950s, deriving inspiration from the rise of Nasir and Pan-Arabism. The failure of previous attempts to found a non-communist organization finally gave rise in July 1958 to the Arab Front, a nationalist communist alliance that soon renamed itself the Popular Front, and in 1959, following the nationalist communist split and the front's demise, to the Al-Ard, Land, movement. Al-Ard failed to obtain legal registration as a party, although it registered as a commercial company in 1960 to circumvent the ban, and was outlawed in 1965 because it refused to recognize the State of Israel, while a communist split at the same time produced the new Arab-dominated. Why Palestinian nationalism? 39. Raqqa Party. 9 Yet these instances of party activism remained of limited overall significance, as the majority of the Palestinian community remained politically inactive and quiescent. The political and legislative marginalization of the Palestinians in Israel, coupled with tight security control, effectively prevented them from having a direct influence of any significance on the emergence of the wider Palestinian national movement. Among the Arab confrontation states, Lebanon imposed the most severe restrictions on the 100,000-130,000 refugees who had arrived by 1949, despite initial statements assuring them of a welcome no matter what their number nor how long their stay. 10 Government policy was shaped to a certain degree by the fragile sectarian balance in the country. A haphazard and constantly changing mix of ministerial decrees and departmental regulations were imposed on the Palestinians, limiting their places of legal residence, freedom to travel in certain parts of the country or abroad, categories of private employment, and license to own property or conduct business. From 1951 the Palestinians were treated as foreigners with regard to employment, investment, land ownership, and practice of white-collar professions. Only refugees with work permits could benefit from Social Security, but only those with Lebanese spouses could obtain one legally. Even then the permits were valid for only 1 year at a time and their number was severely restricted, only 2,362 as late as 1969, for example. 12 Controls were lax for seasonal agricultural laborers and construction workers, but manual workers were effectively denied Social Security, including pensions, redundancy pay, and indemnity against accidental injury or death. Since they were subject to discretionary powers rather than a coherent body of laws, refugees could have little recourse to the judicial system. 13 Indeed, the decisions taken by one government body might be disregarded by another, and in all cases the rigor of application fluctuated according to general economic conditions and to the ability of individual Palestinians to pay fees and bribes, or utilize personal connections to obtain the necessary permits. 14 The establishment of a Refugee Affairs Department in 1959 helped to centralize control, but had little effect on the regulations actually in FORCE. Syria, with 85,000 to 100,000 refugees but a much larger population, FRELE offered material and moral support. The Palestine Arab Refugees Institution was established in January 1, 1949 to establish camps and provide general facilities. There was no systematic attempt initially to define or standardize regulations defining their legal status, ownership of property, travel, pension rights, although the same procedures as FOR nationals usually applied. Various laws in the next few years effectively placed the refugees on equal footing with Syrian nationals with respect to civil service employment and the practice of certain professions such as notaries, doctors, and lawyers. The ambition of Husni al-Zaim during his short-lived presidency in 1949 to resettle 300,000 Palestinians in the Deir al-Zur region was abandoned by his successors, but they preferred nonetheless to move the refugees away from the border for security reasons. 40. And limited the freedom of registered refugees to change address as a means of controlling the distribution of rations. Law No. 260, approved by Parliament and decreed by the President on July 10, 1956, granted the refugees registered in the country equal status with Syrian nationals regarding employment, trade, and military service. 16 The Refugee Affairs Institution was attached to the Ministry of Social Affairs, with links to the Palestine branch of the Department of Public Security, Ministry of Interior, and General Intelligence. 17 Palestinians could now join the army, work in any part of the public sector, and invest and own property with full legal assurance, the only formal exclusion being from political office. Salaries and prospects for promotion were generally lower than for their Syrian counterparts, and the issue of identity cards and travel documents, renewable every 2 years, provided the authorities with leverage, but the refugees experienced the least discrimination in Syria, despite friction with the impoverished rural migrants who were attracted in growing numbers to Syrian cities and competed for manual jobs. 18 Egypt, the largest Arab state with a population of 20 million, granted residence to some 7,000 Palestinians, after transferring a similar number to the Gaza Strip, and several hundred to Jerusalem, in 1950. Some 200,000 refugees and 88,000 original residents were already in Gaza, which was under the direct jurisdiction of the Egyptian army and remained effectively subject to emergency law from 1949 to 1962. A military administration headed by a governor-general held authority for virtually all local affairs, and also controlled the issuance of documents for foreign travel. The latter category included Egypt, to which entry for purposes of residence or work was severely restricted. New laws passed in 1954 allowed the Palestinians to practice certain professions, obtain commercial register, engage in external trade, and send their children to state schools, but this affected only the small number of legal residents in Egypt. More important, perhaps, was that the relaxation of restrictions permitted students from Gaza to receive grants and enroll in Egyptian universities, 5,642 in the first decade. Nasser's decree in 1962 permitting Palestinians to take up state employment had less practical import, being applicable again to only a small minority, and was issued largely in the context of sharpened inter-Arab rivalries. 19 The crucial similarity between Egypt, Syria, and Lebanon was that the Palestinians remained politically disenfranchised in all three. Citizenship was granted to a negligible minority already resident in Egypt, while refugees granted residence after 1948 were obliged to renew their permits periodically. Slightly larger numbers were naturalized in Syria, primarily those with close family connections or skills required by the rapidly expanding army and government bureaucracy, and in Lebanon, where Christian and Muslim officials sought middle-class Palestinian co-religionists to shift the sectarian balance. Non-naturalized Palestinians were barred from state employment and enrollment in the armed forces, except in Syria, after 1956. The official explanation was the desire to uphold the separate national character of the refugees and reject. Why Palestinian nationalism? 41. The status quo created by Israel. This did not prevent the Egyptian military administration in Gaza from employing Palestinians in petty civilian grades, nor the Lebanese and Syrian ministries of interior from paying stipends to Palestinian muqtars and informers who helped keep the refugee camps under control. Nor did it prevent the formation of separate Palestinian military units attached to the Arab armies and their intelligence branches. But in all these cases, salaries were paid out of special allocations from the budgets of the civilian agencies responsible for refugees, not from the army or treasury. Such appointments were not transferable, and did not provide for promotion or social security according to standard legislation applicable to nationals in state employ. The problem was compounded by Arab policies regarding the provision of identity papers and passports. Palestinians in Egypt and Gaza, whether refugees or residents, were given travel documents issued under Egyptian control by the Cairo-based APG, but these were replaced by Egyptian travel papers in 1960 as the result of gradual Arab derecognition of the APG. 20. In Lebanon, the issuance of travel documents could be delayed considerably or withheld entirely at the discretion of two sets of officials at the Interior Ministry's Shurat General and the Army's Taqsim Bureau. The latter controlled all security agencies dealing with Palestinian affairs after 1959. The relevant Arab ministries also used registration with UNRWA as a condition for the issuance of needed documentation. Palestinians expelled from Israel after 1949 could not register with UNRWA, and so the Lebanese and Syrian authorities refused to issue them with identity cards or travel documents, and deported or imprisoned many. 21. Even so, travel documents issued by one Arab state did not assure the Palestinians of entry into any other, and several states imposed an additional visa requirement. The Ministerial Council of the League of Arab States called in September 1952 for the issuance of a standard passport to the refugees, and made similar requests in 1954 and 1955, but its decisions were non-enforceable and generally ignored. 22. The contrast with the situation of Palestinians in Jordan could scarcely have been more complete. Abdullah may have abandoned the ambition of the Hashemite family to rule the whole Arab East, but was determined to expand his kingdom by incorporating the Palestinian territories that his Arab legion had retained in 1948. Parliamentary approval of the Act of Union in April 1950 added nearly 800,000 Palestinians in the West Bank for 25,000 original residents and 360,000 to 400,000 refugees and at least 100,000 refugees and 30,000 residents, from before 1948, in the East Bank to the native population of Jordan, estimated at 340,000. All Palestinian inhabitants were offered Jordanian nationality under the Citizenship Law of November 1949, and had received it by 1954. The term refugee was dropped from passports in 1953, and the last category of refugees received regular passports in 1959. Far from excluding the Palestinians from state employment or commercial enterprise, Abdullah hoped to benefit from their experience of civil service and modern commerce under the British. 42. Mandate in order to expand Jordanian public services and stimulate economic growth. They enjoyed the same political franchise as the native Jordanian population, suffered no formal or discretionary exclusions in national legislation, and were accepted into the army, though rarely attaining more than middle rank, and restricted in key combat units. Members of the traditional landowning and office-holding elite also rose to senior, if largely politically powerless, government position. There was a price to pay, however. On March 1, 1950, even before the Act of Union, Abdullah decreed that the territory under Jordanian control would henceforth be referred to only as the West Bank, and banned use of the term Palestine in any official document or correspondence. 23 Suffrage was not universal under the 1949 electoral law. Women were denied the vote, as were all men who did not own landed property or some other taxable asset, effectively excluding most refugees. The same limitations applied to native Jordanians, but the formal allocation of half the FORUDI parliamentary seats to the more populous West Bank constituencies effectively denied them equal representation. This reflected the throne's concern to prevent translation of Palestinian demographic preponderance into political predominance, and to secure the loyalty of its native Transjordanian constituency. Never stated explicitly or formulated as official government policy, royal strategy balanced co-optation of Palestinian manpower to expand the state sector, on the one hand, with implicit constraints on infrastructure development in the West Bank, preferential treatment for investment in the East Bank, and effective exclusion of all but a handful of Palestinians from key cabinet and army posts, on the other. 24. Seeking social and economic niches. The example of Jordan also revealed much about the experience of different Palestinian social strata after 1948. The landowning notables and other traditional leaders in the West Bank had preserved their sources of income and status almost intact, and said little challenge from the modern middle class, that had been heavily concentrated in the coastal cities and was therefore shattered by the war. Abdullah now sought to co-opt the notables, appointing them to cabinet and other government posts in order to control the local population and further the incorporation of the West Bank into Jordan. 26. These posts were often symbolic and rarely conferred real power, however. Palestinian officers and administrators ran most districts in the West Bank, and university graduates were absorbed into the civil service, for example, but decision-making power was held firmly in the hands of, mainly, Transjordanian superiors and always exercised from Amman. 27. Besides, although former supporters of Husseini were excluded, the co-optation of his main rivals in FACT deprived them of any independent political role. 28. Lesser notables and tradi. Why Palestinian nationalism? 43. National leaders who were incorporated at lower levels of the system, especially as mayors, played a more important function in securing social control, but only because they had little scope for national leadership. 29. It was from their ranks that some 3,000 delegates were drawn to attend the conference in Amman that called for union with Jordan in December 1948. The administrative and economic policies of the government tended to work against the middle class, or at least to deepen its divisions. Discriminatory allocation of foreign currency and import licenses, for example, blocked up port unities for West Bank entrepreneurs and devoured a clique of merchants and consumers in Amman. 30 Similarly, public infrastructure, industry, and other sectors suffered a distinct decline, as investment was redirected to the East Bank. The massive influx of landless and propertyless refugees exacerbated the local recession brought on by the loss of markets and export outlets in former Palestine, leading to tensions between established residents and newcomers. It also fueled continuous and large-scale outward migration, as some 120,000 West Bankers resettled in the East Bank and roughly 170,000 more left directly for oil-rich Arab economies, out of a total estimated outflow of 1/3 to 1/2 million Palestinians in 1949 to 67. 31 The lack of resources for West Bank development, coupled with the availability of external assistance for refugee relief and skewed government economic policy, led to rapid urban spread in the East Bank and the growth of services at the expense of productive sectors. These patterns had a substantial impact on the camp population of the West and East Banks, who accounted for nearly 30% of the refugees in the kingdom, and whose numbers increased as other Palestinians moved in once their savings were exhausted. The role of UNRWA in channeling international aid and providing basic services relieved the government of much of the financial and administrative burden, and added a new input to the local economy. The government hoped to resettle the refugees and quickly transformed the Ministry of Refugee Affairs, set up in 1949, into the Ministry of Development and Reconstruction for this purpose. UNRWA, with U.S. support in particular, also hoped to end refugee dependence on outside assistance by providing them with skills, loans, and resettlement, but various proposals towards this end foundered on the inability of Israel and Jordan to agree on the location and manner of the resettlement. 32 At the same time, the refugees benefited less than other strata from opportunities such as emigration because they often lacked requisite skills. Modern education offered younger refugees a means to improve their lot, but the impact was gradual and the main beneficiaries were those whose parents had previously had access to schools in Palestine. 33 One consequence of marginality was the revival of clan solidarity, which had been in decline due to the economic transformation and urbanization of Palestinian society before 1948, as the refugees sought social and economic security. 34 Another was their resistance to Jordanization and to permanent resettlement, although they willingly 44. Replaced the tents in which they lived with mud huts and tin shacks starting in 1952. Breeze block rooms with corrugated iron roofs finally became the norm in 1955-6, and the improvement of basic infrastructure actually attracted other refugees to move from outlying villages into the camps. 35 The attempt to incorporate the Palestinians within the political system of Jordan set it apart from other Arab host states, but some of the social and economic features were similar. Egyptian legislation governed economic activity in the Gaza Strip, but the lack of primary resources and free access to Egypt severely limited the scope for development. The military administration did not pursue a coherent economic policy, and neither it nor Palestinian entrepreneurs invested in public infrastructure. Commerce was directed towards the import of profit-making luxury goods, effectively transforming Gaza into a large black market and smuggling onto Rep-60 and increasing its dependence on the Egyptian government, and UNRWA, to provide basic commodities. 36 This served the interests of a handful of local merchants, but impeded the emergence of entrepreneurial strata. The orientation of much economic activity to meet the requirements of the Egyptian military administration and armed forces, with 5,000 local employees, had an additional distorting effect, as did the exclusion of Palestinians from the higher levels of public employment outside the municipalities, but 6,000 were employed in the civil service. 37 Conditions were predictably worst for the poorer refugees, among whom unemployment was reportedly as high as 80% or even as late American Samoa 1960, in contrast to a 35% rate among original residents. 38 In Gaza, as elsewhere, the host authorities generally did not provide electricity, running water, roads, or sewage systems, and so UNRWA-managed camps played a basic role in the economic survival of the refugees by arranging the provision of rent-free space and providing shelter, basic rations, facilities, water, sewage disposal, and social services, clinics. Schools. 39 UNRWA and the UN peacekeeping FORCEUNEF also employed substantial numbers of Palestinians, 4,000, although the literacy requirement was a major obstacle for many. 40 Besides providing 75% of imports by 1954, UNRWA also accounted for 19% of gross national product in Gaza by 1966. 11 Like its Jordanian counterpart, the Egyptian government considered resettling large numbers of refugees on farming projects in Sinai with UNRWA assistance after 1951, but abandoned the plans conclusively after angry demonstrations in Gaza in February 1955. 4.2. Access to higher education in Egypt and migration to the oil-rich Arab states, which spurred a greater educational effort by UNRWA after 1960, eased the problem for some families, but had a negligible economic impact generally. Remittances were a vital source of household wealth, but the lack of real opportunities to invest in productive enterprises led to a focus of spending on domestic needs and social functions. The cases of the West Bank and Gaza Strip underline the continued social fragmentation and political marginalization of the Palestinian middle class, and its separation from the poorer refugees in the camps. The patterns were replete. Why Palestinian nationalism? 45. Kate in Lebanon and Syria. Many middle-class refugees had kinship ties or previous business dealings with Lebanese and Syrian counterparts, and found it relatively easily to secure accommodation and employment. Wealthy families had often taken their holidays in Lebanese resorts, especially, and numerous Palestinians had attended missionary schools or, along with Jews from the Yishuv, the American University of Beirut. In Syria, Palestinian professionals, office workers, and entrepreneurs were often more successful at finding work in the main cities than Syrians from provincial towns and rural areas. At the same time, the ease of middle-class integration inhibited concentration in specific economic sectors or geographic areas, while variations in capabilities and opportunities led naturally to further dispersion. There could still be obstacles to integration, especially in Lebanon. The practice of white-collar professions depended on possession of a work permit and on membership in the relevant syndicate. The latter requirement was difficult. Foreign lawyers had to prove Lebanese citizenship of over 10 years standing, while doctors, pharmacists, and engineers of other nationalities could join only if their governments offered Lebanese reciprocal rights, something patently impossible for Palestinians. 43 Possession of the baccalaureate, the Lebanese secondary school certificate, or a PhD was at times demanded, or else membership dues were simply raised. Yet there was little attempt either to co-opt middle-class refugees or to isolate them politically through systematic use of social and economic levers. Political disenfranchisement was sufficient to exclude them from government, and the Maronite establishment could always bring down entrepreneurs who were too successful. This was graphically demonstrated when the Lebanese finance sector collaborated with the central bank to engineer the crash of the major Palestinian-owned intra-bank in 1966. 44. Detention and deportation were also available as options for deterring political activism, as shown in the expulsion of 60 Palestinian and Arab students from the American University of Beirut in 1951 and another 17 student leaders in 1955. 45. Once again, government policies had the greatest impact on the poorer refugees. Most had been villagers in northern Palestine, who halted their flight in 1947 as soon as they reached safety in southern Lebanon and Syria. The authorities in both countries were keen to curb infiltration and smuggling, and gradually moved the refugees away from the borders. 46 The border regions were declared military zones, to which access was possible only with special permits issued by the army. 47 The Christian-dominated authorities in Lebanon were especially concerned to settle the mainly Muslim refugees in Muslim areas and, above all, away from the capital. Government regulations inhibited voluntary movement from one camp to another, while providing forcible transfers for security reasons. Unauthorized relocation could also result in the loss of UNRWA rations and services. 48 The desire of Lebanese industry for cheap labor led to a relaxation of controls, however, and several new camps gradually built up around Beirut. 49 As a later Minister of Public Works. 46. Admitted, relocation took place on the explicit advice of Lebanese businessmen, so that the Palestinians could be exploited in Beirut and in agriculture on the 50 coast. For their part, the refugees were attracted to the main cities of Syria and Lebanon by the availability of additional public services, including education, infrastructure, and employment. Yet camp housing and infrastructure remained minimal in both countries. Several years elapsed before tents gave way to tin shacks and mud huts in Syria, whether because the refugees resisted what they saw as a prelude to resettlement or for lack of government and international funds. The Lebanese authorities, conversely, prohibited the replacement of tents until the late 1950s, when they were allowed to be replaced by tin shacks, and delayed the transition to breeze block rooms and corrugated iron roofs until the mid-1960s. Entire families still lived in the space previously occupied by a tent, albeit better protected against the weather. Even then they were still denied electricity and piped water, and were forcibly prevented from digging individual cesspits for their homes to replace the communal latrines. 51. Palestinian nationalism, social origins and political paths. Palestinianism was a natural response to al-Nakba, but it was the experience of social and political marginality that effectively transformed it from a popular grassroots patriotism into a proto-nationalism in the decade after 1948. The trend was evident in the camps, where a majority of refugees were of peasant background and for whom the sudden, collective loss of land was a devastating blow to livelihood, identity, and self-esteem. The same applied to refugees who had previously been workers in the industrial, construction, transport, services, and artisan sectors, most of whom also had rural backgrounds. Their number had soared from 63,900 in 1939 to 138,100 in 1942 as the interwar depression, Yishuv demand for land and its exclusion of non-Jewish labor, and hardships caused by the 1936-9 revolt depressed Palestinian agricultural exports and increased landlessness, which affected some 30% of all villagers by the mid-1930s. These pressures, coupled with the timely work opportunities created by British wartime requirements, drew a growing number of peasants into shanty towns around the coastal cities, and Jerusalem, in which up to 111,000 lived by 1945.52 together. Poor and small peasants and agricultural wage workers accounted for an estimated 47% of all refugees in 1948, and workers and petty employees in other sectors for another 25%. 53 Landlessness was hardly new, therefore, but after 1948 it affected a greater number of Palestinians. More to the point, al-Nakba removed the small holdings that had provided a crucial source of supplementary income and basic economic security for families that had managed until then to maintain a distinction between poverty and destitution, even as powerful market forces. And why Palestinian nationalism? 47. Integration into the cash economy eroded their ability to eke out subsistence from cultivation alone. That said, possibly the most damaging consequence, and the one that distinguished al-Nakba from economically driven landlessness, was the wholesale social uprootedness that meant mainly the severance of personal and traditional ties connected with the concepts of home, family, clan, and community, the village social organization of which land made such a central part. 54 After 1948 landlessness deprived the refugees of social status, both in their own eyes and in those of neighboring populations, including non-refugee Palestinians, and exposed them to ridicule and the charge that they had sold their own land to the Jews. 55. The fact that their new neighbors in rural areas often belong to other sects or social groups: Shiite Muslims and Maronites in Lebanon, Alawi Muslims and Druze in Syria, and Bedouins in Transjordan deepened the isolation of the predominantly Sunni Muslim Falahin in the camps. 56. Class barriers had the same effect in urban areas, as even Palestinian city dwellers tended to shun their peasant compatriots, both in the West Bank and Gaza Strip and in the Arab host countries. Refugees of urban origin who were compelled by destitution to live in the camps or were forcibly transferred there by the authorities set up separate quarters and avoided dealings with the other inhabitants, while often rebuilding social, commercial, and employment ties with compatriots from their towns and cities of origin. 57. Ghettoization reinforced the tendency of Palestinian peasants, like peasants in other societies, to conduct as much of their lives as possible within their villages, now replaced by camps in which UNRWA, rather than national governments, provided virtually all basic services and an appreciable number of jobs. It was itself reinforced by the resort by the refugees to traditional solidarity ties within the camps, which distinguished them further from surrounding populations. 58. Their experience offered proof of the view that it was not physical and economic dislocation, as such, but rather the disintegration of the cultural environment of the victim which is the cause of the degradation. 59. The refugees may have yearned for incorporation into some one of those cultural pools which already haughty, or look at as if it might acquire, a state of its own, with the subsequent promise of full cultural citizenship, access to primary schools, employment, and all, but knew that they were spurned and would continue to be spurned. To adapt an argument posited for rural migrants in modern industrial contexts. 60. Being part of a broader Arab, and Islamic, culture was one thing, but losing their place of origin and resettling amidst their Arab brethren evoked deep social, even more than economic, insecurity and cemented opposition to permanent resettlement. 61. It also strengthened attachment to the social structures that had been on the decline under the pressure of market forces before 1948, and drove an almost obsessive striving for education, that offered itself as a new source of identity, dignity, and material security. 62. Marginality could not on its own produce nationalism, in the absence of the political role played by key social forces and the organizing framework. 48. Provided by the state, but it emphasized the insecurities and contrasts that made for Palestinianism. Social background and material circumstances after 1948 also affected the FORM and purpose of political organization. A primary concern of many refugees in the early years was to reunite families which had been torn asunder during the Exodus. They also strove to gather members of their original villages or hamulas within the same camp, as a means of economic and cultural solidarity, and replicated the councils of elders, Majlis al-Shuyukh or Wuhaha, who had exercised social authority before 1948. Some host governments inadvertently reinforced this trend by adopting the British mandate system of designating mukhtars in the camps and villages to perform administrative functions and maintain political control. They wielded considerable influence as a result, and gained an additional role in representing refugee interests in various committees that appeared after 1948 to organize relief, press property claims, and seek political recognition. These bodies were most prominent in Jordan, not only because it had the largest refugee population, but also because the official policy of integration meant that the committees could gain political significance as a vehicle for voter mobilization during general elections. 63. That said, political activism or radicalism were not inevitable consequences of being a refugee. A majority in the camps was arguably willing to accept a compromise solution based on the existence of Israel, subject to certain serious concessions on its part. 64. The recourse to traditional forms of social organization also served the political purpose of FORM or Palestinian leader Husseini, who sought support in the camps. The presence of Arab Higher Committee offices and a handful of salaried personnel in Cairo and Damascus helped his effort, as did his visits to the camps in Lebanon. Husseini relied on his personal standing to secure UNRWA jobs for his supporters and to obtain petty administrative favors from the authorities for other refugees. The Mufti's men in the camps dispensed such patronage and ensured shows of loyalty during his visits, hailing him as the Sword of Islam, Saif al-Din. He also used these networks to send armed infiltrators against Israel, especially from the West Bank, as a means of embarrassing Abdullah and his successor, Hussein, but accounted for only a small proportion of incidents in 1949–56. Infiltration was a widespread phenomenon, as for Mujahideen set up their own bands or operated on contract for Arab military intelligence services, but neither they nor Husseini attempted to construct modem political organizations on that basis. Husseini's patriarchal manner and favoritism alienated many camp refugees, especially younger ones, and steadily reduced his influence among them. Yet FEW joined modem, ideologically based political parties instead. This was partly due to the lack of contact with the mainly middle-class activists, and to the limited interest of most parties in recruiting in the camps. It was also the result of low levels of literacy and the struggle to provide the needs of daily life. Refugees who had traditionally been landless even before 1948, such as c. Why Palestinian nationalism? 49. Sonali migratory nomads or the Gawarna peasants originally imported from the southern frontiers of the Ottoman Empire, who consequently had weak clan structures and were subjected to semi-feudal conditions in the Jift likes of the Hula Valley of northern Palestine and of the Jordan Valley to the south, were even less likely to be politically active, although they were equally likely to be involved in infiltration and smuggling. The apparent detachment from politics started to alter only after 1954, as education motivated the younger generation and enabled it to compete increasingly for leadership. 65 Even then, the risk of imprisonment for membership of an opposition party and the desire for a secure future prompted many parents to discourage their children from political activism. Political Islam was the only organized force to gain a noteworthy following in the camps in the 1950s. It built on the natural attachment to religion among the former villagers and lower-income groups, which tended to strong social conservatism. The Muslim Brotherhood Society attracted the most recruits, especially in Jordan, with its emphasis on jihad and on the need for Palestinians to rely on themselves and take military action to regain their homeland. This appeal was backed by an emphasis on sports and scout activities, mock military training, and the free uniforms it gave out. The Brotherhood's Palestinian patriotism was accompanied by the view that Arabism and Arab unity were a sound basis for wider Islamic unity, although Arab nationalism, in the Western sense of the word, was opposed on the grounds that it was a secular concept invented by infidels that divided Arab and non-Arab Muslims and, by establishing a new object of worship and principle for loyalty, sinfully presented the Modem nation as a partner of God, shirk. 66 The Islamic Liberation Party was a strong competitor, despite opposition to both Palestinian and Arab nationalism, and made a special effort to target rural populations. 67 It recognized only Islam as a valid basis for statehood and believed that a unified Islamic state had to be set up before the jihad against Israel could be launched, but its political focus on Palestine was the source of its appeal. Both Islamist groups also sought recruits among local police and National Guardsmen in the West Bank. 68. Palestinians of peasant background readily accepted the fusion of Islam and Arabism in their identities. They were also responsive to the declared antipathy of the Islamists to modern political parties, Ahzab, which were perceived as a reprehensible innovation, bid'ah, and the vehicle for divisive and Asian-prone loyalties, as Abiyah, that foment dissension, fitna, and led to civil strife, Mina. Close ideological ties with Husseini, who also provided some financial support, helped the Islamic Liberation Party in particular to gain ground in the camps. The rise of Nasir as a pan-Arab hero committed to the liberation of Palestine and his clash with the Muslim Brotherhood after 1954 reversed Islamist efforts among the refugees, but his own hostility to party politics reinforced the distrust evinced by camp refugees towards modem party organization. 50. Middle-class politics were notably different, although they also had roots in the period before 1948. The decline of the old elite and its associated political bodies after 1939 was reflected in the emergence of new parties that can be described as modern, in terms of their possession of a distinct political ideology, organized structure, and programmatic activities. One was the National Liberation League, that emerged from the dissolution of the mixed Arab-Jewish-Palestinian Communist Party on Comintern orders in 1943, after years of internal division, and that had a considerable base in the 20,000-strong Federation of Arab Labor Unions and Associations. 69 The Arab Nationalist Bloc was a much looser grouping of intellectuals founded in 1929, which failed after 1939 and had only an estimated 300 members in 1947. An ideological rival of both was the Syrian National Party, that benefited from Palestinian identification with southern Syria to win a following in the decade after 1935. The Muslim Brotherhood was a latecomer. It established a Palestinian branch only in 1946, but quickly set up local chapters in several cities, thanks in large part to the support of Husseini, a friend of the Brotherhood's founder and spiritual guide Hassan al-Banna. The Mufti and his loyalist Arab Party waged an ideological and political struggle against the secular parties, but displayed a consistently benign attitude towards the Brotherhood. 70 The ideological parties were unable to develop a mass base or dent Husseini's grip on national politics before the 1947-8 war. This was partly because of the fragmentation and political weakness of their social base, and because they were often led by younger, educated urbanites, with a disproportionate number of Christians among the original founders and local leaders of the secular movements. Another cause of their marginal status was that they were subordinate to mother parties based in neighboring Arab states, except for the Communists, who were loyal to the USSR. The principal leadership of the Arab nationalists in Beirut was riven by internal divisions until 1947. The Syrian nationalists and Muslim Brotherhood were involved in the struggles for power in Lebanon and Egypt that eventually came into the open in 1948-9, while the Soviet Union formally committed itself to the principle of separate Jewish statehood in Palestine in spring 1947. The result in each case was to paralyze the relevant Palestinian branch, deprive it of needed material support, or place it in conflict with its own constituency at a critical moment in national politics. These patterns replicated themselves after 1948. The same political parties or their equivalents, the National Liberation League, gave way in the West Bank to the Jordanian Communist Party in 1951 and the Palestinian Communist Party in Gaza in 1953, while disciples of the Arab Nationalist Bloc set up the Arab Nationalists Movement, ANM, in 1952 remain the main ideologically based movements operating among the Palestinians. There were two notable additions. One was the Ba'ath Party, launched too late to form a branch in Palestine before 1948 but subsequently acquiring a modest membership in various Palestinian communities. The other was the Islamic Liberation Party. Why Palestinian nationalism? 51. Founded by Sheikh Taqi al-Din al-Nabhani in Jordan in 1952, which was basically a Palestinian organization with branches in Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon. Overall numbers were not insignificant, but none of the parties could be termed a mass force. The largest concentration was in the West Bank, where the Communists had an estimated strength of 2,300, the more loosely structured Muslim Brotherhood 700 to 1,000, and the ANM several hundreds for much of 1949 to 67. 71. In Gaza the Communists had some 220 members at their peak in 1959, the Brotherhood 1,000 at theirs in 1954, while the ANM probably had a FEW 100 members and the BATH a mere 30 to 40. 72. What decided patterns of political organization among middle-class Palestinians was arguably their relationship to the state, and equally their ability to benefit from the economic opportunities that state formation in Jordan provided. This was obvious in the case of the West Bank, where co-optation of the notables and preferential treatment for the East Bank marginalized Palestinians with modem education or entrepreneurial skills and prompted them to oppose Jordanization strongly. Not all were negatively affected, however. Families of the traditional elite, especially, took advantage of the concentration of political power and government resources and of preferential investment policies to transfer capital and residence to the East Bank. In this way they not only diversified and expanded their economic wealth and so enhanced their social and political survival, but were also able to improve their position against rivals by using their position in the Amman-based Chamber of Commerce to manipulate the award of currency and import licenses to West Bank businesses. Joining an opposition party was a predictable response, and led naturally to the assertion of a distinct Palestinian identity. This also explains why the secular parties appealed strongly to professionals, teachers, office workers, and students, the social categories most likely to be both aware and resentful of the discriminatory effect, if not also intent, of government policies. The Muslim Brotherhood Society proved the point in reverse, as its leading personalities were urban-based lay clergy, traditional notables, and members of prominent landowning families, merchants of all levels, and government-appointed muqtars, all sectors co-opted in one manner or another by the state. 73 The society demonstrated its loyalty to the throne, not least with support for government repression of the secular opposition parties. In contrast to the Islamic Liberation Party, which in 1955 provoked a law restricting political sermons in mosques by publicly preaching the overthrow of the government, the society limited its local concerns to matters of religious observance and the application of Islamic Sharia in education and other matters. The other side of the coin, as the example of the Muslim Brotherhood showed, was that the granting of full political and civil franchise made it possible for the Jordanian state to co-opt or neutralize many middle-class Palestinians, albeit without ceding any real power or excessively altering the ethnic composition of the armed forces and other key government agencies. They 52. Could both vote and stand for election to public office even when in opposition, and repeatedly did so in the first decade after 1948. Even the camp refugees organized to contest general elections, despite the property clause that excluded many of them, fielding candidates and winning a handful of parliamentary seats. 74 Indeed, insecurity only prompted the refugees to seek political stability and material advantage within the state framework more actively. The availability of avenues offered by the state also explains why the participation of refugees of all classes in the opposition parties was substantially less than their proportion to the general population. In general, patriotic attachment to Palestine did not preclude acceptance of the Jordanian state unless the Palestinians were systematically excluded, or thought themselves to be, from key posts and real decision-making power. In the latter case, tension resulted between Jordanian and Palestinian national identities, although co-optation and integration obscured the rift at least until the establishment of the PLO in 1964. Political behavior among Palestinians in Syria, Lebanon, or the Gaza Strip, and Egypt, confirmed the general patterns. The critical contrast with Jordan was the lack of political franchise. Not only was this a disincentive to joining Arab parties, since membership could not lead to political advantage, but it deprived the Palestinians of alternative channels and relegated them firmly to the margins of national politics. Middle-class activists tended to join the same core group of ideologically based parties as in Jordan, but in relatively smaller numbers. Communists, Ba'athists, Islamists, and Pan-Syrian nationalists in Syria and Lebanon had their own national, in the sense of particularistic, agendas, which inevitably placed Palestinian members and their priorities in a subordinate position. Palestinians especially eschewed local parties with sectarian or regionalist agendas, if only because they had little to offer and little incentive of their own to seek voteless Palestinian adherents. Traditional political bosses in Lebanon often refused to extend bureaucratic favors to Palestinians for this reason, although this did not deter private organizations from offering jobs and school places, the FORMist example being the Sunni Muslim Maqasid Charitable Society. 7. The Sunni Muslim Nayada Party was also the only one to welcome Palestinians in its ranks and offer political patronage, if only because it hoped to further its confessional aims with their support. Common to all Palestinian activists was their exposure to the coercive capabilities of Arab host states. The Jordanian authorities sought to prevent social associations with a patently Palestinian character, such as the Haifa Cultural Association and the Jaffa Muslim Sport Club, from engaging in politics after 1949, and impeded the appearance of new ones by withholding licenses. It harassed the communists incessantly from 1949 onwards, and was finally able to impose a sweeping ban on all forms of political activity including parties, camp committees, and sports clubs in April 1, 1957. Only the Muslim Brotherhood was accepted, on the grounds that it was registered as a social association, not a political party. Otherwise, suspected activists were often subjected to town arrest, internal exile, and foreign travel bans. In Gaza, the Egyptian Melee. Why Palestinian nationalism? 53. Tahrir authorities immediately outlawed the Communists in 1949 and the Muslim Brotherhood in 1954, and persecuted local Ba'athists after 1961, due to their party's role in the Syrian secession from the United Arab Republic. Most secular parties fared better in Syria, but the Syrian National Party and various Islamists were suppressed repeatedly from 1951 onwards. The decision by the ANM and Ba'ath Party to dissolve their local branches during the Union of Egypt and Syria in 1958-61, in compliance with Nasser's ban on parties, affected their Palestinian members as well. In Lebanon, numerous Palestinians were among those detained by the Lebanese authorities when the Syrian National Party was discovered to be planning a coup at the end of 1961. In each case, it was the Arab states that determined the political space within which the Palestinians as well as their own nationals could operate. Their consolidation of control over society progressively reduced that space, leaving the Palestinians increasingly marginalized. The implications were best revealed by the responses of the petite bourgeoisie, disparate, dispersed, and ill-defined as it was. Its ranks included mandate civil servants, teachers, private sector employees, small tradesmen and shopkeepers, and artisans who had fled Palestine, as well as their counterparts among the non-refugee populations of the West Bank and Gaza. The size of this broad category is indicated by the fact that mandate government employees alone counted 17% of the refugees who had been economically active prior to 1948.76. The refugees in this category generally sought urban settings, which offered better public services, such as education, and a wider job market for themselves and their children. Their numbers were gradually swelled by poorer refugees who resumed their trades, tailors, barbers, confectioners, and the like, or secured positions in the lower grades of the UNRWA administration, and so could afford to move into rented housing outside the camps. Two further patterns contributed to the numerical growth of the petite bourgeoisie, and to the political responses of its members. One was the massive increase in the number of Palestinians with a modern education, as they benefited from the rapid expansion of primary and secondary schools and university cities in the Arab states in the late 1940s and 1950s. The impact was also evident in the refugee camps, where the provision of basic schooling by UNRWA brought literacy to the younger generation of peasant background. Most of the Palestinians employed by the agency as teachers from the lower middle class, whether living inside the camps or outside. Many were barely out of secondary school themselves, and imparted the sense of urgency and political commitment sweeping Arab societies to their students. Teachers, and other UNRWA employees, often provided the link between the camps and the various political parties, and acted as recruiting agents for the latter. Access to Arab universities, especially those of Cairo, Damascus, and Beirut, was another catalyst, as Palestinian students were exposed to the same pool of nationalist politics, revolutionary ideologies, and statist organizational models as their Arab counterparts. 54. Education fueled the second pattern, namely the transformation of a people of small farmers, artisans, and traders into a people of clerks, accountants and administrators. 77 Whether they worked for UNRWA, the Jordanian state, expanding public sectors in the oil-rich countries, or private sector companies, a majority of Palestinians had become employees. This paralleled the similar transformation underway in Arab societies, with the difference that the Palestinians had significantly less influence on the political authorities that determined the allocation of economic resources and public office. In the Palestinian case, subversion of the economic independence associated with the petite bourgeoisie into a symbiotic exchange with the state was either impossible or partial and highly uneven, fragmenting it in sociological terms and marginalizing its political role. The same could be said even of the Palestinians in Jordan, where the implicit barriers to the exercise of real political power and limitations on employment in certain state agencies encouraged them to concentrate in the private sector and among the expatriates working in the oil-rich economies. Naturalization in this case meant passports and access to external labor markets, but weak political and psychological identification with the Jordanian state. The denial of naturalization in the secondary host countries accentuated this marginality, as in Egypt, Syria, and Lebanon. An imagined Palestinian community. In classic vein, the dislocation and unprecedented migration of al-Nakba, followed by education, mobility, and the growth of novel strata in urbanized settings bred strong political discontent. Education offered opportunities for economic and social mobility, but expectations either could not be fully attained or else could nor be translated into tangible political assets. The constant pilgrimages of growing numbers of Palestinians between their places of study, employment, and family residence demonstrated the commonality of their experience, while the myriad obstacles to obtaining travel documents and visas emphasized their marginality. Several key conditions for the transformation of popular grassroots patriotism into modern nationalist patriotism therefore obtained, save one, the state. The search for its unifying and organizing framework was not recognized or shared by all, nor was it consistently the conscious or dominant driving force of Palestinian politics, but it was more than implicit in the manner of the reconstruction of the national movement after 1948. The search for state was hardly restricted to the petite bourgeoisie, but its numerical growth and heightened awareness of marginality ultimately made it the key social force and drove the transition to nationalist patriotism. It provided the main constituency of the political parties after 1948, and gave rise. Why Palestinian nationalism? 55. To the generation of activists who were to launch the armed struggle and assume leadership of the national movement in the 1960s. The distinct role of the petite bourgeoisie in providing the most sustained driving force of Palestinian nationalist politics differed noticeably from the experience of many other nationalist and revolutionary movements, in which intellectuals and other members of the intelligentsia, narrowly defined, figured heavily among the unders and key-cadres. 79 This contrast is best explained by the primarily statist orientation of the Palestinian movement after 1948, if not since 1918. The petite bourgeoisie, and the poorer camp residents, moreover wielded proto-nationalism as a response to the middle class, that denied its Palestinianism and hastened to obtain the nationality of Arab and non-Arab states, and that obscured its Palestinian features, for instance by deliberately changing accent or social customs. 80 Yet the petite bourgeoisie was anything but homogeneous politically or ideologically, given its lack of distinction as a logical or economic category, and even less so in fragmented and heterogeneous Palestinian society. More, perhaps, than any other social formation it could be defined not as a self-contained and objective category but as a relation which is itself constituted by many other social relations and practices. the implication being that the predisposition of its members towards political activism and the paths they took varied sharply and revealed wide divergences. 51 Indeed, the fact that it could only be defined sociologically, in its own historical context, encouraged its tendency at one and the same time to be assimilative, utopian, and eclectic in deriving sources of political thought and organizational models. 82 Whatever the choice, common to all was the typical tendency of nationalists to traditionalize, that is, to innovate, in ideology, organization, and tactics, in terms of fidelity to the past. 83 This also explains the convergence on the central tasks of consolidating power and of legitimizing exclusive authority, despite the basic duality inherent in Palestinian nationalist patriotism. Comparable class background did not of course mean that the individuals or organized groups of whom the Palestinian National MO/CMCNT was composed after 1948 related ideological outlook, political behavior, and social origins in analytically similar ways, if at all. For the FO-unders of FATH, the socially conservative and mainstream nationalist FORCE that was to dominate the PLO after 1968 and lead the statist drive, the lack of a territorial framework and of fully FO-remed economic and social institutions allowed greater flexibility and adaptability to the diversity of Arab economic systems and provided a common nationalist cause for Arab states and Palestinians alike. 84 This deliberate obfuscation of the element of class was not shared by the Palestinian communists, who decried the chauvinist nationalism of the middle class, or by the leftist guerrilla groups that were to appear after 1967, and that explained the pragmatic politics of Fatah in terms of the petit bourgeois background of its leaders and their alliance with the grande bourgeoisie. Yet none of these explanations conceived of nationalist patriotism in relation to state building. Nor did they. 56. Situate the fluidity and complexity of the social, economic, and political circumstances of the Palestinians within the historical and institutional context of the construction of nation and state. The solitary exception to the latter failing was the brief analysis offered in 1971 by Hussam al-Khatib, a former member of the PLO Executive Committee, in an attempt to explain the persistent ideological factionalism, intellectual eclecticism, and political fragmentation of the national movement. 85 These were natural symptoms of revolutionary movements that had risen suddenly and expanded rapidly under the leadership of youthful elites whose localistic or national ambitions had been frustrated, and who appealed to the false consciousness of broad popular sectors. This pathology was typical of the general Arab experience since 1945, but was most pronounced in the Palestinian case for a number of reasons. Foremost was the impact of collective dispersal and the accentuated division of the underdeveloped Palestinian society into groups with disparate interests, that moreover intermingled with the interests of pre-existing, traditional classes and of class counterparts in Arab host societies. 86 The flaws of the national movement during the British Mandate and divisive colonial policies had also left their mark, while Arab suppression of Palestinian political activism after 1948 encouraged strategies of survival based on the individual or family rather than national community or class. The lack of shared pragmatic needs and responses among the scattered Palestinian communities and the excessive difficulty of movement between Arab states also produced divergent outlooks on the national question. Rather than suggest a status solution, however, Khatib regarded the bureaucratization of the guerrilla movement after 1967 as the ephoremist expression of the revolutionary disease, that could only be treated by a revolution within the revolution and by taking the national struggle from exile back to its home territory. 87 There were other distinctions within the petite bourgeoisie, most significant of which was the marked variation in political participation, ideological inclination, and social outlook between those who had become refugees in 1948 and those who had not. Refugees generally do not form a social force so much as a disparate group, and are consequently less able to turn themselves into an organized political force. 88 They are less likely to be politically active, whatever their class, and more likely both to venture afield in pursuit of economic opportunity and to accommodate to the authorities that had power over their fate. In the Palestinian case, political organizations were led by refugees tended to simple nationalism with little or no ideological depth. Fatah and the Palestinian Liberation Front were Reformist examples, but the same might be said of Habash and his colleague Wa'd Haddad, who had little input to the early theoretical writings of the Arab nationalists movement that they helped to found. Residents individuals whose families had not become refugees in 1948 were more likely to join parties espousing a FORML ideology or social program, and to seek non-migratory sources of income. It was they, more. Why Palestinian nationalism? 57. Often than not, who authored the theoretical tracts and edited the periodicals of the guerrilla groups that appeared in the 1960s. As remarkable was that the most enduring, if not the most intense, participation in the armed struggle, and PLO bureaucratic development, after 1967 came from residents rather than refugees. With the exception of the top leadership of the principal guerrilla groups, a majority of the salaried personnel in the PLO's expanding civilian and military bureaucratic elites came from resident families in the West Bank and Gaza. A substantial number moreover came from rural areas or agricultural market towns, had benefited from modem education, and rose into the elite through membership in military organizations, much as was the case with the free officers who took power in Egypt in 1952, the FLN in Algeria in 1962, the Ba'athist officers, whether Alawi, Druze, or Sunni Muslim, in Syria in 1963 and 1966, and the coalition of officers and Ba'athist civilian cadres in Iraq in 1968.89. Despite the incontestable importance of the contrast between the collective uprooting and dispersal suffered by the Palestinians in 1948 and the physical continuity enjoyed by other Arab societies that had experienced political revolution and sharp social transformation, the evidence is that the same social force eventually asserted its political leadership and dominated the state-building exercise in both cases. The assertion of the petite bourgeoisie lay in the future, however, and in the 1950s the question was how to mobilize and unite the disparate and dispersed Palestinian communities. Prevailing political conditions made it impossible to establish a national organization with linkages across borders, and so young activists resorted instead to unions and social associations, some a revival from pre-1948 Palestine. The League of Palestinian Students in Cairo proved to be the single most important political arena of the 1950s, within which the later national leadership was foremed, and was followed in the 1960s by unions of women, workers, teachers, and other social groups. This was a vital first step towards national mobilization, but it was armed struggle that eventually turned the Palestinian idea into an organized, mass phenomenon, by offering a powerful symbol of the imagined community and providing the impetus to focus it on a common structure. The launch of the War of Liberation had to wait until 1965, however, and in the meantime the only Palestinians to wear military uniform did so under the command of one or another Arab state. 2. Palestinian Arab uniform. Infiltration, the post-war challenge. In January 1, 1949, Arab and Israeli delegations commenced armistice negotiations under UN auspices on the island of Rhodes. Separate agreements were duly reached between Israel and each of its Arab neighbors, starting with Egypt in February, then Lebanon in March and Jordan in April, and ending with Syria in July. This was accompanied on the Arab side by steps to contain the potential repercussions of the Palestine war on domestic and regional stability. Far from endorsing the establishment of a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, the Arab governments took active steps to marginalize or dismantle what remained of the Palestinian political and military bodies that had waged the conflict in 1947-8. Abdullah had called FOR the dissolution of the Arab Salvation Army, FORMED and armed by the League of Arab States, as early as May 1948. 1. At the beginning of October, following a decision by the All-Palestine government in Gaza to revive the Army of Holy War, Abdullah ordered the British officered units of the Arab Legion to disarm and forcibly disband its units in what was soon to be commonly known as the West Bank of Jordan. 2 The remaining 2,464 irregulars subsequently joined whichever Arab contingent was nearest, and the Jordanian military authorities formally dissolved the Army of Holy War on December 18, 1948. 3. The League of Arab States had already decided on October 22 to disband the Arab Salvation Army, which was regrouped in southern Syria. Unhappy with this decision, a brigade commander, Washfi al-Tai, planned to lead his unit to seize power in Damascus and then, reinforced by the Syrian army and with the help of Jordan's Arab Legion, drive back into Palestine. 4 This plan was exposed following the coup d'état by Husni al-Zaim on March 30, 1949. The decommissioning of the Arab Salvation Army was hastened, and it ceased to exist by 15 May. 5 The Egyptian military authorities in Gaza had disarmed Palestinian irregulars and dismantled a local radio station in the meantime, and repatriated several hundred Egyptian volunteers belonging to the Muslim Brotherhood Society following the armistice in February. 6 The AHC and APG were powerless to prevent the disbanding of Palestinian irregular forces. A belated announcement by the AHC on 1 May 5 confirming the Arab decision to dissolve the Army of Holy War only underlined its lack of control over events. Despite enjoying the nominal recognition of the League of 59 Arab States, the APG was not invited to attend subsequent meetings of the Ministerial Council or other bodies, despite repeated protests. Abd al-Baqi Dudi fully kept office at APG headquarters in Cairo, but his death in 1963 signaled its final demise. Husseini similarly sought to keep the AHC alive by opening offices in Cairo and Damascus, but his activity was strictly monitored by the Egyptian authorities, as much as by his Hashemite rivals in Jordan. His attempts to build a political following among the refugees in Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon over the next decade met with little success, and he spent the years until his death in 197 in relative oblivion. Arab policy towards the AHC and APG was determined by the general wish to avoid entanglement in further conflict with Israel. Israeli military operations in the border areas continued throughout the armistice negotiations in 1949, and later resulted in the loss of part of the Al-Ajah demilitarized zone on the Egyptian front and of a strategic hill overlooking Lake Tiberias on the Syrian front in May 1951. Arab governments were concerned that infiltration by Palestinian refugees, who slipped across the lines in the attempt to return to their homes and rejoin families, harvest crops, or exact personal vengeance on the Jewish settlers, would provoke Israel and provide pretexts for further expansion. At most 10% of the infiltrators acted out of nationalist motivation, in FACT, but the sheer volume of incidents, peaking at 16,000 in 1952 and then dropping to just over 7,000 a year later and then 4,351 in 1955, posed a severe problem. 7 Israel viewed infiltration as an indication not only of Arab hostility, but of a deliberate intention by the neighboring states to destroy it in a second round. It responded with a strategy of disproportionate retaliation designed both to compel the Arab governments to prevent infiltration and to deter them from launching a new war. Israeli border guards had effectively initiated a shoot-to-kill policy at the end of the 1947-8 war, and in the next 8 years killed between 2,700 and 5,000 Palestinians, mostly unarmed. 8 Few prisoners were taken in the first FEW years, the wounded were finished off, while many prison ERs were liquidated, tied to trees and shot. 9 To increase the pressure, other units crossed the armistice lines to attack Arab military outposts and villages. Such action appeared particularly threatening to the Arab states because it coincided with persistent Israeli efforts to take over demilitarized zones, inch the border outwards in certain areas, and expel additional numbers of Palestinians in border-clearing operations. Most of the infiltration took place from the West Bank and Gaza Strip, where there were the largest concentrations of refugees, with relatively long and open borders with Israel. Jordan was anxious to stabilize the armistice line, especially after the transfer of an additional strip of land to Israeli control led to the expulsion of 5,650 Palestinian villagers in 1949-50. Despite continuing secret negotiations with King Abdullah, or perhaps as a means of increasing the pressure on him, Israeli troops mounted 117 raids into the West Bank in this period. 10 In early 1951, after additional attacks had left dozens of civilian 60 casualties, the Jordanian government decreed the formation of a National Guard to assist in the defense of the frontier villages. The guardsmen were poorly armed and lacked communications and transport equipment, but helped the Arab Legion to inflict substantial casualties on Israeli raiders, especially in 1953-4. Individual infiltration gradually gave way after 1952 to more organized active ITY. As John Glubb, the British commander of the Arab Legion, saw it, the upsurge of violence in 1953 was the work of a group of refugees in Damascus, all of them former terrorists employed by the Mufti Husseini in Palestine. The Saudi and Sikh Arabian government was arming and subsidizing these men to infiltrate through Jordan into Israel and kill Jews. 11 Egypt and Syria also provided funds and arms, but the Jordanian security services concluded that Husseini had failed. 12 Armed infiltration nonetheless took a toll, with 111 Israeli casualties in 1951, 111 in 1952, 124 in 1953, and 117 in 1954. 13. Palestinian activity also threatened the Israeli ambition to nibble more territory. For example, in the Hebron district, Israel feared that intense infiltration activity would challenge its ability to create its accomplice and disprove its claim to control the area. 14 For all these reasons, Israel launched 200 reprisal raids in the first 5 months of 1953, inflicting 295 Arab casualties, of whom 95% were civilians. 15 In the bloodiest incident, on October 15, the raiders dynamited dozens of houses over the heads of their occupants in Kibbutz, killing 66 and wounding 75. Fearful of further Israeli reprisals, the Jordanian command increased border patrols in the West Bank and removed officers who had proved diffident in preventing infiltration. Hundreds of Palestinians were detained for attempting to carry out further attacks in the next few months, and the border became relatively calm for a period of 14 months starting in July 1954. 16. This was not entirely to the liking of Israel, which actually sought escalation in this period in order to secure a pretext to conquer the West Bank. 17 The IDF mounted for unprovoked raids in July and August in order to seize hostages and bargain for the release of a captured Israeli soldier, but a tense calm returned to the border in following months. The vigilance of the Arab Legion was reflected in the fact that a total of 997 infiltrators received sentences in 1954-5. 18. Armed infiltration rose again only after September 1955, instigated by Egypt and Syria in response to the announcement that Jordan intended to join the British-sponsored Baghdad Pact. The Gaza Strip, Palestinian border police, border guards, and Fida-e-Ayun. Egypt was the first country to conclude an armistice agreement with Israel, and, like Jordan, was anxious to avoid further conflict after 1949. The overthrow of the monarchy in July 1, 1952 raised questions about the commitment of the new 61 government in Cairo to standing policy. The Revolutionary Council that was quickly formed by the Free Officers signaled restraint at first, curtailing the propaganda campaign against Israel and implementing tension-reducing measures on the border, but reverted to a stance of public hostility towards the end of the year following a rise in Israeli reprisals. 19 It remained privately determined to avoid confrontation, but was impeded by the terms of the armistice agreement, which prohibited deployment of regular army units in Gaza. Its answer was to establish Palestinian military formations. This marked the beginning of a difficult and ultimately unsuccessful balancing act, as the government sought to defuse Palestinian discontent with the status quo on the one hand, yet keep the peace with Israel on the other. In December, the government decreed the formation of the Palestine Border Police under the command of Revolutionary Council member Abd al-Mun/M Abd al-Rauf. A dynamic former Air Brigade commander and member of the Muslim Brotherhood, Abd al-Rauf had 250 Palestinian volunteers in training by the beginning of March 1953, followed by 3 more groups of trainees between May and December. 20 All the officers and most non-commissioned officers were Egyptians, drawn from the Standing Army Reserves or the National Guard. Some Palestinians were appointed to non-commissioned rank after completing their training. The Palestine Border Police proved unwilling or inadequate for the task, however, as continuing infiltration provoked a sharp rise in Israeli reprisals in early 1954. The Egyptian command now placed a section of the police under another officer, Abd al-Azim al-Sahardi, to guard public installations in Gaza. Unlike the border police, the Sahardi Battalion, as it came to be known, was attached to the military governor's office. This caused considerable resentment among the Palestinian personnel, who took this to indicate a lower status. 21 Palestinian anger at Israeli reprisals and Egyptian restrictions erupted in March, as demonstrators took to the streets of Gaza to demand conscription and the distribution of arms to the local population. This coincided with the sharpening tension between the Muslim Brotherhood and Jamal Abd al-Nasir, who had just replaced Muhammad Najib as head of the Revolutionary Council, and so the Palestinian members of the society in Gaza took a leading part in the street protests. To defuse the situation, the Egyptian authorities agreed a few weeks later to redesignate the Palestine Border Police as 1 Battalion, Palestine Borders Guard. Its strength was brought up to 700 and its armament now included medium mortars and machine guns. Palestinians still accounted for only a few of its non-commissioned officers. 22 There was no change in Egyptian policy, however. Nasir remained keen to avoid clashes with Israel, and responded positively during the year to overtures by the new Israeli Prime Minister, Moshe Sharad, to reduce border tensions. The 1 Battalion proved to have no more impact on infiltration than the former Border Police, however. Mustafa Hafiz, chief of the Palestine branch of Egyptian military intelligence in Gaza, observed in July that, while the main 62 purpose of planting armed forces along the armistice line is to prevent infiltration, entrusting Palestinian soldiers with this task will not further that aim, because they encourage infiltration and repeatedly conduct attacks. He concluded that conscripting Palestinians to defend the sector is a failure, and these forces will be a cause of increased tension between us and the Jews. 23 The battalion was to come under question for a different reason in October, following the abortive assassination attempt on Nasir by the Muslim Brotherhood. Battalion FO under Abd al-Rauf had been imprisoned along with other leading members of the Saadati in March, but escaped and revived its secret apparatus in following months. He was later sentenced to death in absentia for conspiring to mount a coup d'état with the assistance of the 1 Battalion, according to a Palestinian military attorney, but fled to the West Bank and subsequently D12. 4. Remame at Arj. The experience of 1 Battalion offered tangible evidence that measures intended to contain Palestinian militancy and curb infiltration could have unexpected, and at times undesired consequences. Palestinian supporters of the Muslim Brotherhood exposed the vulnerability of Egyptian policy with a rash of attacks against Israeli settlements near the Gaza Strip in late 1954. The local military authorities responded with some 200 arrests and harsh prison sentences, and with the imposition of new legal and administrative measures. 25 It was at this point that a particularly severe Israeli reprisal raid on Gaza on February 28, 1955, in which 39 Egyptian soldiers were killed and 32 wounded, triggered mass demonstrations and renewed calls for conscription and for the training and arming of the local population. This followed on 3 days of local protests over plans to resettle refugees on remaining projects near the Suez Canal. More importantly still, it coincided with the discovery that France was secretly supplying Israel with modern weapons, and prompted Egypt to conclude its own major arms deal with Czechoslovakia and to form a joint military command with Syria in October. The Czech arms deal still lay some months into the future, and a more immediate Egyptian response to the Gaza raid was to increase FORCE levels in Sinai and the Gaza Strip by 15,000 men. These were mostly poorly trained and poorly armed National Guardsmen, the first of whom reached Gaza on March 7. The Egyptian command now raised two new Palestinian battalions, the 32nd and 43rd, and combined them with 1 battalion to form the 86th Brigade, Palestine Borders Guard. 26. This was soon followed by the 87th Brigade, comprising an additional 3 battalions, 44th, 45th, and 46th, taking total strength to 4,000 by 1956. Once again, all but 5 of the officers and most non-commissioned officers were Egyptian, mainly drawn from army reserves. 27. The ambiguous status of the Palestinian soldiers was marked by the fact that their pay came not from the army but from a special allowance in the budget of the Egyptian military governor in Gaza. The Egyptian command planned to raise a 3rd Brigade and ultimately to form an infantry division 12,000 strong, with armor, artillery, and other sup. 63. Port units. Headquarters elements of the 8th Division were in FACT FORMED during 1956 and several units received training in artillery and armor combat at Egyptian military academies, but the expansion effort was abruptly cut short when Israel, Britain, and France launched their tripartite invasion of Egypt at the end of October. 28. As the official Egyptian history of the war later recounted, the Palestine Borders Guard had not attained its full allotment of personnel and equipment, was still in training, and was armed only with aging pass-me-downs from the Egyptian army, which now fielded the newer Soviet bloc weapons. 29. The Palestine Borders Guard had in fact engaged in hostilities along the armistice line long before the invasion. Israel accused its soldiers not only of assisting infiltrators to mount ambushes and sabotage attacks, but also of laying mines and firing at Israeli patrols and settlements starting with the period of expansion in spring 1955. 30. This reflected the Egyptian decision to relax restrictions on infiltration and guerrilla activity against Israel, as a means of deterring, and responding to, Israeli raids. 31. Opinion within the local Egyptian command was divided, however, as to which military unit or branch should be responsible for such activity. At a meeting with Egyptian Commander-in-Chief Abd al-Hakim Amir, during his visit to Gaza in March 1, 1955, local military intelligence chief Hafiz opposed the brigade commanders who sought greater responsibility for the Borders Guard. 32. Instead, he suggested forming a special task force with suitable training and armament to undertake commando missions inside Israel, allowing the Border Guard to focus on its main task of repelling Israeli raids. Approval was rapid, as the Revolutionary Council in Cairo had already decided in principle to set up such a unit. The nucleus for the new Commando FORCE, popularly known as the Fida-e-Ayun, Men of Sacrifice, was a group of Palestinians who had been employed by Egyptian military intelligence to conduct unarmed reconnaissance inside Israel since 1949. Recruitment was stepped up after the Gaza raid, as 50 new volunteers were given special training in light arms and explosives use. Hafiz wanted men who knew the terrain well, and persuaded some 50 Palestinians who had been imprisoned on infiltration charges to join the Fida-e-Ayun. Basic training was undertaken in Gaza, followed by advanced instruction at National Guard camps in Egypt. Regular officers and non-commissioned officers from the Egyptian army were seconded to command the Fida-e-Ayun, although they now drew their pay from the National Guard. 34. The Fida-e-Ayun commenced combat activity in April, at times jointly with border guardsmen. Military intelligence held operational responsibility, but the Fida-e-Ayun were paid out of the budget of the Egyptian administration in Gaza. 35. The Fida-e-Ayun were still considered a junior adjunct of Egyptian military intelligence, but this view changed after a series of large Israeli raids on Gaza that inflicted several hundred military casualties in autumn 1955. On 15 December, following a military operation in which Israel completed its takeover of the Al-Ajah demilitarized zone, Egyptian Commander-in-Chief Amir authorized. 64. The transformation of the Fida-e-Ayun into a formal military unit, 141 Battalion. After some delay and a brief mutiny by the disgruntled Palestinian personnel, their monthly pay was raised to £8. Egyptian National Guardsmen received £18, in addition to FOOD allowances and special bonuses FOR missions, £1-2, injury, and death. 36 Fida-e-Ayun strength reached 700 in the next FEW months, and may have risen to 1,000, prompting military intelligence to consider forming a second unit, the 142 Battalion. 37 Two more training camps were set up to cope with the expansion. But the new battalion was not established. Guerrilla activity rose sharply following the formation of 141 Battalion. The IDF noted 180 attacks, cross-border fire, mine-laying, and ambushes, between December 1955 and March 1956, and imposed a dusk-to-dawn curfew on its side of the border in order to prevent infiltration. 38 Israel had already concluded that it faced the threat of an imminent invasion in the wake of the Egyptian-Czech arms deal and the formation of the Egyptian-Syrian Military Command in October 1, 1955. It decided to launch a preemptive strike, and on 1 December 1 mounted a largely unprovoked attack on Syrian army positions in the hope of forcing Cairo and Damascus into war before they were ready. 39 War did not break out, but Fida-e-Ayun activity only deepened Israeli resolve to wage a confrontation on its own terms. As the violence intensified, Israeli guns retaliated for several Palestinian attacks with an unprecedented artillery barrage on the center of Gaza City on April 5, 1956, killing 59 people and wounding 93, most of them civilians. The Egyptian command riposted with dozens of Fida-e-Ayun raids over the next week, inflicting widespread damage and killing 12 Israelis. Only the intervention of the UN Secretary-General restored calm. Egypt now sought to shift the focus away from Gaza. Military intelligence smuggled arms and explosives to Fida-e-Ayun operating in the West Bank under the name of Khalid ibn al-Walid, headed by a veteran Palestinian mujahid, Subhi Yassin. 4 Fida-e-Ayun from Gaza also took refuge in the West Bank after conducting their missions, and were repatriated by the Egyptian military attaché in Amman, Salah Mustafa. Syrian military intelligence and Palestinian leader Husseini assisted this effort, which resulted in an additional 95 raids by October, but carefully refrained from similar action on the Syrian front. 41 Israel responded to the Egyptian-sponsored campaign by arranging the assassination of Hafiz on July 12, and the fatal wounding of Mustafa on October 14. The Egyptian command was exercising restraint in Gaza and did not appoint a successor to Hafiz, but its efforts to resume Fida-e-Ayun activity in the West Bank triggered large Israeli reprisal raids on Gaza in September and October that left 161 civilian casualties. Nasser's nationalization of the Suez Canal in July and his support for the Algerian rebellion had already placed him on a collision course with Britain and France, and the two European powers now planned to invade Egypt in collusion with Israel. The IDF contributed to the rise in tension by evicting 700 villagers from the demilitarized zone with Syria at the end of October. To ensure a sufficient pretext for war, it also blew up a water well at a settlement near Gaza and fabricated reports of Fida-e-Ayun attacks on the eve of the invasion. 42 The IDF launched its attack hours later, on October 29, and had full control of the Gaza Strip and Sinai Peninsula by November 5. French and British aircraft attacked military targets in Egypt from 3 October 1 onwards, and were followed by the landing of ground troops in the northern Suez Canal zone on November 5, but were compelled to observe a UN ceasefire at midnight on the following day. The lessons of 1956. Shortly before the attack on Gaza commenced, in the early hours of 2 November, Israeli radio announced that the IDF knew the identity of Fida-e-Ayun and intended to punish them for their raids on Israel. The radio also warned the civilian population that it would be held collectively responsible for attacks on Israeli civilians or property. 43 Fearing reprisals, some 1,500 Fida'iyun and border guards and a similar number of their close relatives infiltrated through Israel to seek refuge in the West Bank. 44 They were disarmed by the Arab Legion and delivered into the care of the Egyptian military attaché in Amman, where they spent the next 5 months. 45 In Gaza, the IDF took some 4,000 Fida'iyun, border guards, and Egyptian soldiers prisoner. 46 Dozens of Fida'iyun were summarily executed, and 275 Palestinian civilians were killed as Israeli troops swept Khan Yunis for fugitives and weapons on 3 November. 47 Another 36 youths were killed in detention on 10 November, and 2 days later between 48 and 111 unarmed Palestinians died when Israeli soldiers opened fire on a large crowd they had assembled in the central square of Rafah. In all, between 930 and 1,000 Palestinians were estimated to have died by the IDF withdrawal from Gaza on March 7, 1957. 48. There had been little armed resistance to the Israeli occupation. The flight or detention of thousands of military personnel and the IDF's heavy-handed security measures were major reasons, while another was the capture of Egyptian files containing the names of Palestinian political activists. Members of the political parties were not inclined to resort to arms, in any case. Survivors of the government crackdown on the Muslim Brotherhood Society in October 1, 1954 joined local members of the Ba'ath Party and pro-Nasir politicians to form the Popular Resistance Front in early December 1956. 49. The Communists and other leftists formed a national front, and soon boasted 2,000 to 3,000 members. Neither front conducted military activity, however, and any thought of political agitation or civilian disobedience was dashed when the Israelis conducted sweeping arrests in January 1, 1957. Fugitive. Fida'iyun in Jordan mounted 5 Q-70 attacks by the end of 1956, but this was largely at their own initiative as the Egyptian embassy in Amman proved reluctant to provide funds or combat supplies. 50 Egyptian and Syrian intelligence were more active in Lebanon, where their agents carried out a handful of sabotage attacks. 66. Against British and French targets. Members of the Syrian Army's 68 Palestinian Reconnaissance Battalion also attacked Israeli targets from southern Lebanon on several occasions, after secret coordination with Lebanese military intelligence. 51 Israel eventually withdrew from Sinai and Gaza after obtaining Egyptian commitments to allow free shipping through the Straits of Tiran and to refrain from deploying regular army units or heavy weapons in Gaza. A UN peacekeeping force arrived in Gaza on March 7, 1957, to extend the buffer now separating the two armies along the old armistice line. A new governor-general arrived from Cairo on March 14. Following Palestinian demonstrations demanding the return of Egyptian administration. The reappearance of armed Fida'iyun in the streets confronted the Egyptian authorities with the question of what to do with the Palestinian military formations that had contributed, both directly and indirectly, to the outbreak of war with Israel. Looking back from the vantage point of March 1, 1957, the creation of the Palestine Border Police over 4 years earlier could be seen in Cairo as the start of an enduring and unwelcome pattern. Having formed a Palestinian unit in the first instance to contain irredentist threats to the status quo emanating from Gaza, the Egyptian command felt compelled to create additional units with upgraded training, equipment, and functions as a means both of resisting Israeli reprisals and of signaling its determination to deter wider attacks. The creation of those units ultimately proved counterproductive, since it fueled Israeli suspicions of Egyptian intentions. The Egyptian shift to more active deterrence through the creation of the Fida'iyun in 1955 similarly backfired, as did the attempt to relocate the arena of guerrilla activity to the West Bank in 1956, since both efforts only hardened Israeli determination to strike a decisive, preemptive blow at the source of the threat. The lesson was not lost on the Egyptian command. The 86th and 87th Palestine Borders Guard Brigades were dissolved and reconstituted as the Palestinian 107th Brigade, comprising only 2 battalions, the 19th and 20th. The new unit was based near Cairo at first, and then deployed not to Gaza but Kantara East, on the eastern side of the Suez Canal, in late 1957. The addition of a 3rd Battalion, the 21st, took brigade strength to 3,000 to 3,600, but it had to be disbanded after disturbances in which the Palestinian soldiers protested against their enforced exile from Gaza, and after many failed to return from home leave. 52. The Egyptian command was more lenient with the Fida-e-Ayun. The fugitives in Jordan were returned by sea from Syria, except a number who resettled in the West Bank Bat Jabbar refugee camp, and 400 to 450 finally reassembled in Gaza in April. 53. The 141 Battalion was now officially referred to as a police unit. However, in order not to contravene the terms of the evacuation agreement with Israel, it was assigned to guard military facilities and to prevent infiltration, but its main task was to gather intelligence on Israel. 54. Some 200 survivors of the Sahardi Battalion were also brought under the command of the local Egyptian chief of police. The Palestinian Army in Arab politics. 67. In contrast to their inactivity on the Egyptian front, Palestinian military formations were to play a not insignificant, if modest, part in the Arab Cold War from 1957 onwards. Most notable was the 68 Reconnaissance Battalion, formed on the orders of Syrian military intelligence chief Abd al-Hamid al-Sarraj following Israeli attacks on Syrian positions overlooking Lake Tiberias in December 1955. The unit consisted of infiltrators who had gathered intelligence for the Israel branch and external branch of the Syrian Qsim Bureau, G2. Since summer 1953.56 most were refugees living in the border region, who supplemented their meager pay by stealing what they could during missions. 57 others worked for military intelligence on contract, the best known being Abu Abdullah Khalifa, while in Lebanon Muhammad al-Arqa performed a similar service. The 68 Battalion consisted of 600 Palestinian Maghayir, commandos, at its peak, but all its officers were Syrian, including the commander, Akram al-Safadi. Another 200 to 400 refugees based in Syria and Lebanon could be called on when necessary to conduct additional missions. In return FORA nominal FEE.58 yet the Syrian army refused to treat the battalion as a regular unit, and pay for its Palestinian personnel came almost entirely from the budget of the government agency responsible for FUCC. 59 Regiauaj.Rs. The Maghayir were under strict orders to avoid combat in Israel, but Syrian military intelligence was not averse to using them for covert operations against domestic and Arab FOEs. 60 An early victim was Syrian Nationalist Party member Ghassan Jadid, who had assassinated Syrian Deputy Chief of Staff Adnan al-Malki in April 1955. 61 Members of the 68 Battalion also conducted a number of sabotage missions in Jordan following the FALL of the nationalist government of Sulayman al-Nabulsi in April 1, 1957 and King Hussein's endorsement of the Eisenhower Doctrine, and attacked Lebanese targets in response to President Shamon's open alignment with the West. A company of Maltayr also joined pro-Nasir militias in Beirut, following the start of the Lebanese Civil War in May 1, 1958, and delivered combat supplies to opposition forces around the country. Lebanese militiamen also received training at the 68 Battalion base camp in Harasta, near Damascus. 61 The Maghayir contingent in Lebanon built up to over 300 in the next 2 months, but saw only limited action generally despite a brief clash with U.S. Marines who landed in Beirut in July. 63 The crisis was resolved to the mutual satisfaction of Nasir, the U.S. administration, and the main Lebanese parties on the understanding that Army Commander Fuad Shihab, who had maintained such careful neutrality, would become the next president and the Maghayir returned to Syria. Their next combat involvement was again in an inter-Arab struggle, this time in the context of the feud between Nasir and General Abd al-Karim al-Qasim, who overthrew the Iraqi monarchy in July. In March 1, 959, the 68 Battalion was ordered to FERRY weapons to assist the rebellion by Arab nationalist officers and pro-Nasir parties. 68. In the northern Iraqi city of Mosul, but was repulsed by the Air Force, which remained loyal to Qasim. 64 Qasim responded to Nasir's intervention in the most damaging way he could, by challenging Egyptian policy towards the Palestinian problem. This took place in the context of Egyptian FERs that Israel was about to absorb large numbers of Jewish immigrants from the Soviet bloc, dashing any hope that the Palestinian refugees might return to their homes. This coincided with the revival in early 1959 of U.S. proposals for the resettlement of the refugees, and triggered street protests in Gaza. Nasir was subject to conflicting pressures: the immediate need to mollify Palestinian public opinion and preempt militant elements from taking matters into their own hands, and the more general imperative to avoid any escalation that might lead to war with Israel. The result was a precarious balancing act. On the one hand, the Egyptian command transferred the 19th Battalion of the Palestine Borders Guard to Gaza. Nasir marked its arrival with a visit to Gaza in March, during which he announced his intention to establish a Palestinian entity and a legislative council later in the year. 65 On the other hand, he dispelled the expectation that this was a prelude for military action by making the remarkable admission that neither he nor any other Arab leader had a plan to liberate Palestine. Qasim returned to these statements in June, noting that Nasir had done nothing to establish the proposed Palestinian entity and announcing his own plans to form a Palestinian Liberation Regiment. 66 He raised the stakes in December by calling for the establishment of a Palestinian Republic in Gaza and the West Bank, and announced his decision to prepare the armed forces of the Palestinian Republic in March 1960. 07 Some 350 Palestinians from Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan volunteered. Husseini, who left Cairo for Lebanon in this period following a rift with Nasir, was especially active in nominating recruits from the refugee camps. Between 50 and 62 cadets graduated from Iraqi Reserve Officers School in mid-August, and the Palestine Liberation Regiment, Fa'oy al-Taltrir al-Filadotsteini, came officially into existence in November. 3 more classes graduated in 1961-2, producing a total of 134-150 officers by spring 1963. The regiment was in fact commanded by Iraqis down to company level and could only absorb 32 Palestinian officers, and so the surplus were absorbed into Iraqi army reserves. After a number had returned home. 71 The regiment was eventually disbanded AFEW months after the overthrow of Qasim in February 1963. A majority of the Palestinian officers opted to join the Iraqi army, and some were to see action in the anti-Kurdish campaign in northern Iraq in 1964. 72 The fate of the regiment lay in the future, however, and in 1960 Qasim's challenge was potent. Nasir responded first by authorizing the return of the 20th Battalion of the Palestine Borders Guard, which he now grandiosely called the Palestinian Army, to Gaza. He also approved the formation in February of the Popular Resistance, a militia force that numbered some 2,500 by the end of the year. 73 Elections for the Palestinian Legislative Council were held among the 69 refugees in Syria in July, on Egyptian orders, and in Gaza in January 196. 1. To reinforce the propaganda message, Cairo Radio also launched the Voice of Palestine program in October 1960. 74 The Egyptian command next decided to call for volunteers and re-establish the 21st Battalion of the Palestine Borders Guard in early 196. 1, taking total brigade strength to 180Q2,000.75 The rivalry with Qasim was evidently pushing Nasir to take political and military steps that could only raise Palestinian expectations and possibly threaten the truce with Israel. A new challenge suddenly loomed in September 1961, when a group of officers led by Abd al-Karim al-Nala'i seized power in Damascus and announced Syria's secession from the UAR. Nasir blamed conservative enemies at home and abroad for the breakup, and responded with a leftward thumb in domestic and foreign policies. He approved a constitution for Gaza that designated it as part of Palestine and its inhabitants as Palestinian citizens in March 1962, but the Palestine problem was now relegated to the back of his concerns. First came the socialist decrees and nationalization of industry, finance, and commerce, and closer relations with the USSR. This was followed by military intervention to support the Republican officers who seized power in Yemen in September, against tribesmen backed by Saudi Arabia and Jordan, which he suspected of complicity in the Syrian secession. The overthrow of Qasim in February 1963 brought some relief to Nasir, as did the coup d'état mounted by a coalition of Ba'athist and Arab nationalist officers in Syria in March. Relations between the putschists were tense, however. Pro-Nasir elements in the new Revolutionary Council pushed for immediate revival of the union with Egypt, but a brief mutiny in support of this demand among army units in Aleppo at the end of April only prompted their Ba'athist rivals to seek tighter control of the armed forces. Matters came to a head on July 18, when a coalition of pro-Nasir officers and political parties headed by Army Major Jassim al-Alwan attempted a second coup d'état. Their attempt was defeated almost at the outset, leaving the military committee of the Ba'ath party alone in power. The continuing struggle for power in Damascus had direct consequences for 68 Battalion. Although Safadi had been transferred to Cairo during the union with Egypt, the unit was still widely regarded as a pro-Nasir bastion. The secessionist officers who seized power in September 1961 took the precaution of having the Maghayir disarmed and confined to barracks, and later reduced their numbers from 600 to around 400.76. The battalion's fortunes were somewhat restored by the coup of March 1963, as Palestinian officers, including several Ba'athists, now took command for the first time. However, the ongoing contest within the ruling Revolutionary Council led to the dismissal in June of 155 Maghayir known to harbor strong pro-Nasir sympathies. 77 Safadi secretly recruited several dozen of them from his headquarters in Cairo, and then slipped into Syria to lead them in the assault on army headquarters on July 18. Their boldness was doomed, as the other plotters failed to act. Safadi was able to escape to Egypt, but 18 Maghayir were executed for their role. 78. 70. Confronted with this demonstration of the strength of pro-Nasir sentiment, the Syrian authorities set up new security units to observe political activity among the Palestinian refugees. 79. One was the Palestinian detachment, Al-Mafraza al-Filastiniya, FORMED 68 battalion personnel and entrusted with active surveillance and policing, while another was the Palestinian section, Al-Qism al-Filastini, attached to the Ministry of Interior. The ministry also instructed its existing political department to monitor political developments among the Palestinians. 80. In August the 68 Battalion was placed under the command of Palestinian officers belonging to the Ba'ath party. Some of its FORMED personnel were regrouped in a separate reconnaissance unit, but the battalion eventually regained a strength of 500 to 550.81. The Syrian experience demonstrated once again the potential dangers of Arab sponsorship of Palestinian military formations. Palestinians had carried out numerous missions on behalf of their hosts, but these often related to inter-Arab rivalries and frequently involved sabotage and subversion, not to mention involvement in internal struggles for power. Arab support for Palestinian political and military organization promised more than was ever intended. The fate of the Fida-e-Ayun, Palestine Borders Guard, Palestinian Liberation Regiment, and Maghayir underlined both the unwillingness of the Arab states to confront Israel and the lack of autonomous Palestinian leadership. It was in this context that new, clandestine guerrilla groups pushed themselves forward. 3. Rebirth of the Palestinian National Movement. The Arab Nationalists Movement. Of the many clandestine groups that emerged among the scattered Palestinian communities in the years after 1948, the most influential by far were the Arab Nationalists Movement, Harakat al-Qawmiyan al-Rab, and the Palestinian National Liberation Movement, Harakat al-Tahrir al-Watani al-Filastini, more commonly known by its reversed acronym, Fatah. Fatah was to take command of the PLO and the entire guerrilla movement in the late 1960s, while the Arab Nationalists Movement, ANM, was the parent of Fatah's two main competitors, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP, and the Popular Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PDFLP. The FO-unders of the ANM and Fatah came from substantially distinct regional and social backgrounds, and drew to a large degree on diverse ideological roots, although they shared the common objective of waging relentless war on Israel and regaining the lost homeland, Palestine. The ANM coalesced in 1951 around a group of students at the American University of Beirut. The driving force came from medical student George Habash, son of a relatively wealthy Christian trader from Lydda, and Hani al-Hindi, the son of a respected Damascene family whose father was an ex-Sharifian officer and had served in the Iraqi army until his involvement in the abortive nationalist revolt by Rashid Ali al-Kailani in 1941. Habash and Hindi had both volunteered for service with the Arab Salvation Army in 1948, to which Habash was attached as a medical attendant. He witnessed the exodus of his family from their hometown of Lydda following the massacre by Israeli forces in July, an experience that was to shape the outlook of the previously apolitical student forever. The Israelis came to Lydda and forced us to flee. It is a picture that does not leave my mind and that I will never forget. 30,000 people walking, crying, screaming with terror. Women carrying babies on their arms and children clinging to their skirts, with the Israeli soldiers pointing their weapons at their backs. Some people fell by the wayside, and some did not rise again. It was terrible. If you see such things, your mind and heart alter. So what use is it to treat a sick body when such things 72 happen? Humans must change the world, they must do something, they must kill if needs be. To kill, even if that means that we in our turn become inhuman. Habash and Hindi were deeply embittered in the wake of the war by Arab disunity and what they saw as the collusion of Arab governments with Great Britain and the Zionists. They decided to punish any Arab leaders who sought peace with Israel and to subvert the armistice, in part by attacking Western and Zionist interests. 2 Thirsty for revenge, they assisted in the formation of a clandestine organization known as Kataib al-Fida al-Arabi, battalions of Arab sacrifice, along with a handful of Syrian activists and a small group of Egyptian fugitives. 3 The latter were green shirts of the Young Egypt movement who had taken refuge in Syria after being accused of assassinating a government minister in Cairo. They provided the muscle and stressed the importance of political violence at a time when the masses were not mobilized for action. The leading influence on the Kataib was the Egyptian fugitive Tawfiq al-Hakim. He had a considerable impact on young Palestinians who met him in Damascus in 1949-50, and offered them rudimentary paramilitary training. 4 The FO-unders of the Kataib were attracted by a mixture of examples, the revolutionary ideas of Giuseppe Garibaldi and his emphasis on political violence, the obsessive secrecy of the Italian Carbonari and Young Italy movement, the absolutist nationalism and iron discipline of Bismarck, and the confrontationist tactics of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt and the Syrian National Party. 5 These were strongly influential roots akin to the ideological springs of fascism, as the group's own dissidents were to point out many years later. 6 The Kataib conducted roughly a dozen terrorist attacks against a variety of targets in Beirut and Damascus starting in August 1, 1949. The first incident was timed to coincide with the armistice talks in Lausanne, and left 12 dead and 27 wounded in a Damascus synagogue. British and U.S. consulates, a foreign school, and an UNRWA office were also bombed over the next year, but the Kataib failed to move against the Arab leaders they despised most, King Abdullah of Jordan and Iraqi Premier Nouri al-Said. 7 Habash and Hindi were soon dissatisfied with the direction taken by the Kataib, which they felt practiced violence without a clear, wider agenda. They hoped eventually to develop the armed attacks into a military campaign against Israel across Arab borders. Acts of sabotage and assassination were merely a phase of preparation and experimentation, in which combat teams could train. 8. In their search for models, Habash and Hindi also looked to the secret apparatus, al-Jihaz al-Siri, of the Muslim Brotherhood and to the Haganah and the other Zionist underground organizations of the pre-1948 period. 9. This divergence within the Kataib became obvious in spring 1950, and during the following period Habash and Hindi approached Ba'ath Party FO under Michel Aflaq with an offer to turn the Kataib into a military wing of the party, but to no avail. 0. Their Egyptian partners had in the meantime become involved in a plot. Rebirth of the National Movement. 73. To assassinate the Syrian president, Adib al-Shishakli, and the head of the Arab Socialist Party, Akram Hurani. The attempt failed, leading to the arrest and trial of Hakim and the brief imprisonment of Hindi, who had not taken part in the plot. The Kataib dissolved. Earlier, in 1949, Habash and Hindi had also joined Al-Urwa al-Wuthqa, the Firmist Bond, a student society at the American University of Beirut. They edited its newsletter and then headed the society in 1949-50, and in this way met the other young men who were to join them in founding the ANM. Among the newcomers were Wadi Haddad, another Palestinian from a middle-class Christian family that had fled Safadi in 1948, and Ahmed al-Khatib, a Kuwaiti medical student. Muhsin Ibrahim, a Lebanese schoolteacher and the son of a clerk in a Shiite religious court, completed the founding group and lent it its main intellectual strength. 11. The university hospital also played a role in expanding the network. Habash and his colleagues took potential recruits to visit Palestinians who had been wounded in 1948 or during infiltration into Israel. 12. The founding corps expanded in 1951-2 by absorbing other student groups in Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan, to form the ANM. Liberation of Palestine was the primary goal of the ANM. However, it considered that this goal could not come about unless the Arab countries were free from Western colonial control and therefore able to concentrate their resources against Israel. Wadi Haddad is quoted as having explained to potentile recruits that the road to Tel Aviv passes through Damascus, Baghdad, Amman, and Cairo. 13. The ANM believed that sweeping change of Arab governments was necessary, but argued at the same time that this would require extensive political preparation. An early step in this direction was to form the Committee for Resistance to Peace with Israel, Hayat Muqawamat al-Sulh ma Israel, which mobilized the refugees in Lebanon against plans for their resettlement proposed by UNRWA and the U.S. administration between 1950 and 1953. 14. The committee proved a useful vehicle, allowing the ANM to make contacts in the refugee camps of Syria and Jordan and build new clandestine cells there. To achieve its more distant objectives, the ANM sought to build an organization based on strict discipline and secrecy. Full membership could only be attained after a long, painstaking apprenticeship. Indeed, internal critics were later to argue that the movement's fascist intellectual origins and obsessive rituals of secrecy were to blame for its isolation and inability to attract a wider following in the first years of its existence. 15. The fascist influence was painfully clear in the ANM diatribe against the Jewish threat and in its view of Zionism and Judaism as identical. 16. It was also evident in its choice of main political slogan unity, liberation, and revenge, and in its dramatic battle cry blood, iron, and fire. The ANM worked in the next FEW years to expand its embryonic organization, which developed a compartmentalized and hierarchical structure, the classic pyramid of communist parties, and to lay its ideological 7-4 foundations, in which both Ibrahim and a young Palestinian of middle-class background in Beirut, Al-Hakam Darwaza, took a major part. On graduation, Habash and Haddad left Beirut to set up a people's clinic, a debating club, and a literacy school in Amman. There they also combined forces with a Jordanian businessman, Hamid Al-Farhan, who had already set up a political forum with pan-Arab nationalist leanings that attracted middle-class adherents. Hindi returned to Syria following his brief detention in 1950, while Khatib set up a medical practice in Kuwait. The ANM remained modest in size, but was conceived Arably assisted, ironically, by the expulsion of 17 of its members from the American University of Beirut in January 1, 1955. Most resumed their studies in Cairo, where they met Arab nationalists from the Arabian Peninsula and North Africa, while others went to Syria, where the recent liberalization of political life allowed them to continue their proselytization. 17. A small Iraqi branch was formed next, followed in 1959 by the beginning of a lasting relationship with like-minded nationalists from North Yemen and British-ruled Aden. The ANM already had a public mouthpiece by now, as Habash had launched a weekly magazine, Al-Rai, at the beginning of 1954. It was closed down by the Jordanian government towards the end of the year, but Hindi relaunched it in Damascus in January 1, 1955. 18. The Lebanese branch was even more active, starting its own weekly, Al-Thar, Revenge, in November 1952 and building up its following among Lebanese workers in Sidon and Tyre and in the adjacent Palestinian refugee camps. 19. Growth was slow, however, especially as much of the potential membership of the ANM had already been won over to the Ba'ath Party, which was founded in 1947. The ANM was placed at a particular disadvantage when Akram Hurani's Arab Socialist Party merged with the Ba'ath, formally introducing socialism to the new common platform and giving the Ba'ath the social agenda it had previously lacked. Only 1 delegates attended the ANM's first General Conference in 1956, which formed an executive committee comprising the original founders to lead the movement. 20 The ANM only achieved some growth in 1956-7. It extended its membership in various parts of Jordan, including East Jerusalem and the West Bank, and reached the Gaza Strip for the first time, where it attracted several former members of the Muslim Brotherhood such as Sabah al-Thabit and Muhammad al-Muslimi. The ANM also achieved notable successes among school teachers working for UNRWA in the various refugee camps. Its teachers section in the Ain al-Hilwa refugee camp near the Lebanese city of Sidon, for example, boasted 40 members by 1957, up from 2 in 1955. Several of the most active ANM cadres in Lebanon were teachers, among them Ahmed al-Yamani, Abd al-Karim al-Hamid, and Ahmed Salama. The ANM had recruited teachers in most camps in the West Bank, Syria, and Lebanon by the late 1950s. 21. It also attracted many secondary school students, and relied heavily on setting up youth associations such as the Sport and Culture Jihad Club in Sidon and the Palestinian Arab Scouts, founded by Yamani with branches in the main refugee camps of Lebanon. 22. Rebirth of the National Movement. 75. The ANM was only able to achieve its modest expansion and promote its political efforts following the rise to regional prominence of Egyptian President Nasser. The ANM had at first been suspicious of the free officers who overthrew the monarchy in July 1, 1952, but was impressed by Nasser's opposition to the Baghdad Pact in 1955 and his generally anti-Western stance, expressed among other things in his active role in the Bandung Conference and his support for the Algerian liberation struggle. The nationalization of the Suez Canal in 1956 and the rise of Nasser, a pan-Arab hero after the tripartite invasion of Egypt, persuaded the ANM to shape its policy and strategy according to his. The ANM, Arab Politics, and Palestine. The overriding commitment to Nasser, his philosophy on political, social, and economic issues, and his regional agenda was to be the determining influence on the ideology and behavior of the ANM for over a decade. This was most obvious when it came to the two issues at the heart of ANM concerns and that had driven its FO under since 1948, Palestine and the military campaign to liberate it. In the early years, the FO unders and early members of both the Kataib and the ANM had become acquainted with Palestinian infiltrators based in Lebanon. 23 Habash and Haddad were assigned to coordinate similar activity from the West Bank after 1955. 24 Thanks to private contributions from wealthy members or supporters, They were able to supply FOR Mujahideen and new recruits in the refugee camps with money and guns smuggled in from Syria. The ANM offered the infiltrators a modest fee, while trying to impart a patriotic and political content to their motivations. 25 The movement also received assistance from sympathetic Arab officers with whom ties had been forged during and after the 1948 war. The ANM saw the task of uniting Arab power as a necessary prerequisite for the liberation of Palestine. It threw itself into Arab politics, seeking the overthrow of governments considered hostile to the twin causes of Palestine and Arab unity. Most of its military effort until the early 1960s was therefore devoted to confronting pro-Western or anti-Nasir governments. The ANM secretly contacted pro-Nasir officers in Jordan after 1956, and agitated against King Hussein following the fall of the nationalist government of Suleiman al-Nabulsi in April 1, 1957.26. It mounted a brief sabotage campaign against government targets over the next year, with support from Syrian and Egyptian intelligence. 27 Haddad was the chief organizer of these attacks, but he and several key aides were arrested and sentenced to between 3 and 5 years imprisonment. Habash, who had run FOR Parliament in 1957, fled to Damascus, as did more junior cadres such as Naif Hawatma, and was sentenced in absentia to 45 years imprisonment. The first opportunity to develop a military capability arose from the friendship between ANM co-founder Hindi and one of Haddad's aides, Fayez. 76. Qadira, and the head of Syrian military intelligence, Abd al-Hamid al-Sarraj, who had provided covert assistance during the campaign in Jordan. 28. Sarraj invited the ANM to send its members FOR training at the camp run by the Palestinian Reconnaissance 68 Battalion in Harasta during the Lebanese Civil War in summer 1958. 29. By then the ANM branch in Jordan had been shattered or driven into hiding, and so the movement threw its meager resources into the Lebanese conflict with a will. Ibrahim joined Habash and his aides in Damascus to coordinate the flow of arms into Lebanon, while Hawatma and Muhammad al-Zayyat commanded ANM members in Tripoli and Tyre. 30. The ANM once again served Egyptian foreign policy during the nationalist rebellion that took place in the northern Iraqi city of Mosul in March 1959 in opposition to Abd al-Karim al-Qasim, who had overthrown the monarchy in the preceding July. Its local branch had a mere 20 members, but it participated in planning the insurrection and tried to recruit Iraqi officers to the pro-Nasir cause after its defeat. 31. This episode confirmed the virulent anti-communism of the ANM, but more importantly, established it as a staunch supporter of Egyptian policy in the region. It provided further evidence of this by helping to smuggle Egyptian-supplied arms to insurrectionists in Oman, through the ports of Kuwait and Basra, and by renewing sabotage attacks in Jordan in 1959-60 with the help of Syrian, and indirectly Egyptian, intelligence. 32. Cairo did not yet have direct contact with the ANM. It relied instead on Syrian Interior Minister Sarraj and Intelligence Chief Burhan al-Adam, but regarded the movement as a dependable ally. 33. The ANM dissolved its branch in Syria in keeping with Nasir's decree of March 12, 1958 ending party pluralism within the Union. It also disbanded its branches in Egypt and the Gaza Strip, but retained an office in Damascus to oversee its branches in Jordan, Lebanon, and Iraq. 34. The Egyptian intelligence effort in Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan declined in the next 3.5 years, as such activity was left to Syrian intelligence under its new Egyptian controllers, and so there was no reason for direct contact between Cairo and the ANM. 35. The coup d'état in Damascus on September 28, 1961, and the breakup of the union with Egypt altered everything. Senior ANM cadres in Syria had complained regularly to their leadership of heavy-handed Egyptian authority, but were met with a stout defense of Egypt and Sarraj, who was responsible for many of the excesses that ultimately drove the regional command of the Ba'ath Party to support secession. 36. The ANM subsequently lost its major training base and refuge, its secure supply routes into Lebanon and Jordan, and half its Syrian membership. Habash, Hindi, and Haddad sought refuge in Beirut, and the task of rebuilding the local branch fell upon junior cadres who remained. Among them were Salah, Bilal al-Hassan, and Usama al-Hindi, a younger brother of Hani who now headed both the branch and a newly formed military action committee. They set a difficult task. Membership on the eve of the secession had dropped to between 80 and 160, of whom only 15 were Syrian, the rest mainly being Palestinian students. 37. Rebirth of the national movement 77. The secession also brought the ANM into direct contact with Nasir. 38 In October 1961, Muhammad Nazim was dispatched by Egyptian General Intelligence to revive its operation in Lebanon. There Nazim met ANM leaders Ibrahim and Mustafa Baydun, and started what was to be a long and mutually beneficial relationship. 39 The two men also flew to Cairo to meet Nasir sometime between November 1, 961 and February 1, 962, and were followed by Hindi after his escape from Syria. 40 The relationship developed rapidly, partly because close family ties between Hindi and the chief secessionists enabled him to conduct quiet mediation between Damascus and Cairo. As relations deepened, Hindi met Egyptian Commander-in-Chief Abd al-Hakim Amr and obtained a pledge of direct military assistance and training. 41 Haddad's close military aide Qadr took up residence in Cairo to act as a liaison officer. The main contact on the Egyptian side was Sami Sharaf, head of Nasir's office, while security chiefs Salah Nasr and Sharawi Jummeh were responsible for coordination in practical matters. 42 The ANM was involved in a minor way in the abortive Syrian coup of March 1962, and with the successful attempt that finally brought a coalition of pro-Nasir and Ba'athist officers to power on March 8, 1963. It was rewarded with 2 seats on the National Council of the new Revolutionary Command, but supported the pro-Nasir officers who led repeated and inconclusive mutinies among army units near Homs and Aleppo later that month and in April as a means of forcing restoration of the union with Egypt. On the other side, the Syrian branch of the Ba'ath Party was encouraged by the success of its Iraqi counterpart, which had seized power in February, and so was disinclined to accommodate its partners. When the ANM members resigned their cabinet posts in protest against policy towards Egypt in May, the Ba'ath simply closed down its local magazine Sawt al-Amahir, Voice of the Masses. 43 The ANM next played an active role as a junior partner in the attempted coup by Jassim Alwan on 1 July 8. Its rank and file knew little and had no part, but Hani Hindi met the plotters and may have acted as their go-between with Nasir, while his younger brother Usama probably contacted sympathetic officers in his capacity as head of the local ANM military committee. Hani fled once more to Lebanon, and was followed AFEW months later by Habash, who hid in Damascus for several months. The ANM was effectively proscribed in Syria as dozens of its members were arrested, some of whom spent the next year in prison. A similar fate overtook the ANM branch in Iraq, where personal differences within its regional command, overwhelming competition from the Ba'ath Party, and government repression had ensured that its role remained minimal during the rule of Abd al-Karim Qasim in 1958-63. Hawatma headed the local ANM branch, but was imprisoned from late 1961 until the end of Qasim's reign in February 1963, and was deported only 2 months later by the Ba'ath. The ANM sent some 25 cadres from its other branches to strengthen its following in Iraq, but an attempt to contact army officers and mount a coup led to a severe 78. Crackdown at the end of May. 45 The movement was unable to resume activity until another coup brought a moderate nationalist officer, Abd al-Salam al-Arif. November 46 to power MMT, ER. The sudden expansion of ANM membership and activity as a pro-Nasir force after 1961 created new tensions within its ranks. The collapse of the Union had dealt a major blow to Palestinian hopes that the war of liberation was near, and triggered a revision of previous assumptions by many believers in Nasir and Pan-Arabism. The competition between Nasir and Qasim to promote a Palestinian entity in 1959 and their highly publicized rivalry over the creation of a Palestinian army in 1960 had activated wide interest in creating a specifically Palestinian political vehicle. This idea gained added legitimacy when the Palestinian National Union was formed on Nasir's instructions and then conducted public elections among the Palestinian communities of Syria and the Gaza Strip in July 1, 1960 and January 1961.4. Numerous liberation groups that formed in this period were boosted by the Syrian secession. The ANM leadership increasingly set a difficult question: how to reconcile the emphasis on Arab unity with the need for a special focus on Palestine, and to what extent should commitment to Nasir prevent independent armed action against Israel? The ANM attracted several thousand new recruits in the next 3 years by portraying itself as the standard-bearer of Arab unity and the loyal ally of Nasir, but its success only begged the question all the more, especially among its Palestinian membership. The debate that now developed within the movement had its roots in the annual meeting of the Executive Committee in Damascus in 1959, which had discussed the prospects for armed struggle against British rule in Aden. This influenced the committee, which then discussed the possibility of waging an armed struggle in Palestine during its next meeting, in 1960, but decided against this course of action. 48 The ANM did in fact establish a Palestine Committee in 1959 composed of Habash, Hindi, Haddad, Usama al-Nakib, Zahi al-Kamhai, Abd al-Aram al-Hamid, and Ahmed al-Yamani, but Palestinians were not separated from other members or grouped into a distinct branch. 9. This followed the initiative announced by Nasir in March 1, 1959, in which he revived the call for the creation of a Palestinian entity. His speech was significant for two additional reasons. On the one hand, he set a clear ceiling on independent military activity by declaring that Egypt would not embark on a confrontation with Israel until it had completed building its military force to ensure decisive superiority. 50 Egypt would select the time and place for war once it was fully prepared. On the other hand, Nasir sent an equally clear message to his Palestinian audience, namely that he had no plan for the liberation of Palestine. 51 This may have motivated the ANM's Palestine Committee to discuss military options for the liberation of Palestine. It defined for, and concluded that the most effective was for the Palestinians to wage their own struggle while relying on the UAR. According to veteran ANM Qadir Yamani, members of the Palestine Committee met Nasir during a state visit to Syria, in the presence of Interior Minister. Rebirth of the National Movement 79. Sarah J., and requested material support for their venture in the name of Palestinian refugees in Syria. It was as a result of this meeting, he later stated, that the ANM received training in Syria in 1959-60 and took delivery of a shipment of 30 light arms in Lebanon in 1961.52. The internal debate intensified in 1962, following the declaration of Algerian independence after a bloody struggle. Yet the ANM leadership opposed following the Algerian model of independent military action, fearing that this would simply allow the Arab states to abdicate their responsibility for the liberation of Palestine. 53 The example of Arab nationalists from Aden was another important influence. Several dozen ANM members from Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan met members of the Aden branch, who had first joined the ANM as students in Cairo in 1959, during their first training course at the Egyptian Special Forces Academy at Inches in mid-July. The Adenists were preparing a military campaign to drive out the British in October 1, 1963, a fact that impressed their Palestinian counterparts, among them Haddad. 54 The Palestinians were also enthused when Republican officers took power in Yemen in September 1, 1962, triggering a civil war and Egyptian intervention. Possibly most important, however, was Nasir's admission before the Legislative Council in Gaza, towards the end of June, that he did not have a plan to liberate Palestine and that no other Arab leader did. 55 Growing pressure from Palestinian members contributed to the strains that emerged within the ANM in mid-1962. The roots went back to the late 1950s, as Ibrahim and then Muhammad Kishli and Hawatma began to question the basis of their pan-Arabism by arguing that social and economic structures were the determining factors in the progress of Arab society. Ibrahim signaled further movement in this direction when he became the undying editor of the new central mouthpiece of the ANM, the Lebanese registered weekly Al-Hurriyah, penning numerous articles to argue that Arab nationalism could no longer be separated in concept or practice from social revolution. The emergent leftist Fation remained virulently anti-communist, as several articles by Ibrahim in Al-Hurriyah showed, but it urged an ever closer relationship with Nasir after he launched his socialist decrees in July 1961. A leftist proposal to dissolve the ANM and merge with Nasir's Arab Socialist Union was defeated during an acrimonious debate in mid-1962, but an extraordinary conference held in Beirut in June 1, 1963 approved Nasir's call for the unification of all parties advocating Arab unity and socialism. 58 The leftist Fation had taken advantage of the continuing absence of Habash and Hindi, who were deeply involved in the Syrian crisis. 59 It was against this background that a serious move started to create a separate, Palestinian branch within the ANM. The Palestinian rank and file was keenest to present an autonomous identity to its wider constituency and to initiate armed action against Israel. It was impatient with the ideological debate, and distrusted the motives of the leading leftists, none of whom were Palestinian. Indeed, the fact that 5 members of the executive committee in 1963 were Lebanese and 1, Hawatma, a Jordanian living in Lebanon, prompted mutterings that they were reluctant to embark on military action because they feared repression by the Tzn.E Bureau and were out of touch with members in the refugee camps. 60 The ANM members were not disillusioned with Nasir, but viewed the announcement in 1963 of an Israeli plan to divert the headwaters of the Jordan River as a sign of Arab weakness and indecision. Reflecting these various influences, a group of Palestinian cadres met in Beirut in October and agreed to form a separate branch for Palestinians. 61 Habash and Hindi were still in hiding in Syria, but had either attended the meeting or was aware of the outcome and approved of it. He was a man of action, restless and irritable, with no patience for theory or ideology of any sort, especially the Marxist tum of his leftist colleagues. Palestinian ANM members in each country were now regrouped in separate sections, their main subordinate to the local regional command, Qiyadat Iqlim, but also came into contact with the newly formed Palestinian Action Command, Qiyadat Amal, based in Beirut. 62 This coincided with Habash's escape from Syria at the beginning of 1964 and with strains in relations with Egyptian intelligence, due to differences over policy and alliances in Aden. ANM representatives in Egypt were briefly detained, prompting Habash to visit Nasir for the first time to resolve the dispute. 3. Upon his return to Beirut, he joined forces with Haddad and Hindi and secured the agreement of the ANM Executive Committee to form an autonomous Palestinian branch. This was then ratified at a stormy national conference in May. Habash and the other rightists of the old guard were not in a hurry to break ranks with Nasir by launching military action against Israel, but they were willing to use the Palestinian Fatah to delineate themselves within the ANM and form a distinct power base, or so their leftist opponents concluded. 4. Fatah is born. Well before the ANM decided to establish a separate Palestinian branch, Fatah had already formed as an autonomous Palestinian organization. With a few significant exceptions, its founders came from the refugees arriving in Gaza during 1948. AFEW, such as Muhammad Yusuf al-Nayyar, Salim al-Zaynan, and Fathi al-Balawi had joined the Muslim Brotherhood when it established a Palestinian branch in 1946, and were in their late teens or early 20s during the war. Others were even younger, among them Khalil al-Wazir, Salah Khalaf, Kamal Udwan, and Yahya Ashur. Secondary school brought them together, along with many other classmates who were later to reappear in the higher political or military ranks of the main guerrilla groups and the PLO's military wing, the Palestine Liberation Army. Membership in the Muslim Brotherhood was another common bond. the society made significant inroads in Gaza. Rebirth of the national movement 81. Thanks to the reputation it had established during the war, and its effort was helped by Egyptian officers who recruited Palestinian workers employed at their bases. 65 Yet its main following was among secondary school students, who were drawn to its social activities and sports clubs, which led to short courses in basic military principles and physical exercises. 66 Although his exact status as supporter or member remains uncertain, one of the Palestinian activists drawn to the Muslim Brotherhood in 1948 was a 20-year-old engineering student at Cairo University, Muhammad Abd al-Rauf al-Kidwai al-Husseini, better known as Yasser Arafat. Distantly related to the former Mufti, Haj Amin al-Husseini, he reportedly fought under Abd al-Qadir al-Husseini and then with the Muslim Brotherhood contingent in Gaza and Jerusalem. Following his return to Cairo, he joined the Volunteer Reserve Officer Training Course set up for Egyptian university students. Through these connections he met several of the free officers who were to overthrow the monarchy on 23 July 1952. 67 Arafat reputedly reinforced the relationship by participating in some of the attacks organized by the Muslim Brotherhood on British forces in the Suez Canal zone in 1952-4, and by training university students in 1953-4. 68 He was also active in the League of Palestinian Students, becoming head in 1952 and meeting in its ranks many of his future colleagues in the leadership of Fatah. Another key figure was Wazir, who had fled Ramla with his parents at the age of 13. Regarded by some as the real founder of Fatah, the dynamic teenager set up his own group of militants when he was only 16 years old. His experience in those early years encapsulates the course taken by many of his peers who went on to rebuild the national movement. After 1949, as a group of youths we sought out the Mujahideen who had participated in the Palestine War, to learn from their personal experiences in combat. Most of them told us that they had fought in the ranks of the Muslim Brotherhood, which is in reality what deepened the ties between youth in the Gaza Strip and the Mujahideen Brethren. The experience of the Brotherhood attracted us as a group of youths, especially as there were no political forces in the Strip besides the Muslim Brotherhood and the Communists. But the Communists were few and had a special view of matters that did not match the feelings of people, because at that time they were calling for coexistence with Israel. So they were limited to clandestine activity. Whereas the Brotherhood took the path of preparing and educating for armed struggle. Wazir joined the Muslim Brotherhood in 1951. Spurred on by its members, it arranged for sympathetic Egyptian army officers to offer secret training courses, starting around the beginning of 1952. After 7 to 10 days of sketchy instruction, mainly in the vicinity of Arish in northern Sinai, the trainees then met groups of their own to pass on their scanty knowledge to other Palestinians. 70 Himself only 16, Wazir was already leading up to 200 youths at a time, many of them only a year or two younger. 71 There was no opportunity for proper weapons training, and most of the preparation consisted 82 of long hikes and mock battles. Sometime after training had begun, the local Brotherhood leadership responded to pressure from its youthful members and established two clandestine military bodies. These were Shabab al-Thahr, Revenge Youth, and Katibat al-Haq, Battalion of Right, of the later founders of Fatah. Salah Khalif was in the former, while Wazir was in the latter. 72 The Brotherhood leadership in Egypt had mixed feelings about this development. It was concerned not to damage relations with the new Revolutionary Command Council in Cairo, and prevailed upon the branch leadership in Gaza to restrain its members from attacking Israel. Dissatisfied with the timidity of the Brotherhood leadership, Wazir used his position in Katibat al-Haq to build a parallel network. He set about forming secret cells in preparation for independent military operations, and sternly shunned those of his colleagues who saw Palestine as only one of many issues, and who wanted us to concentrate on general Islamic themes only. 73 It took time to build a secret following, during which Gaza witnessed escalating Israeli reprisal raids and the establishment of the Palestinian border police. When Nayar was arrested during the demonstrations that demanded a Palestinian army, conscription, and weapons in early 1954, this convinced younger members that they had to take matters into their own hands. The outlawing of the Muslim Brotherhood in October 1, 1954 led to a formal parting of ways, as Wazir and many others refused to take sides in the dispute and left the ranks by early 1955. Those who remained regarded the young militants as saboteurs and climbers, but the attempted assassination of Nasir had in fact turned many FORMER supporters towards the Arab nationalist parties instead. 74 Yazīd and his companions mounted a handful of small sabotage attacks in Israel in late 1954 and the first half of 1955, initially using the name of Katibat al-Haq as a cover. 75 They swayed some of the Egyptian-led Fida to their cause, giving them guns and ammunition to carry out raids in Israel without the knowledge of their command. To magnify the impact of their operations and exaggerate their strength, the group sent handwritten press statements to newspapers in Beirut and Damascus. 7 Wazir also sent one of his colleagues, Hamad I, 80, to Hebron in order to form secret cells and launch similar attacks, although nothing came of this attempt. Wazir was briefly detained for possession of explosives, but he and his colleagues continued their activities, accounting for some of the 192 attacks reported by Israel in this period. 77 Reprisals had little deterrent effect, since Wazir consciously sought an explosive atmosphere that would increase Palestinian self-awareness. 78 Indeed, he proudly claimed responsibility for the sabotage attack that triggered the Gaza raid of February 28, 1955, although his veracity cannot be checked. 79 Another of his colleagues, Kamal Udwan, later stated with equal pride that these early attacks and reprisals had prompted Nasir to take the decision to confront aggression with arms, and so came the first arms deal between Egypt and Czechoslovakia. 80 The young activists were among the thousands of demonstrators who demanded conscription and weapons following the Gaza raid. Rebirth of the national movement. 83. Waving banners soaked in the blood of the fallen Egyptian soldiers. To defuse the pressure, the authorities extended the military training program run for Egyptian university students to Palestinian volunteers from secondary schools in Gaza. A delegation from the Palestine Students' Union visited Gaza, during which Arafat met Wazir for the first time. The acquaintance was renewed when Arafat arrived as a military instructor, and the friendship developed when Wazir joined Cairo University in Renid 1956. A few months before the tripartite invasion of Egypt. The actual idea of forming Fatah was a result of the war. As Wazir later recalled, when the tripartite invasion took place and the enemy occupied the Gaza Strip, the foremost question in our minds was how to involve a large number of Palestinians in the Strip in our armed activity. And how to form a cause of support for the popular resistance groups in Gaza. 81 Yazīd, Arafat, and their colleagues could do little to pursue this question during the war, although AFEW volunteered for commando action in the Canal Zone. 82 Zianon happened to be in Gaza at the time of the Israeli occupation and played a leading role in bringing together the remaining members of the Muslim Brotherhood, local Ba'athists, and pro-Nasir personalities to form the Popular Resistance Front. But this had little impact. Udwan also played an active role in the front, until his arrest by Israeli occupation forces. The debate among the future founders of Fatah crystallized in the wake of the war, as it became apparent that the real challenge lay not in supporting armed activity, but in responding to the absence of autonomous Palestinian organizations. The Israeli occupation had effectively shattered what was left of the Muslim Brotherhood, and generally weakened the already limited credibility of the other political parties. 83 Besides, Nasir had emerged as a pan-Arab hero, and many Palestinians now pinned their hopes of national salvation on him. The later founders of Fatah, conversely, were disturbed by the ability of the Egyptian authorities to order a complete halt to Fida attacks following the Israeli evacuation of the Gaza Strip in March 1, 1957, and concluded that independent action should be paramount among their concerns. 84 Yazīd identified three lines of thinking that emerged in this period. A current emerged among a number of youths in Cairo calling for the assembly of certain Palestinian leaders and for prompting them to form a defined structure to lead our Palestinian people. Some attempts were made in this regard, but the impotence of those leaders and the struggles among those youths led them to a dead end. Another current was represented by a second group that saw a need to announce a Palestinian government in exile on the foundations of the All-Palestine government, in order to represent our Palestinian people and lead the struggle for the restoration of Palestinian rights. But this attempt too met Arab official refusal and the obstacles set by Arab agencies and leaders. There was a third current, which believed that existing Arab reality would never allow even the establishment of a Palestinian organization, and so there was no Altima. 84. For the Palestinians but to go underground and adopt absolute secrecy in their organization, until it could impose itself on that reality and force recognition. This last current was the real expression of the aspirations and experience of the vast majority of our Palestinian communities. 85. Reflecting this outlook, Wazir penned a private memorandum to the Muslim Brotherhood leadership in July 1957. In it he urged the Muslim Brothers to establish a special organization alongside their own, that would not appear outwardly as Islamist, but rather would promote the slogan of liberating Palestine through armed struggle. The new organization would undertake preparation for the struggle, and would initiate it in practice once its requirements had been met. The society dismissed his appeal, and was to pay the price in the following few years as Fatah attracted such members as Salim Zianan, Salah Khalaf, As'ad al-Saftahi, Kamal Udwan, Muhammad Yusuf al-Nayyar, Sa'id al-Mzayyin, and Khalib al-Wazir. 86 By mid-1957, several of Fatah's founding members had either graduated from university or emigrated to the oil-rich Arab states of the Gulf in search of employment. 6 of them met in Kuwait towards the end of the year and agreed to form a clandestine organization. 87 Arafat and Yazīd were joined by 2 Palestinian activists from Syria, Adil Abd al-Karim and Abdullah al-Danan, and Khalid al-Arnira and Tawfiq Shadid from Gaza, and the first cell was formed during 1958. The founders formulated 2 founding documents: Haykal al-Bina al-Thawri, Structure of Revolutionary Construction, and Bayan al-Haraka, the movement's manifesto, and agreed on the name of Fatah towards the end of the year. The former document presented what remains one of the clearest and most representative articulations of Fatah thinking and of the roots of its organizational structure. It also encapsulated the Fatah outlook in the simple belief that freedom is taken, not granted. 80 The Fatah founders remained in contact with former colleagues in Gaza and Syria, and in this way widened the circle of potential activists. New members joined the core group in Kuwait during 1959, most prominent of whom was Salah Khalaf. Khalid al-Hassan became a close supporter, and used his position in the Kuwaiti Public Works Department to obtain entry visas to the Emirate for Fatah members. In October, representatives of like-minded groups in the Gulf states with some 500 members in all agreed to coalesce. The founding core now sought a public platform for Fatah. This was provided by a former member of the Lebanese branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, Tawfiq al-Huri, who already owned the license of a magazine called Al-Nida. Renamed Nida al-Hayat Filastinana, The Call of Life Our Palestine, it commenced publication in Beirut in November. 40 issues of Filastinana appeared in all between 1959 and 1964. Wazir was the foremost contributor, although several articles carried the initials of Arafat and others were penned by Huri. The themes it drove incessantly were simple but powerful: war should be waged relentlessly against Israel, political deals. Rebirth of the national movement. 85. That left Israel in existence should be rejected, the Arab governments were not to be trusted and their attempts at hegemony or tutelage should be resisted, and, above all, the people of Palestine should take their fate into their own hands and unite all their resources in the armed struggle. 90 Other ideological strands were also in evidence. Texts by Palestinian historians were frequently reproduced, while the religious background of the Fatha editors surfaced in frequent references to stereotypical images of Jews and Judaism. This contrasted with the reference to the European resistance to Nazi occupation, and with analyses of Israel that employed poorly digested notions of colonialism, imperialism, and modern political economy. 91 Philastinana played a crucial role in bringing the existence of Fatha to the attention of potential members and similar groups, and acted as a mailbox. 92 As a result, Fatha had established links with around 40 other groups by 1961. Wazir also revived his contacts in Saudi Arabia, where he had worked as a school teacher in the Eastern Province in 1957. At that time he had played a part in the allocation of 600 Palestinian teachers hired by the Ministry of Education, and he renewed his contacts during a brief stint of work in 1961 or 1962.93. Among the new recruits to Fatha were other FO members of the Muslim Brotherhood, including Abd al-Fattah al-Hamad, Majid Abu Sharar, and Ahmed Kray, all of whom were eventually to become members of the Fatha Central Committee. The Syrian secession from the union with Egypt in September 1, 1961 provided new recruits to the cause, as activists such as Farrukh al-Kajimi now left the Ba'ath party and joined Fatha. The Syrian connection was of considerable importance for Fatha, providing it with its second main source of leaders. Hassan was the most senior in age and experience, having formed a short-lived group called Tahrir Filastin, Palestine Liberation, after arriving in Syria in 1949. He subsequently flirted with the Muslim Brotherhood, before helping to found the Islamic Liberation Party, in 1952. However, Adib al-Shishakli, who had come to power the preceding November, clamped down on the party and Hassan found refuge in Kuwait in the following period. 94 Fatha also drew on another short-lived group of student activists called Al-Safa, the Storm. Abd al-Karim was one of its members who had subsequently joined the Muslim Brotherhood, while others joined the Ba'ath party. 95 More influential was Arab Filastin, Arabs of Palestine, from whose ranks came later leaders such as Hail Abd al-Hamid. It started out as a group of some 40 secondary school students in the Yarmouk refugee camp near Damascus, and gained sufficient strength to compete in elections of the League of Palestinian Students in the mid-1950s. 96 One of its competitors was Shabab al-Aqsa, Youth of the Aqsa Mosque, which was an Islamist slate formed by the younger brother of Khalid al-Hassan, Hani. 97 Like Mahmoud Abbas, an older activist who helped to set up Abna Filastin Fi al-Ma, the Sons of Palestine at university in Damascus, and later became a founding member of Fatha. Hani al-Hassan was one of the many young Palestinians who had joined the Muslim Brotherhood in Syria in the early 1950s. 86. The influence of Islam on family upbringing explained the appeal of the Muslim Brotherhood to a degree, but as attractive was the secretive aura it maintained and its reputation as a highly organized and militant political movement. Upon joining the Brotherhood, Hassan and many of his peers entered the secret al-Nizam al-Khas, Special Order, or Fursan Badr, Knights of Badr, which were supposed to undertake special missions. 98 They adopted formal ranks and underwent ideological instruction, as well as military training at the hands of a former Egyptian army officer who was sent especially by the Brotherhood leadership in Egypt. 99 The Palestinian members were not noted for their piety, but for their keen interest in handling weapons. Like their counterparts in Gaza, they saw membership of a clandestine organization as a means to liberate Palestine, whereas their Syrian brethren were more interested in seizing power in Damascus. 100 A number of Palestinians broke away to form a more militant group called Qata'ib Muhammad, Battalions of Muhammad, yet their only confrontations until the early 1960s were with the Syrian security services. The search for organization and the obsession with military means for the liberation of Palestine was natural for the young Palestinians. Many were also influenced by the experiences of relatives who had fought in 1948 or who belonged to infiltration bands, some of which worked for Syrian intelligence. 101 The tendency towards clandestine activity and militancy was reinforced by the repressive climate under the Shishakli dictatorship in the early 1950s. The authorities were worried by the strong solidarity between the Syrian population and the Palestinian refugees, moreover, and feared that the Palestine question would provide their internal foes with a vehicle for organized opposition. They banned the entry of Palestinians into the border zone with Israel without special passes and discouraged the formation of explicitly Palestinian clubs and social associations, but this only alerted the young activists more forcefully to their distinct identity. The end of the Shishakli regime in April 1, 954 ushered in a relaxation of controls on political activity in the country. A marked shift in Palestinian loyalties away from the Muslim Brotherhood took place, much as it did in Gaza following the confrontation with Nasir in October. The parties espousing Arab nationalism, the Ba'ath and the ANM, gained strength following the 1956 war, but indiscriminate purges of Palestinian officers from the Syrian army during the union with Egypt in 1958-61 and the severe difficulties that Palestinian refugees continued to experience in traveling between the two regions of the United Arab Republic tarnished the heroic image of Nasir for some. By now, the key figures who were to join Fatah in the next few years had already left Syria to seek higher education or employment abroad. Abbas went to Qatar, where he found work as the director of personnel in the civil service, a post that allowed him to hire many Palestinians as teachers and bureaucrats. There he also met former Muslim Brotherhood members from Gaza such as Nayyar, Eudwan, and Hamad. Nayyar and Eudwan had kept their ties with former Rebirth of the National Movement 87 colleagues in the society, whom they met during visits to Gaza. Abbas also visited Gaza on the pretext of looking for employees to hire, and in this way made contact with the Fatah unders. Hani al-Hassan enrolled at a German university and immediately played a leading role in expanding union activity among the thousands of Palestinian students and workers in West Germany. Abd al-Hamid joined him, and together they produced a newsletter, Al-Kifa al-Muzalatariq al-Jaluda, Armed Struggle is the Path to the Redeem. 103 It was through this newsletter and Fatah's Filastinana, as well as Khalid al-Hassan, that the first links were established with the Fatah unders in Kuwait. Yazīd meanwhile revived contact with his FORMET colleague from Gaza, Yahya Ashur, who had FORMET an active union in Austria, where he was a student, and with another student leader in Spain, Salah al-Kakabani. 104 The Gaza connection led to additional networks, among them the self-styled Revolutionary Armed Struggle Front, whose young FO-undaying members were recruited by their FORMET high school teacher, Salah Khalaf, during his annual vacation to Gaza in summer 1963.105. Contacting like-minded groups was one thing, but retaining membership was another. Most members were expatriate students or workers, and contact had to be maintained by correspondence or during vacations spent in Gaza and Syria. The same members often had to be recruited anew after their redeem. 106 The secession of Syria from the union with Egypt boosted membership, as Fatah attracted disgruntled members of the Ba'ath party, but the backlash of pro-Nasir sympathy also deprived it of other followers. Fatah remained at best a network of disparate groups and gatherings, until a meeting in Kuwait during 1962 gave them a sense of common purpose and confirmed a circle of leaders. Abd al-Hamid and Hani al-Hassan attended a subsequent meeting in the second half of 1963 or early 1964, the date is uncertain, and committed their followers to a merger with Fatah. 107 A central leadership emerged around Arafat, Wazir, Abbas, Kajemi, and Abd al-Karim. Other key figures were Owanan, Khalid al-Hassan, Munir Swaid, and Ziyanun in Kuwait, and Mahmoud al-Khalidi, Hussam al-Khatib, and Mahmoud Falah in Syria. With the exception of Kajemi, who came from the West Bank, all were refugees. The ideology of Palestine first. The outlines of Fatah's political thinking took shape as these various strands came together. Its ultimate goal was clear: to liberate the whole of Palestine and destroy the foundations of what it termed a colonialist, Zionist occupation state and society. In short, Fatah sought to destroy Israel as an economic, political, and military entity and restore Palestine as it still existed in the mind of most Palestinians, the homeland that was before 1948.108. There was little difference between Fatah and any other Palestinian group in this respect, with the solitary exception of the communists. 88. There was little room for the Jews in this outlook. The original Jewish community in Palestine, that predated the British Mandate, could remain but would do so under unequivocally Arab sovereignty. The majority of the Israeli population were an alien human assembly, however. Fatah complained that Israel had succeeded in reducing the Palestine conflict in the mind of the international community to a matter of refugees, borders, water, or tributaries between a small victimized state and 1-3 rabid Arab states that deny its right to existence and life. 109 For Fatah, Palestinian rights had been obscured by the contrast between 2 million fugitives from the Nazi torment looking for a refuge to live in calm and stability, and 100 million rebellious Arabs who are discontented with the riches and wealth of the vast lands they own and live on, and who wish to throw the Jews into the sea just as the Nazis threw them into the gas chambers and death camps. 1. 0. Yet the resistance of the Palestinians to their committal to oblivion was akin to resistance to Nazi occupation of Europe. 111 The question, in Fatah's view, was how to reassert Palestinian existence. The clearest expression of the ethos that drove Fatah came in structure of revolutionary construction, which stated, "Our people have lived, driven out in every country, humiliated in the lands of exile, without a homeland, without dignity, without leadership, without hope, without weapons, without direction, without support, without association, without respect, without existence. In all the long years that have passed we clung to our hopes and waited with great patience, until all hope had melted away." 11-2 The answer was revolution, our only course. Any other choice would be to surrender to the circumstances that surround us, remain silent about our situation, and fall back on our dependency. It would be to justify our shortcomings and silence, to obscure with all manner of pretexts our recalcitrance and hesitation. In this way we would seal our inevitable fate, and condemn ourselves as a people willing to accept indignity. 113 The driving force in the philosophy and ideological outlook of Fatah, to the extent that they existed, was profoundly existential. It derived overwhelmingly from the physical circumstances and deep alienation of the majority of uprooted and exiled refugees, rather than the minority of Palestinians who still resided in their original homes after the end of the 1948 war. The same existential drive imbued Fatah's notion of revolution. With revolution we announce our will, hence existence, and with revolution we put an end to this bitter surrender, this terrifying reality that the children of the catastrophe of 1948 experience everywhere. Not all Palestinians would have subscribed to such a bleak view of their encounter with the Arab host countries, certainly not those who belonged to political parties espousing one or another form of pan-Arab nationalism, but Fatah's message also had a fundamentally positive outlook too. With revolution we will restore our people's self-confidence and capabilities, and restore the world's confidence in DeFi. 114 Us and respect or us. Rebirth of the national movement. 89. In setting out a program to achieve its goals, Fatah insisted above all on two cardinal principles: the absolute independence of Palestinian organization and decision-making from the Arab governments, and the primacy of armed struggle as the sole means of liberating Palestine. It explained the reasoning behind its insistence on Palestinian autonomy in a sweeping condemnation of Arab policy. Fatah observed that the entry of the Arab armies into Palestine in 1948 had failed because the Arab states eliminated the effective Palestinian forces from the battle, by suspending their revolutionary armed activities. The Palestinian masses were robbed of the will to act, through coercion and political pressure, and the Palestinian national movement was torn apart as a prerequisite for the safe entry of the Arab armies. 115 A later text added that a number of Arab leaders have exploited the Palestinian cause forth. B5H, 116 E1 Arpnvat ENET over TE years. It followed, in Fatah's view, that the ability to establish an autonomous political entity with independent organizational structures was a necessary key to national revival. Wazir expressed this outlook by observing, with keen regret, that our situation would have been very different had the Palestinian leadership after 1948 continued to raise the banner of the Palestinian government and entity. 117 Fatah accordingly adopted the call for a Palestinian entity, Kayan, that was moved by Egypt and Iraq in 1959. The structure of revolutionary construction asserted that Fatah's intention was to declare the establishment of a Palestinian Arab entity and declare a revolutionary leadership to represent this entity, that will assume command of the battle. 118 It also suggested that Fatah's own Revolutionary Council and Higher Central Committee would effectively form a Palestinian National Council at the head of the entity. Filastinana developed the argument, and an editorial in the edition FOR November 1960 noted that there are Arab parts of Palestine, and it is on those parts that a leading, revolutionary national Palestinian rule should be established to act in cooperation with the Arab states to save Palestine. 119 The theme of a Palestinian entity became the basis of Fatah's political program in the early 1960s, along with the call for national unity. 120 An internal document clarified that we demand this entity in order to create the base for our revolution and to liberate our homeland. The Palestinian entity is necessary in order to concentrate the efforts of our people and mobilize them and to organize our threatened resources. LZL However, as Filastinana also observed, the colonial creators of Israel do not wish us to have an entity because without it the defeated Palestinian people cannot rebel against the Jews. Worse, the Arab rulers combat the entity of the Palestinian people and suppress their revolution. 122 The belief that the Arab governments sought deliberately to suppress Palestinian identity was central in the thinking of Fatah. Wazir expressed this outlook, widespread among the Palestinians, by arguing that in 1948 the sole aim of the creation of the Arab Salvation Army and of sending it to Palestine by the League of Arab States was to confiscate the Palestinian decision and the 90. Independent Palestinian will. 123 In a later tract, Fatah added that the emotional and clannish mentality that led the first Arab Revolution was the same impotent bourgeois mentality that governed the abortive battle of 1948. The Palestinian masses were robbed of the will to act through force and political pressure, and the Palestinian national movement was torn apart as a basic precondition for the entry to Palestine and safety of the Arab armies. 124 Belief in conspiratorial behavior by Arab governments reinforced the emphasis placed by Fatah on Palestinianness. The reverse side of the same coin was the absolute insistence on political and organizational autonomy. In the view of Fatah, a major consequence of the monopoly exercised by the Arab states and their armies over political and military decision-making had been to turn the inhabitants of those parts of Palestine that remained under Arab rule into a neglected mass. 125 It therefore insisted that the isolation of Palestine's people from the battle and their distancing from its field must end. Arab tutelage must cease in order to permit the Palestinians to organize forces, mobilize and mass them for the battle of vengeance. 126. This emphasis was in part also a reaction to what Fatah saw as the dissipation of Palestinian energies in Arab party politics. 127 In its view, after 1948 Palestinians had been among the most active elements in Arab parties, believing that the speed with which good governments arose in Arab countries would in itself bring forward the battle of liberation for Palestine. 128. The parties had proved incapable of bringing about change, however, and had instead led to military coups d'état and adventures. 129 Revolutionary military vanguards in the Arab armies had removed the rulers associated with al-Nakba because of the weakness of the ideological, nationalist movements and their narrow popular base. Worse, the parties had then seduced officers to serve their objectives of social revolution, creating power-hungry, adventurous F-Asians and corrupting the initial revolutionary ethos. Coups had come to reflect little more than personal ambition, therefore, and led to deep schisms within the armies as they fractured into section stykes, or party blocks. 130. The consequence of party politics for the Palestinians was that Palestinian intellectual allegiances were as varied as the Arab parties themselves. 131 And, as Fatah later argued, the multiplicity of intellectual allegiance and the dispersal of means of action entailed in the plurality of parties are not the ideal instruments for the work of a revolution such as ours. 132 Besides, political parties embodied fixed ideologies and were the instruments by which state power could be seized, but the Palestinians had no state, so party politics were irrelevant. 133 Fatah's attitude towards political parties reflected the deeply ingrained distrust of Ahzab in Islamist thinking, but it also stemmed from the memory of the factionalism of Palestinian society before 1948, and especially of the bitter internecine bloodshed of the late 1930s, although neither had stemmed in reality from party politics. In any case, the Fatah founders consciously emulated the Muslim Brotherhood by insisting that what they had formed was a movement rather than a party. Movement means constant rebirth of the national movement. 91. Action far from a rigid organization, and Fatah is the movement of a people and not the motion of an organization. 134 In inviting Palestinians of all ideological tendencies to discard their party affiliations and join armed revolutionary vanguards, Fatah cast itself as the national front, rather than one among several political forces. 135 Connecting the various strands of Fatah thinking were the twin notions of revolution and armed struggle. Revolution was not the outcome of a particular political ideology or social philosophy, but an expression of independent will, a proof of existence. The mere fact that Palestinians acted and organized was a positive assertion and an aim in itself. It was, in reality, an act of broad rebellion and defiance against Arab strategy and the defensive means through which the Arab states deal with the Palestine problem. 136 By placing the liberation of Palestine at the top of Arab priorities, Fatah believed that it could reverse the negative relationship and free the Palestinians from Arab political constraints. In all cases, military action was the quintessential means to mobilize the Palestinian people, assert their identity and attain national unity, and impose their autonomy on the Arab governments. A Fatah memorandum was unequivocal: we, the people of Palestine, are in need of a revolutionary upheaval in our daily lives after having been afflicted by the catastrophe of 1948 with the worst diseases of dependency, division, and defeatism. This upheaval in our lives will not occur except through our practice of the armed struggle and our assumption of responsibility for it and leadership of it. 13 Khalid al-Hassan expressed the same message prosaically: the Palestinians have no citizenship and so they have no history and no rights, duties, or sense of belonging. Without exercising those functions they became nothing. Restoring those functions requires returning to the homeland, but that in turn requires FORCE 138 at the most basic level. The Fatah founders saw revolutionary violence as a catalytic agent that could break through the resignation of the refugees. In this they borrowed directly from Frantz Fanon's writings on the Algerian Revolution, in which he stressed the cleansing or purifying effect of violence on the psyche of the oppressed. 139 The practice of armed struggle was also the path towards national unity and, in the absence of a guiding ideology, the only way in which experienced cadres could develop. 140 The psychological impact of violence was coupled in the minds of the Fatah founders with the notion of the Palestinians taking their fate into their own hands. Yazīd later likened this dynamic to the struggle waged by U.S. blacks, the Mau Mau movement in Kenya, and the Algerians. 141 The strands in Fatah thinking were brought together by a Fatah leader speaking anonymously in a press interview in 1968. Psychological stability, peace with the enemy, and the search for material indulgence are all factors which, if they last, will allow the colonialist plots to kill the Palestinian. 92. Spirit of struggle and to assimilate the Palestinians within the new societies to which they move. In other words, the Palestinians were divided between the residents of the refugee camps, eaten by the diseases of laziness, dependency, and indifference, and young people who obtained education and went off to seek ways of improving their personal conditions. As a result, it was necessary to extricate the Palestinian sick from the grasp of Arab patronage, party feuds, and Arab regional designs, and to return him to his natural place as a human being who has lost his land and must strive to recover it. This is why Fatah has raised these slogans: unity of Palestinian effort, rejection of Arab patronage, independent Palestinian will, non-interference in the internal affairs of the Arab states, and distancing the Palestinians from social battles on the basis that armed action takes priority in order to return to the occupied part of their homeland. 142. A return to Arab nationalism, Palestinians in the Ba'ath Party. The Palestinian emphasis of Fatah contrasted sharply with the pan-Arab beliefs of the ANM, and with those of the Ba'ath Party, the only other Arab nationalist force to move towards establishing a separate Palestinian branch in this period. Yet Fatah's Palestine First approach resonated among the Palestinian members of the Ba'ath, especially after 1958, when the dissolution of the party in Syria during the union with Egypt left them without an organizational structure. Starting in 1959, they exerted increasing pressure on the national command of the Ba'ath to provide them with a distinct political framework. 143 Palestinian Ba'athists in Lebanon were the most vocal, partly because they were the most marginalized. They had gained some military experience in the 1958 civil war, and asserted modest autonomy in the absence of the main party in Syria. A statement issued by the branch in Lebanon in May 1959 threatened to overturn conventional party policy in its desire to make Palestine our second Algeria, and prepare the youth of Palestine within a popular liberation army, and to enable the refugees to select a new leadership. 144 The Palestinian Ba'athists in Lebanon also set up a separate Shu'biya section, in 1960. Heading it, among others, were National Command members Abd al-Wahhab al-Khaili and Khalid al-Yashruti. Yashruti, who headed the Palestinian section, was later claimed by the party to have formed a guerrilla group, the Palestine Liberation Front, and organized reconnaissance missions in Israel in 1961. 145 A memorandum sent in the name of the Ba'ath Party, presumably by the branch in Lebanon, to a meeting of Arab foreign ministers in Baghdad in January 1961 indicated clearly the divergence from standard policy. It argued forcefully that the people of Palestine should be left free to organize themselves within a Palestinian Liberation Front, and the Palestinian cause must not be dragged into Arab regional politics. The memorandum bordered on her rebirth of the national movement 93. Essay in Ba'athist terms, moreover, by stating that the Palestinians had frequently expressed their desire for the creation of a combatant entity that would gather the sons of Palestine and organize their struggle to liberate Palestine. Certain Arab countries were guilty of forming subordinate Palestinian agencies as instruments of their propaganda and policies at the domestic, Arab, and international levels. The answer, this group of Palestinian Ba'athists argued, was to allow the Palestinians to establish their entity freely in the form of a popular front for the liberation of Palestine. 146 Most of these arguments challenged Ba'athist orthodoxy. The party's national command, headed by FO under Saflaq and Salah al-Din al-Bitar and supported by Jordanian bomb senior ideologue Munif al-Razaz, firmly opposed the calls for a separate Palestinian branch, regarding it as counter to the unitary ethos of their pan-Arab ideology. Their attitude did not change after Syria's secession from the Union, nor after the rupture caused within the party when co-founder Akram al-Hurani and the local regional command supported the breakup. Aflaq and Bitar refused to alter their position after taking refuge in Beirut, despite further lobbying. The party branch in Lebanon met in mid-November 1962 and recommended the formation of a Palestinian branch, but the National Command again rejected the idea during a meeting held shortly after the coup that restored it to power in Damascus in March 1, 1963. 147 The Palestinian Ba'athists in Lebanon were not alone in their discontent. A number of fugitives from the party branch in Jordan had taken refuge in Syria following the dismissal of the nationalist government of Nabulsi and the banning of opposition parties in April 1, 1957. One of their leading figures, Abdullah al-Rumaywi, strongly disagreed with the Syrian Regional Command FOR supporting the secession. In disgust, he and numerous colleagues joined a new pro-Nasir gathering FOR Syrian Ba'athists, the Socialist Unionists movement. 148 Many Palestinian Ba'athists in Syria also joined the movement. Although some later returned to the Ba'ath after March 1, 963. Others that party altogether. Kajami joined Fatah, while Sami Abu Quake and numerous junior figures such as Naji Alush, Muhammad Atta, and Sabri al-Banatam led small, short-lived liberation groups of their own. Only a minority of Palestinians were not affected and remained loyal to the party, among them embittered Ba'athists from the Gaza Strip such as Abdullah Hurani, who had been expelled by the Egyptian authorities in retaliation for the secession. 14 Among the dismayed FOR Palestinian Ba'athists were a group of young officers who had earned their commissions in the Syrian army between 1956 and 1960. Following the secession and the anti-Nasir volte-face by the Ba'ath, about a dozen secretly FOR the Palestinian Revolutionary Front with the eventual intention of mounting guerrilla attacks on Israel. Among their leading figures were Ahmed Hijja, commander of the 68 Battalion, Mujahid Saman, and combat pilot Mahmoud Azam. Also joining them were pro-Nasir Col leagues such as Salam Ayani and Walid Said al-Din, and civilians such as Muhammad Zudi al-Nashashivi. 150 No military action resulted, but the group 94 renewed contact with the Ba'ath party after March of 1963. This coincided with renewed pressure by the Palestinian rank and file in Syria, who were aware that new groups such as Fatah, the ANM, and the little-known Palestinian Liberation Front, headed by FOR Army Captain Ahmed Jibril, were busily recruiting in the refugee camps. The National Command relented slightly, allowing the Palestinians to gather in the Shubi'a of Damascus University, which quickly became the nucleus of a Palestinian grouping with about 80 members in the 1151 Cap 1 Ta. The abortive pro-Nasir coup of 1 July 8 shook the Ba'athist leadership, however. The regional command was especially suspicious of Palestinian loyalties, but argued equally that the Ba'ath party cannot rule in Syria if the Palestinians oppose it. 152 It was determined to salvage the situation and was instrumental in securing FOR approval. Finally, FOR the establishment of a separate Palestinian branch in the party. The branch remained modest in size, but the party's control of state power made it attractive to a number of Palestinians, especially junior officers in the army, which was firmly in the grip of the secretive military committee of the Ba'ath party. To increase its credibility and compete with emerging rivals, the Palestinian branch also tried to take control of the Palestinian Revolutionary Front. 153 The front had lit substance, but several of its members transferred their allegiance to the party's military committee and to the military intelligence branch headed by Ahmed al-Suwaidani. Yet the new rulers of Syria still distrusted the Palestinians, and admitted none to military D.J. 154 ACAM 1 ES 10 are near Y 2 years. What the shift in attitude of the Ba'ath party towards autonomous Palestinian organization revealed, if nothing else, was the growing polarization of Arab regional politics and above all the sharpening rivalry between Damascus and Cairo. Relations between Egypt on the one hand and Saudi Arabia on the other had soured following the Syrian secession of 1961 and then plummeted to their nadir as the three states backed opposite sides in the civil war that racked Yemen after 1962. The Arab Cold War was at its height, pitting the reactionary and progressive states, themselves hardly united, against each other. The announcement by Israel in 1963 that it planned to divert the Jordan River headwaters into a new national water carrier was regarded as a direct challenge to Arab power, and compelled the Arab protagonists to put their commitment to the anti-Israeli cause into practice. In this situation, the Palestinian card was used increasingly as a means of demonstrating their patriotic credentials and of embarrassing rivals. The decision by the Ba'ath party to activate its Palestinian membership in 1963 and, soon after, to play host to Fatah, fell precisely into this context. It was largely in response to such considerations too, and aware of the spread of clandestine Palestinian groups such as Fatah, that Nasir was to tolerate the establishment of the Palestine Liberation Organization in early 1964. 4. The watershed. The entity is born. Organizations such as the ANM and Fatah remained modest in numerical strength and political influence, but the growth of their appeal in the early 1960s revealed certain patterns. One was declining Palestinian affiliation to parties whose ideologies did not commit them first and foremost to the liberation of Palestine. This was obvious in the case of the Islamist movements and the Ba'ath Party, and also of the Communists or the Syrian National Party. The same did not apply as powerfully to the ANM, despite owing much of its appeal to its role as a vehicle for Nasirism, because its raison d'etre and political programs were so clearly focused on Palestine as the ultimate goal. Yet it, too, faced a problem, highlighted by Nasir's reiteration in December 1, 1963 that Egypt was unable to wage a war with Israel. 1. The proliferation of small, self-styled liberation groups reflected disappointment with Arab political structures and leaders, but a majority of Palestinians of all social backgrounds remained outside any formal affiliation. The Palestine First sentiment of Fatah was widely shared, but still lacked embodiment in an institutional framework. It was in this context that members of the traditional and upper middle classes of pre-1948 Palestine launched the attempt to establish a state-like organization. These were the strata that had occupied the second echelon in the national leadership under Husseini, and that were effectively denied their chance to govern as a result of al-Nakba and of the subsequent marginalization of the AHC and APG. Their attempt could not have been made had it not been for the opportunity provided by Arab regional politics. The Arab Cold War had reached a stalemate by autumn 1963, prompting Nasir to seek a truce with his rivals, above all with Saudi King Saud, in order to bring the debilitating conflict in Yemen to a close. The Israeli plan to divert the Jordan River headwaters offered a good reason for reconciliation, which Nasir quickly seized to assemble the Arab heads of state. The first Arab Summit Conference was held in Cairo in January 1964, and took two major decisions: to establish a unified Arab Command, UAC, under Egyptian supervision to coordinate Arab military preparations for an eventual war with Israel, and to implement a counter-diversion for the Jordan River headwaters to prevent Israeli use. Noticeable was Arab reluctance to tackle the Palestine problem, by addressing the demands for a body that could represent the Palestinians. This was 96. Already evident in the deliberations of Council of Foreign Ministers of the League of Arab States in mid-September 1963. An Iraqi memorandum revived the contentious issue of forming a Palestinian entity, calling for the election of representatives to a national assembly that would in turn elect a Palestine government. The latter body would establish formal relations with all Arab states and coordinate planning for the liberation of Palestine, for which purpose it would also raise a liberation army. 2 Jordan vigorously opposed the proposal, seeing in it a direct challenge to its claimed sovereignty over the West Bank and Palestinian citizens. The council sought safety. It concluded that the time has come for the inhabitants of Palestine to assume their own cause, and it is the duty of the Arab states to allow them the opportunity and to enable them to do so through democratic means, but at the same time deferred the matter of establishing an entity to the concerned Arab governments. 3. In the event, the summit conference skirted the issue of Palestinian national organization once more. King Hussein remained firmly opposed, while Syrian President Amin al-Hafiz provocatively demanded that the West Bank and Gaza Strip be given to a Palestinian entity as its territorial base. King Saud suggested the formation of a Palestinian government, and Algerian President Ahmed Ben Bella and Tunisian President Al-Habib Bourguiba preferred a National Liberation Front. 4 The heads of state finally satisfied themselves by vaguely instructing Ahmed Shukayri, the representative of Palestine to the League of Arab States, to continue his consultations with the member states and Palestinian people with the aim of arriving at the setting up of sound foundations for organizing. the Palestinian people and enabling it to play its role in liberating its homeland and determining its destiny. 5 Nasir had either failed to promote the idea of establishing a Palestinian national body as a clear priority, or else did not do so forcefully enough. The fact that Mahmoud Riyad, who became foreign minister of Egypt in April, made no mention of such a body in his memoirs for that period suggests that it was not high on the scale of priorities. 6 Similarly, Nasir made no apparent attempt to revive the Palestinian National Union or reactivate the Legislative Council in Gaza, both of which had been formed in 1961 and continued to exist, at least in name. That active steps were taken to set one up was due largely to the determination, in which ambition also played a role, of Ṣāyigh. Of mixed Egyptian, Hijazi, and Turkish descent, he was born in 1908 in a southern town of what was to become Lebanon. A lawyer by training, he was briefly a minister of the All-Palestine government in 1948 and later acted as a legal advisor to the Saudi government until falling out of favor with foreign minister and Crown Prince Faisal in August 1, 1963. This coincided with the formal dissolution of the All-Palestine government following the death of Ahmed Hilmi Abd al-Baki, himself of Egyptian origin. At Nasir's request, Ṣāyigh was selected to represent Palestine in the League of Arab States Ministerial Council in September, and it was in this capacity that he headed an 18-person Palestinian delegation to address the UN in the same month. 7 Ṣāyigh made numerous enemies during the Watershed 97. His political career and was subsequently regarded by his Palestinian rivals as both bombastic and self-serving, but at this point in modern Palestinian history these characteristics proved beneficial. He demonstrated this amply during the Summit Conference in January 1964, first by pushing his chair forward until he sat among the Arab heads of state at the opening session, and then by forcing himself into the hall and sitting in the front rank once more after being denied entry to the second session. 8 The formal result of Ṣāyigh's behavior was meager, as attested by the weak resolution adopted regarding Palestinian organization, but it allowed him to take further steps. Weeks after the conference, he presented Nasir with a blueprint for a Palestinian organization with a national charter, internal statutes and guidelines for political, military, and financial activity. According to his memoirs, the Egyptian president approved the idea and granted him access to the Palestine Borders Guard in Gaza, as well as authorizing him to draft a Palestinian conscription law. 9 Ṣāyigh had obviously overstepped his summit mandate. He explained his thinking in an address to the Palestinians on Cairo radio in mid-February. "We are a people without an entity, without a leadership. And so we must assemble in an all-embracing organization," he argued. "The Conference of the Arab Kings and Presidents has opened the way to the entity of the Palestinian people. The entity is a collective, national leadership. It is agencies, training camps, and regular forces." Ṣāyigh was formulating explicit articulations of Palestinian statism and nationalism. He developed these themes in his opening address to a large Palestinian assembly convened in East Jerusalem on May 28. "We have employed this term Palestinian entity for many years, but it is alien to Arab and international life. It is a new term with no precedent in the history of nations. But Palestine is unique in its catastrophe and alone in its tragedy. And so it could only experience an alien and solitary situation." The reasons for this anomaly were clear enough in his opinion. All peoples who suffered colonialism remained settled in their homelands and safe in their homes, fighting on their land. Whereas the Palestinian people were uprooted from their homeland, expelled from their homes, and deprived of their entity. This entity had existed in pre-1948 Palestine, Ṣāyigh insisted, in the form of our parties, organizations, and national committees. The nationalist reality was moreover embodied by the peasants martyred, workers hanged on the gallows, and students and youths, men and women, who were killed, imprisoned, or tortured, and by the bitter struggle waged by the people in all its strata for nearly 30 years. 12. The challenge was how to give this entity meaning and substance in the complex Arab environment. The assembly was only able to convene in Jerusalem due to the interest of King Hussein in fostering better relations with Egypt. Even so, he nominated a majority of the 422 Palestinians invited to attend, and Jordanian intelligence agents kept an intrusive and intimidating presence at the 98th meeting. 13 Ṣāyigh took additional pains to reassure his hosts that the proposed entity would not exercise any territorial sovereignty over the West Bank in the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, nor, indeed, over the Gaza Strip and Al-Hima, on the Syrian border. 14 This was politically expedient, no doubt, but it revealed both the continuing duality of Palestinian national identity and the inevitable tension between embryonic Palestinian state-building and Arab interests of state. Despite these constraints, the Jerusalem Assembly decreed the establishment of the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, approved its national charter and other FO-undaying documents and statutes, and reconstituted itself as the Palestine National Council, PNC. 15 This parliamentary body was to be the highest authority in the PLO, empowered to legislate, approve budgets, and set overall policy for implementation by an elected executive committee on an annual basis. 16 Each member of the executive committee was responsible for a different ministerial portfolio. Ṣāyigh was naturally selected as its first chairman. The assembly also resolved to impose compulsory military training on all Palestinian men and women able to bear arms, FORM regular and guerrilla battalions equipped with the full range of modem weapons, and appoint Palestinian representatives to a special apparatus that it proposed should be set up within the Unified Arab Command to organize Palestinian mobilization. 17 Other resolutions called on the Arab states to accord PLO officials the same immunity and privileges as their own civil servants and to recognize the identity cards that the PLO intended to issue to all Palestinians. 18 The statist ambition of the PLO FO-unders was unmistakable, as was their conception of a distinctly Palestinian variety of the broader Arab national identity. The first article of the PLO charter itself, dubbed Qawmi, from Qawm, nation, rather than Watani, from Watan, homeland, or patria, stated that Palestine is an Arab homeland tied by Arab nationalism to all the Arab countries actor which together compose the wider Arab homeland. The second and fifth articles defined its borders as those of the British Mandate, within which Palestinian character is an essential and undying feature sifa asalilazima ayatazol, that is passed from fathers to sons. 19 If the Palestinians were to serve the cause of Arab unity, the charter reasoned, then its immediate task was to preserve its Palestinian character and the components of that character, and to nurture awareness of its existence and oppose any ventures that might dissolve or weaken it. 20 The Palestinian nationalist theme was underlined in the requirement that all doctrines, be they political, social, or economic, must not distract the people of Palestine from their primary duty in liberating their homeland. Only after liberation could the Palestinians address the question of what political, economic, or social system to adopt. 21 The social outlook of the PLO FO-unders was also evident in their selection of delegates to the Jerusalem Assembly. A publicity pamphlet later stated that the invitees comprised the notables and members of parliament, ministers, members of parliament and notables and mayors and village council. The watershed 99. Heads in the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, clergy, lawyers, doctors, pharmacists, engineers, university professors, and legislative council members in Gaza, heads of chambers of commerce, merchants, and emigrants, representatives of women's bodies and of the returnees refugees living in the camps, sheikhs of the Beersheba nomads, heads and representatives of workers and FA unions, directors of company boards, bank employees, and their like. 22. The clear bias towards traditional social leaders and scions of the established families of pre-1948 Palestine and towards the propertied and professional elements of the middle class in this categorization was confirmed by the list of PNC delegates. Few, if any, were from the refugee camps or of peasant and working class background, while trade unions and the specific categories of women and journalists were assigned a combined total of only 27 seats. 2. 3. Ṣāyigh also offered seats to the nascent Palestinian groups such as Fatah and the ANM, but refused to acknowledge them formally in the PNC. For all its faults, Ṣāyigh had established a national institution that was to obtain formal Arab recognition during the Second Summit Conference in September. He had created a fait accompli, but his achievement was sharply criticized in some quarters. The Islamic Liberation Party, for example, opposed both the PLO and Palestinian statehood, fearing that the creation of an entity would relieve the Arab states of their duty to liberate Palestine. 24 Most hostile was Husseini, who had left Egypt for Lebanon after a rift with Nasser over his attempted reconciliation with Jordan in 1959. Husseini's animosity for the Egyptian president led him to support Iraqi leader Abd al-Karim al-Qasim in his own feud with Nasser, and to order sabotage and assassination attacks against ANM cadres in Lebanon in autumn 1962.25. Husseini also refused an invitation from Ṣāyigh, whom he regarded as an Egyptian stooge seeking to usurp the leadership he still claimed for himself, to join the preparatory committee of the Jerusalem Assembly in May 1, 964.26. The proposed entity would, he argued, facilitate liquidation of the cause of Palestine, and America and the other colonialist states are supervising this liquidation. 27 Husseini and other surviving members of the AHC lobbied the Jordanian government not to host the PNC, and convened a counter-assembly attended by 300 Palestinians in Lebanon in mid-May. 28 He was also instrumental in the Saudi decision to boycott the Jerusalem Assembly and withhold recognition from the PLO. Husseini's objections that the PLO was not truly representative and that its subservience to the Arab states would prevent it from waging war on Israel were shared by younger Palestinian activists, notably in the ANM and Fatah. 29 The ANM had generally opposed the idea of a Palestinian entity up to 1963, not only on the grounds that it diverged from the aim of Arab unity, but also fear that it would prove to be a device for the Arab states to abdicate responsibility for liberating Palestine. Ṣāyigh repeatedly consulted the ANM between September 1, 1963 and May 1, 1964, but it remained of two minds. 30 It supported his general purpose, but warned against an entity that was not revolutionary in character and whose ultimate authority was merely nominal. 31 100 The ANM issued several statements, sometimes jointly with the influential General Union of Palestine Students, GUPS, which it now dominated, and other minor groups, in which it insisted that a credible national organization should have the power to elect its leadership, impose conscription, appoint delegates to the Unified Arab Command, and provide its members with official recognition from the Arab states. 32 The ANM was impressed by Nasser's support for Ṣāyigh, but its distrust of the Arab states and dislike of the PLO chairman's overbearing character were strong. At the beginning of May it invited 5 self-styled liberation groups to form a new front, the Politburo of Unified Action for Palestinian Revolutionary Forces. Nothing more came of this effort, but the ANM followed up by expressing shock at the manner in which Ṣāyigh had personally selected delegates to the Jerusalem Assembly. It complained on the same occasion of Jordanian harassment, believing this to be a deliberate attempt to isolate the revolutionary organizations that have taken it upon themselves to organize, educate, and prepare the Palestinians in the past 16 years. In its view, the PLO has no relation to the masses and lacks the foundation of a military organization, and the PNC structure effectively prevented discussion, planning, reporting, and monitoring. 33 Arguably the worst crime was that Ṣāyigh had chosen from the start to submit continuously to the demands of Jordan and the other reactionary forces. GUPS soon followed in similar vein. 34 Fatah and the evolutionary process. Fatah had even less reason than the ANM to trust Ṣāyigh. Several of its leaders had met him in the latter part of 1963, and were distinctly unimpressed by his character and suspicious of his ties to Nasser. The Fatah founders also considered, not incorrectly, that the PLO leadership was drawn mainly from the sons of upper-class families and traditional figures. 35 The clash of personalities was strongest between Wazir and Shukayri, who met in Algiers. Relations soured further in spring 1964, when the Algerian authorities ordered Fatah to hand control of the Palestine office to a representative of Shukayri. This was partly due to Fatah's ties to the Islamist-leaning Muhammad Qaidar, who had just broken away from the Algerian government. Yet Fatah's attitude towards the proposed Palestinian entity remained outwardly more accommodating than that of the ANM. Palestinian had consistently espoused the establishment of an entity since 1959, and commented favorably on Shukayri's preparations in autumn 1963 and early 1964. Fatah also endorsed the creation of a Palestinian army, even if it were subject to Arab control. Its support for general elections was more qualified, as it feared that public competition would revive the bitter rivalries and factionalism of pre-1948 society. 36 Whatever its fers and concerns, Fatah was keen to see the birth of the entity and instructed the handful of its members among the delegates to the Watershed 101. The Jerusalem Assembly to focus on this objective and limit their opposition to other aspects of the PLO program. 37 Yet none of the 15-20 Fatah delegates were nominated for membership in the first executive committee. 38 Shukayri had discarded earlier thoughts of forming a coalition, and now hoped instead to persuade Fatah and other groups to merge completely within the PLO framework. Fatah was not interested in a merger, however, partly because it had not fully abandoned a previous plan to convene a national conference under its own auspices. Indeed, its founding documents had envisaged turning Fatah's Revolutionary Council and Higher Central Committee into a national council. The movement would also declare the establishment of a Palestinian Arab entity after the launch of the armed revolution, in order to take command of the conflict with Israel. 39 Fatah revived this line of thinking in 1964. It regarded the armed struggle as the means both to launch a national front and to demonstrate its credibility and attract the support of other Palestinian and Arab groups. 40 The Palestinian entity had to be revolutionary, as Palestinian argued in April 1, 1964, and it could only be based on an armed revolution. 41 In short, military action was a means to preempt the emergence of a less zealous and less independent Palestinian leadership. Fatah's immediate concerns in mid-1964 were political in any case. One was that general elections, if held, could grant legitimacy to representatives who might emerge on the political stage and implement decisions that are categorically rejected by the Palestinian people, by taking cover in that legitimacy. 41 The establishment of the PLO therefore threatened to abort the mass movement. 43 As Khalid al-Hassan later explained, we considered the PLO to be an Arab instrument and its military wing a part of the Arab armies. In view of our experiences with the Arabs and especially in 1936, and our deep lack of trust towards them, we feared that the PLO would kill or divert the awakening of our people. 44 Wazir added that the PLO had been created with the express purpose of preempting the revolutionary process among the Palestinians. 45 A subsequent Fatah memorandum also took task with the PLO for being the child of the Arab Summit Conference, which inherited its blood and flesh from the conference and so reflected its contradictions. The Arab states had shied away from confronting Israeli plans to divert the Jordan River headwaters, it argued, and so created the PLO as a means of distracting public attention. 46 Yet Fatah was also aware, as Wazir later explained, that the PLO enjoyed Arab legitimacy, and this was important. 47 Some of its leaders hoped that the start of military action against Israel would confront the PLO with a fait accompli and compel it to seek greater independence from Arab constraints. 48 They were not content to depend on FATE, however, and planned to take control of the PLO and revolutionize it from within. Fatah would join the PNC, Executive Committee, and other PLO bodies, or else create an alternative front by establishing parallel unions and associations and other mass organizations. 102. This effort would be coordinated with other liberation groups, and would also form the basis for a wider Arab alliance. The front would then demand the opening of training camps for Palestinians in Arab states, formation of local defense forces in THEW West Bank and Gaza, and an end to Arab travel restrictions and press censorship imposed on the Palestinians. 49 The decision of the Second Arab Summit Conference in September to recognize the PLO and its military wing, the Palestine Liberation Army, PLA, brought matters to a head for Fatah. Egyptian media and the PLO made considerable play of Nasser's decision to transfer the Palestinian Borders Guard to the nominal authority of the PLO. Photographs of PLA soldiers in steel helmets and camouflage uniforms training for combat with drawn bayonets exerted a powerful pull on young Palestinians everywhere. Fatah had not previously envisaged starting military action during 1964, despite pretending to Shukayri in late 1963 that it intended to do so during the First Arab Summit Conference. 50 The Fatah leadership had in fact resolved, during a meeting in Damascus in mid-1963, to concentrate on building up membership and soliciting Arab and non-Arab support. 51 The formal endorsement of the PLO and PLA in September 1, 1964 exerted severe pressure on Fatah to launch the armed struggle sooner than planned. As one of its publications subsequently explained, it came to the conclusion that intensifying the military bases and starting operations may limit the crumbling of membership. 52 The internal debate in Fatah took place against a backdrop of improving relations with several Arab states, starting with Algeria. Jamal Abd al-Rauf, al-Qidwi al-Husseini, elder brother of Yasser Arafat, headed the Arab Maghreb, North Africa, Bureau at the AHC office in Cairo, and in this way made the acquaintance of most of the leading members of the Algerian Front de Liberation Nationale. 3 Abd al-Rauf was also a member of the Society of Struggle for the Liberation of Islamic Peoples, through which he cemented relations with Muhammad Qaidar Kama. Fatah was rewarded with an invitation to attend the Algerian independence ceremony in 1962, during which Arafat won President Ben Bella's approval to set up the Palestine office in Algiers. Wazir left Beirut, where he had been editing Filastinana, to run the office after its formal inauguration on September 23, 1963. Wazir quickly developed the relationship, arranging the recruitment of 400 Palestinian teachers for the rapidly expanding Algerian education system and securing 150 places for Palestinians at Algerian universities. The number of teachers eventually rose to 1,000, and together with the students provided a source of recruits for Fatah. 55 In summer 1964, the Algerian army trained 200 Palestinians including students and workers from Germany in guerrilla warfare. 56 The Algerian base also provided Fatah with valuable introductions to other liberation movements. In January, for example, Wazir met the visiting Foreign Minister of the South Vietnamese National Liberation Front, Madame Bin. He later met the legendary Ecobedo Che Guevara, who pledged Cuban backing, and leaders of emerging national liberation movements in Portuguese. The Watershed 103. Africa. In this way Fatah received an invitation to visit China. Wazir and Arafat arrived on March 5 for talks with the Afro-Asian Solidarity Committee, after which a Palestinian office was opened in Beijing. 57 They were received by Communist Party Chairman Mao Zedong during their visit, and were later informed by Deputy Chairman Zhou Enlai and Foreign Minister Liu Shaoqi that China had decided to boycott Lsrev. 8 Wazir visited North Korea on his way home, and returned with Kajami and Mahmoud. Mas waited to China 3 months later to receive a donation of £7,000. 59. Valuable as it was, the Algerian connection was overshadowed by the Syrian one. The Fatah FO unders and senior cadres from Syria Abd al-Karim, Danan, Khalidi, and Khatib provided early contacts with senior officials and political figures in 1962-3, as did Kajami and other Ba'athists who joined Fatah after the Syrian secession in 1961. The March 1963 coup offered hope of a major opening, as Syrian Chief of Staff Ziyad al-Hariri agreed to receive Algerian arms shipments on behalf of Fatah, but he was dismissed following the abortive pro-Nasir coup of July 18. 60. There was little to commend an alliance between the new regime and Fatah. The leftist officers and civilians of the Ba'ath party were aware of the Muslim Brotherhood background of many Fatah leaders, and suspected them, not without reason, of links to Saudi Arabia. Fatah's Saudi connection was in fact indirect, being conducted through Husseini and Egyptian members of the Muslim Brotherhood who managed the Saudi-sponsored Islamic League. The establishment of the PLO in May 1964 changed matters. Earlier, the national command of the Ba'ath party had offered broad support for official Arab moves to create a Palestinian entity and army. 61 A long memorandum from the same body prepared on the eve of the Jerusalem Assembly stipulated more firmly that the proposed entity should possess people, land, and authority, but refrained from repeating the previous Syrian demand that the Palestinians take control of the West Bank and Gaza. It merely added that the entity should have an elected assembly and executive committee, and called on Arab governments to provide material support and ease their restrictions on the guest refugee communities. 62 In sharp contrast, a statement on September 2 by the group of Palestinian Ba'athist officers who operated under the name of the Palestinian Revolutionary Front was openly critical of the PLO. The latter organization was accused of subservience to the Arab states, of being imposed from above rather than emerging spontaneously from the ranks of the masses, and of lacking a revolutionary vanguard able to bear the burdens of struggle within the ranks of its leadership. 63 The belief that the PLO was nothing more than a Katzpah for Nasir-shaped Syrian attitudes. Syrian President Hafez challenged his Egyptian counterpart during the Second Arab Summit Conference in September, boasting that he could devise a plan to defeat Israel utterly in 4 days if given 40 Arab brigades to do so. 64 It was largely in response to this outbidding, in fact, that Nasir informed the summit that he put Sinai and the Gaza Strip at the disposal of the 104 PLO to form the Palestinian Army. 65 He responded to further goading by decreeing an amendment to the constitutional law of the Gaza Strip, of February 1962, to make the liberation of Palestine a sacred duty for its sons and for every Arab. The PLO was designated as the national organization of the Palestinians in Gaza and elsewhere, that would take part in joint Arab action to regain the stolen land of Palestine and participate in the mission of Arab nationalism. 66 The ruling Ba'ath party in Damascus now came to the conclusion that the best way to embarrass Nasir was to expose his unwillingness to confront Israel. "We shall rub Nasir's nose in the mud of Palestine," one senior official confided, "that is where his end will be." 67 Fatah offered a suitable means to that end. 68 Fatah jumps the gun. Fatah was hardly in a position to launch anything so ambitious as the much-vaunted armed struggle. It had successfully expanded its membership in 1963, but its presence in the Arab confrontation states remained minimal. Arafat moved from Kuwait to Damascus during the year in order to develop the organization in Syria, Lebanon, and Jordan. One of his first steps was to consult former Mufti Husseini, who offered his views on Palestinian and Arab politics and put his followers in the refugee camps at the disposal of Fatah. 69 This provided it with a small, but experienced group of infiltrators, among them brothers Jalal and Kamal Kawash, who had previously worked for the Lebanese Tqsiem Bureau, Egyptian and Syrian intelligence, and the BATHP. 70. Ardi. As important were Arafat's contacts with other liberation groups in Lebanon. Most important was the Revolutionary Palestinian Organization, founded by a schoolteacher in Beirut, Zakaria Abd al-Rahim. A former member of the Lebanese Sunni Muslim Jabhat al-Rahman, worshippers of the compassionate, paramilitary youth group, established in the mid-1930s and now close to the Muslim Brotherhood. He had urged the ANM, Ba'ath Party, and AHC in 1959 to establish a local Palestine committee. When Abd al-Rahim decided to form his own group, he used his position as a teacher to recruit adherents in several refugee camps. The group joined Fatah towards the end of 1963, and Abd al-Rahim became responsible for building a clandestine organization in Lebanon. 72 With them also came brothers Ahmed, Ziad, and Mahmoud al-Atrash, veteran infiltrators who now set up Fatah strike groups, al-Majamu at al-Daraba, under Arafat's direct control. Wazir, Abbas, and Ziyanan were among the Fatah leaders who visited Lebanon in this period to observe preparations, and to assist in the purchase of light arms left over from the Civil War of 1958. 7-3. Arafat had greater success in Jordan, where the key local cadre was Muhammad Naim, a merchant who was also a senior official in the Sindhi. The Watershed 105. Kate of Jordanian Unions. Naim had also been a member of the Muslim Brotherhood before joining Fatah, and belonged to its scout organization, Al-Jawala, Rangers. 74 Like other Palestinians of his generation, he was attracted to the Brotherhood because it described jihad as a religious duty and as the highest form of struggle. 75 Naim and many of his peers left the society in 1957-8 in protest at its tacit support for the throne's open alignment with the U.S. In 1962-3, he and those of his colleagues who had joined Fatah were followed by former Ba'athists such as Sami Abu Kawake. Acquaintances made at university in Egypt or through GUPS brought additional recruits, among them Umar al-Khatib and Abbas Zaki. Arafat and Wazir visited Jordan repeatedly after mid-1963, and were followed in 1964 by Abbas, Ziyanan, and Rafiq al-Nadsha, who used their positions as public sector recruiting and personnel officers for Qatar, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia respectively to disguise the real purpose of their visits from the Jordanian authorities. 76 On one such visit, Arafat met Kamal al-Sharif, a leader of the local Muslim Brotherhood and cabinet minister. The most important arena for Fatah, however, was Syria. Arafat made Damascus his main base, and was assisted by several aides, most active being Muhammad Hishma, a follower of Husseini and officer of the Palestinian Liberation Regiment in Iraq in 1960-3. Hussam al-Khatib provided an especially valuable line of contact to Syrian military intelligence chief Ahmed al-Swaidani, who offered modest, but significant assistance in 1964. Air Force commander Hafiz al-Assad also helped, by allowing Algerian arms to reach Fatah through Syrian air bases. 77 The Algerian connection proved useful in more ways than one. Nur al-Din al-Atassi, Yusuf al-Ziyayan, and Ibrahim Muqazbath party cadres who in 1966 became president, premier, and foreign minister had served as medical volunteers with the FL.N before 1962, and met Arafat and Wazir in Algeria after independence. There the two Fatah leaders also met Munir Abdullah, a senior Ba'athist who introduced them in late 1964 to Khalid al-Yundi, the leftist head of the Syrian Workers' Union and Militia. 78 Fatah also sought to widen its contacts outside the confrontation states. Arafat, Wazir, and Huri visited Libya in summer 1963, to request training at the Libyan Military Academy, passports for senior cadres, and permission to open offices, set up popular support committees for Palestine, fundraise, and transport arms through Libyan ports and the diplomatic pouch. 79 The authorities allowed Fatah to open a bank account to receive private donations, but little else. A more important source of funding were the popular committees formed by Palestinians working in Saudi Arabia. The authorities also permitted Fatah supporters to solicit donations from wealthy Saudis, but only on condition that they refrained from clandestine organization and from publishing or distributing political tracts in the kingdom. 8.0. Fatah had achieved modest results at best, but the establishment of the PLO in May 1, 1964 convinced it that the launch of the armed struggle had to be 106. Brought F-01 Ward. Philastinana signaled the imminent change in tactics in July, stating that the Palestinian people is more convinced today than ever that the armed Palestinian revolution is the only solution to regain its stolen homeland. The unity of Palestinian efforts will follow the first bullet of the armed revolution. 8. 1. The Fatah leadership in Kuwait and Damascus debated options continuously during July and the first half of August, and arrived at a conclusion only after Arafat submitted an enthusiastic, and grossly exaggerated, report on military preparedness. His proposal that the armed struggle be launched on September 1 was approved despite strenuous objections from a minority led by Abd al-Karim. 8. 2. The timing was chosen to precede immediately the Second Arab Summit Conference. Nothing happened in the event, and Arufal Arafat was obliged to reveal that his strike groups in Jordan had failed THD-83 to carry out ETR or ERS. The failure of the first attempt revived the division that had emerged within Fatah during the summer's debate. A rational wing, Al-Aqlaniyun, headed by Abd al-Karim and Danan counseled caution and insisted on further military preparation, whereas the madmen, al-Majinin, headed by Arafat and Wazir urged immediate action. 84 The dilemma was underlined when Fatah sought funds from a group of wealthy Kuwaitis, who refused to provide support until they saw evidence of combat activity. 85 Algerian officials also opposed a delay, arguing that they would already have launched the armed struggle against Israel by now. 86 Yet a meeting of the Fatah leadership in Damascus in November revealed continuing disagreement. The rational wing was concerned not to lose momentum once the armed struggle was launched, and insisted on more time to accumulate funds and weapons. 87 The madmen maintained that the revolution will provide its own needs and could only develop through actual practice. 88 If only one bullet was fired each month inside Israel, they added, it would demonstrate that the revolution existed. The madmen carried the day, prompting several of their opponents to resign. The internal dispute subsided for the time being, although it was to have further repercussions in the next years. To overcome the effects, the Fatah leadership suspended itself and handed responsibility for final preparations for the armed struggle over to a caretaker committee that included Kajami, Khalid al-Hassan, Zianan, Mahmoud Falaha, and Mukhtar Sabri Bouleddin B.A. A second committee was formed with Nayar, Zianan, Huri, and Udwan in it to oversee Arafat as he prepared to renew the military effort. 89 Arafat now briefed his aides in Damascus and held two similar meetings with senior cadres in Jordan, where opinion was again divided over the wisdom of an early start of military action. 90 Filastinana meanwhile informed its audience that the Palestinians have reached the critical point, and now believe only in themselves and their nation and shall inevitably follow the path of the revolution that will overturn the balance. 91 Power. Arafat worked feverishly to prepare armed groups for action, scouring the watershed. 107 model frontier villages in the Syrian border region with Israel for veteran infiltrators and purchasing aging light arms from Lebanese traders. Among his recruits were former agents of the Palestinian Detachment, an internal security unit working for Syrian intelligence, who were members of the semi-sedentarized Bedouin clans, such as the Haba and Tilaiya, that extended across northern Israel, South Lebanon, and the Syrian Golan Heights. 92 Others were refugees from the camps in Jordan and Lebanon, not AFEW of whom had previously been, or in AFEW cases remained, on the payroll of local intelligence agencies. 93 Arafat also made contact with the Bedouin of southern Jordan, who had expert knowledge of the Negev, through Sheikh Musa Abu Ghait. 94 As the deadline for the launch of the armed struggle approached, now set for the end of 1964, his hopes were pinned on some 50 men, among them 30 former members of the Palestinian Reconnaissance 68 Battalion in Syria, although a later publication was to insist more grandly that Fatah had launched the armed struggle with an elite corps of 82 commandos in 10 squads, operating in 6, 9, 5 zones. This was a far cry from the requirements stipulated in Fatah's founding documents for the conduct of armed struggle. Structure of revolutionary construction called for an extensive and highly organized membership, the accumulation of funds, weapons, combat bases, communication systems, and supply networks, and intelligence gathering on vital Israeli military and economic targets. 96 The document also expected Fatah to have a general staff, in addition to central committees for political affairs, indoctrination and mobilization, planning, and supervision, none of which remotely existed. 97 Arafat nonetheless impressed the supervisory committee with his report on readiness, and so the expanded Fatah leadership resolved finally to launch the armed struggle on 3 December 1. At the same time it decided to announce military operations in the name of Al-Safa, the storm, not Fatah, in order to avoid punitive measures by hostile Arab states and prevent a loss of internal morale if the venture failed. 98 It then informed the Algerian, Iraqi, and Syrian authorities and Shukayri of its intentions. 99 Still opposed, 2 members of the rational wing now withdrew from the leadership, leaving Abd al-Karim and Danan in the minority. In the event, Fatah's first attack against Israel was aborted at the outset. A guerrilla team planning to demolish a pumping station in the Israeli national water carrier was detained by a Lebanese border patrol on 3 December 1. Arafat, who was subsequently said to have been a member of the team, was in FACT already distributing a statement announcing the operation to Newsagencies in Beirut, where he was briefly detained by the police. 100 The following night a second Fatah team infiltrated across the border south of Lake Tiberias and laid an explosive satchel in a water canal, which was later stated by Israel not to have detonated. Undaunted, Fatah reported the second attack in its military communiqué No. 1, issued on January 2, 1965, in the name of the General Command of Al-Safa Forces. Despite this lackluster start, New Year's 108. Day 1965 was subsequently to be celebrated by all Palestinian organizations as the launch of the armed struggle. The ANM and the armed struggle. When Fatah issued its first military statement, the ANM regarded it as a direct threat to Nasir. FAT, the ANM informed its members, is a suspect movement tied to Cento, that aims to entangle Nasir in a battle for which he is not prepared, and so lead to his defeat. 101 Yet the movement could not ignore the appeal of Fatah's brand of nationalism and of its military activity to Palestinians in general. Indeed, the ANM had been under increasing pressure internally since 1963 to exercise greater political autonomy and to prepare more actively for armed struggle. An editorial in Al-Wida, the clandestine newsletter produced by its Jordanian branch, referred in May 1963 to the need to prompt the liberated Arab countries to harness their revolutionary potential, and to crystallize the burning hatred of the Palestinians in a revolutionary movement of their own, which will enable them to fulfill their vanguard role. 1. 0. 2. Under pressure, the ANM leadership approved the formation in late 1963 of a separate Palestinian Action Command, PAC, Qiyadat al-Amal al-Filastini, with nominal authority over Palestinian members in the various branches in Arab states. This step was taken by Haddad in the absence of Habash, who was still in hiding in Syria following the abortive pro-Nasir coup of July, and provoked protests from the leftist faction of the ANM. Habash approved the move after his escape to Lebanon in early 1964, and the Old Guard closed ranks during a stormy general conference in Beirut in May, at which the PAC became a fully autonomous branch. 103, initially it was known in public as the National Front for the Liberation of Palestine, but this name soon dropped from use. Palestinian members of ANM branches in Lebanon, Syria, Kuwait, and Egypt were now regrouped in separate sections, EXIM, which communicated directly with the PAC. In 1964 there were several hundred Palestinian members in Lebanon, some 500 in Syria, roughly 10% of branch membership, several hundreds in the West Bank and somewhat fewer in Gaza, and dozens in Kuwait and Egypt. 104 Some Palestinians refused this transition on pan-Arab principle, while others continued to fulfill their previous duties within Arab branches or on central bodies, a prime example being Al-Hakam Darwaz's role in the ANM's ideology Khomeini, and did not come under the authority of the PAC. 105 The May conference revealed the depth of divisions between the so-called left and right in the ANM. Ideological disputes were so severe in fact that the delegates could not agree on the composition of a new executive committee for the movement, and a caretaker leadership assumed responsibility for A&M affairs for the next 10 months. This was not enough to halt the growing divergence of its various branches. The regional command, Qiyādat Iqlim, in the watershed 109. Syria and Iraq, FOR example, decided to merge with other pro-Nasir FORs in July to FORM local versions of the Arab Socialist Union, the new political vehicle that Nasir had launched in Egypt. This led to renewed tensions in both countries, and the Syrian authorities, suspecting preparation for another pro-Nasir coup, imprisoned numerous A&M members until the end of the year. 106 The A&M was drifting, but the Palestine-oriented Old Guard and its Palestinian constituency were devoting ever more of their attention and energy to developing the POC. The leftist F-Asian, which consisted almost entirely of non-Palestinians, viewed the emergence of the POC with considerable disquiet. It was not alone. The A&M Regional Command in Jordan, headed by Hamid al-Farhan, was closely aligned with the right on ideological issues but opposed the creation of a separate Palestinian branch. Most of its members were Palestinian, and it apprehended that losing them would reduce its stature and undermine the common ground between Transjordanians and Palestinians. 107 At the same time the command, urged on by members from the West Bank, avowed the formation of a dedicated military apparatus for operations against Israel. This was made evident during a meeting in late 1963, in which the militant lead was taken by Muhammad Rabi, Mustafa al-Zabri, Mahmoud Isa, and others. 108 The strength of this current was such that Rabi was elected to replace Farhan. The Jordanian Regional Command became nominally subordinate to the POC when the latter body was ratified in May 1, 1964, and sent delegates to take part in POC meetings in Beirut. Yet it was more an equal partner, retaining responsibility for the organizational and ideological affairs of the A&M in Jordan and coordinating when necessary with a permanent representative of the Palestinian Command, Azam Ghanan. 109 Reorganization did not indicate a major shift in A&M strategy, however. The central leadership insisted on adhering to the policy and timetable of Nasir, and remained opposed to an early start of the armed struggle. This was evident from the discussion in early 1964 between Nasir and Habash, who had just escaped from Syria. According to Habash, the Egyptian president warned that the struggle for Palestine required careful study because our enemy is not Israel but the USA. Nasir agreed that an armed revolution against Israel was inevitable and promised material support for the A&M as it prepared for such a venture, but left the starting date of military action to a distant and vague someday. 11 Habash provided the formal link between the central leadership and the POC, and so he was in a position to exert decisive influence over its direction and keep it in line. Caution did not imply complete inactivity, however. Haddad, the ENM's unrivaled man of action, was already taking steps to prepare for Palestinian military action. Sometime in late 1963 or early 1964, he instructed two of his close aides, Haj Faiz Jabir and Subhi al-Tamimi, to establish a special paramilitary and intelligence gathering apparatus from their base in Beirut. Known as the Struggle Apparatus, Al-Fahaz al-Nidali, it had representatives in several Arab 110 states and operated as a central military committee under Haddad, who reported to the central A&M leadership rather than the POC. It drew on the regular membership of the various A&M branches, but its activities were carefully kept secret from the local regional commands, except for the handful, such as Zabri in Jordan, who selected suitable candidates and coordinated the movement of trainees, arms, and information. Other senior cadres involved in overseeing the struggle apparatus from Beirut were Ahmed al-Yamani, Abd al-Karim al-Hamid, and Zaki Hilal. An early function of the struggle apparatus was to select trainees for new training courses at the Egyptian Commando School at Lanchas. This was coordinated by the A&M liaison officer in Cairo, Qadira. An earlier course in 1962 had absorbed 60 A&M members, including Haddad, while a second course was offered in 1963 to 75 trainees, among them Faisal al-Husseini. 112 inches received 6 more groups of 20 to 30 trainees each in 1964-5, and Egyptian intelligence delivered modest supplies of small arms and explosives to the ANM in Lebanon. 113 Once home, graduates of the Inches courses were expected to offer rudimentary training to other members, although the need for secrecy usually limited this to theoretical instruction in private houses. Local Qatars organized camps in the hills of the West Bank under the guise of youth clubs or scout troops, at which groups of 30 to 40 trainees underwent physical education and, occasionally, practiced with live ammunition. 114 Against this background, the PAC convened its first conference as an autonomous branch in Beirut in September. 115 attending were senior Qatars from Jordan who could travel without arousing the suspicion of the authorities, among them Muhammad Rabi and Azmi al-Khawaja, and Sabah al-Thabit, Muhammad al-Musalami, and Muhammad Shaban from Gaza. Habash, Hindi, and Haddad presided, and under their watchful eyes the conference elected a 5-man command consisting of Bilal al-Hassan, Ghassan Kanafani, Soleh Shiblu, Ahmed Khalifa, and Abd al-Karim Hamid. Except For Hamid, these were youthful and relatively junior figures. Hardened veterans such as Yamani and Salah remained directly attached to the old guard leadership, rather than coming under the authority of PAC. The PAC conference came hard on the heels of the Second Arab Summit Conference, at which the Arab heads of state had endorsed the establishment of the PLO and PLA. The ANMFA said the same vexatious question as Fatah, to cede the political initiative to the PLO or promote its own agenda, which could mean autonomous military activity. The debate at the conference was dominated by this question. A vocal group of delegates, including those from the West Bank and Gaza, advocated an early start of armed struggle and received considerable support from Qatars based in Beirut. Habash urged caution, arguing against entangling Nasser prematurely in a war with Israel and for more time to prepare. 116 His view ultimately prevailed, but a compromise of sorts was reached. The ANM would conduct reconnaissance missions and recruit Palestinian citizens in Israel and develop its struggle apparatus in neighboring Arab. The watershed 111 states, but would refrain from initiating combat. U7 Ghassan Kanafani, a leading ANM intellectual, coined a slogan to express the desired balance, above zero, but below entanglement, FAWQ al-Sifr wa Tot al-Turid. At this point the struggle apparatus remained a modest affair. The core of the Military Action Committee headed by Haddad could probably count on no more than 15-20 trained personnel, several of them, as in the case of Fatah, former members of the Syrian-based Palestinian Reconnaissance 68 Battalion. Yet some ANM members threatened to leave the ranks unless immediate action was taken. To defuse the pressure, the Military Action Committee secured the approval of the central leadership to start reconnaissance missions without further delay. Jabir and Tamimi were among the first to conduct a mission, entering Israel from the West Bank. Another team was intercepted by a Jordanian patrol on November 2 and lost one of its members, Khalid Cah-1H. 119 YSAA, AJ. The ANM had lost its first martyr 2 months before Fatah claimed the launch of the armed struggle for itself. Unlike Fatah, which publicized its activity and glorified its dead in order to attract new recruits, the ANM remained silent, whether out of an idealistic sense of propriety or concern that it would embarrass Nasser. Looking back, a senior Qadr observed that the ANM failure to capitalize on its losses was not political thinking. It was political stupidity. 120 Nonetheless, the ANM had already given rise to an autonomous Palestinian organization, and had taken its first steps towards the conduct of armed struggle. Indeed, the extent of its membership, organizational experience, ideological articulation, and military preparation placed it on a par with its main competitors, the PLO and Fatah, if not ahead of them. Whatever their relative positions, in any case, the three main components of the Palestinian national movement had taken distinct form by the end of 1964. 5. Chal lengths of the armed struggle. Building a liberation army by decree. The start of pinprick raids against Israel by Fatah at the beginning of 1965 provoked strong reactions. The PLO immediately denied any connection with Al-Safa, and insisted that Palestinian operations should be conducted solely by the PLA. 1 Nasir viewed the start of military action at this time as inopportune and threatening a general loss of control over events. 2 His increasing alarm was evident in the instructions issued in March by the Egyptian Commander-in-Chief of the Unified Arab Command, UAC, Ali Amir, to his Arab counterparts to arrest Fatah members on the grounds of belonging to the outlawed Muslim Brotherhood Society. 3 Yet the vehemence of these reactions suggested to many Palestinians that Fatah had done what no other group dared and hung the bell around the cat's neck. For this was especially true of the PLO, which was finding it difficult to maintain political momentum and fulfill the expectations generated by the proclamation of the PLA. Nasir's restrained sponsorship of the PLO did not indicate additional support for a Palestinian army, certainly not with the degree of capability and autonomy described in the resolutions of the PNC. Sha'ayigh's statement that Nasir had offered access to the Palestine Borders Guard in Gaza was self-deluding, while the Egyptian announcement in July that a training camp was being opened for Palestinians in Gaza merely made political capital of a situation existing since 1960. Yet Nasir also came to the assistance of Sha'ayigh when he came under bitter attack during the Second Arab Summit Conference, for having exceeded the mandate given to him in January. Inter-Arab outbidding apparently decided the outcome. On the one hand, Sha'ayigh secured the crucial support of Saudi King Faisal, who had recently replaced his brother Saud, and with whom Nasir sought to resolve the Yemen conflict, his key concern in this period. 5 On the other hand, Syrian President Hafez supported the creation of a Palestinian army with an enthusiasm that influenced the other Arab leaders, as the PLO chairman later recounted. 6 Not to be outdone, Nasir preempted use of the Palestinian card by his rivals by informing the summit that he fully approved the formation of the PLO army. 7 The same dynamic determined the eventual size and capability of the PLA. The plan submitted by the PLO to the summit conference had called for 5 infantry brigades and 6 commando battalions, with a total strength of 16,100. Challenges of the armed struggle 113. And for 35 training camps in various Arab states to provide basic military instruction to 56,000 Palestinians annually. 8 The UAC, which was asked by the Ministerial Council of the League of Arab States for its comments, instead proposed a FORCE of 10 commando battalions with a strength of 5,000, and basic training for 32,000 Palestinians annually if the Arab states were willing to provide the facilities. Egyptian concerns were evident in the recommendation that only 3 battalions be based in Gaza, with the remaining 7 in Jordan and Syria. 9 The Arab heads of state finally agreed to establish the PLA in accordance with the contents of the report of the UAC Commander-in-Chief on the subject, but in practice assumed that its composition would follow the lines of the original PLO proposal. 10 They accordingly budgeted £8.5 million for establishment costs and £2 million annually for recurrent expenses. 11 Jordan and Lebanon refused to base PLA units on their soil, but Egypt agreed to host 2 infantry brigades and a commando battalion, Syria 3 commando battalions, and Iraq 1. Buoyed by the outcome, the PLO Executive Committee quickly appointed Wajid al-Madani, a Palestinian officer who headed the bodyguard of the Emir of Kuwait, as PLA Commander-in-Chief, promoted him from lieutenant colonel to major general, and co-opted him to the committee. It also formed a military committee comprising Madani and FELO Executive Committee members Qusay Abdullah, head of the military department, and Bajat Abu Garbaya to negotiate the details of PLA formation, armament, and jurisdiction with their Arab counterparts. Several weeks of discussions with UAC Commander-in-Chief Amir and Chief of Staff Abd al-Mun'im Riyad led to a revised establishment plan for the PLA, and on November 25 Amir notified the Egyptian, Iraqi, and Syrian chiefs of staff of its ratification. 1 The UAC had apparently given way to the PLO regarding final PLA FORCE structure and the formation of tank, artillery, and other combat support units, but in reality Amir had simply deferred issues he knew to be contentious for renegotiation with the Arab commands directly concerned. 13. That the issue of control was at stake immediately became evident when the PLO Military Committee commenced negotiations with Egyptian Chief of Staff Mohammad Fawzi on November 29. The PLO aspired from the outset to exercise continuous and effective control over the PLA. Its original submission to the Arab Summit had acknowledged that operational command and the supply of FOOD, ammunition, and fuel in wartime would have to be the responsibility of the UAC or relevant Arab headquarters. However, the PLO insisted on taking direct charge of PLA finance, equipment, armament, and the appointment, promotion, or dismissal of officers. 14. In its counter-proposal, the UAC had noted that it could see no objection to PLO control over its finances and armament, while leaving the legal and political status of officers for further study with the League of Arab States and host countries. 15. The Arab Summit imposed no formal restrictions on the exercise of PLO authority over its army, except in specific relation to deployment in host states and combat operations. 16. 114. The Egyptian command held a diametrically opposite view, which applied not only to the immediate formation phase of the PLA, but also, as later became apparent, to control over the army in the long term. Fawzi referred studiously to Defense Minister Shams Badran on all matters, and so his position during the talks reflected that of the Egyptian political leadership, more precisely of Nasser. The establishment plan presented by Fawzi and his aides on December 15 insisted that the Egyptian army should undertake the formation of the PLA, wholly without the involvement of the PLO Military Committee or the PLA Command, to their intense dismay. 17. This meant denying both bodies any role in the appointment and promotion of officers, disbursement of pay and other expenses, supervision of the receipt and distribution of arms, issue of individual call-up notices on conscripts, or putting contracts for the construction of PLA barracks out to tender. 18. Fawzi similarly refused a request for the PLA command to assume gradual control of its own units as they were established during 1965. As these meetings showed, the dispute over responsibility for the formation of the PLA concealed a more fundamental disagreement about which party was really to control it. Matters came to a head on December 28, prompting the PLO Military Committee to ask Shukayri to attend the next round of talks. 19. He already had some indication of the Egyptian position, having discussed the issue of control with Arnir during talks about the PLA establishment plan. Shukayri explained that he expected the PLA to come under Arab Command for combat operations, but to be independent in all other respects and to come under the authority of the PLO just as Arab armies answered to their respective governments. 20. This seemed to be in line with the formal resolutions of the Second Arab Summit. As he recalled in his memoirs, however, neither Arnir nor any other Arab leader he met had considered that the PLO would assume control over its own army at all, let alone in 1 or 2 years' time, so long as it was based in their territory. 11. Amir sidestepped the issue by urging Shukayri to negotiate it directly with the Arab general staffs concerned. Shukayri and Fawzi met on 12 January 1965, by which time Fatah had started its raids on Israel. Shukayri highlighted the pressure he was under from the Palestinian public to demonstrate progress, and stressed the importance of allowing the PLO to handle all media activities relating to the PLA. He hoped, among other things, to screen a film of the army in training at the Second Arab Summit conference scheduled for September. 22. Fawzi shrewdly assured the PLO chairman that these concerns would be addressed, but reiterated that there could be only one party with authority over the army in formation. A ship with 2 captains will sink, he insisted. 23. However, his additional observation that direct involvement by the PLO would raise serious legislative and administrative problems in the Gaza Strip indicated that Egyptian concern about duality of control was not limited to the PLA, but extended to the exercise of PLO authority more generally. Challenges of the armed struggle. 115. Sha'ayigh's protest that the PLO had no desire to exercise sovereign rule over Gaza had little impact. 24 To his added objection that the PLO had already drawn up a blueprint for the PLA Command and General Staff in agreement with the UAC, Fawzi replied bluntly that the latter body had no jurisdiction in Gaza, which was under Egyptian military authority. 25 Fawzi added that as an officer he was only following orders, and so the PLO should approach Nasir if it wished for more. 26 The only official Sha'ayigh met in the event was Foreign Minister Mahmoud Riyad, who advised him to take Fawzi's advice. 27 Madani peevishly observed that the PLA did not need a commander, since he had no function to perform. 28 He and Abdullah continued to agitate for a greater role in the construction of the PLA, but to little avail despite threatening to resign on a couple of occasions. 29 Finally, a distinctly unhappy Madani accepted Fawzi's terms for the composition of the proposed PLA units and for the call-up of conscripts, armament, and pay, during meetings on 1 February 8 and 1-3 March. 30 Whether in protest or because Fawzi had objected to him, Abdullah did not participate in these or subsequent talks. The PLO extracted some comfort when Yusuf Ajrudi, the military governor-general of Gaza, approved a draft conscription law for Palestinians in February. 31 Yet the law was put not to the PNC for ratification but to the Legislative Council in Gaza, which gave its token approval in mid-March. The Egyptian authorities had in fact already called up the first of 500 conscripts a week earlier. The PLO Military Committee happily approved plans proposed by the Egyptian Mobilization Branch in mid-April for a voluntary popular training program, but was unable to persuade the military administration to increase the number of trainees from 4,000 to 1,500 by the end of the year. 32 The program was designed to provide manpower for a Palestinian National Guard brigade, designated the 19th, attached to the Egyptian army rather than the PLA, but even then only the headquarters. Elements were met in 1966 and there were no further intakes of trainees. 33 Two other National Guards brigades, 2 commando battalions, and a second Fida Iyun reconnaissance battalion that Fawzi stated would be met in 1966 similarly failed to materialize, partly due to the shortfall in Arab funding. 34 By the end of 1965 the PLA in Gaza consisted of the 107 and 108 Palestine Borders Guard brigades, with the 319, 320, and 321 and the 322, 32 3, and 324 battalions respectively, and the 329 Commando Battalion. These units were 40% or below strength, however, and had only 35% of their planned equipment and vehicles. 35 The situation was to change little by 1967, as conscription dropped well below the targeted intake of 3,000 annually. The Egyptian command doubled the number of Palestinians entering officers' schools, from 20 to 30 annually since 1961 to 46, and then took an additional new cadets in October 1, 1965, but its adamant refusal to allow the transfer of Palestinian officers from Syria and Iraq posed a severe problem. 36 The shortfall was met by drawing on Egyptian army reserves, who provided up to 90% of officers and non-commissioned ranks in the combat units. 37 116 The PLA command also suffered, and in early 1966 still had only 7 officers and 33 other ranks, instead of the 59 and 210 respectively called for in its table of establishment. 38 Fawzi doubted the loyalty of Palestinians serving in other Arab armies and regarded them as steeped in the machinations of party politics, and between December 1, 1964 and mid-February 1, 1965 turned down 6 requests from the PLO involving over 230 Palestinian officers serving with the Syrian and Iraqi armies or in enforced retirement in Jordan. 39 The PLO had been allowed to import only 1 officer so far, Madani. It appointed 2 Syrian-based officers, Subhi al-Jabi and Muhammad Abu Hijla, as military advisors in October 1, 1964, but neither was allowed to take up residence in Egypt. 40 The Egyptian command relented enough for the PLO to appoint ABI as Chief of Staff in July, but delayed a decision on another 9 officers on request from October 1, 964 until March 1, 966, when it denied permission. 41 In the meantime, the arms contract included in the memorandum of April 28, 1965 was not implemented, and had to be renegotiated in a new agreement signed on March 22, 1966. This was in turn only partially honored, and then after a delay of some 9 months more. In a report to the PLO Executive Committee in mid-August 1965, Madani singled out the inability of the PLA command to appoint officers or transfer them between units based in different Arab states as the main example of its lack of authority and credibility. 42 He urged Shukayri to raise this and other problems affecting the PLA at the coming Arab Summit Conference, due in September, but any hopes either man may have had were dashed by Nasir. The gist of the Egyptian president's view was that the PLO should build the PLA as an irregular force rather than a regular one with conventional heavy weaponry, taking the South Vietnamese National Liberation Front as its model, not the Free French forces during World War II. Picking up his president's theme, UAC Commander Amir added that the PLA should be excluded from frontline positions along the borders with Israel and would have no combat role to play until the Arab armies were fully prepared to launch a general offensive, at which point it could be ordered behind enemy lines to sow chaos and facilitate the Arab advance or else act as auxiliary forces to the rear. 43 Shukayri obtained an Arab commitment for additional funding for the second phase of the PLA's formation, but the pledges were not honored and little else changed in the event. Returning again to the problem of securing officers in March 1, 966, Madani feared erosion of the capability and morale of the command and of the unity of PLA units scattered in 3 Arab states. 44 The PLO may have entertained unrealistic expectations of the military capability and administrative autonomy it could acquire, but the fact remained that Egyptian constraints undermined its political standing. Conscious of the need to preempt militant Palestinian nationalism of the type publicized by Fatah, Nasir offered token compensation. In February 1965, the Governor-General of Gaza dissolved the Palestinian National Union and transferred its personnel and assets to the PLO's new mass vehicle, the Palestinian Popular Organization. Challenges of the armed struggle. 117. Al-Tanzim al-Shabi al-Filastini. On March 1 the PLO assumed control of the Voice of Palestine, Sawt Filastin, program on Cairo radio, broadcasting 6 hours a day, for which it paid, and on April 10 the Egyptian military administration decreed you represent the Palestinian people. 46 PLO relations with Syria did not differ fundamentally, despite the greater flexibility shown towards the PLA in some matters. The prices charged by the Syrian command for Soviet-supplied infantry weapons were considerably less than in Egypt, for example, and contracts were concluded relatively quickly. By May 1, 965.47 PLA weapons were moreover exempted from customs duty, as for the Syrian army. 48 The Syrians insisted on vetting officers, but acknowledged the nominal right of PLA command in Cairo to make appointments. 49 The PLA command was also allowed relatively free access to its units, and retained the authority to issue pay, make purchases, and request volunteers and conscripts. Palestinians were already liable to 3 years' duty in the Syrian army, however, and so the allocation of conscripts would still be managed by its Palestine conscription branch in accordance with Syrian requirements. 50 When it came to effective control, however, the Syrian command was no more flexible than its Egyptian counterpart. PLO correspondence with PLA units had to go through Syrian military intelligence, and Palestinian personnel were subject in all legal and operational matters to Syrian jurisdiction. The Syrian command also refused to permit certain graduates of the course of 1948, the nearly 60 Palestinians who had joined the Arab Salvation Army as cadets and then remained with the Syrian army after the Palestine War, because many were regarded as leftists and had been dismissed during the anti-communist purges of 1959.51. Some remained recent 11,011 grata and were assigned by the PLO to posts outside Syria, Rashid Jarbu and Muhammad al-Sha'ir being the best examples. The PLO was finally able to assign a handful of the veterans to commanding positions following direct approaches to President Hafez, Chief of Staff Salah Jadid, and Military Intelligence Chief Ahmed al-Swaidani, but only after it accepted the secondment of a number of Palestinian Ba'athist officers from the Syrian army to the PLA. It was unable to persuade the Syrian command to accept the transfer of 134 Palestinian officers from Iraq. 52 In May 1, 1964, the official Al-Bath newspaper had taken the view that the creation of Palestinian military battalions tied to the Arab armies in their direction and command renders them permanently vulnerable to regional Arab problems and disputes. These battalions will be scattered and distributed among several political parties, which will weaken their strength and influence. And we do not know what will remain of their influence and effectiveness when the views of the Arab states clash in specific situations. 53 Yet 118. The desire not to be outdone by Nasir prompted a change of approach, and on May 3, 1965, the PLA assumed command of 150 men of the Palestinian Reconnaissance 68 Battalion in a ceremony attended by Hafez and Shukayri. The Syrian army retained possibly a similar number for its own reconnaissance needs, regrouping them as the Jalal Kawash unit in 1966. The new PLA unit was renamed the 411 Commando Battalion, and the 412 and 413 battalions were remed after the induction of another 600 volunteers and conscripts in the next 3 months, along with light combat support and headquarters units. 54 The battalions were built up over the next year and provided with a brigade headquarters in spring 1967, but the plan to reach an eventual strength of 2 brigades and 5 commando battalions with a strength of 6,257 by 1967 was not even attempted, let alone attained. 55 Iraq, which hosted only the 421 Commando Battalion, imposed its military jurisdiction on the PLA equally stringently. 56 It was generous in other ways. Announcing in February 1965 its willingness to train 60 Palestinian cadets from other Arab states and registering 158 cadets, including 3 pilots, in its academic AMES by year. 57 This was in addition to the 134 officers trained in 196 G3 who had remained in service with the Iraqi army. 58 The PLO sought to benefit from the surfeit of officers by transferring 129 to Gaza, but was denied permission to do so by Egypt. 59 Only after the deterioration of Egyptian relations with Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and the U.S. in spring 1966 was the PLO allowed to transfer some 80 officers from Iraq to Gaza, along with 10 to 12 others from Syria, who were confined to PLA headquarters in Cairo and banned from visiting the combat units. 60 The 421 battalion lacked soldiers, however. The Iraqi command had promised to impose conscription on the 15,000 Palestinians in the country, but in June 1, 1965 called for volunteers from other Arab states instead. Up to 3,000 Palestinians arrived from Kuwait, Lebanon, and, mainly, Jordan, but Iraq was unwilling to exceed its commitment to host a single unit and inducted only 600 men. 61 It paid all costs for the battalion, but defaulted on pledges to the PLA budget totaling £480,000 in 1965 and 1966. 62. With the establishment of the 421 Battalion, the PLA reached its full strength. The PLO hoped to attain its original target with the expansion of the units in Gaza and Syria in the second stage, and to establish further units in Lebanon and Jordan, but failed in both efforts. The Lebanese authorities allowed the PLO to open a representative office and a research center in Beirut, but refused to host combat units and compelled Palestinian refugees who volunteered for PLA service elsewhere to relinquish their right to return to the country. 63 More intractable and unrewarding still were the negotiations conducted by the PLO and Jordan between February 1, 1965 and March 1, 1966. The authorities consistently opposed the establishment of PLA units in the Kingdom, arguing that 60% of the Jordanian army was already Palestinian and that its own expansion program would produce 4 times what the PLO demands. 64 Agreements were reached in July and December 1965 and March 1, 1966 on a number of military, political, financial, and media issues, but the challenges of the armed struggle. 119. Jordanian government had little intention of permitting the PLO to establish a foothold. Both sides had exchanged bitter accusations since October, and from March 1966 engaged in an open propaganda war. The challenge of Fatah. The PLO was caught in a paradox. The diplomatic recognition and military capability it received from the Arab states enhanced its stature among the Palestinians, but also raised expectations it could not meet. The contrast with Fatah, which continued to announce guerrilla raids on Israel, further eroded its political credibility. This was ironic, since Fatah faced considerable difficulties of its own in living up to the promise of armed struggle. Its founding documents had predicted that at 0 hour and the moment of the emergence of the revolution, the throngs of revolutionaries shall set off to their designated targets and strike astonishing blows that will surprise the entire world, but the negligible material results of its raids belied such hopes. Ramshackle methods of recruitment and slipshod security led to further blows, as dozens of members in Jordan and Lebanon were arrested in following months, prompting others to leave the ranks, among them former Palestinian editor Huri. 15 activists who arrived in Gaza with instructions to attack Israel were also detained by Egyptian military intelligence following 3 raids during February. 65 Fatah was apparently taken aback by the vehemence of Egyptian reactions to the start of military operations against Israel, and issued its first political statement on January 28 to explain that our plans in the military and political fields do not conflict with the official Palestinian and Arab plans. 66 Yet a second publication in the same period titled A Statement on Timing revealed that Fatah sought the conscious entanglement al-way of the Arab masses as a whole, and not of the Arab rulers and states as such in the conflict with Israel. 67 It regretted that the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip were a neglected quantity, and insisted that any act of liberation that does not take conscious entanglement of the masses into account will fail at the outset because it has overlooked the strongest active force in the battle. 68 Fatah added that Arab resources could only be mobilized through military activity, and that the cycle of Palestinian action and Israeli reaction would demonstrate the real threat posed by an expansionist Israel to the Arabs. 69 At the very least, it would raise the heat of the confrontation along the borders in order for the border villages to pressure their capitals to place weapons in the hands of the masses. 70 Al-Turat al-Way reflected a particular perception of how political transformation and military mobilization could proceed. Early issues of Palestina had argued that the Arabs could not defeat Israel in a lightning war waged by regular armies with conventional weapons, and from 1961 onwards echoed. 120. Arab concerns about the development of the Israeli nuclear program, which was widely perceived as a major strategic threat. 71 Fatah reiterated in February 1, 1965 that hopes of a blitzkrieg in which the Arab armies would suddenly, and swiftly, destroy Israel were doomed to fail. 72 Yet to destroy all the military, political, financial, and intellectual institutions of the Zionist occupation state and ultimately end the Zionist influence on the occupied land, both human and social, would require massive force that only the Arab armies could provide. 73 Fatah was not opposed to conventional warfare as such, but assumed that it would come about in stages, and that it needed to be triggered by independent action from the masses. Its framework was liberation war, Harb al-Tahrir, not people's war as developed in China or Vietnam. Fatha failed to propose a specific political framework or organizational structure for mass participation. It simply asserted that the masses should first find effective means for self-protection, then provide active support for the revolutionary guerrilla bands, and, in the final phase, join the Army of Return. 74 Fatha drew heavily on the experience of the Algerian War of Independence, arguing that the glorious Algerian experience has proved our belief to be correct, that it is the armed struggle that unites the popular base and organizes it into effective, conscious revolutionary cadres. It becomes the basic factor in uniting the Arab effort. 75 Action preceded theory, and practice developed by trial and error. In Wazir's words, Fatha proposed to learn swimming by entering the water, and to learn war by waging it. 76 If nothing else, Fatha was certain of one strategic truth: the means to initiate the historical process was the launch of the armed revolution in the usurped pen of our homeland. 77 The eclectic and non-programmatic nature of Fatha thinking was confirmed in a second notion, al-tajir al-mutasalsil, successive, or consecutive detonation. The Palestinian people stood at the center of several concentric rings of influence: the Arab masses, Arab governments, and international arena. As Khalid al-Hassan explained, our military action provokes an Israeli reaction against our people, who then become involved in the struggle and are supported by the Arab masses. This extends the circle of conflict and compels the Arab governments either to join us or stand against us. Opposing us means to diverge from their own people, who will then be transformed from a supportive role into an active one on our side. The cycle affects the evolution of Arab policy and has further international repercussions, and so feeds back to influence the central sphere that is, Palestine. 78 Ultimately, Fatha reasoned, the Arab armies would intervene to decide the conflict, and to bring it to an end after the revolutionary masses had prepared the way for them. 79 Al-Tajir al-Mutasalsil revealed the influence of the example of the Cuban FOCO, the revolutionary nucleus that practiced political propaganda through military action. This appealed strongly to Fatha, which sought a spectacular operation that would arrest the attention of the Israelis, Palestinians, Arab regimes, and world public opinion. 80 Effectiveness was not a priority. As Salah Khalif later explained, to strike at a bridge or culvert could not be a decisive act in Libera. Challenges of the armed struggle. 121. But we also knew that to strike a culvert could draw 10 more youths to join Fatha. 81 In this way Fatha also hoped to instill military action and the use of weapons against the enemy in the general Palestinian consciousness, after that consciousness had been overloaded with theorizing and military action that was far from the masses. 82 Fatha also noted that it was Fidel Castro's small band of guerrillas, rather than the communists in the cities, who had specifically launched the armed revolution in Cuba. This confirmed its conviction that ideologically based parties were unable to lead the masses or overthrow the Arab governments responsible for defeat in 1948, a task they had left to army officers motivated by a mixture of patriotism and adventurism. 83 Yet Fatha wanted not only to show the world that we are here, but also to propel the PLO towards exercising greater autonomy from the Arab states and, in its own time, to benefit from the formal political status of the PLO. 84 There was more than a touch of Blankism in this strategy, inasmuch as it expected, to paraphrase Friedrich Engels, that energetic and unrelenting action by a small group of resolute activists would enable them both to draw the mass of the people behind them and to seize the helm of the state, in this case the PLO, although Fatha lacked the requisite organization and revolutionary ideology. 85 In early 1965 Danan, Zianan, and Khalif proposed to PLO military department head Abdullah that Fatha should operate as the secret guerrilla wing of the PLA. 86 A proposal made to Shukayri in the same period suggested that the PLA would be the only Palestinian military formation comprising regular and commando units, and responsible for universal training and the establishment of permanent reserves if Fatha could act as the political wing of the PLO. Khalid al-Hassan was the main proponent of this option, arguing to his colleagues that carefully selected attacks by a corps of 200 well-trained guerrillas could achieve the desired detonation of Palestinian and Arab military energies. 87 Shukayri correctly understood that Fatah hoped to assume control of the PLO and declined a merger. Fatah responded to its rebuff by criticizing Shukayri sharply for his penchant for rhetoric and his bombastic style, stressing that raising the slogan of armed struggle and mass action is not enough to eliminate colonialism. A practical example must be offered. 88 It added that creating institutions that are revolutionary only in their organization cannot be our path to armed revolution, and will instead lead inevitably to inaction and to preservation of the status quo. 89 Privately, Fatah was not entirely unhappy about Shukayri's attacks, since they confirmed its political independence to the Palestinian constituency. 90 In public, it riposted with a memorandum to the PNC session held in May, in which it retracted its previous support for the PLA and criticized it for being met in the classical mold. Deluding the masses by creating a Palestinian Liberation Army in this phase is a major sin, it argued, because in this way we inject the people's mind with sedatives, since the masses will become isolated from the armed struggle so long as the Liberation Army will do the task. 91 The PLO, too, became a means to freeze the revolutionary potential of the people. 122. At a time when Fatah guerrillas, the suicidal vanguards of the revolutionary armed Palestinian movement, were being thrown into Arab prisons. 92 In criticizing the PLO, Fatah implicitly took aim at the ANM as well. Habash and Fatah leaders including Khalid al-Hassan and Zia Nun met in Kuwait at the beginning of 1964, but failed to resolve the fundamental differences of outlook and strategy between them. 93 Fatah resented the monopoly exercised by the ANM over relations with Egypt, and was antagonized by the insistence of ANM representatives in Cairo and elsewhere on blocking access to Nasir. 94 Fatah also argued more generally that ANM insistence on bringing about appropriate political transformations in the Arab confrontation states before launching the armed struggle is wrong. The opposite is true, because it is the Palestinian revolution that is capable of developing the Arab situation and taking it, through peaceful or violent means, to the required level of the Great Arab Revolution. 95 Fatah reversed the ANM slogan "Unity is the path to liberation is the path to unity." The ANM was moving towards autonomous Palestinian organization by now, but Fatah saw this as mere political opportunism and argued that this constant vacillation and transformation, and the inability to achieve the slogans it raises, indicate the lack of clarity of vision within its vanguard. 96 Fatah responded to ANM accusations that its military action would precipitate an untimely war with Israel by noting that the claim that our acts will arouse the enemy and alert him is false. Because Israel is in a state of permanent readiness anyway. 97 This was the basis for a wider critique of Arab policy, as a Fatah statement in February observed that planning on the basis of a defensive strategy leaves the initiative in the hands of the enemy. Guerrilla action, conversely, would extricate the Arab strategy from this passing limitation to become an offensive strategy thanks to the Palestinian Arab vanguards. 98 An internal document developed the same theme. THIRD cannot serve the Arab strategy or preserve its defensive or offensive unity if it remains within the limits of coordinating the Arab military effort. Inaction necessarily leaves Arab strategy within the sphere of Israeli strategy and influence. It is here that the role of the Palestinian Arab people under the leadership of its armed revolutionary movement lies, in extricating Arab strategy. The Palestinian armed revolutionary movement is responsible for brandishing Arab rights in a decisive and direct, practical manner. 99. To prove the urgency of the situation, Fatah added that Israel was working to acquire deterrent weapons, both human and material, by settling the Negev with millions of new immigrants and then by possessing nuclear weapons. 100. The message was clear: Israel would be able to deter a major Arab attack within 3 years, and so Palestinian action that precipitated a confrontation or at least kept Israel off balance would prevent an Arab strategy that grew steadily weaker with the passage of time. Fatah-Syrian connection. Challenges of the armed struggle 123. Fatah's appeal to the Arab states to adopt an activist military strategy against Israel fell on deaf ears. Cairo instructed national media to ignore the group altogether in summer 1965, and in September the UAC issued similar instructions to the Arab states. This resulted in a government-imposed blackout in Lebanon, which had previously provided Fatah with an important media outlet. Arafat approached the Egyptian intelligence representative in Beirut to complain of the embargo, and Fatah made a similar complaint in a memorandum to the Third Arab Summit Conference later in the month. 101 It added that it was willing to cooperate with the PLO and the Arab states, but only in the field of battle and not in offices or conferences, and on condition that command will remain in the hands of the Palestinian people, save from the political rivalries and currents that pull at the Arab world. 102 Fatah had suffered serious blows to its civilian membership and strike groups, however. Arafat, who remained the principal coordinator of activities in the field, responded by recruiting more veteran infiltrators and former agents of Arab intelligence services. They were willing to mount sabotage missions in return for AFEE, but their performance was poor and loyalty and endurance minimal. 103 It was partly to reverse this trend and rebuild the strike groups that Wazir now left Algeria to join Arafat in Damascus. With him came W. Alad Nimr and Mamdouh Sabri Saddam, who had been teachers in Algeria and were graduates of the Algerian Army's training course in summer 1964. The head of the Fatah civilian branch in Lebanon, Abd al-Rahim, had meanwhile taken refuge in Damascus. The Fatah Field Command now took formal shape as an emergency council headed by Arafat, with Wazir, Nimr, Saddam, Abd al-Rahim, and Abu Abd al-Aklouk, another fugitive from Lebanon, as members. 104 other fugitives, such as Ahmed al-Atrash and Manhal Shaddad, were put on the full-time payroll as senior military cadres. The establishment of the Emergency Council revealed a deep rift that pitted those members of the Higher Central Committee who resided in Kuwait against Arafat. Abdul Karim and Danan of the old Rational Wing opposed his methods and regarded his claims of success in military operations and recruitment with deep suspicion. They resented his failure to consult, while he complained that funds were being withheld. Indeed, the Emergency Council was able to maintain activity only because the Qatar Group, headed by Abbas, Nayar, and Udwan, and Hani al-Hassan and his student and worker organization in GER many privately offered financial assistance. 105 However, Yazīd was becoming increasingly critical of Arafat too, and was cited in a PLA intelligence report as arguing that we must build our party apparatus even if this means stopping all other activity. It is by means of this apparatus that we will construct our guerrilla apparatus that believes in acting according to our plan, and then we can HH 106 pence W1TTE Mercenanes. 124. The widening of the internal rift coincided with the growing interest of the Syrian authorities in Fatah. Despite general support for the start of Fatah military activity in January 1, 965, the relationship was neither formal nor institutional, and consisted mainly of turning a blind eye to the assistance offered by various government officials or army officers. One cabinet minister transported arms for Fatah in his private car, for example, while a senior officer drove Fatah raiding parties past army checkpoints to the border in his official vehicle. 107 The authorities were at first content with this situation, so long as Fatah guerrillas circled into South Lebanon or Jordan and refrained from attacking Israel directly from Syrian territory, but they also sought a more loyal ally. 108 Security Chief Abd al-Karim al-Yundi hoped to create a Ba'athist guerrilla group that could rival Fatah, while military intelligence chief Swadani tried to revive the Revolutionary Front for the liberation of Palestine and urged Palestinian Ba'athist officers to give lectures on guerrilla warfare and people's war to the Palestinian internal security and reconnaissance units. 10-9. The Palestinian branch of the ruling Ba'ath party supported movement away from Fatah. The Muslim Brotherhood background of Fatah unders provoked distrust, as did their apparent Egyptian connections, Arafat's accent and the fact that several came from Gaza. 110 The Palestinian Ba'athists were few in number and often ostracized by the generally pro-Nasir refugees in Syria, and Fatah threatened to compete for the same constituency. 111 Fugitive Ba'athists from the West Bank and Gaza were also hostile to Fatah, which they regarded as parochial and reactionary. The Ba'athist officers, in particular, were offended that a band of amateurs should have taken the military initiative against Israel and won the reputation that was rightfully theirs as professional, trained soldiers. 112 They even informed their followers that Al-Safa, which announced Fatah raids, was in fact the military wing of the Ba'ath Party's Palestinian branch. 113 Fatah's opponents lobbied against it in the party's National Command and Syrian Regional Command, while Palestinian editors in Al-Ba'ath, Abd al-Muhsin Abu Mazar and Kamal Nasir, took their hostility to the official media. 114 Not all Palestinian Ba'athists opposed cooperation with Fatah. Fathi Abd al-Hamid, an editor in Al-Thora, befriended Fatah leaders, among whom was his own cousin Hale. The Palestinian branch in Lebanon urged the party leadership to support Fatah during the 8th National Congress in April. The Congress refrained from taking an official stand, but set up a secret committee to assess Fatah and recommend a policy. 115 The party was keen to counter the influence of Nasir among Palestinians, and issued a strong criticism of the PLO in mid-May, shortly before the PNC was to convene. 116 The failure of the Third Arab Summit Conference in September highlighted Nasir's loss of control over inter-Arab relations and offered an opportunity to intensify his predicament. The Ba'ath Party's National Command now urged the Palestinian branch to cease its introversion and approach the Palestinians in their places of residence and work, and become active among them. 117 It also directed the party to organize challenges of the armed struggle. 125 The Palestinians in revolutionary organizations and support these organizations to its best ability. 11. 8. This signaled a more active approach, although Syria still wished to avoid overt involvement in guerrilla attacks on Israel. In July, a Syrian patrol had detained a Fatah team headed by Arafat on its way to attack Israel. Arafat was taken to army headquarters, where a number of Syrian and Palestinian officers questioned him for many hours about Fatah ideology and aims. 119. Suwaidani favored cooperation with Fatah, as did his Palestinian aides and officials of the political department of the Ministry of Interior, while Yundi and Air Force Commander Hafiz al-Assad were hostile, as were their own Palestinian associates, for instance, combat pilot Mahmoud Azaro. Chief of Staff Salah Jadid was typically ambivalent, but leaned to co-optation of Fatah. 120 This provided the background for the later decision by the Military Committee of the Ba'ath Party to recommend a merger between the Revolutionary Front for the Liberation of Palestine and Fatah. 121 Ultimately, the party hoped to absorb Fatah. 122 The leading figure in the Revolutionary Front for the Liberation of Palestine was Yusuf al-Urabi, an officer in the Syrian army with a reputation for being brave, if headstrong, and arrogant. 123 Urabi had known Fatah co-founder Abd al-Karim since the early 1950s, when they and other young refugees met a short-lived liberation group. Urabi later joined the Ba'ath Party, as did Abd al-Karim, briefly, and earned his officer's commission, before serving in the Palestinian Reconnaissance 68 Battalion in the early 1960s and being seconded to the PLA in May 1, 1965. He remained attached to Syrian military intelligence, with close working ties to Suwaidani, and may have headed its Palestine branch. 124 Abd al-Karim promoted the proposed merger to the Fatah Higher Central Committee members in Kuwait, who were tempted by the prospect of acquiring professional military expertise and access to weapons and training. Arafat and the field command objected strenuously, but were overruled, and Urabi led his group into Fatah during the autumn. 1. 2. 5. At around the same time, the Fatah Higher Central Committee imposed a second merger on the field command in Damascus. This involved the Palestinian Liberation Front, PLF, Jabhat al-Tahrir al-Filastiniyya, FO were met in 1959 by junior Palestinian officers in the Syrian army, led by Ahmed Jibril, Ali al-Bushnak, and Abd al-Latif Shururu. Jibril and Bushnak were among the dozens of Palestinian officers dismissed from service on Egyptian instructions in 1959-61, and received discreet support from a senior officer, Uthman Haddad, an other graduate of 1948 who now headed Assyrian Border Customs FORCE. The key figure was Jibril, who had received his officer's commission and training as a civilian military engineer in Egypt in 1956-7, unlike Bushnak, who was among the dozens of Palestinian officers dismissed from service on Egyptian instructions in 1959-61, he was not dismissed from the Syrian army until after the Ba'athist seizure of power in 1963.126. Much like Fatah, the PLF-FO distrusted political parties and eschewed ideologies, including Nasir's versions of Arab nationalism and socialism. They combined a simple, uncluttered 126. Palestinian nationalism with a conservative social outlook that evinced a distinct FOR secularism without being overtly Islamist. 127. Again, like Fatah, the PLF took a military focus as its main political dynamic and organizational principle. The FO Undying Corps of Officers decided in 1962 to recruit civilians, but the clandestine cells were constructed according to a strictly military structure and discipline. New recruits underwent a 6-month probationary period, in which they read AFEW political and military tracts, and conducted rudimentary combat and physical training. Only then did they become full members of the PLF. The PLF recruited mostly in the refugee camps, especially among UNRWA teachers and students, as its distaste FOR ideology and hostility to Nasir alienated university students, employees, and professionals. Its main success was to recruit FOR members of the Palestinian Reconnaissance 68 Battalion, as well as several Palestinian explosives experts trained by Jibril before 1959. Jibril established ties with Syrian military intelligence after the assertion of Ba'athist power in 1963, which ensured, among other things, that his followers received preferential treatment from Syrian security services. His total PLF membership probably reached 150 to 200 by the end of 1965. Contact was established between the PLF and the Fatah Higher Central Committee sometime in 1965. Abd al-Karim and Danan were again instrumental in persuading their colleagues of the benefits of a merger, not least as a means of bringing Arafat and his ramshackle operation under control. 3 joint commands were set up: political, organizational, and military. Jibril joined the general command of Al-Safa, and may have formally headed it, while Hamid al-Ma'idi joined the Higher Central Committee in Kuwait. 129. The new structures had little substance, but there was a sharp clash of personalities between Arafat on the one hand and Jibril and Urabi, who regarded themselves as professional officers with superior leadership qualities, on the other hand. Jibril kept largely to his own followers, but Urabi posed a direct challenge to Arafat's authority with his direct involvement in the activities of Fatah strike groups. Despite these tensions, Fatah benefited materially from the alliance with the Syrian authorities. It received modest amounts of arms and explosives from military intelligence, and from the workers' militia headed by Khalid al-Yundi, who had become a close friend and ally. 130. Additional supplies were also permitted to arrive from Algeria, after the coup in September that brought Colonel Houari Boumediene to power. Boumediene shared Fatah's belief in armed struggle, and espoused the same doctrines of guerrilla war and people's war as the leftist faction of the ruling Ba'ath party, which was soon to seize power in Damascus. The Algerian Military Academy meanwhile ran an advanced training course for 20 Fatah trainees, who returned to Syria in February 1, 1966. The alliance was made public when Fatah was allowed to hold the funeral of Jalal Kawash, an activist who died during detention by the Lebanese police on January 9, 1966, in Damascus. Challenges of the armed struggle. 127. However, closer relations rendered Fatah vulnerable to the vagaries of Syrian domestic politics, as became apparent AFEW weeks after the coup of February 23. Sometime in March, the Fatah Higher Central Committee decided to relieve Arafat of his command and appoint Urabi in his stead. However, Arafat and Yazīd had resolved their differences, and so the emissary sent from Kuwait to Damascus delayed delivering the written orders. 131 Arafat was aware of these moves, and possibly for this reason precipitated a confrontation with the PLF in early April, claiming that Jibril's followers had detained and wounded a Fatah guerrilla returning from a combat mission in Israel. 132 The Higher Central Committee sent a delegation to mediate in the crisis, but Arafat and Yazīd insisted adamantly on abandoning the merger with the PLF. 133 The collapse of the merger pushed the committee, at meetings held on April 29 and May 2, to dismiss Arafat and indict him on various charges. The list was long, starting with his refusal to observe collective decisions and then accusing him of clientelism, istislam, reliance on financial patronage, misuse of funds, and traveling to Lebanon, Cyprus, and Saudi Arabia without prior approval or proper accounts. Arafat was also accused of trying to sabotage the pipeline carrying Saudi oil through Syria and of violating military guidelines by striking Israeli targets close to Arab borders, thus causing destruction to some innocent frontier villages and provoking the resentment of their inhabitants against our movement. 134 The letter of dismissal withdrew confidence from former member Muhammad Yasser Arafat al-Kidwai, also known as Jarir Rauf, and Dr. Abu Amr, and instructed Urabi to replace him. 135 Urabi had already been notified of the decision and, accompanied by two FELO-PLA officers, took control of the 5 Fatah safe houses on May 9. A shootout in a third safe house that evening left him dead, along with Muhammad Hishma, one of Arafat's close aides. 3 other Fatah cadres in the house were arrested by Syrian military police, as were Arafat, Wazir, Saddam, and Bouladin Ba, who were not present at the incident. Nimr briefly assumed leadership, but his arrest left Wazir's wife Al-Daisar in sole command. Kajami, Khalid al-Hassan, and Khalif quickly traveled from Kuwait to lobby the Syrian authorities, as did Abbas from Qatar, but met a hostile reception from Assad and Abd al-Karim al-Yundi. Wazir was nonetheless permitted to leave prison when his infant son Nidal fell to his death from the family apartment 2 months later. Arafat reportedly staged a 23-day hunger strike in the meantime, and he, Saddam, Nimr, and Bouladin Ba were released in August. Syrian indulgence was probably due to a political understanding. 2 military tribunals had already convicted the Fatah leaders of instigating the murder of Urabi, but Assad apparently decided to take advantage of the situation to further his own interests in the silent struggle with Swadani and Ba'ath Party chief Jadid. The detainees were moved to the prison at the Damar Air Base, where Azam and Naji Jamil visited them with an offer of cooperation. AC counts differ, but Nimr later met Assad in person to sign an understanding on 128. The terms of Fatah presence and activity in Syria. 136 In this way Assad both Colorado opted the Palestinian card and asserted the right to confine the activities of any other guerrilla group that his rivals in the Ba'ath Party might form. The chapter was closed on November 29, when a new military tribunal, headed by Assad allies Mustafatlas, Jamil, and Azam acquitted Abd al-Rahim and Dikluk, who had remained in prison, and passed a life sentence on Abd al-Majid Zakamat, the Fatah Guard, and part-time Syrian National Guardsmen, charged with the actual killing of Urabi. The implications of the emerging alliance between Assad and Fatah were not lost on the civilian wing of the Ba'ath Party. In September, its 9th Congress approved a recommendation from the Palestinian branch to launch a new liberation group. This task fell upon Adnan Abu Ahmed, a Ba'athist from Iraq who fled to Damascus after the February coup. Abu Ahmed led a handful of followers out of Fatah to establish the vanguards of Popular Liberation War Thunderbolt forces, Tala Harb al-Tahrir al-Shabayyah al-Sa'iqa. 137 This group was stillborn, however, and only reappeared seriously in mid-1968. Fatah, conversely, came out of the crisis with a training camp at Al-Hama, where Nimr and Fo Rameter Magayar of the 68 Battalion and Fo Rameter Fida Iyun of the Gaza-based 141 Battalion provided instruction for a growing number of new recruits. 138 The Syrian National Guard, the Ba'ath Party militia commanded by Muhammad Ibrahim al-Ali, provided a steady supply of light weapons and ammunition, including mortars, mines, and explosives, and training in their use. 139 Movement across the borders was facilitated, and the Ministry of Interior issued Syrian passports to Fatah cadres upon request. 140 The Fatah power struggle was resolved at the same time. Arafat and Wazir moved to Lebanon in the 2 months prior to the final military tribunal, during which time Hayal Abd al-Hamid, who headed the Fatah branch in Egypt, assumed command in Damascus. Arafat was arrested while escorting a Fatah combat team in South Lebanon and detained for a period variously reported at 21 to 55 days, and was expelled to Syria after Syrian military intelligence confirmed that he worked for them. 141 An internal inquiry was conducted following his return to Damascus, but produced irreconcilable accounts of the recent crisis. The Higher Central Committee nonetheless instructed him and a senior cadre to take up posts as Fatah representatives in China and Algeria. Arafat ignored this order, prompting Abd al-Karim and Danan to threaten to leave Fatah if he was not formally expelled. 142 Yet their own backing for Urabi had weakened their position, and a majority of Fatah leaders and cadres now rallied around Arafat. A new Higher Central Committee was formed without Abd al-Karim and Danan. 143 Other cadres who had adopted a low profile since the launch of the armed struggle also ceased activity, most notably Mahmoud al-Khalidi, Munir Swaid, Mahmoud Falaha, and Yusuf al-Amira. Nimr, Sedam, and Khalaf now joined the committee, tilting the internal balance of power firmly towards Damascus instead of Kuwait. Fatah was now on the mend. Recruitment progressed rapidly in Syria. Challenges of the armed struggle. 129. Dali among students and teachers, in both the cities and the refugee camps. 144 Fatah also won AFEW adherents among the small refugee community in Iraq, but more valuable were its contacts with the government. Abd al-Rahman al-Arif, who became president following the death of his brother Abd al-Salam in a helicopter crash, adopted an attitude of benign negligence towards Fatah activity, permitting it to contact the opposition parties, especially the Ba'ath. In Egypt, Abd al-Hamid had built up considerable support for Fatah among the large number of Palestinian university students, although formal membership remained small. 145 Fatah also absorbed minor groups such as Tala al-Fida al-Arabi Litar Filastin, vanguards of Arab sacrifice for the liberation of Palestine, founded by veteran Palestinian nationalist and Fida-e-Iyun organizer Subhi Yassin. 146 Fatah faced serious problems in Jordan and Lebanon, in contrast. Its infiltrators in the West Bank occasionally benefited from the tacit support of Jordanian soldiers and junior officers, many of them Palestinians. Senior politicians and government officials were also sympathetic, and secured the release of Fatah activists in some instances. 147 However, the government crackdown on opposition parties in April 1966 also netted numerous Fatah activists, especially those known to the security services because of past membership of an ideological party, such as Sami Abu Quaik. Additional arrests were made following the West Bank riots in November, this time affecting branch leader Muhammad Naim. The arrest or flight of most Fatah cadres in Lebanon at the end of 1965 all but paralyzed its activity there too, despite the defection to its ranks of leading Palestinian Ba'athists, among them Khalid al-Yashroudi and Tawfiq al-Sayfadi. 148 Civilian membership in Lebanon was a mere 80 in early 1966, and virtually non-existent by the end of the year. 149 These problems increased Fatah dependence on the Syrian connection, which in turn prompted an attempt to establish working relations with Egypt. The first such attempt had been made in 1963, probably by Abd al-Hamid, who approached Kamal Rifat, a former free officer and leading member of Nasir's entourage. Arafat next introduced himself to the resident Egyptian intelligence officer in Beirut, Muhammad Nazim, in mid-1963. Fatah renewed contact with Rifat, now head of the Arab Socialist Union, in February 1965 and reached Mahmoud al-Jayyar, head of Nasir's office, but was foiled by counter-lobbying from the director of the Arab Affairs Department in Egyptian intelligence, Fathi al-Dib, and from ANM representative Said Kamal and Muhammad Zbay, who supported another group, the Palestine Liberation Front. 151 The Egyptian authorities renewed their suppression of the Muslim Brotherhood shortly after. Suspecting that it was planning a coup in which Fatah Salim Zianan would be appointed Governor-General of Gaza. 152 They also distrusted Fatah's ties to Saudi Arabia, which now escalated its feud with Egypt by forming the Islamic League. 153 The distrust had not abated by the time Kajami and Khalif met intelligence chief Salah Nasr and defense minister Shams Badran in Cairo. Towards the end of 1966.154. 130. The ANM marks time. The ANM proved largely unable to take advantage of the political outlawing of Fatah by Nasir and the UAC in 1965 and of its paralysis for much of 1966. Its own membership was attracted by the lure of the PLA uniform, and exerted increasing pressure to offer tangible competition to Fatah. 155 Yet the caretaker leadership of the ANM remained reluctant in the extreme to embark on active military operations, and a general conference held in February 1965 reaffirmed the standing decision not to do so in the near future. More urgent was the need to reconcile the left and right, as the debate about socialism intensified. The continuing dispute made it necessary to abandon the previous method of forming a Politburo by nomination, and a General Secretariat was elected instead, headed by a triumvirate comprising Habash, Hindi, and Ibrahim. The three leaders now proposed to Nasir that he take command of a wider revolutionary socialist coalition, within which the ANM would merge, but to their surprise and dismay he declined firmly. 156 According to Habash, the ANM now decided to start preparations for the armed struggle and to direct a major part of its own effort towards Palestine. 157 The PAC adopted the name of Munazamat Shabab al-Dhar, Revenge Youth Organization, to indicate the seriousness of its intentions and stepped up recruitment. This was most obvious in Gaza, where the Egyptian military administration regarded the ANM favorably. It recruited former FIDAIUN and urged its members to attend PLA training courses. 158 Others volunteered for PLA service or earned commissions as officers, while their counterparts in Lebanon and Jordan joined the PLA battalion in Iraq. 9. However, the principal ANM effort in Gaza in this period was still directed to political competition with local Ba'athists and Communists for influence in the PLO's Palestinian Popular Organization. The increasingly Palestinian focus of the ANM was reflected in its media. PAC members Bilal al-Hassan and Ahmed Khalifa joined the editorial board of the Beirut-based weekly Al-Hurriyah, Freedom, where they balanced chief editor Ibrahim. Ibrahim remained the dominant influence, and Al-Hurriyah devoted most of its space to Lebanese and Arab politics and occasionally debated socialist theory. The PAC created its own mouthpiece by starting Filastin, a weekly supplement of the pro-Nasir Lebanese daily Al-Muharrir. Ghassan Kanafani edited Filastin and Soleh Shibla was a principal contributor, both members of the PAC. Filastin was used to counter the arguments presented by Fatah for an immediate and autonomous Palestinian military effort, although the editors privately held opinions that often contradicted the official ANM stance. A three-way balance was emerging in the ANM, in which the old guard headed by Habash and Hindi relied on the Palestinian constituency to counter the left, but at the same time sought to contain pressures for military action against Israel. The regional command of the Jordanian branch, for example, expressed its impatience with ANM inactivity and its displeasure at the recon. Challenges of the end struggle. 131. Conciliation with the left during the General Conference in February. 1. 6. One delegates from Jordan to a POC conference later in the year advocated the formation of a specialized military apparatus, although it was unclear whether the main target was Israel, the Jordanian monarchy, or other Arab governments. 162 A vocal minority at the conference including FOR POC members went further by pressing for an immediate start of military action against Israel. Habash intervened with an impassioned speech against the proposal, which was defeated in a formal vote. 163. Habash later recounted that the ANM triumvirate had made repeated requests to Nasir to allow an early start of Palestinian military action, but deferred to his insistence on postponement. 164 Nasir expressed support for eventual armed resistance inside Israel, not across Arab borders, an attitude that prompted a decision by the POC to prepare for al-Amal al-Fid.ai, a notion best translated as selective guerrilla action, through further training and reconnaissance missions in Israel, but not to wage it. 6. 5 years later the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which succeeded the POC in 1967, was to criticize the self-restraint as the product of a national bourgeois leadership deeply allied to Nasir. 166 in 1965-6, however, the POC sent 30 to 35 members from the Syrian branch to receive specialized training as commando instructors in Egypt, and stepped up missions into northern Israel to gather intelligence and recruit local Palestinians. 167 The ANM recruited veteran infiltrators for this purpose, including for Magayer of the Syrian-based 68 Battalion, and arranged for coded messages to its clandestine members in Israel and elsewhere to be broadcast over the hugely popular Voice of the Arabs program on Cairo Radio. 168 The POC pointed to this activity to demonstrate its commitment to the armed struggle, and reminded its members that the ANM had lost its first martyr 2 months before the start of Fatah military operations. A public statement in March 1965 asserted that our struggle for Palestine is at the very heart of our struggle for the realization of the Arab nation's objectives, unity, liberation, socialism, and the redemption of Palestine. 1 Palestine was now the means, Arab unity the end. Yet the ANM was careful not to provoke Israeli reprisals and entangle Nasir in a premature conflict, a balance that both left and right preferred. An article by Ibrahim in Al-Hurriya in June expressed the leadership consensus that Palestinian guerrilla action was a legitimate right, but would prove to be little more than an emotional outburst unless it was firmly defined as part of Arab war strategy, whether in a war of defense, deterrence, or liberation. The liberation of Palestine will be Arab, or it will not be, was his somber conclusion. 170 The ANM leadership remained firmly committed to a strategy in which the armies of the progressive Arab governments would undertake the main role in a war with Israel. 171 Its attitude also reflected a long-standing FEAR first aroused when the notion of a Palestinian entity was moot in 1959 and then revived by the creation of the PLO in 1964, that the emergence of an autonomous 132 Palestinian movement with an independent military strategy would encourage the Arab states to abdicate their own responsibility for the liberation of Palestine. The ANM was not impressed with Fatah's argument that Palestinian guerrilla action would itself mobilize Arab resources, and drew different conclusions from its study of the experiences of liberation struggles in China, Vietnam, Cuba, and Algeria, and in Aden for that matter. 172 What impressed it most was the need for careful preparation and appropriate political conditions, leading it to reaffirm the need for full coordination and complementarity with the wider Arab effort. 173 Its insistence on this approach led to the failure of talks in Kuwait between Habash and Fatah leaders Khalid al-Hassan, Kajemi, and Khalaf, among others, in early 1966. 174 The PLO struggles for the initiative. The PLO was equally discomfited by the political challenge from Fatah. Its discomfort increased sharply in September 1965 when Nasir reiterated in public that he had no plan to liberate Palestine. According to the Egyptian president's confidant and chronicler Muhammad Hassan in Hakel, Ṣāyigh was among several Arab leaders who implored him not to repeat such statements. When Nasir observed that he wished the Palestinians to know the facts, the PLO chairman reportedly replied that the masses possess their hopes, but as for the facts, they are the property of the leaders of those masses, especially the historic leaders upon whom those hopes are pinned. 175 Nasir's comments to the Third Arab Summit Conference, which convened in the same month, regarding the modest capabilities and role he expected the PLA to assume caused even sharper distress. This was evident in Ṣāyigh's atypical rejoinder, in which he not only insisted that the Palestinians should be the first to join the battle of liberation, but adopted Fatah's slogan of Torrid Way by predicting that the Arab states would be compelled to follow suit because Israel would not limit the scope and scale of its response. 170 As if the obvious paralysis of the PLA were not enough to embarrass him before his Palestinian audience, Ṣāyigh compounded his political problems with his autocratic style of leadership within the PLO. The first major crisis arose in June 1965, when he unilaterally appointed two Jordanian nominees to the executive committee in an attempt to defuse tensions with Amman. Both men were obliged to withdraw, but Ṣāyigh caused new offense by appointing himself sole official spokesman for the PLO, with the exclusive authority to make political statements, and awarding himself the right to reassign the duties of other executive committee members at will. 177 He moreover took charge of the military committee and made the PLA commander directly answerable to him, prompting Madani to boycott his office for most of August. Abdullah had already resigned in disgust when Ṣāyigh replaced him as head of the military department, adding this to his posts as PLO chairman, head of the PNC, and challenges of the end struggle. 133. Palestinian delegate to the Ministerial Council of the League of Arab States. Ṣāyigh later relinquished the military department to Shi'ad al-Anani, but the PLA command now complained that the department duplicated some of its own functions, such as intelligence gathering, and recommended that the department's Enemy Affairs Bureau be dissolved. 178 Further delays in the formation of the PLA and the PLO's lack of control over its own army were an additional embarrassment. At the beginning of March 1, 1966, PLA commander Madani warned the PLO Executive Committee that a danger threatens the confidence of our people in both their military and political leadership, and threatens the ability of our Army's General Staff to continue operation. He noted that the Third Arab Summit Conference in September 1965 had pledged £5.5 million for the establishment of an additional infantry brigade and 2 commando battalions over the next year, but his report on the receipt of funds and formation of the new units was brief, nothing. 179 Shortly after, Egyptian chief of STAFFF Azi informed Madani that the transfer of authority over PLA units in Gaza, originally due 2 months earlier, would not take place until January 1, 1967, another date that was not to be met. 180 A more threatening problem suddenly loomed in Syria following the coup of February 1, 1966. On March 1, the PLA command revived a long-standing issue of contention by dismissing several Ba'athist officers. Ṣāyigh meanwhile informed PLA Chief of Staff Yabi that he would be replaced by a FELO graduate of 1948, Fathi Asad al-Din, who was presumed to be less susceptible to Syrian influence. 181 Whether these steps were taken to preempt an increase in Ba'athist influence or to take advantage of the political confusion in Damascus, they proved to be misjudged. Assad retaliated on June 5 by withdrawing AP Prival from the commander of the PLA brigade in Syria and from his chief of operations, 3 battalion commanders, and 2 other senior officers. 182. He also banned 3 senior officers, Uthman Haddad, Abd al-Razak al-Yahya, and Samir al-Khatib, from attending a staff course. 183 Assad relented following appeals by Ṣāyigh to President Atassi and by Madani to Chief of Staff Swadani, but he had made his point. Ṣāyigh made a gesture of placing the PLA brigade under Syrian command, which merely confirmed publicly the existing situation. The main problem for the PLO, however, was political. An early reflection of its striving for greater legitimacy was the preparation by the Executive Committee in mid-1965 of a draft law for the election of the PNC. 184 This was published in the hope of inviting debate and ensuring wider acceptance in time to elect a proposed 217 delegates to the Third PNC, due in May 1, 1966, but the predictable lack of official Arab support made the project little more than a pipe dream, and it was quietly, and permanently, abandoned. In early 1966, Ṣāyigh sought to shore up his flagging credibility by reviving the Palestinian Popular Organization, PPO, which was supposed to incorporate trade and labor unions, professional bodies, and other social associations, albeit without 134. Replacing them. 185 The PPO was allowed to operate briefly in Jordan until the government cracked down on the opposition parties in April, and was discouraged from the outset from operating in Syria and Lebanon. Interest flagged even in Gaza, prompting Ṣāyigh to launch a recruiting campaign in March. He boasted in May that PPO membership had reached 170,000, but the organization proved to be little more than an arena for competition between the ANM, Ba'athists, and Communists. 186 Ṣāyigh had already sought out the Palestinian groups operating outside the PLO framework. The PLO representative in Beirut, Shafiq al-Hut, met envoys from the ANM, Ba'ath Party, Fatah, and three smaller groups on 15 January. 187 Madani later reported to Ṣāyigh that, at a private meeting on January 26, Habash had informed him of a recent ANM decision to work towards a single Palestinian movement and offered military, political, and organizational cooperation. 188 Madani also met Ahmed Said, AFO under of the Palestine Liberation Front Path of Return, who represented a coalition of minor groups calling themselves the Political Bureau of Revolutionary Palestinian Forces, and the remnants of the self-styled Palestinian Revolutionary Organization, yet another small group. Said assured the PLA commander that all these groups were willing to merge immediately within the PLO, but revealed a reluctance to deal with Fatah. 189 Further meetings in February led to the formation of a preparatory committee for Unified Palestinian Action. An article in Al-Hurriyah explained that this coalition sought a preventive war with Israel to keep it from acquiring nuclear weapons, fusion between the various Palestinian groups and the PLO, development of guerrilla action and expansion of the PLA as an arm of the Arab Strike Force, mobilization of Palestinians in Jordan, and increased awareness among the masses. 19 Fatah had already pulled out by now, stating stingingly that it wanted action on the soil of Palestine, not in offices. 191 This was patronizing, but the preparatory committee did little to implement its own call in mid-March for armed struggle. 192 Its last act was to warn the PNC at the end of May that Israel was close to acquiring nuclear weapons, and to call for a plan that defines the role of the Palestinian people in the preventive war and that specifies the preparation for organized guerrilla action required for this war. 193 Ṣāyigh's attempts at coalition building had failed, in part because he continued to hold that the plurality of political groups no longer had any justification now that the PLO existed, in contrast to the previous phase when the Palestinian cause lived in a vacuum. 194 He had no protection from the complaints voiced at the PNC of military inaction, autocratic leadership, and the shortage of funds. To reduce his isolation in the following months, Ṣāyigh turned to the Palestine Liberation Front Path of Return, PLFPR, itself the result of a recent merger between two distinct groups. The first was founded by a small circle of Palestinian intellectuals in Beirut in 1961, most prominent of whom was Shafiq al-Hut, a pro-Nasser journalist who issued the first of a series of polemical leaflets. Challenges of the Armed Struggle 135. Entitled Tariq al-I1WDA, Path of Return, in 1963. This was the name by which the group was known, although the formal name it chose in 1964 was the Palestine Liberation Front, PLF. 195 Hut became PLO representative in Beirut in 1965 and joined the executive committee in alliance with Shukayri in July 1, 1966. He encouraged the formation of sports clubs and scout troops in the refugee camps in Lebanon, partly as a means of attracting recruits to the PLF, and tried to extend into the camps in Syria under the working guise of the PPO. 196 In spring 1966, the PLF allied itself with the Palestinian National Liberation Front, again a broadly pro-Nasir group founded by Ahmed al-Asadi at the end of the 1950s. Asadi had a sizable following in Jordan and Syria, as well as cells among Palestinian workers in Kuwait and students in Egypt, from which he gained a foothold in Gaza. 197 The PNLF claimed to have started armed operations in September 1, 1965, and to have lost its first martyr at that time. 198 The PLF-PR was a modest force compared to the ANM or Fatah, but this was of little concern to Shukayri. He needed to respond to internal criticism with a show of political support, and reshuffled the PLO Executive Committee in July to bring in Hut and Asadi. Two of their sympathizers, Ahmed Sidki al-Dajani and Bajat Abu Garbaya, were also brought into the committee. 199 This move failed to end opposition, and Shukayri came under renewed pressure in the next 2 months to demonstrate more than a rhetorical commitment to guerrilla action. This coincided with a fundamental shift in Egyptian policy, as Nasir adopted an increasingly combative tone towards Israel and reactionary Arab leaders, most notably King Hussein. It was against this background that Shukayri renewed discussion of military cooperation with the ANM. The ANM, 1 foot forward, 1 foot back. The ANM was still reeling from a series of shocks when Shukayri approached it. In January, an internal coup organized by Egyptian intelligence chief Salah Nasr had excluded the ANM of the National Front for the liberation of South Yemen, threatening the cherished relationship with Nasir. The ANM triumvirate immediately flew to Cairo to give their side of the dispute and mend ties with the Egyptian president. 200 The effects of the crisis had barely dissipated when the Jordanian government cracked down on the opposition in April. Dozens of ANM members were arrested, including virtually the entire regional command and the main cadres in the struggle apparatus. Some key figures held firm, among them Zabri, but the much advertised recantations by others, notably the head of the regional command Rab, and the young Samir Gusha, dealt the ANM a major political blow. It accused Jordanian intelligence of extracting false confessions by force or deceit and dispatched 2 cadres to assess the damage, but morale plummeted and mutual distrust prevailed among the remaining membership. 201. 136. The worst was not over yet. A new crisis suddenly erupted with Egypt when internal security services arrested several members of the ANM. These were Egyptians who had joined the Arab Socialist Union following the ANM decision to dissolve its local branch. Also detained were Adnan Farajeh, head of the ANM's Palestinian branch in Egypt, and Faiz Kadira, the liaison officer appointed by the Palestinian Military Action Committee to Egyptian intelligence. The ANM triumvirate ended off accusations from Egyptian intelligence of subversive activity and again met Nasir to resolve the misunderstanding. 202. Privately, the ANM blamed the crisis on bureaucratic infighting among the various Egyptian security services. The ANM branch in Gaza also ran afoul of the Egyptian authorities in this period, and 60 of its members were briefly detained following the distribution of a statement critical of Egyptian policy. 3 The immediate effect of these events was to intensify the ideological debate that had racked the ANM since May 1964. 20. For a general conference in July 1, 1966 condemned bourgeois bureaucracy, implicitly that of Egypt, and moved decisively towards a brand of socialism more radical than that of Nasir. The ANM also instructed its branches in Syria and Iraq to withdraw from the pro-Nasir Arab Socialist Union and to declare against the hegemonistic right. 105 The old guard had found it expedient to give way to the left on these issues, in order to concentrate on the conflict with Israel. Nasir was now set on the collision course that was to lead to war in June 1967, and Habash and his associates devoted their main effort to Palestinian affairs. This built on the growing sense of urgency since the beginning of 1966. A plan proposed by the ANM in February argued that the primary task of Palestinian guerrilla activity was to wage a preventive war harb wiqa'iyya to prevent the development of an Israeli atomic weapon. 106 An article in the same period by PAC member Bilal al-Hassan stressed that, contrary to the conventional wisdom, Israel stood to benefit more from the passage of time than the Arabs, thanks to its possession of an atomic bomb, irrigation of the Negev desert, and reception of a constant flow of new immigrants. 207 These concerns were repeated at the end of May by the PNC, which regarded preventing Israel from possessing atomic weapons as an urgent and pressing aim and called on the Arab states to wage a preemptive war with Israel in order to prevent her from obtaining atomic weapons. 208 Ṣāyigh reiterated this view in mid-June, as did the ANM General Secretariat, which confirmed Israeli nuclear capability to the movement's national conference in July. Citing Nasir. 109 It was against this background that ANM envoys met Ṣāyigh and PLA commander Madani to discuss the formation of a new guerrilla group. Madani had suggested to the PLO chairman earlier in the year that, while attempting to form a wider coalition, the PLA should also establish its own special apparatus, Jihaz Cause. 210 Nothing happened until early summer, when Madani and the Challenges of the Armed Struggle 137. PLO Military Committee met in Damascus to discuss options. An approach to Gibral's Palestinian Liberation Front was mooted but rejected, and the decision was taken instead to form a new group. 211 Ṣāyigh and the ANM had come to an agreement on military cooperation in the meantime, according to which the movement would second veteran activists to the PLA. 212 Faiz Jabir and Subhi al-Tamimi were now designated to lead the new group Abtal al-Awda, Heroes of Return, at the request of Madani and liaise with the PLA command. The chief operations officer of the PLA brigade in Syria, Abd al-Razak al-Yahya, was liaison officer for training, pay, and arms. 213 Madani was nominally commander of Abtal al-Awda and the PLO Executive Committee approved its expenditure as part of the PLA budget, although only intelligence chief Faiz al-Turk knew the full details and the names of the persons involved. 214 Ṣāyigh and Madani believed that they commanded Abtal al-Awda, but in fact it was the ANM that exercised control through Jabir and Tamimi. 215 The group was based on the ANM struggle apparatus, and had no independent existence, although it performed new functions at the request of the PLA command. The main task was to gather intelligence on Israel, and so ANM members were instructed to recruit veteran infiltrators in the West Bank and Magayer of the 68 Battalion in Syria and Lebanon to conduct reconnaissance in return for a monthly stipend. 216 Information was relayed by the ANM back to the PLA command, which specified targets. 217 Egyptian military intelligence occasionally made requests, and on one occasion one of its officers was escorted into the Negev to take photographs of the Israeli nuclear reactor at Dimona. 218 Jabir and Tamimi also used Abtal al-Awda to build ties with Syria, where the ANM was still outlawed. Thanks to the intercession of Ṣāyigh and Madani, Syrian security chief Yazīd allowed the group to open an office in Damascus and a training camp nearby. 219 Yet the ANM was careful not to allow Yazīd to use Abtal al-Awda, unlike Fatah, as a means of countering Egyptian policy. It was bolder in Jordan, where it recruited a small number of officers and soldiers in the course of 1966. The purpose remains in dispute. The left later accused the old guard of planning a coup against the monarchy, when it should have devoted itself to mass action instead. 220 Whereas Habash asserted that the ANM had attached little importance to its secret cells in the army and preferred not to construct a military apparatus that might dominate the political 21 Organization. Paving the way to war. Abtal al-Awda launched its first raid on Israel from South Lebanon on 19 October, at the height of the media diatribes between Cairo and Amman. Its public 138 statement mourned the death of 3 guerrillas and the capture of AFO Earth, at least 2 of whom were Magayer of the 68 Battalion. 222 Fatah had also resumed attacks from the West Bank with the encouragement of the Syrian authorities, which sought to trigger Israeli reprisals and destabilize the Jordanian government. Israel duly responded with an especially severe raid on the frontier village of Samu on November 13, in which 118 houses were dynamited and 21 Jordanian soldiers were killed and 37 wounded as they rushed to the scene. Palestinian demonstrators in several towns accused the government of leaving them defenseless and called for the population to be armed, but were forcefully suppressed by the army. A new wave of arrests followed, in which PLO and Fatah activists were targeted, along with members of the ANM and other opposition parties. Undeterred, Abtal al-Dash'ata mounted 7 additional raids from the West Bank between December 1, 966 and June 1, 967. The ANM also reported several clashes between guerrilla teams and Jordanian border patrols in November and December 1, 966.223. A caricature in the edition of Al-Hurriyah published on November 28 depicted guerrilla action as a time bomb about to explode in the face of a terrified Jordanian Prime Minister Washfi al-Tal, indicating that Jordan, not Israel, was the real target. Yet Palestinian military action had little impact on King Hussein, who ignored public appeals from Shukayri for cooperation between the Jordanian army and the PLA following the attack on Samu. Shukayri urged the Jordanian cabinet to resign, and then boasted that our army will enter Jordan at the appropriate time, and we will take no account of Hussein. 224 His rhetoric was bellicose, but he was naturally unable to answer when a correspondent for Al-Hurriyah asked when the PLA would cross the borders into Israel. Zzs Shukayri's threats against Amman revealed the impotence of the PLO, and led to renewed complaints from his critics in the executive committee. He brusquely dissolved the committee on December 27, and announced that he had already formed a secret revolutionary command council to replace it. This was untrue, but Shukayri asked PLA commander Madani and intelligence chief Turk to select candidates for membership in the new body. 22 The PLO chairman next took credit for a series of explosions in East Jerusalem a week later, in response to which the Jordanian authorities arrested several PLO officials and closed PLO headquarters in the city. The PLA command in Cairo was shortly to suffer its own internal dissent, as the senior officers, mostly graduates of 1948 who had come from Syria, tussled with their subordinates, younger graduates of Egyptian military academies, for control of the headquarters building. 227 The Egyptian authorities reacted by expelling several senior officers to Syria, among them Chief of Staff Jabi and Muhammad Abu Hijla, who had repeatedly challenged the mild-mannered Madani for command of the PLA. Shukayri confronted this latest challenge by issuing several decrees in the name of the Revolutionary Command Council on February 10, 1967. Most challenges of the armed struggle. 139. Important were the formation of a Liberation Council, comprising a number of Arab military professionals and PLA representatives to oversee the Army. 228 And the reduction of pay for officers by 30 to 40%. 229 When Jabi objected, Shukayri peremptorily replaced him with Fathi Saad al-Din. 230 This went too far, however, as Madani refused to conduct his duties for the next month and complained directly to the Arab heads of state. Shukayri reinstated the Executive Committee some 2 weeks later, and abandoned the Revolutionary Command Council and Liberation Council. The internal crisis was defused, but the damage had been done. The PLO was completely unprepared for the war that was to erupt in June. The trials and tribulations of the PLO were merely a sideshow, however. More significant was the clear consensus emerging among the other Palestinian groups that the time was ripe for guerrilla action against Israel. Hundreds of Fatah members were in Jordanian prisons, at least 250 by June 1967 by one count and 1,000 by another, or 60 to 80% of total strength by a third. 231 But the movement could still call on some 300 members with minimal training in weapons handling in Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon. Syrian support allowed a sharp increase in its military activity, with 37 attacks on Israel across the Lebanese and Jordanian borders in the first 6 months of 1967. 232. The rate of Fatah operations jumped fourfold between March and April, parallel to the renewal of border clashes between Syria and Israel that culminated in an aerial battle in April in which 6 Syrian fighters were shot down. The ANM was also coming round to Fatah's position, although it was far more circumspect. Raids by Abital al-I-1WDA notwithstanding, the ANM was careful not to cross the dividing line between controlled escalation, in accordance with Egyptian policy, and complete conversion to the strategy of deliberate entanglement espoused by Fatah. The ANM nonetheless stated its frank support for guerrilla action in December 1, 1966, and later called on the PLO to provide the guerrilla groups with financial and material assistance. 233 At the same time, it took care to legitimize its stance by citing speeches by Nasser in which he upheld guerrilla action as the means available to the Palestinian people to express its aims. 234 By February 1, 1967, Nasser was arguing that such action was the natural consequence of the important victory achieved thanks to the establishment of the Palestinian entity and the organization of the people that had started through the PLO. Nasser was shifting the goalposts, and this emboldened Palestinian cadres of the ANM to publish a scarcely veiled critique of their movement's reticence towards guerrilla action. Their collective article in Al-Hurriyah at the end of January celebrated the radical transformations in the ANM that had come as a reflection of important developments at the Arab level, and which almost seemed to justify objectively the start of Palestinian guerrilla action. 235 They acknowledged that in the past the Palestinian groups had refrained from launching guerrilla action FORFEAR, that Israel would launch an all-out war against the Arab states before they were ready, but concluded that 140. Experience shows that Israel is not only afraid of such a war, but also thinks of defensive means. The article may have been remarkable for its completely erroneous assessment of Israeli military capability and doctrine, but more striking was the degree to which it followed Fatah thinking. The authors now defined guerrilla action as the means of massing should the forces of the Palestinian people, not by abstract organization or traditional political activity but by confronting the Palestine issue face to face. 236 Military mobilization was the means to save the people from the despair they are starting to succumb to, and to highlight the Palestine problem in the international arena. The article added that guerrilla action would raise border tensions and keep the Arab governments on the alert. The higher the level of Palestinian activity, the higher the level of Arab military preparation and effectiveness. Constant raids on Israel would scare away immigrant settlers, weaken the economy, and paralyze vital installations, while readying the Palestinian, Arab, and international conditions for the final and decisive battle of liberation. The ANM cadres warned, however, that Palestinian action neither absolved the Arabs of their historic responsibility nor replaced their military role. PAC member Bilal al-Hassan took the resemblance to Fatah even further in another article in Al-Hurriyah, in which he complained that reliance on Arab power in the previous 18 years had led to the lack of purely Palestinian organizations that work principally for their own cause. 237 The Palestinians had operated through Arab parties in order to help create revolutionary conditions, but this approach had always failed to offer an opening to the path of liberation. Hassan repeated his long-held view that time worked not for the Arabs but for Israel, which sought to settle the Negev desert and acquire nuclear weapons. The solution lay in creating an independent Palestinian movement that would take its cause into its own hands, and the means was armed action over the occupied homeland. This came perilously close to Fatah's notion of conscious entanglement, but Hassan was unrepentant. Guerrilla action was necessary, first, to revive the Palestinian cause and, second, to push the Arab states into a position of strength capable of confronting Israel. Other ANM cadres writing in Al-Hurriyah were more cautious. Soleh Shiblu and Mundhir Anabta'i noted the fragmentation of the Palestinian arena, the offensive capability of Israel, and the limitations of guerrilla war. 238 The intermediate position taken by Azad Abd al-Rahman probably reflected the attitude of the leadership, including the head of the Palestinian Military Committee, Wadi Haddad. Abd al-Rahman concurred with Hassan that the previous terror of entanglement had been an illusion, since the borders had remained tense regardless of Palestinian activity and Israel had not counterattacked massively in any case. 239 He, too, viewed guerrilla action as a means of asserting the Palestinian cause in the international arena, detonating Arab potential, striking challenges of the armed struggle. 141. FEAR in Israel and weakening its economy, and revitalizing the Palestinians. Conversely, Palestinian guerrilla action was insufficient to achieve liberation, and so it needed to overturn reactionary Arab governments and assist Arab unity in order to provide the power necessary to attain the ultimate objective of liberation. This postulation remains the most representative of ANM thinking for years to come. Shukayri joined the bandwagon in mid-May, claiming that it was the PLO that funded al-Safa, now commonly known to be the military wing of Fatah. He also proclaimed loudly that the PLO was about to form popular resistance battalions in Gaza to take part in the coming conflict. 240 The Egyptian military administration had indeed agreed with the PLA to call up the 4,000 National Guardsmen trained in 1965, but this was taken as a defensive measure. 241 More significant was that the tanks and artillery weapons delivered to the PLA at the beginning of the year had proved to be barely operational, instead of 44 Soviet T-34 tanks and 12 122 mm howitzers which the PLO had paid, it received around 10 aging US M4 Shermans and a similar number of British 25-pounders, all previously used by the Egyptian Army for training. 242 Their ranges were sharply reduced as a result, and even then PLA crews had little time to train in their use. 243 The PLA also lacked the 300 anti-tank rocket launchers and 45 mortars which it had contracted with Egypt in March 1966, depriving it of an important defense. 244 Madani tried repeatedly to secure the release of a shipment of Chinese infantry weapons and T-54 tanks that had arrived at Alexandria in late 1966, and to obtain additional weapons to arm 4,000 militiamen, but the Egyptian command only issued some lighter weapons on the eve of the war. 245 The PLO chairman later stated that he had remained unsure of Egyptian intentions until the last minute. He was able to discuss a possible role for the PLA with Abd al-Hakim Amir only after the withdrawal of the UN peacekeeping force, but was informed by Nasir on May 26 that war was not in the offing. 246 By now the stage was firmly set for war. The Palestinians occupied a minor place in the wider scheme of things, but their role was not insignificant. The various guerrilla groups had mounted 113 attacks since January 1, 965 by Israeli count, although Fatah alone claimed 300, in which 11 Israelis were killed and 62 wounded. 247 7 guerrillas had also died, 3 to Arab fire, and 2 FELL prisoner. Guerrilla action hardly posed a real nuisance to Israel, let alone a serious threat, but it heightened Israeli threat perceptions. Fatah's example was such that Al-Hurriyah started to publish its military statements in March 1, 967, and from that point onwards the weekly's front cover and main articles were dominated by discussion of the imminent war. As war talk reached fever pitch, the ANM finally authorized the Palestinian Military Action Committee to start raids against Israel under its own name, Munazamat Shabab al-Thahr, towards the end of May. The statement announcing its first 2 raids was published on June 5, the day that Israel launched its surprise attack on Egypt. The irony of 142. This coincidence was fitting. On May 22, Abtal al-Ada had boasted that its guerrilla formations were fully prepared to wage the battle of liberation behind the lines of the Israeli army and between its ranks. 248 Whatever expectations the various Palestinian groups, if not Nasir, may have entertained for a sweeping victory were demolished beyond repair over the next 6 days. Partii. In the space of only 6 days between 5 and June 10, 1967, The IDF shattered the armed forces of Egypt, Syria, and Jordan and occupied large tracts of their territories. The war had several principal, if at times conflicting, consequences. It moderated the attitude of key Arab states towards Israel, but at the same time complicated the peace process by enmeshing it with superpower rivalry. The humiliating defeat of Nasser's Egypt and the Ba'ath Syria heralded the decline of interventionism between Arab states, but the debacle of their secularizing nationalist and socialist ideologies breathed new life into Islam as a FORCEFOR political opposition at the domestic and regional levels, though this was not to become apparent until the second half of the 1970s. It also ushered in a period of domestic instability in all FOR confrontation states, but this only encouraged a greater focus still on raisons d'état, at the expense of rhetorical commitments to Arab unity and the Palestine cause. This was demonstrated most forcefully by Arab responses to the rapid rise of the Palestinian guerrilla movement, which introduced a dynamic and destabilizing element to post-war Arab politics and challenged the diplomatic moderation and panicularistic national agendas of the confrontation states. Outwardly, the response to the war adopted by the Arab Summit Conference in Khartoum at the end of August was that there would be no reconciliation, no negotiation, and no recognition between the Arab state and Israel. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Libya pledged an annual grant of $391 million to Egypt, which received 2/3, and Jordan. 1 However, Nasser and King Hussein had come privately to the conclusion that Israel was there to stay. They revealed this conviction by accepting Resolution 242 issued by the UN Security Council in November, which called for Israeli withdrawal in return for recognition of the right of all states in the region, effectively including Israel, to live in peace and security. 3 Yet Nasser considered that military action still had a key role to play, as a means both of exerting pressure on Israel and of improving Egyptian bargaining power. There can be no hope of any political solution unless the enemy realizes that we are capable of forcing him to withdraw through fighting, he stated in January 1968. 4 In accordance with this view, he had already ordered a resumption of low-level hostilities along the Suez Canal soon after the war, and then initiated limited engagements in June 1968, followed by commando raids in August and heavy artillery strikes in September and October. The USSR completed a massive rearmament and retraining effort for both. 144. Egypt and Syria in the meantime, enabling the FOR to launch a full-fledged war of attrition against Israeli forces along the canal in March 1, 1969. Egyptian policy was a response to the perceived unwillingness of Israel to relinquish its wartime gains voluntarily. U.S. President Johnson had proposed in the wake of the war that durable peace should be based on the recognized right of national life, justice for the refugees, innocent maritime passage, limitation of the arms race, and political independence and territorial integrity for all. 5 The U.S. also advocated third-party assistance, but Israel opposed this, fearing that it would substitute mediation for direct negotiation with the Arab states and allow them to deny it recognition. Besides, the Israeli government was constrained by the coalition between the majority labor mainstream and the right-wing nationalist Gahel bloc. The latter opposed any concessions, and delayed unqualified Israeli acceptance of UNSCR 242 until May 1, 1968. Israeli resistance to triangular negotiations and Arab refusal to conduct direct talks doomed the peace mission that Special UN Envoy Gunnar Jarring pursued in 1967-9. But the Johnson administration also undermined his effort by tacitly allowing Israel to employ the territories it had seized in June 1967 as a bargaining card. In October of that year it also allowed the sale of 48 A-4 Skyhawks, agreed upon in 1966, to go ahead. Worried by events in Vietnam and seeking to balance Soviet shipments to Egypt and Syria, the administration lifted the embargo on U.S. arms to Israel and Jordan. In January 1, 1968, it also decided in mid-year not to require Israeli accession to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty as a condition for receiving U.S. arms, and agreed the sale of 50 F-4 Phantoms in October. 6 A reference 2 months later by William Scranton, Special Envoy of President-elect Richard Nixon, to the desire for even handedness in U.S. Middle East policy therefore came as an unexpected and unwelcome shock to Israel. Nixon was in fact committed to maintaining Israeli military superiority, but he also advocated a more active U.S. role in the peace process. Starting in February 1, 1969, the U.S. proposed three parallel diplomatic efforts: two Power Us Soviet talks, FOR power talks, the U.S., USSR, France, and Britain, and bilateral U.S. talks with Israel and the Arab states. Nixon and his national security advisor Henry Kissinger held a globalist view, and strove to link priority concerns Vietnam, arms control, and the Middle East within overall U.S. policy towards the USSR. 7 U.S. belief that the two superpowers were close to agreement was reflected in the submission on October 28 of a proposal by Secretary of State William Rogers entailing a complete Israeli withdrawal from Sinai, but leaving the FATE of Gaza to further negotiations, and a return to approximately the original armistice line in the West Bank. Egypt and the USSR made no reply, but Israel bluntly rejected the plan after Rogers made it public on December 9. Golda Meir had become Prime Minister following the death of the more flexible Levi Eshkol in March, and led the cabinet's formal rejection on December 22 of a parallel U.S. plan to resolve the dispute with Jordan over 145. The West Bank and Jerusalem. The USSR now delivered its own official rejection of the U.S. proposals, while in Washington supporters of Israel extracted a pledge from Nixon not to impose a diplomatic solution. These moves took place against the escalation of the Egyptian-Israeli war of attrition. Nasser had timed its start in March 1969 partly in order to influence the two power and FOR power talks that were now underway, and partly because he feared that the construction of the Bar-Lev line of fortifications along the Suez Canal since late 1968 embodied an implicit attempt to demarcate the final political border between Israel and Egypt. 8 Towards the end of the year the Israeli government decided both to bring the war to an end, by threatening to weaken or overthrow Nasser, and to preempt imposition by the U.S. of a modified Rogers Plan. Starting on January 7, 1970 and for the next 3 months, the Israeli Air Force carried the battle deep into the Egyptian interior with highly visible raids on military targets around Cairo and other cities. This action was accompanied by repeated references to the possibility that it might, as a side effect, bring about the collapse of the Egyptian government. 9 Thoroughly alarmed, Nasser invoked direct Soviet military intervention. Soviet arms supplies and technical assistance had increased since July 1, 1969, but in the first 6 months of 1970 up to 150 Soviet pilots, 8,000 anti-aircraft missile operators, and 4,000 other personnel arrived to assist Egypt's defense. 10 Israel was not averse to Soviet involvement, in the hope that it might lead to an opposing U.S. commitment, and brusquely rejected a U.S. ceasefire proposal made by Rogers on June 19. During a summit conference the preceding December, Nasser had angrily accused his Arab counterparts of imposing maximalist political demands on Egypt while offering inadequate practical support, and warned that he would have to go his own way. The significance of this warning was revealed on July 22 when the exhausted Nasser accepted the Rogers initiative. King Hussein followed suit 4 days later. The Israeli cabinet reluctantly accepted it on July 3 after receiving U.S. reassurances of continued arms transfers, prompting the Gahel ministers to resign in protest. Nasser had told the Soviet leadership that the ceasefire would allow Egypt to restore its defenses, but his real intentions were not to be known. On September 28, after chairing an emergency summit conference to deal with the confrontation between PLO and government in Jordan, he died of cardiac arrest. Anwar al-Sadat now became president. Nasser's acceptance of the ceasefire with Israel confirmed the centrality of the Arab-Israeli peace process in regional politics, while his death marked the end of the period of domestic instability that had followed the June 1967 war in Egypt, Syria, and Jordan. This was most evident in Syria, where the defeat deepened the differences between Ba'ath Party Assistant Secretary General Salah Jadid and Defense Minister Hafiz al-Assad over the key policy areas of defense, foreign relations, the economy, and social alliances. The FORMER still exercised considerable influence among the armed forces and enjoyed the backing in particular of Chief of Staff Ahmed Swaidani, but was also aligned with key 146 civilian officials including the National Security Chief Abd al-Karim al-Yundi, Prime Minister Yusuf al-Ziyu'ayan, and Foreign Minister Ibrahim Makuz. This group advocated socialist transformation, rejected cooperation with what it deemed as reactionary or pro-Western Arab states, and urged closer ties with the USSR and other socialist countries. Assad, conversely, accorded top priority to the conflict with Israel. Military requirements should take precedence over socialist transformation in Syria, and the country's relations with other Arab states should be determined by the need to prepare for war rather than their political leanings and social systems. 11 Assad was overruled at the regional and national Ba'ath Party congresses in September and October 1968, and responded by tightening his grip on the armed forces. He had already utilized the discomfort of Swaidani over the loss of the Golan Heights to appoint Mustafatlas as Chief of Staff in his stead in February, and in the following months removed senior commanders Ahmed al-Mir and Izzat Jadid. Swaidani had already fallen out of favor with Jadid and fled after an abortive coup attempt in August, but was arrested in July 1969. Following the party congresses, Assad boycotted the regional command, and banned contact between the civilian leadership and military bureau on the one hand and party members in the armed forces on the other. At the end of February 1969 he mounted what amounted to an internal coup with the help of his younger brother Rifat and military intelligence chief Ali al-Zaza. Troops deployed in the capital and forcibly ousted Jadid's followers from the offices of the Al-Thawra and Al-Ba'ath newspapers, Damascus and Aleppo radio stations, and party branches in Alai-populated areas in the north. Jadid lost another key supporter when Yundi committed suicide on March 1. Egyptian, Algerian, and Iraqi envoys arrived in Damascus to mediate, and the party leadership convened an extraordinary regional congress to effect a compromise, but the duality of power remained unresolved. 12 developments in Syria were obscured by wider regional developments in the following period. Coups d'état brought pro-Nasir officers Muhammad Ja'far al-Nimairi and Muammar al-Qaddafi to power in Sudan in May and Libya in September, while in June a Marxist faction headed by Muhammad Ali Haytham and Salim Rubai Ali took power in Aden, which had gained independence from Britain as the People's Republic of South Yemen in November 1967. Nearer to home, the Iraqi branch of the Ba'ath Party had earlier come to power in a twin-staged coup on 1/7 and July 30, 1968, but it leaned towards Party FO under Michel Aflaq and other members of the original National Command who had fled Syria after the February 1966 coup. Nasir sought to build on this trend by urging Syria, Jordan, and Iraq in July 1, 1969 to form an Eastern Front against Israel. An official military alliance was not formed, but the Syrian army clashed more frequently with Israeli units on the Golan and Jordan, which had been host to a division-size Iraqi expeditionary force since June 1967, now permitted the additional deployment near Jersa of a Syrian artillery detachment. 147. As significant was the role of the Palestinian guerrilla movement, which had risen to regional prominence since June 1, 1967. The defeat shattered the faith of Palestinians in the progressive, nationalist Arab governments and prompted a decisive turn among them towards a more explicitly particularistic, nationalist form of patriotism. An attempt by Fatah and other guerrilla groups to organize a spontaneous, popular armed uprising in the Israeli-occupied West Bank and Gaza Strip in the next 6 months ultimately failed, but their standing was sufficiently enhanced and government control sufficiently weakened for them to establish sanctuaries in Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon in the next 2 years. 13 PLO chairman Shukayri had been discredited, whether by association with the defeated Nasir or by his own inability to respond to the Israeli occupation with a credible political and military program, and was compelled to resign in December 1, 967. A dramatic confrontation with the IDF in March 1, 968 catapulted the guerrillas forcefully into the limelight, and by February 1, 969 they had gained enough support within the Palestine National Council to secure the election of Yasser Arafat as PLO chairman. The statist PLO structure had been given life by the grassroots dynamism and nationalist legitimacy of the guerrillas, while the latter had acquired an institutional framework capable of reaping the political rewards of their armed struggle. This was the heyday of the guerrillas, their honeymoon as they called it. A negligible military force before June 1, 967. Indeed, with an uncertain political future at that time, they were mounting several hundred attacks on Israel each month by 969. Eager to distract Israeli attention while they rebuilt their armed forces, Egypt and Syria provided vital military and logistic assistance in the aftermath of the defeat, and abetted the carving out of a formal sanctuary in Lebanon between April and November 1, 969, parallel to the War of Attrition. Iraq also played a significant role, as its new Ba'athist government sought both to bolster its domestic legitimacy and to outbid its Syrian counterpart by backing the widely popular guerrillas. It also sponsored its own guerrilla group, as did the Syrian Ba'ath, further complicating Palestinian politics. Additional assistance came from both progressive and reactionary Arab states, especially to the mainstream Fatah, which now dominated the PLO, and won further recognition and support from China, North Vietnam, North Korea, and, belatedly and more modestly, the USSR and, later still, Cuba. However, the very success of the guerrilla movement contained inherent tensions. Its slogans of people's war and total liberation of Palestinian soil could only be attained through the total involvement of the Arab confrontation states and beyond, yet these aims sat ill with host governments and moreover clashed with the pragmatic requirements of securing wider recognition of the PLO as a statist actor with international character. That serious changes in Arab state power, and even sweeping social revolution, were required in order to remove the obstacles to full involvement only intensified this tension. The result was a contest between the guerrilla groups carried out at every level of politics, ideology, and organization, and politics based on the FALSE premise. 148. That these were all real options among which they could make free choices, in the historical sense. This was most evident in the contrast between the AP approach of the mainstream, Palestinocentric Fatah, which tightened its grip on PLO institutions and strove to assert the PLO as the central arena of Palestinian national politics and decision-making, and that of its main rivals, whose espousal of Arab nationalism and Marxist-Leninism was accompanied by support for subversion of Arab governments, incipient attempts at class struggle, and forays into international terrorism. The dichotomy was only resolved between September 1, 970 and July 1971, in which period the successful Jordanian government offensive against the guerrillas effectively ended their revolutionary phase and launched them into a period of intense ideological and organizational flux, during which the basis was laid for the later post-revolutionary phase of state-building in exile. Indeed, the Jordanian conflict marked a similar transition in Egypt, Syria, and Iraq. In the latter case, the Revolutionary Command Council, RCC, left the Palestinian guerrillas to their fate despite repeated pledges to protect them. It assessed, not unreasonably, that the threat of U.S. military intervention, Soviet diplomatic pressure, and the risk of Israeli or Iranian counteraction dictated neutrality. Yet the episode also served a domestic purpose. RCC Chairman Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr, who also held the posts of President of the Republic, Secretary-General of the Ba'ath Party's Regional Command, and Commander-in-Chief and Deputy Chairman Saddam Hussein, who, as head of the party's National Security Bureau, oversaw internal security and military intelligence, wished to weaken the influence in the army of Deputy Commander-in-Chief Hardin Abd al-Ghaffar, who was also Deputy Premier and Minister of Defense. They blamed Iraqi inactivity in Jordan on him to justify his demotion, and later assassination, while marginalizing party FO under a flock and chief ideologue Abd al-Khaliq al-Samara'i, both of whom had favored intervention in support of the guerrillas. Over the next 3 years Samarrai, FELO RCC members Mahdi Solah Hamash, Abd al-Karim al-Sheikhli, Hamid Shihab, and Saadun Gaydon, Internal Security Chief Nazim al-Khazar, and Party Military Bureau Chief Muhammad Fadil were dismissed, killed, or imprisoned. The RCC had already been monopolized by the Sunni Arab minority since 1968, but by 1973 it was held solely by the Takriti clan. 1 In Syria, as in Iraq, raison d'etat was ascendant. Yazīd and his allies used their control of the civilian party apparatus and government and whatever influence they still had within the army to intervene in support of the Palestinian guerrillas at the height of the Jordanian conflict in September 1970. Assad was either opposed to the venture from the outset or else unwilling to commit the air force for FEAR of US and Israeli counteraction. In either case the failure of the Syrian intervention brought the internal dispute to a head. The Yazīd faction won a fleeting victory at the Extraordinary National Congress convened by the Ba'ath Party to resolve the crisis at the end of October, when a majority of delegates voted to relieve Assad and Tlass of their posts. Assad was in an unassailable position, however, and took power in a virtually bloodless military. 149. Coup on November 13. Yazīd, President Atassi, Zioayan, and other key figures were thrown into prison, and in February 1971 Assad became the country's first Alawi president. In the following period his corrective movement oversaw limited political and economic liberalization in an attempt to co-opt the urban middle class and defuse Sunni opposition. Sunnis were appointed to senior posts, among them Defense Minister Tlass and Air Force Commander Naji Jamil. In March 1972 the Ba'ath also invited the Communists and 3 other parties into a National Progressive Front. Yet only the Ba'ath was permitted by law to recruit among army personnel or students, and Assad's power still rested ultimately on Alawi officers, whose overall proportion in the armed forces rose, especially in special units such as the defense companies headed by his brother Rifat. 15 In the Syrian case, and arguably the Iraqi too, the triumph of raison d'etat resulted in greater foreign policy pragmatism. This was reflected in the decision to join a federated Arab republic with Egypt and Libya in May 1971, in the studied restraint shown towards pleas from the Palestinian guerrillas FORSUC coup during the final Jordanian offensive in mid-July, and in the tacit support for the Egyptian and Libyan intervention that crushed the communist-led coup in Sudan and returned the ousted Numeri to power a few days later. As significantly, Syrian pragmatism extended to the Arab-Israeli conflict. In March 1, 1972 Assad stated his willingness to accept UNSCR 242, implying readiness to recognize Israel, and joined an emergent axis with Egyptian President Sadat and Saudi King Faisal. It was this trio, later joined by Algerian President Houari Boumediene, that commenced planning for a limited war against Israel. The success of Arab strategy depended heavily on Egypt, which had undergone its own domestic transition since the death of Nasser. This built on trends already initiated by Nasser after June 1, 1967. Commander-in-Chief Abd al-Hakim Amir and Defense Minister Shams Badran resigned at the end of the war, and Intelligence Chief Salah Nasr was dismissed 2 months later, while 600 to 850 officers who met their clientele in the armed forces were retired. Amir's suicide on 1 September 5 removed a major threat to Nasser and permitted him to defuse army resentment at being blamed for the debacle. In February 1, 1968, he approved the light sentences passed against officers accused of dereliction, but was obliged to retreat in the face of widespread protests among workers and students. This alerted him to the challenge posed by the only other significant political force in Egypt, the ASU, which its Secretary-General Ali Sabri used as a power base. Nasser tried to weaken his grip by ordering elections at all levels of the ASU, but bureaucratic power brokers imposed their own candidates, alienating the more dynamic leftist and youthful members and defeating the fledgling attempt at democratization. Nasser used the nationalist sentiment aroused by the war of attrition to depose Sabri in July 1, 1969, but was unable to contain the remaining power centers led by his own chef de cabinet and overall intelligence chief Sami Sharif and Interior Minister and Republican Guard head Yazīd Ṣāyigh. 150. Sharif, Ṣāyigh, and Sabri, who had been shunted into a second vice presidency, endorsed Sadat as successor to Nasir in September 1, 970, but soon discovered that he was not the pliant leader they thought. His unilateral decision in February 1971 to join a union with Syria and Libya prompted a scheme to isolate and discredit him. Matters came to a head on May 1, when Sadat seized the initiative by dismissing Sabri. Defense Minister Muhammad Fawzi, Sharif Ṣāyigh, ASU Secretary General Abd al-Muhsin Abu al-Nur, and 5 other cabinet ministers or senior ASU officials resigned in protest, but, rather than trigger a national crisis, their move facilitate the corrective revolution that Sadat now declared against the nefarious power centers. The dissenters and 80 other officials were arrested, and most were sentenced at the end of August to long prison terms on charges of high treason. The stage was set for denazirization. By the end of the year the security services had been brought under control, the ASU stripped of all real power, the commitment to socialism discredited and replaced with a stress on political liberalism, religious values, and Egyptianness. Sadat wooed lower-income groups with improved public services and increased subsidies for staples, while courting the bourgeoisie with the gradual return of property sequestered since 1961. There had been no development plan since 1967, but a new direction for the economy was signaled by the first investment code issued in autumn 1971 to attract foreign capital. 16 As in Syria, a central consequence of the resolution of the internal power struggle in Egypt, if not an original purpose, was the adoption of a more pragmatic policy towards the conflict with Israel. Al-Ahram editor Hassanin Haykal, one-time confidant of Nasir and now ally of Sadat, indicated a new course by arguing publicly from February 1971 onwards that destruction of the Jewish state was not a realizable goal, and that the Arabs should seek, through political and economic means, to neutralize the U.S. and prevent an American-Israeli military alliance. 17 In June Sadat privately offered new terms for an interim agreement with Israel on the Suez Canal, and publicly indicated his hope for a breakthrough by describing 1971 as the year of decision a month later. Israel had serious reservations, however. It relented slightly after obtaining U.S. reassurances that the 1969 Rogers Plan had been abandoned and securing long-term military assistance agreements in November 1, 1971 and February 1972, but this dismayed Egypt and the peace process lapsed once more. 18 Diplomatic immobilism was partly the result of superpower rivalry. Angered by Soviet rejection of the Rogers Plan at the end of 1969, the U.S. rebuffed a Soviet proposal for a cooperative approach to end the Egyptian-Israeli War of Attrition in June 1, 1970. It also suspected Soviet complicity in the build-up of Egyptian anti-aircraft missile defenses in violation of the ceasefire, and retaliated by approving the sale of 18 F-4 Phantoms to Israel on September 1. The U.S. administration wished to tackle a host of global and regional issues, and now decided to confront the USSR in the Middle East. The Jordanian conflict offered 151. An immediate opportunity to demonstrate U.S. resolve. First, Nixon ordered 2 additional aircraft carriers and a helicopter carrier to join the 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean between 15 and 1 September 7. He also authorized $500 million in military assistance to Israel, which placed its Air Force and Army on standby to repel the Syrian incursion in Jordan, and warned the USSR bluntly of the risk of U.S. and Israeli intervention. The crisis took the US-Israeli special relationship forged by President Johnson in 1965 to the level of a strategic alliance. Nixon approved of her $90 million in arms supplies in mid-October and considered an Israeli request for 54 F-4S and 120 A-4 Skyhawks, and a year later permitted Israel to use US-built engines in its version of the French-designed Mirage fighter, the K. 4.19 military assistance jumped from $67 million in 1970 to $1 $166 million in 1971, and settled at over $600 million in the next 2 years. 20 The Jordanian conflict marked the stand of a 2-year gridlock in the peace process. From May 1971, Nixon and Kissinger were more concerned with the conduct of secret negotiations with North Vietnam, preparation for a presidential visit to Beijing, and strategic arms limitations talks with the USSR. These FONs culminated in week-long discussions between Nixon and Chinese leaders Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai in February 1972 and a summit meeting between the US president and his Soviet counterpart, Leonid Brezhnev, in May. In the US view, the Soviet desire for superpower détente offered a chance to erode the Soviet position in the Middle East and elsewhere. The inverse linkage between global and regional aims was reflected in the application to the Middle East of the Nixon Doctrine, originally outlined in July 1, 1969, which entailed shifting the burden of regional security management to local surrogates or bilateral alliances. 21 Israel and Iran were the main pillars of this strategy. In the latter case, the British withdrawal from the southern Gulf Sheikdoms in 1971 and Iranian occupation of the Abu Musa and Two Tunb Islands prompted Iraq to conclude a friendship treaty with the USSR in April 1972 and, when faced with hostile moves by the Western-owned Iraqi Petroleum Company, to nationalize it 2 months later. The publication of a set of US-Soviet basic principles at the end of May deepened the unease of the Arab states, which suspected the superpowers of deciding issues of vital concern to local actors without their participation. The PLO was especially worried by the lack of reference to the Palestinians. Speaking in October 1970, U.S. Assistant Secretary of State Joseph Sisko had commented that peace would involve giving expression to the Palestinian movement and very likely in the form of an entity, but this FELLFAR shan of PLO ambition. 22 Syrian pressure, a successful Israeli counterinsurgency campaign in Gaza, Israeli and Jordanian moves to cultivate an alternative leadership in the occupied territories, and Lebanese insistence on suspension of guerrilla activity deepened the sense of siege and prompted a foray by Fatah into international terrorism in 1971-3. 152. As alarmed by the implications of détente was Sadat, who feared that the superpower pledged to prevent situations capable of causing a dangerous exacerbation of their relations, and to exercise restraint condemned Egypt to live with the debilitating situation of no war, no peace with Israel. 23 He was aware that the US viewed the Soviet presence in Egypt as an obstacle to a peace settlement, and now concluded that the USSR did not intend to press the US in pursuit of Egyptian aims. Sadat had concluded a friendship treaty with the USSR in May 1, 1971 in order both to reassure it following the purge of Sabri and his leftist allies and to ensure continued arms deliveries, but in July 1972 he abruptly ordered the Army of Soviet Advisors, numbering 15000-20,000, to leave Egypt. Sadat had embarked on what appeared to be a bold and adventurous foreign policy, partly in order to compel the USSR to supply military materiel on the scale that Egypt required, from a low of $360 million in 1971 to $550 million in 1972, mainly after July, and $850 million in 1973.24. More importantly still, the reduction of Egyptian-Soviet ties was intended to remove the main political obstacle to a massive increase in financial assistance from conservative Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, which responded by paying for the new Soviet arms shipments and by approximately doubling the overall amount of Arab assistance at a special session of the Arab Defense Council in January 1973, providing between $300 million and $500 million in hard currency for additional weapons purchases and $400 million to $500 million in balance of payments support. Besides the $266 million annual grant stipulated by the Khartoum Summit of 1967.25, such support was vital if the Egyptian state was to secure the resources that it desperately needed, both to shield itself from a deepening economic and social crisis at home and to prepare for the war it now deemed unavoidable with Israel, and Sadat's daring move allowed him to maintain his international strategy, namely to shift the financial burden of Egyptian war preparation from domestic to external actors. Whatever his primary motives and expectations, Sadat's dramatic gesture was a success. The strategy of Nixon and Kissinger, who had determined in 1970 that Egypt should not be allowed to regain territory by force of Soviet arms, lest other Arab states also come to the USSR for aid. Yet Kissinger, who had sidelined the role of the Department of State in Middle East diplomacy since 1971, was now committed to the complete frustration of the Arabs and to forcing a general Soviet retreat in the region. Nixon, conversely, was enmeshed in the Watergate scandal and had progressively less time for foreign policy. The U.S. approved new arms sales to Israel in March 1, 1973, and in May and June Kissinger dismissed 3 new peace proposals, 2 from the USSR, which called for complete Israeli withdrawal from territories occupied in June 1, 1967 and recognition of the legitimate rights of the Palestinians, and a third from Secretary of State Rogers, who urged a twin-track exploratory effort to break the impasse between Egypt and Israel. Sadat and Assad had despaired of the U.S. by now, and were well on their way to launching a war with the limited aim of 153. Triggering active superpower involvement in the peace process. Saudi King Faisal meanwhile spoke repeatedly of the need to use the Arab oil weapon to bring pressure to bear on the U.S. Israel worriedly ordered a partial mobilization in mid-May, but was taken by surprise when the Egyptian and Syrian armies started their offensive on 6 October. 26. 6. Transforming defeat into OP Port Unity. Fatah debates strategy. The June 1, 1967 war had a dramatic effect on the efforts of Fatah, setting it on a course that was to take it to formal leadership of the Palestinian national movement in February 1, 1969. This owed little to its strategy of conscious entanglement, however, which if anything had contributed to an outcome diametrically opposite to what Fatah fondly envisaged. For despite its deep distrust of the Arab states, the overwhelming defeat of their armies came as a rude shock. As Khalid al-Hassan explained, in relying on deliberately entangling the Arab armies in a war with Israel, we believed in the seriousness of Arab strength, especially that of Egypt as a strict force equipped with the Kahir and Zafir missiles. Yet Fatah also perceived a near miraculous opportunity to escape Arab control. Defeat meant the disappearance of Arab repressive ability, and the return of the cause to its true nature, a Palestinian-Israeli conflict. 2 Several leaders, among them Hassan, Kajemi, and Udwan, saw an opportunity at last to create an autonomous Palestinian entity. 3 Borrowing from the Chinese and Vietnamese experiences, they hoped to create a revolutionary authority with a defined territory and international relations, albeit one that would not compromise or negotiate with Israel. 4 The newly occupied West Bank and Gaza Strip offered just such a base. Arab authority had already been removed, and the remaining task was to compel Israel to withdraw. The notion of setting up an entity met with energetic opposition from or her members of the Fatah leadership, but dominated its thinking and behavior for at least a year. 5 The initial outlines of Fatah's strategy were set during an emergency meeting of the Higher Central Committee in Damascus on 12–13 June. Abbas and Khalaf had arrived from the Gulf, and also present were senior military cadres in Syria and the heads of branches in other countries, such as Hani al-Hassan from Germany. AFEW voices urged a wait-and-see attitude, but a majority led by Arafat and Wazir vowed a relaunch of the armed struggle from within the occupied territories. 6 The influential branch in Jordan, where the authorities had released hundreds of imprisoned Fatah activists during the war, relayed a similar attitude after separate meetings. 7 When the Higher Central Committee decided to collect more information on the situation in the occupied territories. 156. Arafat seized the chance to reinforce his position and quickly led a small team of infiltrators into the northern West Bank. Abd al-Aziz Shahin, Abd al-Hamid al-Qudsi, and other cadres followed, and were settled in Jerusalem and other main towns by the end of the month. 8 Fatah was eager to gain political capital, and advertised the transfer of its leadership to the occupied territories on 2 June 1, and again on 3 July. 9 Arafat and his senior aides returned to Damascus shortly after, to submit their field report to an impromptu conference attended by some 35 Qatars. 10 A minority again opposed an early start of combat activity, arguing that Israel would conduct reprisals against local inhabitants. The majority insisted, conversely, that armed resistance would boost public morale and encourage the Palestinians to remain on their land. Underlying their sense of urgency was the fear that Israel might withdraw from the occupied territories as part of a peace settlement with the Arab states, from which the Palestinians would be excluded. 11 Nasser's decision to restart low-level hostilities on the Suez Canal only confirmed the conclusion that preparation for Palestinian military action needed to be brought forward rather than delayed. 12 A detailed plan was subsequently drawn up to prepare military and civilian resistance, mobilize support from Arab governments, secure material aid, and, if possible, obtain a radio station. 13 Separate committees were formed to direct military, organizational, and other affairs. The debate about strategy was overshadowed for much of the three-day conference by a renewed rift between the Fatah Field Command and members of the Higher Central Committee from Kuwait. Khalid al-Hassan, Caliph, Arafat's younger brother Fathi, and Nimr Soleh revived objections to the autocratic leadership of Arafat and his uncontrolled use of funds. Another critic was Mahmoud Maswada, an assertive and strong-willed Qatar who was among the Qatars who had entered the West Bank to recruit supporters and collect arms in June. To resolve the dispute, the conference formed a temporary central committee comprising Arafat, Wazir, Khalid al-Hassan, Caliph, Nayar, Abbas, and Maswada. 14 It also agreed that Arafat, Maswada, and Soleh would establish clandestine military bases in the occupied territories, while Wazir was to organize a supply network and secret support bases in the Jordan Valley. This did not satisfy Arafat's opponents, some of whom declared a dissenting wing, Al-Jana al-Munshak, in mid-July. The leadership offered the dissenters a simple choice, either to replace Arafat at the head of Fatah bases in the West Bank, or to accept his leadership. 15 They declined the challenge, and Maswada and Soleh also failed to join Arafat in the West Bank. A more serious threat to Fatah loomed in the sudden deterioration of relations with Syria. Initially after the war, Fatah teams were allowed to scavenge in the Golan Heights for arms and supplies abandoned by the Syrian army in its hasty retreat. The guerrillas kept anything they could use, and gave heavier weapons and munitions to the Syrians. 16 Fatah later stated that it had amassed a total of 6,000 weapons from the various battlefields. 17 The Syrian command 15-7 abruptly changed tack AFEW weeks later, and ordered Fatah to cease collecting arms. Chief of Staff Suwaidani and National Security Chief Yundi both ordered the confiscation of Fatah weapons stores on several occasions, in the interest of Syrian dignity and sovereignty. 18 Defense Minister Assad proved more flexible. He encouraged Fatah to operate in the West Bank and Gaza, but not across Syrian lines, and gave them modest quantities of combat equipment to do so. 19 He also agreed to give Fatah light weapons from Syrian army stocks in exchange for munitions it salvaged from the Golan Heights but could not use. To cement its ties, Fatah shared intelligence reports on Israel dispositions that it received from the occupied territories. 20 The moment of truth came when Wazir and Kajemi informed Suwaidani that Fatah intended to restart guerrilla attacks on Israel. Thoroughly alarmed, the Chief of Staff reminded them reproachfully that there is not one Syrian tank between Quneitra and Damascus and warned them against initiating combat on the Golan Front. 21 I am your friend, he added, and I warn you that the others in the Syrian leadership will hold you to blame for the consequences. His visitors protested that their action would take place in the occupied territories, but he objected that Israel would still blame Syria and asked them to wait until we have completed our preparations and the Soviets have compensated us with new arms. 22 Wazir and Kajemi were summoned on the same day to meet Syrian Foreign Minister Ibrahim Makhuz, who reiterated the same stand, as did Prime Minister Yusuf al-Ziyyin. President Nur al-Din al-Attasi concluded with a stark warning, if you insist on this course, we will regretfully have to eliminate you. 23 Fatah started quietly to transfer its manpower and arms to Jordan, but stopped after the crisis was resolved in a meeting between Assad and Arafat, who returned from the West Bank at the end of July. Arafat also attended a meeting of the Higher Central Committee to debate strategy. Several Fatah leaders were daunted by the task of mobilizing the population in the occupied territories, and argued for a small-scale guerrilla campaign, Amal.Fidai. 24. Others were more ambitious, seeking to replicate the 1936-9 revolt, which they described as best representing the Palestinian revolutionary tradition. 25. They hoped to draw the people into an active role and organize a mass insurrection, and saw armed revolution as the means to that end. 26 As an internal document later put it, Fatah entered the arena of armed action in pursuit of an indisputable aim, a battle until victory, and so managed to create an inextinguishable incentive. Palestinian armed action was in itself a means of awakening the purest sense of self-confidence, at a time when so many catastrophes had beset the Palestinians that they thought rebirth from all those ashes impossible. 27 Fatah hoped that a new, undisputed national leadership could emerge on Palestinian soil, free from Arab control. The possibility of establishing an independent entity was discussed, but postponed once more. Arafat influenced the debate with a field report that, characteristically, exaggerated the extent of Fatah organizational and military preparedness. The 158th Higher Central Committee approved a strategy of building Kuwait Irtikaziya, secure support bases, in the occupied territories, but made the choice of a precise date to start combat operations contingent on material and political conditions. Fatah now asserted that circumstances dictated a transition to popular liberation war, although this should start with selective and modest Amal-Fidai before developing into a classic guerrilla war. 28 Training was stepped up at the Hama camp in order to send reinforcements. Wazir called them waves of confidence and hope to the West Bank. Fatah was also encouraged by early signs of civilian resistance in the occupied territories, where the Israelis said poorly coordinated but increasingly frequent strikes, sit-ins, and other nonviolent protests. Most heartening was the constant influx of new recruits, leading Fatah to conclude that it was now the largest Palestinian organization. 29 It was at this meeting that Arafat was formally chosen as Fatah field commander, assigned to lead the struggle in the West Bank. He soon became known to the clandestine cells and guerrilla bands as Commander-in-Chief, a title he encouraged. This left the timing of military operations unresolved. Arafat and his aides in the West Bank had originally urged the leadership in Damascus to approve the date of 20 August. 30 However, the Fatah leadership had recently reached an understanding with the ANM and other guerrilla groups to delay combat until the end of the year, in order to allow more preparation. Arafat disputed this wisdom strongly after his return to Damascus in late July, and September 1 was chosen as a compromise date after prolonged discussions. Caliph subsequently justified this decision by arguing that to impose inactivity on Fatah members was unwise politically, militarily, and psychologically, and that Israel had already discovered the existence of secret guerrilla bases and was conducting active counterinsurgency. 31 The debate was academic, in any case, as Arafat led a 30-man team into the West Bank and set up headquarters in Nablus sometime between early and mid-August. 32 The ANM takes stock. The ANM was also preparing for armed resistance in the occupied territories, after a difficult adjustment to the new FACTS created by the war. For 2 days the ANM leadership had believed the wildly untruthful claims of battlefield success broadcast by Cairo, Damascus, and Amman radios. 33 Hundreds of members volunteered for duty, in Egypt, Lebanon, and Syria, but saw no combat. The ceasefire of June 10 left the ANM rudderless and demoralized, at a loss to grasp the full implications of the defeat or formulate a coherent response. Having tied its political efforts to Nasir and trumpeted the coming battle for many months, it was all the more devastated by the outcome of the war. Al-Hurriya was absent for a fortnight, and then reappeared under a sober headline, "No. The Arabs have not been defeated, it was not a war with Israel but an all-out war." 159. With America 34, the leadership core, commonly known to members as the Center, Al-Markaz, and comprising Habash, Hindi, Haddad, and their top aides, was therefore slow to respond. One Qadr who rushed to Beirut to consult Habash was told that "We have no organization in the West Bank or Jordan, everyone is in prison and those who have escaped have lost confidence and distrust their colleagues." 35 Many members arrested by Jordanian security services in April and November 1, 966 had been released by spring 1967, while the remainder were set free during the war, but the ANM still reeled as the argument over responsibility for the collapse of the branch in 1966 led to ideological and organizational fragmentation. 36 With more members arriving in Beirut to consult the leadership, a dozen or so members of the ANM Center, PAC, and Palestinian Military Action Committee met and agreed on the need to prepare for an independent military effort. 3I1 Qadr reflected the pervasive mood among the younger membership when he warned Habash that he would emigrate unless the ANM decided to launch a resistance campaign against the Israeli occupation. 38 The Center and PAC met repeatedly in June and July, and were joined by representatives of the other ANM branches for a meeting of the National Executive Committee in late July. 39 The result was a lengthy document that identified the main error of the Arab revolutionary movement, the Arab nationalist and progressive governments and parties, as its failure to confront at an early stage the new offensive strategy of colonialism with a constant and final strategy based on all-out and continuous confrontation throughout the breadth of Arab land. 40 The growing influence of the left was evident in the explanation of the causes that had led to the defeat of the petit bourgeois, progressive Arab governments. These were confused economic planning, that had encouraged rising consumerism at the expense of the creation of heavy industry, FEAR of the masses and of popular democracy, ossified bureaucracies in the state apparatus and armed forces, that had developed vested institutional interests, and failure to mobilize millions of armed citizens, in contrast to what is now happening in Vietnam. 41 Israeli strength, in contrast, lay in the support received from U.S. imperialism, which in turn was the real enemy of Arab revolution. The ANM noted with regret, conversely, that the main international allies of the Arab camp in the socialist bloc were either divided by the Sino-Soviet rift or else had erroneously indulged in a policy of peaceful coexistence with the capitalist West. 43 The tone and substance of the July report revealed the degree to which the leftist faction in the ANM had imposed the rhetoric, if not the substance, of its ideological outlook. However, it told little of the internal debate about post-war policy. The left, best represented by Muhammad Kishli and others in the Lebanese Regional Command, urged careful preparation and a delay in the start of combat operations against Israeli forces in the occupied territories, arguing that the ANM should not act independently of a wider front of Arab states. 44 The Old Guard, represented by Habash, Hindi, and Haddad, concurred that time. 160. An effort should be devoted to rebuilding an organizational apparatus and preparing a military capability. 45 The only objective condition for a sustained campaign that already existed was the fact of foreign occupation. Conversely, the Palestinian and Arab masses were not ready, cadres and combatants needed to be trained, party structures and mass organizations had to be built, and sanctuaries had to be established and external support secured. 46 At the same time, the right feared that Israel might create new political facts in the absence of open resistance. Defeat might come into capitulation, and so an immediate task was to prevent Palestinians and Arabs from contemplating coexistence with the occupation. 47 The open bridges policy adopted by the Israeli military government in the occupied territories, in which the inhabitants were promised normal lives and easy movement across the Jordan River for people and goods if they refrained from resistance, increased the sense of urgency in Beirut. A majority in the ANM Center and PAC felt that they could not afford to wait until optimum conditions prevailed, and agreed to establish a presence in the occupied territories before Israeli control tightened. 48 They concluded that the ANM should undertake popular armed struggle, although they also recognized the need to prepare ourselves, formulate a strategy, and avoid combat until we are sure of our capabilities. 49 The deciding factor for the ANM, as on many previous occasions, was Egyptian policy. Muhsin Ibrahim reflected the continuing deep attachment to Nasser in an article in Al-Hunayya in which he argued loyally that entering the war was not a mistake. The Arab citizen should be alert, so that the colonialist and Zionist enemy cannot distort his mind and twist the historic heroism of his revolutionary leaders when they accepted the challenge of battle. 50 Nasser meanwhile announced a massive program to rebuild and re-equip the Egyptian armed forces, in what he termed the phase of pure defense. He now received the ANM leadership and assured them privately, according to the account they subsequently gave to their membership, that he was preparing for a second round of war with Israel. 51 Ibrahim again signaled the public line by writing, after the phase of catching our breath in the wake of the setback of June 1, 967, Arab effort is now directed to planning the phase of deterring the aggression. We are close to the second round. 52 Reassured, the ANM center saw little reason to rush into combat and opted for more careful preparation. Only after this approach had been approved at the end of July did it seriously address the task of rebuilding the shattered Jordanian branch and its extensions in the West Bank. The first step was to establish a senior command to oversee Palestinian activity. This comprised Habash, Hindi, and Haddad, all three of whom benefited from the lifting of the 4-year-old Syrian ban on the ANM to travel frequently between Beirut and Damascus. Habash was now primarily responsible for organization, while Haddad and Hindi devoted their effort to setting up a new special apparatus that revealed its purpose by staging the first of a series of airplane hijacks a year later. This was in line with the resolution passed by the ANM Executive Committee at the 161 end of July 1967 to strike the enemy everywhere. 53 The general feeling was that there were enough Qatars already in the occupied territories to provide leadership, but the center called on a handful of younger Qatars originally from Jordan, mainly university students or recent graduates, to return home and assist in rebuilding the local organization. 54 The next step was to establish a support command in Jordan. It combined hardened veterans such as Mustafa al-Zabri, Hamdi Mutar, and Mahmoud Isa, as well as newly arrived Qatars from Cairo and Beirut universities such as Adib, better known as Yasser, Abd Rabu, Taysir Kubae, and Salah Arafat. The head of the ANM Regional Command in Jordan, Hamid al-Farhan, kept apart from this activity and concentrated on political contacts within the kingdom. The center hoped that it could eventually move its main headquarters to Amman, and that the entire leadership could ultimately enter the occupied territories once the revolution had been ignited. 55 There were problems, however. Leftist members in Jordan were dismissive of traditional, wealthy leaders such as Farhan, and were in turn resented by the veterans in the refugee camps. 56 Relations were not much better between the support command in Amman and the Qatars entrusted with forming a field command and rebuilding the clandestine organization in the West Bank, as the latter accused the FORMER of exaggerating ANM capabilities and advocating unrealistic policies to the center. 57 Fatah jumps the gun. The ANM had already entered a dialogue with Fatah by this time. There was little contact of significance until mid-July, but then a series of meetings were held over the next 6 weeks attended chiefly by Habash, Haddad, and Usama al-Nakib from the ANM and by Arafat and Wazir from Fatah. The first meeting assessed the results of the June war and outlined prospects for an uprising, and ended with a commitment by both sides to accumulate recruits and weapons. 58 subsequent meetings debated the FORM and timing of military action against the Israeli occupation. Both sides agreed on the need to postpone a start of combat operations for at least 1 month, although some ANM sources claim that the agreement was to hold until December, at which point it would be reconsidered. 59 Practical cooperation, such as the exchange of weapons and personnel in the occupied territories, was not discussed. The ANM and Fatah did, however, discussed a merger at one point, and the ANM later insisted that they and two other guerrilla groups had agreed on unity. 60 Fatah suddenly aborted the dialogue by announcing the start of combat operations in the occupied territories on August 28. Arafat had brought the date agreed with the Fatah Higher Central Committee forward by 3 days in order to impress the Arab heads of state assembling in the Sudanese capital Khartoum for an emergency summit conference. An added reason for what Fatah dubbed 162. Its second launch was the arrest of several dozen Fatah members in Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Hebron, Jericho, and Gaza in early August. 61 Israel was using captured Jordanian intelligence files to identify known activists, but Fatah's lack of proper security precautions helped. One network leader was arrested with detailed membership lists in his possession. 62 Fear that the armed insurrection would be aborted altogether encouraged an early start of military 63 Act VLTY. The decision to start the armed campaign violated the understanding with the ANM, but Fatah was encouraged by the rapid growth of its trained manpower. A total of 422 volunteers had traveled from Europe, for example, to receive training in guerrilla warfare in Algeria, before being flown to Syria for active service. 64 A constant flow of new recruits from the West Bank also arrived at the Hama camp near Damascus, and Fatah was later to claim that it had trained thousands by the end of the year, including an improbable 7,000 at Hama alone. 65 In July Fatah sent 32 cadres led by Saddam, Hani al-Hassan, and Abd al-Hamid on a 5-month-long leadership course in China. Several cadres were to assume senior posts in later years, among them Yahya Ashur, Haj Ismail Jabr, Nasr Yusuf, Musa Arafat, Daud Abu al-Hakam, and Al-Tayyib Abd al-Rahim. The course returned to Jordan in December, to assist in the construction of a local support base and civilian organization. China donated 400 rifles to Fatah at around this time. 66 The Iraqi Expeditionary Force in Jordan, commanded by Hassan al-Nakib, offered additional combat supplies from its own stores as well as transport. Starting in August, Fatah met its recruits into armed cells in a process it called nesting, tashish. It also set up roving guerrilla bands known as al-Doriyat al-Mutarada, fugitive patrols, generally consisting of 10-15 men each. At their peak there may have been dozens of fugitive patrols, not all belonging to Fatah, in the Nablus and Jenin districts, and up to 150 guerrillas in the hills around Hebron in mid-month. Arafat met 3 commands in the West Bank, Northern, Central, and South. 68 His leading aides were veterans of the Algerian guerrilla corps in 1964, the strike groups in Lebanon and Syria in 1965-6, and civilian cadres from Jordan. Prominent were Naim, Javad Abu al-Sha'ar, Mujahid, Atrash, Shahin, Qudsi, and Umar al-Khatib, most of whom were also to assume senior military, or bureaucratic, rank in later years. These cadres shared Arafat's belief that the guerrilla fish now had a sea to swim in. Some 660,000 Palestinians in the West Bank and 400,000 in Gaza. 69 Having started combat operations, Fatah commanders in the West Bank became even more enthusiastic and envisaged a general insurrection. 70 The fugitive patrols would be backed by a large clandestine network in the towns and villages, in conscious emulation of the 1936-9 revolt. 71 The secure support bases would evolve into semi-liberated zones, and remaining Israeli presence along the main roads and in the towns and cities would be gradually eliminated. An undisputed national leadership could then 163. Emerge into the open in the occupied territories. A political statement prepared in this period, but not distributed, explained that the ultimate aim was to announce the formation of the long-awaited Palestinian entity. 72 Fatah's grand ambition was unlikely to be realized in the best of circumstances, but poor organization, lax security, vigorous Israeli countermeasures, and the generally low level of mass participation made failure inevitable. Israel had immediately established parallel military governments in the West Bank and Gaza following its occupation, in de facto, though not de jure, recognition of the Fourth Geneva Convention of 1949. The military authorities assumed the power to abrogate legislation and issue new laws in the form of military orders, and assigned 250 officers as local military governors in various towns and regions by the end of 1967. 7.3. Among the earliest decrees were the suspension of all banking activities, imposition of tight financial and trade controls, establishment of new customs posts, and abolition of the old armistice lines. 74. This was backed by swift punishment for resistance activities, detention, both individual and collective, curfews, demolition of houses, travel and trade bans, and expulsion to Jordan. Many measures were based on the British Defence Regulations of 1945, which, for example, permitted the administrative detention of individuals without charge or trial for up to 6 months at a time. Active intelligence operations, including recruitment of Palestinian informers and forceful interrogation of prisoners, border security measures, and aggressive patrolling in the hills also took the battle to the guerrillas. The announcement by Fatah that it was starting combat operations provoked a more intense Israeli counterinsurgency effort. A security sweep in late September led to the capture of some 180 guerrillas and supporters in the northern West Bank, followed by 24 Fatah members in mid-October, 70 in November, and 20 in December, besides followers of the ANM and other groups. Fatah hurriedly sought to replace its losses, and turned to Gaza, where the Palestinian Communist Organization, Ba'ath Party, and Palestine Liberation Front, SAD, had joined forces with independent figures at the end of July to form a United National Front. 75. The Muslim Brotherhood and ANM also coordinated with the front, but did not join it. A widely held belief was that Israeli occupation would last no longer than it had in 1956-7, making armed resistance unnecessary and civil disobedience more feasible. Fatah strove to persuade the political parties to adopt a more militant policy, but they refused adamantly, arguing that in the circumstances whoever fires a bullet is a traitor. 76. Fatah was a lesser force in Gaza, but enjoyed an edge in the West Bank, where the opposition parties had not recovered from the Jordanian security sweeps of 1966. It took advantage to contact or absorb several small groups that appeared after the war, such as the short-lived Battalions of Return, Movement of Arab Revolutionaries, and Front of Free Palestinian Socialists. More significant was the Palestinian Popular Struggle Organization, later Front, hence PPSF, which was the only West Bank group to survive beyond 1967. 164. It was formed in July by former ANM cadres, most prominent of whom was Jerusalem-based physician Subhi Gusha. Gusha took this initiative in the period before the ANM had recovered enough to plan its activity in the West Bank, and subsequently refused to merge with it. His aim was to coordinate anti-Israeli resistance, and the PPSF initially devoted itself to mobilizing civilian protests. It also maintained working relations with the ANM, which signed the first public statement by the PPSF on 1 July 5. Gusha was soon placed under administrative detention, for a total of 8 months, and his place was effectively taken by PPSF military commanders Faiz Hamdan, a former Jordanian officer, and Faisal al-Husseini. Both men had belonged to the ANM until 1967, as did a third colleague, Kamal al-Nimeri. The PPSF lacked arms and trained followers, and limited its action to sit-in protests, leaflets, and calling for a boycott of Israeli goods. It also searched for weapons abandoned by the Jordanian army during its retreat from the West Bank, and instructed members on the preparation of Molotov cocktails and similar techniques. 77 The PPSF still lacked a distinct identity. Husseini doubled as ANM military commander from early August, while Nimeri and Hamdan joined Fatah. Arafat provided arms and funds, while the PPSF reciprocated by smuggling him between safe houses in Jerusalem and Ramallah towards the end of the year. 78 Fatah also benefited from the Palestine Liberation Front Path of Freedom, PLFPR. In July, two PLFPR leaders, Hassan al-Sabarini and Taha Mahmoud, instructed their followers in the West Bank to supply Fatah with light arms they had secretly obtained from the PLA in 1966. A number also joined Fatah, and were to be followed by most of their remaining colleagues after the dissolution of the PLFPR in September 1968. 79. The ANM joins the fray. Whatever the consequences for Fatah of the much-publicized second launch, it brought the debate within the ANM over the start of armed struggle to a head. The ANM had already lost numerous members or potential recruits who, on trying to join up after the war, found that only Fatah or Jibril's Palestinian Liberation Front had the training camps, weapons, and operational plans to offer. 80 The ANM Center resisted a change in policy at first, insisting on the need for careful preparation. It was also distracted by the effort to stem the increasing drift of the wider movement, as other Arab branches concentrated on their own local affairs and ideological debates. It was not until the end of July that the ANM Center dispatched a FORMERPOC member, Ahmed Khalifa, to rebuild its West Bank branch. Khalifa found the organization in shambles, senior cadres distrusted each other and the sections in different towns refused to cooperate. He was unable to persuade Gusha to rejoin the ANM, but gradually brought the situation under control. By October. 81 The ANM branch now had 5 local commands in the West. 165. Bank, tied to the field command based in Ramallah. Leading cadres in Gaza such as Sabah al-Thabit, Munir al-Rayis, Farrukh al-Husseini, and Muhammad al-Musalami feared leftist influence, however, and retained an autonomous status. 82 They operated under the name of Vanguards of Popular Resistance until February 1, 1968, but cooperated with Khalifa in the way of supplying the West Bank branch with much-needed weapons and trained manpower. 83 The ANM Field Command had barely formed when Fatah announced its second launch. The center in Beirut deemed it necessary to demonstrate ANM credibility in response, and in early September instructed its most senior cadre to date, Mustafa al-Zabri, to assume leadership in the West Bank. Azad Abd al-Rahman and Taysir Kabae were also ordered to report on progress in the West Bank. The POC followed these steps in early September with a conference in Beirut to lay the basis for strategy in the occupied territories. It did not consider the Palestinians able to liberate the territories alone, but accepted that they should conduct selective guerrilla action and disrupt the occupation until Nasser could bring Arab power to bear. 84 The militant stance taken by the Emergency Arab Summit Conference in Khartoum at the end of August and the constant exchanges of fire along the Suez Canal buoyed ANM spirits. Some cadres even went so far as to see themselves as the vanguard that would draw the Arabs into a popular liberation war against Israel. 85 The ANM meanwhile pursued the dialogue it had started in July with other guerrilla groups. The largest was Jibril's Palestinian Liberation Front, PLF, which had a core membership of 150-200 and a similar number of supporters in 1967. The PLF had resolved immediately after the war to establish a presence in the West Bank, and Jibril and his senior cadres devoted considerable time to the study of topography, infiltration routes, weapons storing, FOOD supply, and Israeli tactics. 86 The PLF collected abandoned weapons and ammunition from the Golan Heights, and established secret cells and safe houses in Jordan to assist infiltration into the West Bank. Its first reconnaissance patrols crossed the Jordan River in August, and brought back dozens of new recruits for training in Syria. Jibril entered the West Bank at one point to acquaint himself with the terrain. The PLF dispatched a special training mission in September to hasten the pace of recruitment, and decided to start combat operations following the arrest of its principal organizer, Mustafa Kamayis. 87 On 1 October 3, it stated that an emergency conference of its organization in the occupied territories had declared the start of the armed revolution to liberate Palestine. 88 There was little truth in the PLF statement, but the ANM Center urgently recalled Zabri from the West Bank for consultations. The support command in Amman now demanded the start of combat operations as soon as possible. Zabri opposed this, aware that the clandestine organization lacked sufficient numbers, cohesion, training, and weapons. Upon his return to Ramallah, Azmi al-Khawaja left For Amman to pursue the debate. Khawaja was told that the ANM Center was exerting enormous pressure for a military launch because it faced growing political competition from Fatah. The support command added 166. That it was proving difficult to solicit donations from the public without participating in guerrilla action. 89 To the dismay of the West Bank Field Command, ANM cadres from Amman who were sent to report on the situation gave exaggerated reports of readiness upon their return. The ANM Center had already started to prepare its public FOR guerrilla action, devoting greater space in Al-Hurriyah to discussion of its requirements since the beginning of October 90. It also cited the need to respond to Israeli policy in the interest of boosting public morale, and called FOR guerrilla unity in order to achieve comprehensive armed resistance. 91 The support command meanwhile worked to establish a military support network in Jordan. Starting in September, it quietly established safe houses in the northern Jordan Valley to assist the movement of patrols and supplies across the river. 92 It next arranged FOR 40 ANM members to undergo training at the PLF camp in Syria during October. 93 At the same time, the ANM and PLF agreed to form a united front, and were joined by Abtal al-Ada and a group of pro-Nasir exiles from Jordan led by FOR officer Ahmed Ziyar. The new coalition decided to establish a FOR military command in the West Bank and a rear military command in Jordan and Syria. 94 Faisal al-Husseini was arrested on October 25, and so Abdullah al-Ajrami, a PLA officer from Gaza who had escaped to Egypt, was chosen to replace him as FOR military commander. 95 He entered the West Bank in mid-November with FOR other PLA officers and 30 soldiers, all ANM members who had deserted their units or been granted open leave. Ajrami joined Zabri, Khalifa, Khawaja, and Adil Samara in the field command, while Ziyar acted as rear commander. Matters were pushed to a head by Nasir's public declaration on November 23 that Egypt had moved from a posture of pure defense against Israel, after the rearmament program had taken Egyptian military strength nearly to pre-war levels. Nasir privately urged the ANM leadership to follow Fatah suit and start combat operations in the occupied territories, as a means of distracting Israel. The field command pleaded FOR more time, but the ANM Center now advocated total commitment to the military effort. The instructions relayed to the field command stressed that the battle might start without us. Fatah and Jibril will be the only ones to reap the credit. And that will finish us. 90 Ziyar secretly toured the West Bank at this point, checking weapons stores and noting potential targets. He explained to the field command that the start of combat operations would bring political rewards and material backing from the Arab states. On his return to Amman, Ziyar reported that the military apparatus was ready for action. The field command strongly disputed this assessment, noting that the enemy is strong and the occupation will be protracted, requiring extensive preparation. 97 It requested arms and training from the center, and insisted that priority should be given to expanding the clandestine organization and fomenting civilian resistance. Ajrami sympathized with this view, but faced growing pressure from the restless PLA contingent. An optimistic report from Cuba 2. 167. The ANM Center at this point tipped the balance. The ANM, PLF, Abtal al-Ada, and Ziyar group were ready to announce their united front, and wanted to mark the occasion with spectacular attacks in the occupied territories. 98 Ajrami was instructed to launch a series of raids, starting with one on the Ben Gurion International Airport at Lydda on 1 December 1. The Lydda attack was a failure, but a statement published in Beirut on the same day proudly announced the establishment of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP. 99 The ANM paid a high price for its political ambition, as Ajrami and 56 members of the military apparatus were arrested over the next week. They were followed by another 130 ANM activists by the end of the month. Zabri was in Amman at the time and escaped arrest, but Kabay and Abd al-Rahman were captured after infiltrating into the West Bank in late December. Khalifa and other ANM cadres were caught in the Israeli net on January 7, 1968, and Khawaja was compelled to flee to Jordan. The ANM had lost the bulk of its organization by mid-January, and in early February its senior organizer and 70 other members in Gaza were also arrested. 100 The ANM Center ordered survivors who were not originally residents of the occupied territories to take refuge in Jordan, in an attempt to preserve the remaining membership. 101. The Communists diverge. The Communists were the only political force that made no effort to compete militarily. Arguably the most organized and experienced party in the occupied territories, they also regarded themselves as the largest. The party was not united, however. The Jordanian Communist Party UCPL operated in the West Bank, and the separate Palestinian Communist Organization, PCO, in Gaza. The JCP was considerably larger, but had suffered severely during the government crackdowns of 1966, and the majority of its Politburo and Central Committee members were either in hiding in Amman or in exile in Damascus. Following the war, a leadership committee headed by Naimi Ashhab took charge of party affairs in the West Bank. 103 Ashhab was among the hundreds of activists released from Jordanian prisons during the war, and infiltrated with Fa'iq Warid and other communists back to the West Bank, to join Suleiman al-Nayyab, Arabi Awad, and other cadres in the reconstruction effort. The leadership committee strongly opposed an immediate start of guerrilla activity, arguing that the FORMist task was to slow the exodus of refugees to Jordan. 104 An average of 5,000 a day left during June, and the rate was still 500 in mid-July and 250 to 300 in August. 105 The Communists were determined not to repeat the tragedy of 1948, and so were wary of the guerrilla groups. 106. Ashhab argued that the blows suffered during 1966, the impact of defeat in June 1, 1967, and the general lack of political and organizational experience among the Palestinians meant that military action had to be preceded by proper. 168. Preparation. 107 Restraint was partly tactical, however, as the leadership committee privately viewed armed resistance as both necessary and inevitable. Its activity was intended, at least in part, to help prepare for that eventuality. 108 The committee also felt that the JCP Central Committee should mobilize its support ERS in the PLA to follow the lead of the guerrilla groups and FORM, a communist guerrilla force on the east bank of Jordan. 109 In Amman, JCP Deputy Secretary General Fahmy Salim Awad al-Salfatai took the opposite view, completely rejecting independent Palestinian military activity. He was not alone in seeing guerrilla activity as a dangerous, leftist phenomenon that will harm the progressive Arab states and prevent them from erasing the effects of Israeli aggression. 110 Secretary General Fuad Nasser was more sympathetic to the West Bank communists, but he was still in exile in Damascus. A majority of the Politburo and Central Committee now supported Salfatai, and backed a statement calling FORA national congresses and the unity of the East and West Banks, effectively signaling its allegiance to King Hussein and opposing an autonomous Palestinian movement. 111 In any case, the leadership committee in the West Bank was still firmly committed to nonviolent protest and mass action. The communists had little regard for Fatah, but met ANM representatives to discuss civil disobedience, severing contact as each group commenced combat operations. 112 They also met members of the Ba'ath Party, PLF, and PPSF, but attached more importance to building a coalition with mayors, FOR members of parliament, and prominent nationalists. The situation was markedly different in the Gaza Strip, not least because the PCO was entirely autonomous. However, the local communists, most notable of whom were Samir Barkuni, Abd al-Rahman Awad, Mahmoud Nasr, and Abd al-Qadir Yassin were FEW in number and had suffered severely before 1967 from political factionalism and personal rivalries. 1U The war enabled the PCO and JCP to establish direct contact for the first time since 1948, but their political differences prevented a merger. The PCO initially worked to slow the exodus of refugees from Gaza, where the Israeli policy of offering free transport fed a daily exodus that ranged from 300 to 400 in September to 100 to 200 in November. It also joined the United National Front at the end of July and endorsed its strategy of nonviolent disobedience, although some communists helped fugitive PLA officers to store arms. 115 The success of a brief general strike called by the United National Front in November and a declaration by Nasir that Egypt had attained many of its rearmament objectives led the PCO to reconsider its opposition to military action. An editorial in its mouthpiece Al-Muqawama now stated that the military solution is on the way to becoming inevitable, and in December the PCO called for armed struggle, albeit in conjunction with the Arab armies. 116 It now authorized active military preparation, and AFEW communists even took part in guerrilla activity by fugitive PLA soldiers, although this may have been without explicit permission. 117 In any case, the PCO suffered in the subsequent Israeli security sweeps that targeted the PLA, ANM, and Fatah. The PLO faces the challenge. 169. The PLA was the only Palestinian force to have seen combat during the war. In Gaza the Ain Jalut forces fielded some 5,000 men, of a planned 6,600 for 1965, while the skeleton 19th National Guard Brigade was fleshed out by calling up the 4,000 reservists trained in 1965. The Egyptian Military Administration and PLA Command agreed in February 1, 1967 to form 3 popular resistance battalions of 420 men with surplus reservists, and to call for volunteers for another 5 battalions, but it is not clear that these steps were implemented. Only on May 23 did PLA Commander Madani receive Egyptian instructions to prepare his headquarters for transfer to Gaza. U9 Several staff officers assumed junior commanding positions in the combat units on 26 to 27 May, Palestinian cadets followed them to Gaza a few days later, after graduation exercises at Egyptian military academies had been brought forward in readiness for war. 120. In Syria, PLA units were brought together as a single brigade, hidden forces, and regrouped around the southern town of Dara on June 1, although in reality the 411, 412, and 413 commando battalions continued to operate under the direct command of the Syrian General Staff. 121. PLA duties were not clear, however. Shukayri exhorted the officers leaving for Gaza with the promise that the war of liberation was imminent and that we will advance from Gaza to Jerusalem as the capital of our independent state. 122. The Egyptian command was more modest, instructing the PLA to hold Gaza for 24 to 48 hours and to protect the northern flank in case the Egyptian army should either attack or counterattack. 123. The PLA was also supposed, more ambitiously, to attack Israeli settlements to its front if the Egyptian army tried to force a corridor to the West Bank. 1. 4th Afida Iyun 141 Battalion was ordered at the same time to cut communications routes and disrupt military movements inside Israel. 125 None of these plans were put into practice in the event, although isolated PLA units FOUG until the surrender of Gaza City on June 7, by which time they had lost 122 dead. 1. 2. 6. On the Syrian front, the PLA battalions were sent to the Golan Heights and then withdrawn, and were instructed to regroup Syrian army stragglers in the Sheikh Miskin area after El June and then to form a thin screen from Arna on Mount Hermon to Dara for the next 2 months, while the Syrian army reorganized and rearmed. 127 Shukayri had asked King Hussein to allow the PLA battalions in Syria to enter Jordan AFEW days before the war, and newly appointed PLA Deputy Chief of Staff Abd al-Razak al-Yahya made a similar request after its start to Egyptian General Abd al-Mun'im Riyad, the UAC Chief of Staff who became commander of the Eastern Front and nominally in charge of Jordanian armed forces following the conclusion of the Egyptian-Jordanian Mutual Defense Treaty on May 30, but by then the battle was already decided. 1. 28. The 421 Commando Battalion had meanwhile joined the Iraqi Expeditionary Force sent to Jordan on June 5 and was deployed at Qa at the end of the war. After briefly crossing the Jordan River on June 6 and coming under air attack near Jericho. 170. Once the war was over, the IDF commenced a roundup of all military personnel in Gaza. Over the next few weeks some 6,000 PLA officers, soldiers, and reservists were captured, up to 1,000 were kept at the old British prison camp at Atlat, along with other Arab prisoners, while the remaining 5,000 were deported to Egypt. 129 Fida'iyun of the 141 Battalion who fell into Israeli hands were incarcerated in the central prison in Gaza, where they suffered severe beatings. 130 hundreds escaped to Egypt or Jordan, while a number went into hiding in Gaza and Sinai. Some fugitives remained at large for up to 3 months, supplied by relatives with food and money. Some collected and buried weapons abandoned by the Egyptian army or PLA for future use. Israel announced the arrest of 50 youths believed to be PLA soldiers while they for'd the Jordan River. As late as 24 August. 131 The loss of Gaza deprived the PLA of its largest base. The PLA and Egyptian commands now clashed over the fatih of the survivors and released prisoners assembling at Amiriyah, near Alexandria. PLA officer Nader Shukshar, another graduate of 1948, was impatient to replace remaining Egyptian officers with Palestinians, but Muhammad Fawzi, who was now promoted to commander-in-chief of the Egyptian army, wanted to dissolve the Ain Jalut forces altogether. 132 The dispute was resolved at the end of September, when Fawzi and Shukayri agreed to place Palestinians at all levels in PLA units, which were reduced at the same time to FOR Commando Battalions, 329th, 339th, 349th, and 359th, with a total strength of just over 2,000. 133 remaining personnel were diverted into a surplus, and 3,000-4,000 were allowed to resettle in the Tahrir district of Cairo. 134 The Egyptian command abolished the Ain Jalut forces brigade structure and deployed the Palestinian commando units, as they were officially redesignated, to the Bitter Lakes area under its direct authority. PLA headquarters in Cairo was banned from direct contact with the battalions, and from inducting new recruits to replace losses through death, dismissal, or retirement, with the result that strength gradually declined in following years. 135 Partly in response to these constraints, PLA officers were quick to lobby for a role in the guerrilla campaign in the occupied territories. Shukayri was eager to restore his political credibility, and tried to revive the pre-war connection with Abtal al-Ada as a means of doing so. 136 The ANM was discussing a merger with Fatah and the PLF and had little interest in ceding control of Abtal al-Ada, however. Shukayri turned instead to the former head of the PLO military department Qusay Abdullah, who was in hiding in Gaza, and appointed him head of the local resistance movement at the beginning of August. 137 The chairman also endorsed a proposal made by PLA Deputy Chief of Staff Yahya to the Syrian General Staff, for the PLA to conduct guerrilla operations on the Syrian front, and discussed the idea in face-to-face talks in Damascus. 138 The Syrians flatly rejected the proposal, while Abdullah's flight from Gaza after nearly 3 months as a fugitive ended the other hope. 171. PLA Commander Madani, Chief of Staff Yabi, Intelligence Head Faiz al-Turk, and 421 Battalion Commander Shaktura also discussed the formation of a guerrilla wing in early August. An obvious advantage was the presence of numerous junior officers and soldiers in Gaza, among them Hussein al-Khatib, Ziad al-Husseini, and Jabr Ammar. The PLA now formed a guerrilla sub-command under the supervision of Madani. Bajat Abd al-Amin was to be commander and Turk his chief of staff, while Shakhdura would provide logistic support. 139 additional strength was to come from the PLFPR headed by Hut and Sadr, whose followers in Lebanon were trained by PLO military attaché Muhammad al-Sha'ir and then put on the PLA payroll. 140. The PLO Executive Committee approved their plan, which called for 10 officers initially to set up clandestine operational commands in the West Bank and Gaza, and eventually to provide leadership for all Palestinian groups. What Shukayri and Madani hoped for ultimately was to declare armed revolution, but until then the PLA officers were to avoid combat in order to recruit, train, stockpile D1, DD, 141 weapons and Sup-1 ES, and conduct reconnaissance. In September Turk visited Amman, where he met Arafat, Wazir, and Jibril in the hope of persuading them to suspend combat operations until the end of the year. 142 Rustam Hamid transferred to Jordan soon after to select infiltration routes and set up supply networks, and the first group of PLA officers infiltrated to the West Bank and Gaza shortly after. A second group of 17 officers followed in October, including Misbah Sikr, Nimr Hajjaj, Yahya Murtaja, Saib Alajiz, Salim Amr, Faiz Jarad, Umar Ashur, Walid Abu Shaban, and Ahmed Sarsar. The PLA had some 15 officers in place by the beginning of November, besides those who had taken leave separately to join the ANM, the latter group led by Ajrami, Yusuf Raja al-Rudai and Ramadan Dawood. The Israeli counterinsurgency campaign was already underway, however, and it proved easy to distinguish the PLA officers, mostly Gazans, from the inhabitants of the West Bank. Fellow officers in the ANM and PPSF offered support, but they too soon fell victim to the Israeli campaign. The PLA guerrilla wing also faced a serious problem in Shukayri, whose striving to retain national leadership led to increasingly hollow rhetoric. In mid-October, he declared that Palestinian guerrilla action had turned into an armed revolution of the masses on the way to becoming a people's liberation war, and stated his willingness to merge the PLA within a unified Arab army. 143 His disagreement with Fatah, he added, was that it looked only to liberating the West Bank and Gaza, whereas he looked more expansively to free an Arab country, implicitly Jordan, and establish another North Vietnam to support the armed struggle. 144 Shukayri's political posturing shocked the PLA command when he proclaimed on November 16 that the PLO was leading the armed struggle through its bases inside the occupied territories. 145 Israel intensified its security measures in response, compelling several PLA officers in the West Bank to flee to Jordan over the next 3 months. 146. 172. The collapse of the military organization in the West Bank was galling enough, but the last straw came on December 9. When Shukayri declared the existence of a Revolutionary Command Council for the Liberation of Palestine. This body, he stated, had been formed by a secret military conference in Jerusalem and controlled all the resistance forces in the occupied territories. 147 He had previously claimed that the PLO was backing all the guerrilla groups, and that the PLA had completed retraining and rearming as a commando force, with help from China and other countries. 14 Fatah angrily denied both his claims and knowledge of the existence of the council, and accused Shukayri of exhausting the PLA. 149 The PFLP followed suit after he laid claim to its opening attack on Lydda Airport on 1 December 1 and to a second raid the next D15. 0. Shukayri had gone too far. Fatah sent a strongly worded complaint to the Ministerial Council of the League of Arab States, accusing the PLO chairman of inventing fictitious councils and demanding his resignation. 151 Its accusations were echoed publicly by 7 members of the PLO Executive Committee, including Madani, on 1 December 4, and then by the PFLP and the influential General Union of Palestine Students. 152 Shukayri countered by dismissing several committee members, but his fate was sealed when the powerful head of the Palestine National Fund, Abd al-Majid Shuman, and other key political and financial backers in the PNC joined the protest on December 20. Shukayri tendered his resignation 4 days later, following a last-minute appeal to Nasir that went unanswered. The PLO chairman had not been forgiven the deep offense he had given the Arab leaders during the Khartoum summit in August. Executive Committee member Yahya Hamouda, a left-leaning lawyer who had been a leading figure in the ill-fated General Refugee Congress of 1949, was now elected as acting chairman. Victory in defeat? Palestinian hopes of organizing an armed mass uprising had been completely shattered by the end of 1967, although no group would admit as much. Guerrilla statements gave wildly inflated accounts. Fatah claimed killing 83 Israeli soldiers and destroying 2 helicopters and 3 vehicles in a single battle on December 7, for the loss of 2 guerrilla dead and 7 prisoners, but Israeli figures showed a more modest total of 97 IDF casualties in the course of 92 attacks. 154 Palestinian losses reached 65 dead, among them many veteran Qatars, while Fatah declared the death of 28 guerrillas in a single month, out of a total of 46 killed or captured in 4 months of action. 155 Arafat narrowly escaped falling prisoner in Ramallah in early December, reportedly for the 6th time, and now left to Jordan. Guerrilla casualties were not onerous, but 1,000-1,250 activists were in prison, some 3/4 of them local residents. 156. 173. Privately, the guerrillas could console themselves with the view that in these types of war, survival and continued existence are a sort of victory. 157. Looking back, they could also claim, as Habash did, that we prevented Israel from achieving a political victory after its military triumph. 158. Fatah's competitors continued to blame it for starting combat operations prematurely, denying the guerrilla movement time to complete preparations and ringing the alarm bell for the enemy. 159. Yet the critics admitted that armed resistance had also offered a model and stifled thought of coexistence with the occupation, in particular by preempting the suspect call for a Palestinian state. 16. Fatah did not in fact object at first when West Bank lawyer Yazīd Ṣāyigh revealed in early September that he had discussed setting up an independent state with the Israeli authorities. Or when a small group of local figures headed by Hamdi Farooq al-Taji publicly reiterated the idea in late October. 161. Defeat hardened its attitude, however, and it took responsibility for a rocket attack on Taji's home at the end of December. 162. For AFEW, fleeting months after June 1967, the Palestinian guerrillas were embarked on an enterprise of far-reaching ambition, to situate the national struggle on Palestinian soil, and thus lay the basis for an autonomous political institution. Arab sequestration was over, in the view of Fatah particularly, as the defeat of the Arab armies allowed the Palestinian people to grasp its cause in its own hands for the first time since 1948. 163. Failure had equally far-reaching implications. The center of gravity in Palestinian nationalism moved into exile, and with it the locus of political and social activity, military command, decision-making, and institution building. Strategies of civilian resistance and mass immobilization in the occupied territories were obscured, marginalizing the role of local political activists and social forces in Palestinian decision-making. The balance was not shifted significantly until the eruption of the Intifada in December 1, 1987, 20 years later. 7. The Battle of Karama. The failure of their enterprise in the occupied territories left the guerrilla groups in flux, much as the June 1, 1967 war had brought the legitimacy of the PLO leadership into question. Yet as in 1948, defeat gave a new impetus to Palestinian nationalism. The debacle of the Arab states and armies, especially of Nasir's Egypt, the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza by a despised Israel, and the exodus of another 300,000 refugees demolished many social and political certainties to which Palestinians clung. The challenge now was to embody their distinct national identity in an autonomous political institution, and moreover to do so within the complex context of Arab domestic and regional politics. Armed struggle, whether as discourse or practice, was the means for the emerging guerrilla movement both to assert its legitimacy and to carve out the sanctuary it needed in the Arab confrontation states. For a nationalist movement that lacked economic or social control over its constituency, it was also a means of political outbidding and manipulative mobilization. One Fatah reflected these concerns in its attitude towards the PLO. To highlight the negative aspects it stressed past Arab sponsorship for the PLO, which, significantly, had failed to liberate Palestine. Fatah added bitterly that certain Arab leaders have exploited the Palestine cause for their private gain over the years, and that the Arab summit conferences had not offered the level of support to be expected of them. 2 Fatah proudly saw itself, conversely, as the organization which took on the task of imposing a revolutionary new strategy on the Arab states and defied all the forces hostile to the revolution. This had only happened by relying first and foremost on Palestinian energies mobilized by incessant revolutionary action, much as had happened in Algeria, where the FLN demanded, not requested, assistance from its Arab backers. 3 Fatah conceded in early 1968 that it alone among Palestinian groups had enough experience to fuse all political tendencies and create harmony between them, and observed disparagingly that in contrast all the other organizations have not been able to attain the level of revolution. 4 Proof lay in the spontaneous, popular armed uprising organized after June 1, 1967 by Fatah, which was the vanguard of the Palestinian people that continued to lead resistance to Israeli occupation. 5. 175. Bolstered by this self-confident, even brash, view of itself, Fatah preferred to dissolve the PLO and form a new national front under its own control. To this end it invited 11 other guerrilla groups to a FOR conference in Cairo in mid-January. 7 attended, including the Palestinian Popular Liberation Front and the vanguards of Popular War, both loyal to the Syrian wing of the Ba'ath Party, and the vanguards of Sacrifice Organization headed by Subhi Yassin and the Action Organization for the Support of the Revolution headed by Issam al-Sarta'i, both pro-Nasir. These groups announced the formation of the Permanent Bureau for Guerrilla Action and a military department, and offered coordination with the PLA. 6 Fatah's real purpose was to seek allies within the PLO, and to form a bloc that would renegotiate the composition of the PNC with members of the PLO Executive Committee and representatives of the main unions. 7 The ANM privately regarded itself as the senior claimant to Palestinian leadership, and so it persuaded its partners in the PFLP and other groups, such as the PPSF, to boycott the Cairo meeting and reiterated its support for the representative status of the PL. 0.8 The Permanent Bureau was stillborn, in any event, but Fatah's ability to convene a public meeting in Cairo at all revealed the sea change in its regional standing. For its Egyptian hosts, the attraction lay in the speed with which Fatah had started combat operations against Israel after the war. As Commander-in-Chief Fawza later explained, guerrilla action was very important to us. Because we were at point zero, especially in the air force. We needed to heat up the Jordanian and Syrian fronts, and even the Lebanese one if possible, to distract the Israeli army and compel it to transfer forces to other places, while we rebuilt our strength. 9 Amin Huwaidi, now defense minister and head of intelligence, confirmed the need to open additional fronts behind Israeli lines, and in the heart of Palestine. 10 Palestinian action also contributed directly to the military effort that Egypt itself intended to undertake in pursuit of its broader post-war strategy. As defined during a meeting between Nasir, Fawza, Abd al-Mun'im Riyad, and military intelligence chief Muhammad Sadiq in November 1967, its aims were to prevent the new ceasefire lines from turning into permanent armistice lines such as those of 1949 and to impress the urgency of resolving the conflict on the international community, besides restoring the morale and tarnished image of the Egyptian army. 1. Ṣāyigh had already posted military intelligence officer Ibrahim al-Daqiqna, a veteran of dealing with Palestinian activists in Gaza, to Amman to assure regular liaison with the guerrilla groups as early as July. Daqiqna visited Damascus in August to meet the Fatah leadership, and pledged immediate military assistance. An Egyptian aircraft brought the first shipment of combat supplies shortly after, and carried Daqiqna and 50 Fatah guerrillas back to Egypt. FOR Commando Training Point 12 supplies continued to arrive at the rate of 1 aircraft a month, including 2 plane loads that landed in Jordan in December, much to the consternation of the authorities. Egyptian military intelligence now employed THIRD-WORLDISM of the 141 Battalion, which had been reassembled in 176. Cairo, in operations behind Israeli lines in Sinai. 13 It also sent 15.THIRD-WORLDISM to Jordan to conduct reconnaissance and special combat missions under the lead airship of PLA officers who had escaped the Israeli dragnet in the West Bank. The THIRD-WORLDISM teamed up with Fatah trainees from Egypt to rocket the Israeli oil refinery at Eilat in January 1, 1968, and on other occasions. 14 There was not a complete coincidence of political views, however. Ṣāyigh told a Fatah delegation headed by Arafat frankly that we need you to strike Israel, in order to strengthen the position of Arab negotiators. 15 It was in this context that Fatah hardened its position towards figures in the occupied territories who proposed the establishment of a Palestinian state, suspecting that they would be called upon to replace it as interlocutors in negotiations with Israel. Reports in the government-controlled press in Egypt also suggested that the authorities were toying with the idea of reviving the PLO now that Shukayri was gone, or at least so Fatah believed. Anxiety turned to alarm when Nasir's confidant Muhammad Hassan in Haikal published an editorial in the influential Al-Aram in mid-January belittling the impact of the guerrillas. He argued that guerrilla and people's war could not be a decisive factor in the conflict with Israel, and that the Palestinian situation was not comparable to the Algerian struggle. FOR Independence. 16 Press reports a few days later spoke of an understanding between Egypt, Jordan, and the PLO to halt Fatah operations and resolve the conflict with Israel. 17 PLO chairman Hamouda had just stated his conviction that the Jewish citizens of Israel could not be expelled to the countries from which they had originally come, and although he soon retracted the statement, his moderation suggested a worrying willingness to come to terms with the existence of Israel. 18 Fatah moved quickly to reassert itself in response to the perceived challenge, launching a new wave of leadership teams into the West Bank. It claimed in late January that one of its most important long-term tasks, the transfer of all its military bases into the occupied homeland, has been completed. It then went on to boast, with equal disregard for the truth, that from these hidden and well-stocked bases the Palestinian guerrillas, who in their majority are farmers and students devoted full-time to Fatah, conduct tens of operations daily in the territories occupied both previously in 1948 and recently in 1967. 19 It repeated these claims on February 6, and was blamed by Israel for an upsurge of attacks in Gaza. Any ambition of reviving widespread guerrilla activity was swiftly crushed, however. Israel arrested 40 Fatah members in Gaza on 1 January 8 and 74 in Nablus on February 14, and its border patrols killed another 35 infiltrators and captured 10 in a single incident on March 2. Fatah had lost some 200 members by mid-month, and its remaining networks were in shreds. Continuing setbacks in the occupied territories underline the need for secure sanctuaries in neighboring Arab states. The obvious candidate was Jordan, where a majority of Palestinian refugees lived and which had the longest Arab border with Israel and the West Bank. The East Bank quickly emerged as 177. The major staging ground and conduit for infiltration into the occupied territories, prompting King Hussein to deliver a public warning on September 5, 1967 against military activity that was not part of a comprehensive Arab plan. Fatah riposted with a severe verbal attack on the authorities, singling out the intelligence chief Muhammad Rasul al-Kailani and his directorate for special blame and calling for the liquidation of collaborators. Addressing the Jordanian people, it argued that distancing the Arab people from its vanguard role in the battle and reliance on classic warfare were among the direct reasons for the setback of June 1, 967. In contrast, Fatah was waging a pioneering, mass revolution in all the occupied territories. 21 The guerrillas found many Jordanian soldiers unwilling to act against them. Some defied orders against aiding the guerrillas by providing information on Israeli deployment and fire cover for infiltrators crossing the Jordan River. Guerrilla strength in the Jordan Valley meanwhile grew to between 600 and 1,000 by early 1968, of whom some 500 belonged to Fatah and 300 to 400 to the PFLP. 22 Anxious not to be outdone, the PLO finally announced in early March the existence of a guerrilla wing belonging to the PLA, now officially named the Popular Liberation Forces, Kuwait al-Tahrir al-Shabaiyya, PLF/PLA. The build-up alarmed the Jordanian authorities, especially after it started to draw Israeli cross-border fire, but they were well aware of the popularity of the guerrillas. On 2 January 1, King Hussein and Prime Minister Bajat al-Talhuni received Hamuda and other executive committee members and publicly welcomed the revival of PLO activity in the country without reservation. 23 Positive statements in public could not disguise the basic conflict of interests. Matters came to a head after heavy clashes between Jordanian and Israeli forces on 1 February 5, in which Israeli tanks, artillery, and aircraft struck the town and refugee camp of Karama in the Jordan Valley, killing 20 soldiers and civilians and wounding another 58. The Jordanian army reacted by surrounding the town and demanding the surrender of all guerrillas and weapons. The siege was lifted a day later after mediation by local inhabitants, but the king reiterated that any loyal and purposeful action must come through us and within what we design and plan. Any party that ignores this stand from now on and that adopts a different approach is not of us. 24 Interior Minister Hassan al-Qaid reinforced the message, adding that persons exposing Jordan to the enemy's attacks will be prevented, as of today, from crossing Jordanian territory and warning of further punitive measures. 25 The authorities were not in a position to enforce their will, and the guerrillas benefited from the backlash of public sympathy to improve their position around Karama. The funeral of Abd al-Fattah al-Hamad, a Fatah Central Committee member who died in a car accident on February 28, allowed the guerrillas to appear openly in the streets of Amman for the first time. Guerrilla activity increased in parallel, with 42 attacks on Israeli targets in January and February and 36 in March. Faced with a growing volume of raids, Israel decided to launch a large search and destroy mission against guerrilla bases in and around 178. Karama. It signaled its intention on 1 March 8 by complaining to the UN Security Council that 6 Israelis had died and 44 were wounded in the preceding month, and by warning that it would take whatever action it deemed appropriate in self-defense. The guerrillas observed the Israeli military preparations across the river, and on March 20 representatives of Fatah, the PFLP, and PLFI-PLA met in Karama to decide on a course of action. PFLP military commander Ziyar and field commander Jibril had already recommended withdrawal into the hills to the east, arguing that self-preservation was the most sensible option in the face of a massively superior enemy. 26 Fatah took the opposite view, arguing that an act of conscious steadfastness was necessary to dispel the myth of Israeli invincibility and raise Palestinian and Arab morale. 2 The Jordanian command was also aware of Israeli preparations and, airing a plan to occupy a bridgehead on the East Bank as a means of forcing the kingdom into peace talks with Israel, counseled caution. 28 Army Commander Amir Kamash and Iraqi Expeditionary Force Commander Nakib received Arafat on 1 March 3 to advise against confrontation. According to Hani al-Hassan, Arafat replied, "We want to persuade the world that there are those in the Arab nation who will not withdraw and flee. Let us die under the tracks of the tanks and change the course of history in our region." 29 Behind the histrionics, Fatah sought once again to use military means for specific political ends, which it later explained were revolutionary fusion with the masses. Closeness and confidence between al-Safa forces and the brave Jordanian army. An elimination at ion of those elements hostile to the armed resistance movement in the east bank of Jordan. 30 Fatah had 22 D-250 guerrillas, administrative staff, and trainees in the area, while the PLF/PLA, which had also opted to remain in Karama, had some 80 men, including several dozen soldiers of the PLA's 421 battalion. The PFLP accused both groups of adventurism and withdrew its 30-man contingent. Armament was sketchy, and the 80 Fatah fighters facing the Jordan River had only a handful of Ami tank mines, 7 Ami tank rocket launchers, and 2 82mm mortars. 11 The real backbone of the defense was provided by the Jordanian 1st Infantry Division and attached tank and artillery battalions deployed on the mountain ridge overlooking the Jordan Valley. It was these units that inflicted the heaviest damage on the Israeli force, estimated at 2 armor and infantry brigades and 3 paratroop, tank, and engineer battalions, backed by 5 artillery battalions that crossed the Jordan River at several points in the morning of 2-1 March. 32 The attacking force had full control of Karama by noon and spent the next few hours in systematic destruction of much of the town, and completed its withdrawal to the West Bank by 5:30 p.m. under heavy Jordanian fire. Israel paid dearly, 28 dead and 90 wounded, and 4 tanks, 5 other vehicles, and an aircraft destroyed by its own admission. 33 The Jordanian army lost 61 dead, 108 wounded, 13 tanks destroyed and 20 damaged, and 39 other vehicles disabled. 34 The guerrillas paid the highest price. 179. Fatah lost 92 dead and the PLF/PLA 24, besides 100 wounded and 40 to 66 prisoners, accounting for nearly half their full-time military personnel. 35. Reaping the rewards of defeat. Israel had achieved its tactical objectives, but the Battle of Karama turned overnight into a resounding political and psychological victory in Arab eyes. The Israelis had left behind some of their destroyed armor, and several burnt-out tanks were paraded triumphantly through the streets of Salt and Amman. The image of the invincible IDF was shaken, appropriately, at Karama, Arabic for dignity. The real credit was due to the Jordanian army, yet it was the guerrillas whose reputation soared. Their decision to stand and fight, militarily disastrous, catapulted them into a position of political preeminence. For the same reason it was Fatah that benefited most, whereas the PFLP was racked by disputes that soon led to the formation of a rival Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine General Command, PFGC, under Jibril. Arafat's photograph now appeared on at least one popular magazine cover, and on April 14 Fatah named him as its leader and official spokesman, offering an identifiable public figure after years of clandestinity. Astute manipulation of the media by the guerrillas left many Jordanian officers and soldiers with the feeling that their hard-earned victory had been stolen by upstarts, and inserted a sour note into relations that was to grow into deep bitterness over the next 2 years. Yet the government was powerless after Karama to prevent the guerrilla groups from setting up combat bases throughout the border region, bringing in volunteers and arms from other Arab states, and opening offices in the capital and in refugee camps around the country. 36 The Jordanian army had by then lifted its siege of Karama and the guerrilla bases. So powerful was the new myth of the heroic guerrilla that even King Hussein joined in, avowing in a televised speech that we are all fida iyun. Growing Arab support for the guerrillas was an added constraint on Jordanian policy. Of considerable importance, at least for Fatah, was the invitation extended to Wazir and Caliph to meet King Faisal of Saudi Arabia, who pledged substantial financial assistance. 37 Relations with Egypt now developed into a strategic alliance. Nasser was lobbying for the establishment of an Eastern front comprising Syria, Jordan, and Iraq, while preparing to wage a war of attrition along the Suez Canal. Fatah's decision to stand and fight at Karama demonstrated to him that it did not rely on rhetoric alone, and it received a special delivery of arms to compensate its losses in Karama. Nasir's long-term strategy was now to fill the time gap until our forces are rebuilt with two elements, the war of attrition, and Fatah activity. 38 He also regarded guerrilla activity as a useful complement to Arab diplomacy, aimed at increasing the pressure on Israel to come to terms. Haeckel reflected this view by emphasizing the need for a Palestinian element in the struggle against Israel, that would be independent of the Arab governments but nonetheless act as their irresponsible arm. 39. 180. The outcome was an invitation to Arafat, Khalaf, and Kajami to meet Nasir soon after the Battle of Karama. 40 The Fatah leaders also discussed practical cooperation with Military Intelligence Chief Sadiq and Defense Minister and General Intelligence Chief Huwaidi during their visit. 41 Haeckel managed political contacts, while Sami Sharif, head of Nasir's office and of the National Security Directorate, followed up on practical matters, both for Fatah and for all guerrilla groups. 42. Evidence of the new relationship came on May 10, when Fatah was given its own frequency to broadcast daily over Cairo radio. Egypt assisted the other guerrilla groups as well, but as Huwaidi later explained, we helped everyone until clear leaders proved themselves in the field, and it was Fatah that proved itself. 43. The PFLP received more modest levels of arms supplies and training, and some of its leaders were issued with Egyptian passports, but the publication of a document criticizing Nasir in August led to cessation of military aid by the end of the year. 44. Starting in June, a growing number of Fatah guerrillas received training in Egypt as rocket gunners, frogmen, commando instructors, and intelligence officers. 45 Indeed, the intelligence connection was a central component of the new relationship. Most of the cadres attending the first training course in 1968 later went on to head Fatah security agencies, notably Ali Hassan Salama, Mahdi Bsesug, Muhammad Atta, Fakhri al-Umari, Murid al-Dajani, and Majid al-Agha. Hail Abd al-Hamid, then Fatah representative in Cairo and later chief of its central security apparatus, observed a second course in mid-1969, from which came the cadres who were to occupy the second echelon. Fatah cemented the relationship by giving Egypt all information it gathered on Israel, including data collected by its double agents inside Jordanian intelligence. 46 On the Egyptian side, the departments at military intelligence and general intelligence that dealt with national liberation and opposition movements were responsible for cooperation, although Sadiq and Huwaidi also monitored relations with the Palestinians personally. Both services had resident liaison officers at the Egyptian embassy in Amman, Okhakna and Muhammad Abd Salam, whose sole task was to maintain contact on a daily basis with the guerrilla leadership. Another officer, Hamdi Yusuf, was based in Damascus to coordinate the transit of trainees and supplies through Syria. To boost guerrilla activity against Israel further, Egypt transferred 130 Afaq ERS and soldiers of the PLA 29 Battalion to southern Jordan in mid-April 1968.47. This was partly in response to a request from Arafat, who wished to strengthen Fatah in relation to the other guerrilla groups. Nasir also sought in this way to counter growing Syrian influence in the Palestinian arena, as he confided to PLA officers before they departed. 48 The task FORCE was modeled on the Special Service, a new branch of Egyptian intelligence tied directly to Nasir for the conduct of active espionage and covert activities abroad and operated under its orders, in agreement with military intelligence. 49 Heading it was Egyptian Special Forces officer Ahmed Hilmi, better known as Abu Hani, later replaced by Jumay al-Jamala, AFO Merfidai of 141 Battalion, who adopted the same 181 nickname. Included in the Abu Hani group, as it was best known, were fugitive PLA officers from the occupied territories, among them Fakir al-Nahal, Walid Abu Shaban, and Ahmed Mifraj. Fatah provided supplies, but Egyptian military intelligence controlled missions, which included training, reconnaissance, and special raids, on the Dead Sea Potash Plant, Masada Air Base, and Dimona Nuclear Reactor, on occasion using heavy 240mm rockets supplied by Egypt. 50 The Egyptian contingent expanded with the arrival in January 1, 969 of Marwan Abd al-Hakim and 2 other officers to set up an additional training camp for Fatha. 51 By then the guerrilla movement had become a substantial force in Jordan. Karama had brought a flood of volunteers in its wake, both Palestinian and Arab. On May 20, 1968, Fatha stated that it had already been approached by 20,000 students and former soldiers in Egypt, while its office in Baghdad announced that it was receiving 1,500 applications each week. 52 Whatever the truth of these claims, the guerrilla groups were ill-prepared to cope with the influx, in part due to the loss of many veteran cadres in the occupied territories in 1967 and in the latest battle. A majority of volunteers went to Fatha, but even the PFLP had more than it could handle. Its main training camp could accommodate only 15 Q200 out of every 1,000 recruits. 53 However, some 2/3 of the trainees dropped out during the course or within weeks of joining guerrilla bases due to harsh physical conditions. 54 Still, by June guerrilla number bears had risen by around 300% to an estimated full-time strength of 3,000, of whom 2,000 belonged to Fatha, with some 12,000 supporters in the towns and refugee camps. 55 Thanks to the influx, Fatha was able by June to divide its growing strength into 3 guerrilla sectors, Kita, stretching from Ern Kays in the north to Wadi Araba south of the Dead Sea. Each had its own commander, Amir, giver of orders, deputy commander, and operations officer, as well as a training camp to absorb new recruits. The sectors consisted of numerous bases, Kuwait, that were often split into even smaller squads, Majamuat, both to avoid Israeli air and artillery strikes and to facilitate control for officers with little military experience. 56 As numbers and administrative capability grew in 1969, every dozen or so bases were regrouped into a unit, WIDA, with 4 or 5 units now forming a sector. In this way the northern sector could absorb a peak strength of 2,000 in summer 1969, while the central sector had up to 1,500.57. Fatha had a much smaller contingent of ZU in the southern sector, which was used mainly to smuggle men and arms to the Hebron district or across the Negev desert to Gaza. 58 It overcame the initial distrust of local inhabitants by first gaining a foothold among weaker clans such as the Huwaidat, which saw the guerrillas as a potential ally in traditional disputes. It then extended FREE medical services thanks to the efforts of its senior political officer, Rauf Najmi, better known as Majub Umar, an Egyptian doctor and former communist. 59 Military organization and geographical divisions in the kingdom were much the same for the PFLP, PLF/PLA, and SAICA, each of which grew 182 to a strength of 300 to 500 by the end of 1968, 800 to 1,200 a year later, and 1,001, 500 by 1970.60. The PLF/PLA moreover followed Fatha's lead by appointing a Bedouin sheikh, Abdullah Abu Sida, as the political head of its southern sector, alongside military commander Salim Amr. 61 The Palestinian groups equipped their guerrillas with the growing volume of infantry weapons that now arrived from Egypt, Iraq, and Syria, while Bedouin smugglers ran a brisk trade in arms collected from the battlefields of June 1967. China soon emerged as the main supplier of Fatha, followed by Algeria, then Egypt, donating Soviet-designed AK-47 automatic rifles, RPG-2 and RPG-7 anti-tank rocket launchers, 60mm and 82mm mortars, and 130mm artillery rockets in quantities sufficient for 2,000 men in 1968, for another 7,000 in 1969, and finally for 14,000 in 1970. Arms were flown in through Damascus and the Iraqi air base at Habaniyat or shipped by sea to the ports of Latakia and Basra, and then transported by land to Jordan. At first trucks belonging to the Iraqi and Syrian units stationed in Jordan brought the arms into the country, but by mid-1969 the PLO's military police unit, the Palestine Armed Struggle Command, PASC, had its own border checkpoints and provided separate registration for guerrilla vehicles. The guerrilla sectors expanded constantly to keep pace with the increase in manpower and weaponry. During 1969 Fatah formed a 600-man mounted force, Al-Qawat al-Mamala, to act as a central reserve and rapid reinforcement FORCE. 63 It had some 80 jeeps FOR mobility and fielded most of Fatah's heavy weapons, a dozen 122mm and 130mm rocket launchers, 27 12.7mm machine guns and 20mm automatic cannon, 6 106mm recoilless rifles, and a dozen 82mm and 120mm mortars. 64 Of equal note were the 3 rocket artillery units, known as the Special Corps, Al-Dora al-Qassa, Group 16, Al-Majamua 16, and Clouds of Fire, Suhab al-Ahim, while other new units included the 404 Battalion, Security, 201 Force, Supply, and a military police detachment. Palestinian scientists and engineers who belonged to Fatah or supported it also set up a scientific committee in Kuwait in mid-1969, with branches in several Arab states and a workshop in Damascus to repair weapons and produce explosives. A problem facing Fatah and most guerrilla groups was the lack of experienced commanders, as guerrillas lacking basic military and administrative skills were catapulted into leadership of whole sectors. The alternative was to call on Palestinian officers previously serving in the Syrian, Jordanian, and Iraqi armies, or in the PLA, especially at senior combat and staff levels. Notable examples were Adila Adila, Ahmed Afana, and Muhammad al-Amla in Fatah, Dafi Jamani, Mahmoud Ma'ida, and Ahmed Hiju in Ṣāyigh, and Thir al-Ajrami and al-Qadi in the PFLP, which also recruited pro-Nasir FOR fugitives from the Syrian army Akram Safadi and al-Haytham al-Ayubi. However, many of these officers brought authoritarian attitudes that sat poorly with the guerrillas, who had adopted an egalitarian system that allowed no distinctions in formal rank, pay, sleeping quarters, or other privileges. 67 The PLFI-PLA, in contrast, adopted 183. The conventional military discipline and hierarchy of the PLA. Its FOR sectors were commanded by Mahmoud Abu Marzuk, Khalil al-Jayyub, Salim Amr, and Ghazim Hanna. It had no shortage of professional officers, more of whom arrived from the units in Egypt. This helped it absorb surplus PLA conscripts from Syria and a substantial number of Iraqi Arab and Kurdish volunteers. The 421 Battalion was also built up with surplus conscripts to a strength of 600 to 800 or more, and then split in two to form the 422 Battalion, together constituting the Qadisiyah Forces Brigade. 68 Fatah set up Qadr schools in late 1968 to solve the leadership problem, but these proved largely unsuccessful. 69 More effective was the Special Qualification Course, Dore Tanel. It ran at the Hama camp in Syria during the summer. Central Committee member Nimr supervised, modeling it along the lines of the course he had attended in Algeria in 1964. Many of the trainees were university students, who were now supposed to become military command cadres. The entire class was transferred to the Syrian front upon graduation in July, where it formed the basis for a new guerrilla sector. 70 This was the only course of its kind run by Fatah, but some of the graduates were sent on a similar, extended course in Algeria at the end of 1968, along with new recruits from the occupied territories, and returned in early 1970. 71. A disproportionate number of officers who were to command Fatah units in the next decade had been on these two qualification courses, or from the southern sector in Jordan, where the harsh conditions daunted all but the most committed cadres. Military expansion led the way for an extension of the guerrilla presence to the civilian population. Israeli fire forced a redeployment of most combat bases out of the Jordan Valley and into the hills to the east by summer 1968, and triggered a more active effort to establish general headquarters and a variety of administrative and media offices and supply centers in the main cities and refugee camps of the kingdom. Unfettered access to the camps allowed the construction of a mass base, in which the primary impetus for mobilization was provided by military activities and organization. By autumn, weapons were appearing frequently on the streets in the hands of guerrillas on leave, office guards, and senior cotters, as did Palestinian military vehicles, many of which lacked registration plates. The implicit challenge to law and order fueled tensions with the authorities and FED resentment within the army, especially among the native Transjordanians who formed the monarchy's bedrock and held most key posts in the combat units. 72 The government responded with an attempt to limit guerrilla presence in the cities. It asked the Palestinian leadership in mid-October to bar the entry of personnel to the kingdom without permits issued by the Ministry of the Interior, and insisted that guerrillas should not enter Jordanian cities unless issued with special military passes. 73 The government also demanded the closure of guerrilla offices in the cities and a ban on the movement of military vehicles in civilian areas. Opposition to the proposed measures was strong, however, and the government negotiators backed down. This did not ease the tension, and 184. Matters finally came to a head during a Palestinian student demonstration in Amman, as unidentified gunmen fired on an army vehicle and Royal Guard soldiers shot back at the marchers. The authorities blamed the incident on a small guerrilla group, the Battalions of Victory NASR, and arrested its leader Tahir Deblan and other members. 74 Fatah made little effort to defend the group, accusing it of working secretly for Jordanian intelligence, although Deblan's covert links, if any, were to Syrian intelligence. 75 The army resumed fire on November 5 and attacked Fatah and PFLP facilities in the Hussein and Waidat refugee camps in Amman and the Schneller camp in Zarqa. Calm was only restored after appeals to the king from Nasir and Hassan al-Nakib, commander of the Iraqi contingent in Jordan. By then 29 people had died and 100 were wounded. Though brief, the incident revealed the shifting balance of power between the guerrillas and the Jordanian authorities. This was demonstrated in the negotiations that now took place. King Hussein and his uncle, Army Commander Nasir bin Jamil, demanded that the guerrillas should notify the army before conducting attacks on Israel or the West Bank, and that they should avoid operations in the vicinity of Aqaba, which was the kingdom's only sea outlet. The guerrilla groups were asked not to recruit young men do for military service, and to submit both members and persons in their custody, such as suspected Israeli agents, to Jordanian courts rather than guerrilla tribunals. 76 Fatah and the main guerrilla groups accepted some of these demands, but largely failed to observe any of them. They were still attracting large numbers of new recruits in the cities, and were inundated by requests for weapons. 77 Besides, Fatah had concluded from the recent episode that it needed to arm the masses, and took a formal decision to establish a civilian militia in the refugee camps and other areas. 78 The other guerrilla groups followed suit, the largest militia contingents belonging to Ṣāyigh, the PFLP, and PLFIPLA. The heyday of the guerrillas had begun, and the Palestinian state within the state was in the making in Jordan. Observing the limits with Syria. For Fatah, the alliance with Egypt also served to offset the influence of its other big brother, Syria. This became especially important from mid-1968 as new tensions threatened the relationship with Damascus. Alert to Fatah's growing popularity and keen to tie the Palestinian banner to its own mast, the ruling Ba'ath Party decided in June to launch its own guerrilla group, the Vanguards of Popular Liberation War Organization. Its origins lay in a resolution taken at the Party Congress of September 1966 and reconfirmed at the Extraordinary Congress of September 1967, but the group had remained inactive despite participation in the short-lived Permanent Bureau formed by Fatah in January 1, 1968. The decision to relaunch the Vanguards came in the context of the silent, but 185 Intense struggle for power between party chairman Yazīd and defense minister Assad. In February, Assad strengthened his grip on the army by replacing Chief of Staff Suwaidani, loosely aligned with Yazīd, with his own ally, Mustafa Tlas. The creation of a party militia in Syria and of a Palestinian guerrilla group offered the Yazīd faction a counterweight. 79 During the spring, the vanguards merged with another small group, the Palestine Popular Liberation Front, PPLF, to form the vanguards of Popular Liberation War Organization Thunderbolt Forces, commonly known as Ṣāyigh. PPLF under Tahir Dablan, a graduate of 1948 who had been purged from the Syrian army in 1959, opposed the merger and formed the PPLF Ṣāyigh, later renamed the Palestinian Battalions of Victory NASR. The Secretary-General of the remaining Ṣāyigh organization was Dafi Jamaani, head of the regional command of the Palestinian branch of the Ba'ath Party and, by that token, also a member of the national command of the party. With him in the Ṣāyigh leadership were Yusuf al-Burji and Mahmoud Ma'ida. All three were former Jordanian officers who had taken refuge in Syria after the abortive coup of April 1, 1957, and who had opposed dissolution of the Ba'ath Party in Syria during the union with Egypt in 1958-61. Ṣāyigh grew rapidly. The Ba'ath Party decreed that all Palestinian members, now grouped within the Unified Palestinian Organization, UPO, were automatically members of Ṣāyigh. It was therefore assured of a considerable following wherever there was a local UPO section, especially in Jordan and Lebanon. The regional command of the UPO moreover doubled as the Ṣāyigh leadership, and additionally coordinated its activity through the mother party's Guerrilla Action Bureau. 80 All Ṣāyigh members were required to undergo military training, and encouraged to serve in guerrilla bases. 81 Palestinian conscripts were on occasion allowed to serve in Ṣāyigh instead of the PLA, and PLA officers were also seconded to it over the next year. 80 As a result, it boasted some 400 guerrillas by October 1, 1968 and 1,000 a year later, deployed evenly between Syria and Jordan. 83 Ṣāyigh fielded 120mm mortars, 122mm artillery rockets, and 106mm anti-tank recoilless rifles, putting it on a par with Fatah in terms of firepower. 84 The significance of Ṣāyigh was not lost on Assad. However, he was not in a position to prevent its establishment or deny it facilities in the country, in part because Yazīd still had influential followers in the armed forces, although he did issue instructions in mid-September 1968 banning use of guerrilla passes for passage across Syrian borders. 85 Assad was able, conversely, to respond when he perceived an internal challenge to his control over PLA units in Syria. The expulsion by Egypt of Chief of Staff Jabi and several ranking officers from the PLA headquarters in Cairo in early 1967 had resulted in a tacit agreement to establish the General Staff in Damascus, where it operated as a parallel command with Syrian support. The PLO Executive Committee meanwhile abolished the post of PLA Commander-in-Chief at the end of January 1, 1968, but Madani continued to perform his duties as head of the military department until 186 August. Jabi was in a position of considerable influence over PLA units in Syria, therefore, but less so over the 421 Battalion and the PLF/PLA in Jordan, both of which were rapidly expanding. He also set an obstacle in his deputy, Abd al-Razak al-Yahya, and Brigade Commander Samir al-Khatib and one of his battalion commanders, Abd al-Aziz al-Wajid. All three were graduates of 1948 who had been dismissed from the Syrian army during the purges of 1959. In 1964 Khatib and Waji had formed a leftist affiliation with Maoist leanings, the popular organization for the Liberation of Palestine, POLP. The POLP had at best a modest following, whether in the PLA or among civilians, but both Yahya and PLO chairman Hamouda were sympathizers. This enhanced its influence, which it revealed by promoting a plan to bring all guerrilla forces under PLA command within a single body, the Palestinian Liberation Forces, by September 1, 1968. The various groups would cease separate fundraising, and accept the PLO Charter as their common political program. 86 The POLP also influenced the debate when in mid-July the FO Earth session of the PNC amended Article 22 of the Basic Statutes of the PLA, in order to provide FOR an independent command that operates under the supervision of the PLO Executive Committee, and that implements its instructions and decisions. 87 Several delegates made it clear that this meant independence from Syrian control, and urged that pay be cut from officers whose allegiance was suspect until the PLA command had been reshuffled. 88 The challenge was unmistakable, and the Syrian command responded by dismissing Khatib and Wajid. On their advice, the Executive Committee retaliated by replacing Jabi with Yahya, citing the PNC resolution to make the PLA free in its will and leadership. It also dismissed Uthman Haddad as Hidden Forces commander, replaced the Syrian-leaning Bajat Abd al-Amin with Waji as PLF/PLA commander, and appointed Khatib as head of the military department. This was the first serious challenge to Arab control over the PLA since its establishment, and the Syrian response was forceful. On August 1, the PLA command in Damascus issued a statement castigating the PLO Executive Committee for interfering in the area of the army's responsibility, while Haddad and his followers occupied the PLO office in Damascus and took Yahya hostage. 89 The situation quickly escalated. A PLA detachment crossed the border into Jordan with the aim of seizing the PLA command post at Jerash, but was repulsed by units loyal to the PL. 0.90 The PLO Executive Committee threatened to sever pay from rebellious PLA officers in Syria, and followed up on August 9 by ending the service of Haddad, Abd al-Amin, and PLF/PLA sector commanders in Jordan, Javad Abd al-Rahim and Muhammad al-Halabi, all graduates of 1948, the latter two were also former communists. 91 The PLA was now split down the middle. The PLO finally backed down on most points after a month-long stalemate. Yahya resigned as Chief of Staff in early September, followed by Jabi on October 1. Haddad briefly held the post, only to be replaced by Misbah al-Badari. 187. On December 14, Wajid was confirmed as commander of the PLF/PLA, with Abd al-Amin as his deputy, a reversal of previous roles. The main losers, ironically, were the younger officers from Gaza, who had solidly supported Waji and the PLO Executive Committee. PLF/PLA Chief Operations Officer Turk, 421 Battalion Commander Shakhdura, Training Camp Commander Abu Shaban, and Central Sector Commander Hajjaj were all compelled to return to Cairo in a clear reassertion of Syrian authority over the PLA. The Gazans considered that the older generation of graduates of 1948, whether pro-Syrian or pro-PLO, had discriminated against them. 92 Their bitterness was compounded by the belief that Fatah had left them to their fate, a justifiable suspicion explained by Fatah's private desire to weaken the POLP. Fatah was moreover careful to maintain good working relations with Syria, which not only wielded considerable influence within the Palestinian movement but also controlled vital supply routes to Jordan. Its caution was reflected in the manner in which it went about establishing a combat presence on the Golan Front. For the first year after June 1967, Fatah generally adhered to the understanding reached with the authorities not to conduct active military operations, restricting itself to reconnaissance and supply missions. 93 Its guerrillas occasionally ignored the ban with the complicity of sympathetic Syrian officers, who also provided information about Israeli deployment and Syrian minefields and offered fire support. 94 The first Fatah bases set up in the border region were designated as the 55 Sector and commanded by a veteran infiltrator and former Syrian intelligence agent, Hussein al-Haiba, who knew the region well. The arrival of the military command cadres who had just completed their qualification course in July led to the formation of the Golan sector in July, which had 1-2 combat bases in the southern part of the front by year's end. 95 Predictably, Ṣāyigh enjoyed considerably greater facilities. Its bases and training camps resembled army barracks, and its personnel were equipped with vehicles, communications equipment, and standard uniforms. Its guerrillas received regular pay, and were structured according to a conventional ranking system. Ironically, the intensification of the power struggle between Yazīd and Assad provided an opportunity for Fatah and other guerrilla groups to expand their presence in the border region after March 1, 969. Fatah expanded its Golan sector to a strength of 500, with bases along the entire front, and fielded small numbers of 82mm mortars, RPG-7 anti-tank rocket launchers, and 122mm rocket launchers. 96 Gibral's followers also had several bases, and were followed by the leftist F-Asian that split off from the PFLP in February. Fatah was also permitted to establish a new training camp near the coastal town of Tartus, where its small naval and frogmen's units were based. 97 Assad responded to a sharp rise in guerrilla attacks on the Golan front by prohibiting combat activity and banning the movement of armed or uniformed guerrillas and military vehicles in civilian areas without prior permission from the Syrian army. The use of travel passes issued by the guerrilla groups had been curtailed since September 1, 968, but now a Department 235, later known as the National